that's good enough for me. And it was a big hit. Yeah. Let me tell you about Pulp Fiction, because groundbreaking doesn't look groundbreaking to you or anyone around you necessarily when you're doing it. I'd forgotten about this, but I journal. I ran across an old journal, and I brought it up to Quentin when I interviewed him for my director's chair. I have a show called the Director's Chair. I interviewed writer-directors. His was so big, we did 2 episodes. We talked about all his movies. And I said, do you remember this time I found my diary? Right down to the hour. We went out to dinner. He was so into Pulp Fiction ever since I met him. I just knew some Pulp Fiction. I visited the set. He was into it. He finished the movie. And I said, hey, because I live here in Austin. So when I go to LA, how did you movie come out? It's not fun. It still feels like a requit with me. What do you mean? It just doesn't feel like a real movie. It feels like another requit movie. I was trying to be the supportive friend because I didn't how much put in. Oh, it should be different. So what happened? It's like 2 in the morning. I was driving off and home after it out. And so I went back to Austin. He had like a screening for all his director friends that I couldn't be at because I lived in Austin. So I called one of them. I said, how was the screening? He was like, oh, this isn't the one. I was like, really? Yeah, it's just too. Yeah, it's just not it. And I asked him this. I was right. He'd forgotten about that moment. In fact, yeah, people didn't get it. And in fact, he didn't get it either. He wasn't sure if it was it. In fact, one filmmaker even said, I want to sit you down and tell you all the things that are wrong with this movie. But I'll wait till you get back from Cannes. He goes to Cannes, wins Cannes. A friend left him a message. Like, what the hell do I know? I've only made one movie. Everyone's mind was changed. So he was surprised by it too. That's why people hear that, because you're making something groundbreaking. It's not like when I'm making something groundbreaking. You don't know that it's going to be. Sometimes things overperform. That's why if you just commit to a body of work, you're not going to know which one's going to be Pulp Fiction, which one's going to be your 4 Rooms. And if you just do that, because I saw a lot of people get hurt, like John Carpenter made The Thing. He thought he made a great movie. He thought he made an amazing movie. Bombs. Critics called it pornography at the time, if you remember. Like, just the makeup effects on his audiences didn't go. It came out the same weekend, unfortunately, as E.T. Right? Why do they call it pornography? Just because it was just so self-indulgent, gross, and nasty. I mean, they're really like green to the point.
So the special effects?
Yeah.
Like someone
That's
alien?
really crazy. Yeah. Really? Yeah. If you don't remember the time, it was really like that. It was repulsion towards this movie. Wow. I know you don't think that now, because 10 years later, and it took 10 years, no, it's not. Wow. 10 years later, it was suddenly considered a classic. Now, if he had committed to a body of work, he would just let that roll off his shoulders and just get played. But it really fucks you up if you think, my instincts must be low. Well, I thought I made a great movie. It's a great fucking movie. It's a great fucking movie, but no one else is saying that. So I was putting George Lucas had the same thing. He showed famously Star Wars to all his director friends, and they're like, "Poor George, he's wasting all his time on this movie." And Spielberg was the only one that was like, "It's naive. It'll do good." And so I asked Quentin, "Was there anybody in that director's group?" He goes, "Yes, there was one. Catherine Bigelow. She was the one who was the champion and said, this is something new and different. No one else was saying that." But it's pretty amazing, right? It's super amazing. It's really, and I would have forgotten it, but I'd not written it down. So
there's a lot of films that slip through the cracks for whatever reason. When they don't get received. You know what I saw recently that I fucking loved? The Monkey. Did you see The Monkey? Yeah. It's a Stephen King book that, or it might be a short story.
Yeah,
it's a short story. It was adapted. It's fucking fun, man. I watched with my youngest daughter. Loves horror movies. And we were looking for something the other night. We were like, all right, let's take a chance on this. Had no idea what it was. Watched the trailer. I'm like, you in? She's like, okay, this is good. So it's fucking chaos. It's such a chaotic, insane, hyper-violent movie. Right. But funny and just, kind of scary. It was really good, man. It was fun. It was like a classic, what I really love about the early Stephen King work. Like his early work. It's like,
here's one that felt in the cracks. Like, I was there at some this product. We have a really great movie. Unfortunately, no one's going to see it because of the title. It was called Shawshank Redemption.
Oh my God.
And it bombed. What? Oh, Shawshank Redemption bombed. What? It was bombed. No, nobody went to see it. It's called Shawshank Redemption. What the hell is the guy's in prison? Nobody went to see it, and this is Sony marketing. They just couldn't get anybody to see it. Wow. But history gets rewritten now. Again, we can be frank there about it because that goes down. But fortunately, he didn't have to wait 10 years. As soon as he got to video, it became a phenomenon of video. And now it's considered, you go on IMDb, it's always neck and neck with The Godfather as the best movie of all time. Wow. That's a movie nobody saw. So again, look, don't blink. Commit to a body of work. You may make a classic, it might be the thing, and you're not going to hear about that for 10 years. Just keep going. Don't let it make you question your instincts, because your instincts.
I would have never guessed Shawshank was a failure.
There's a lot of movies that are
Incredible.
That was a time when people could really get a second life on video. Now it's different.
Look at this. Opening night to the audience to view the film, Darabont and Glotzer went to the Cinerama Dome and found no one there. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Imagine, it's like, I thought, as an artist, you're going to be going, I must be wrong. I must have just don't have.
That's clearly the fault of the marketing.
No, it's also just.
I'm blaming that.
Yeah. I mean, because if anyone showed up, they would have gone and screamed at everybody else. Sometimes it's just the way it goes. It's supposed to go that way. Now, TV and alternate on it. There's a movie called Body Parts with a guy named Jeff Fahey. I love that movie, Body Parts. By Eric Grant. The Hitcher. You never hear about it because the timing of it. And Jeff Fahey was a big Jeff Fahey fan. We were in the early 90s. I kept going with my mother-in-law's. Across the street was a dollar theater showing Body Parts. I go every night at 7 p.m. I go for $1. It was at the second run and watch it just to hear how an audience responds to it. And he was just great in it. I just felt the connection to this guy. I go, I wish I was making movies. I would work with this guy. He's really a cool actor. What's this about? It's about a guy who gets in a car accident, loses his arm. He's given the arm of the killer. He's just kind of just replacing it. Suddenly he starts doing things.
Oh, I remember this.
Okay, so
That's the same dude that was Lawnmower Man.
Yeah, he was a Lawnmower Man.
Yeah.
So this should have been something that was it for him. But this week it came out, they just caught Jeffrey Dahmer like the week before, so they pulled back on the marketing completely. So no one saw it, and so he didn't get that boost in his career. But silver lining, the TV actions was me. I saw it every night. So when I went to do Grindhouse, he retired from acting. He was in Afghanistan. I asked him to do that TV. I said, do work out there. What kind of work? I remember some kind of helping business. He sends me tape. And so I hired him to be in it. Because he was in that movie. In fact, I'd already hired Michael Beaton. And I went, oh shit, Jeff's in the thing. God, Jeff's great too. Let's make them brothers. So they play brothers in Grindhouse. Because he did that movie, he got lost. The show Lost. His whole career came back. So we were talking about it. I just recently was telling him, man, it just came out on 4K. You gotta go see it. You probably never seen it. You've never seen it. I finished the movie. And I said, you're great in it. I was showing him some stuff. He was blowing his mind. He goes, yeah, this movie didn't do well. I remember now why, because the Jeffrey Dahmer thing just didn't do it. That's just how it's supposed to go. But I saw it. And that's why I hired you. That's how you got that second career. Because I was there every night because he was at the dollar theater. So I wanted to do my work. So that's how weird shit happens, right? Yeah, so that makes you see that it's just sometimes that's just how the balls roll. It's just all interconnected. Yeah, somehow it's interconnected. You have to trust the process. You just have to trust the process. And someone in the audience recently I was talking about brass knuckle films, and just getting everybody else stirred up about it. And one guy goes, "You're all positive, but do you have any doubts?" So I've never been asked that question before. So whenever I don't have an answer, I'll ask them first. What do you guys think? How would you answer? How would you answer that? Do you have doubts? You have typically human doubts.
Everyone has doubts.
Okay, so
That's what you do with them.
Right.
You let your doubts overwhelm you. Or do you take them into consideration? These doubts valid.
right,
And what do I have to do to make sure that these feeders don't manifest themselves as reality? Do I have to do extra work? Do I have to work harder? Do I have to be more objective? You have to take into consideration that anything you're going to do that's going to be exciting also carries the possibility of risk. And the risk of failure is a thing that keeps a lot of people from acting.
so if you're gonna commit to a body of work and you gotta not blink,
You got to be well
you don't have to worry about
There's a jiu-jitsu expression. A lot of people use it in MMA as well. You don't lose, you learn.
Yeah. So if you know that's the process, that's my answer. So I don't have any doubt. Because I like to be kind of
The process is long. The thing is long. It's slow. But it's not a sprint. You're not running to a telephone pole. You're running to the other side of the world.
right.
Yeah.
So I told her, no, I don't have any doubts. Just to be counterintuitive. And I say, why? Because if you understand the process, why should you have a doubt? You might fail, but it might be 4 You might, if you have an instinct to go there, you don't know how you're going to do it. What's half the battle? Not knowing. That's the magic. I don't have to know. I'm going to figure it out when it's almost done. You know, all those things come together.
Risk averse. That it becomes a pattern, and it's very hard to break out of. And I always tell them, find something that you can have success at. Find something that you enjoy doing. It doesn't have to be a career. It could be a game that you enjoy playing. It could be anything. Painting, writing. It could be a thing that you
Because
enjoy.
you love it, you will have success at it.
Yes.
Because I'm sure you were drawing too. You know, in school, I would be drawing all day in school. I'd make these flip cartoon books in the sides of these dictionaries, paper dictionaries, flip cartoon movies. I'd get the dictionary as big as and fattest and make these very elaborate stick figure animations. And everyone in class loved it. I'd be like, maybe broke. I can't pay attention to class.
I used to do cartoons at the teachers in high school.
Yeah, everybody loved it.
Yeah, I passed them around the class, and I got in trouble a bunch of times for it. And one time I had this science teacher, Mr. Holman, and Mr. Holman was very odd, very eccentric guy. And so I drew a cartoon of him behind his screen. So he had a screen that he pulled down where he could show like films, and then when he pulls the screen up, he had no idea that on the chalkboard I had drawn this cartoon, and the whole fucking class starts laughing.
Like, how did then?
Yeah, it was like my first introduction to be a comedian.
It's very satisfying. But did you think you were going to make a career out of that?
No, of course not. You think
I was thinking, oh my god, I would be so broke. I can't understand what they're talking about. I'm way behind.
Yeah,
and I'm not the best artist, so it's not like I'm gonna I'm some protege or something, some thought. But that's in my career was just doing that stuff because you love it so much. I ask people, you want to find your passion. What is that thing that you love to do on the weekend?
right.
I was always wondering how to do that. Like when you're done punching the clock all week, what is it that you go run to? That's part of your passion. Put your effort into that. You'll actually find success doing it.
100%.
Put stuff together. Some opportunities are going to fall in your lap.
And if that's not it, at least you'll have learned that you can follow this process to get good at something, to get really deeply involved in something, and you can apply that to other things. It might be a thing that exciting.
So this is what I applied it to. I'd forgotten this lesson, which was just say you're this person. Stop aspiring.
Right.
Our words we use are so powerful. You say, well, I'm probably not going to be successful. That's your life. You just think that. You're self-defined. So I had a friend of mine. I always hated working out. I didn't follow any sports, in high school. We would use a small school. We would use on the team. Paul, basketball before. So I hated working out. There's a line in the faculty that I gave to Elijah Wicks. That was my line to teachers when they make me work. I go, I don't think a person who should run unless he's being chased. And they would leave me alone. But I hated it. So then I became a filmmaker. Oh, when I was a cartoonist, my back kept going out. 19, I'm like, I have a cane. My back would be out for like a month because I would sit.
Oh, wow.
The table dry, and I was so tired. I was just throwing it back out. I would just go out. And then when I started filmmaking, every year we just go out like clockwork. So I'm operating the camera, I'm operating the Steadicam. And when I was doing Spy Kids 2, I think, Ricardo Montalban had a bad back. He got surgery to fuck him up. He was in a wheelchair. He was paralyzed. So he's in a wheelchair, and I'm with a walker. And my back went out. He goes, Robert, I'm 84 years old. What's your excuse? You gotta work out, Robert. He's always in shape. That chest is fucking Star Trek 2. That's his chest. Yeah. God, yeah. He was in his late 60s or mid 60s.
They used the spy. So
yeah, they did some.
God damn it. So
I wish I could talk about that before. I know. We went to a good place, but they just hit something wrong.
It happens too slow.
Okay, so I go, okay, I don't want that attacking me, but I don't want to work out. So the next year I worked in slow. So I slow. I got to get in shape because my back keeps going out. And I like to work. Get the trainer. Anyone you ever seen in Hollywood got in shape, they have a trainer. We're about to want you to train. You need a trainer. Well, then if you need a trainer, Mr. Rocky, what chance does Mortal Men have? So I hired a trainer. And guess what happened? Hated it. Hated it. I hide from the guy. He'd come to my house. I'd hate him not to show up. I'd hate it. I'd pop it. I'd hide it. I'd call it sick. And then when he did get me, I'd be like half-assed. I hated it. And then 1 year, it was just torture. I knew I had to do it, but this is my point. Sometimes it's not the lack of desires. When people are going to become something and not getting it, it's not too late to change their minds. There's something that goes with desire. I have plenty of desires in this guy. I wanted to get in shape. I didn't want my back to bed anymore. I had the desire. I was missing out the key element. But I figured out it's a lesson I already knew. Stop aspiring, but I forgot it. So this woman, a friend of mine from Mexico, she's a production manager. I have to stop smoking. My doctor said I have to stop smoking or I'm going to die. I've been smoking since I was 8 years old. I said, well, you're going to go back to smoking because you just told me that's your identity. You've been doing this since you're 8. So right now you're a smoker who's not smoking. Eventually, you're going to conform to their identity. You have to change your identity. You have to say, I'm a non-smoker. I'm a non-smoker. Because what are non-smokers? What do you think of the smells? She was like, okay, I'll try it. I don't know what happened, but I thought the voice is killing me. She really talks like that. So then I go, hey man, shit, I used to apply for filming. That's all I was back then. Where else in my life can I do a 180? And it's got to be a 180. Because if it's just a matter of degrees, it's bullshit. It's much easier to just opposite. So I'm like, oh my God, working out. I hate working out. Of course I hate working out. So I tell my trainer and everyone who listens how much I hate it. I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. The last thing I would ever call myself, Mr. Cartoon Guy. I'm an athlete. By the next day, what an athlete do? Loves to work out. Makes time to work out. Eats right. So it's got to be opposite. It's much easier. One goes to the couch and they just like, no, I'm going to work out. Or there's a donut. I'm not going to cut it in half and eat half. It's bullshit. Because degrees fuck you up. Opposite. There's a donut. No, I'm going to reach for an apple. And not only was I able to work out, this was 14 years ago. I didn't need a trainer again. I'll just be like making myself do it because I'm an athlete. That's how powerful the mind is. So I'm saying if someone says, oh, I'm going to do this thing on the weekend, you might have the desire, but you've got to get the identity. You've got to say you're that. And it sounds a little awkward. Like I asked somebody, like reading them, I said, you consider yourself a creative person. Anyway, oh, and that's kind of, I said, you're stuttering there, man. You're stuttering. I know. It's just, no. I gotta say, are you technical? Yeah. Okay. You're technical and creative. That was the first thing that stuck in my ear. It's also what your camera is. It's also what your focus is technical and creative. When at my first job, my dad went to Photoshop. He said, go work for my friend Mario for your summer job. Went to work for Mario, processing film for photos, and he gave me a camera for film. He said, go home and take pictures of this. I need you to know how to use that camera so you know these other cameras. So I went home and I'm from a family of 9 kids, definitely 10 kids, 9 siblings, taking all these pictures of them, doing cool stuff. Go back and look at the pictures and it goes, whoa, these are really creative. You're creative. You got to now learn how to be technical. Because most creative people always need technicians. Technicians always need creative people. Now it's against your gift. It's just a gift you have. They can never really be creative, those should be technical. But because you have creativity, if you apply yourself, it's against your nature. If you apply yourself and learn the technical part, you'll be technical and creative, and you'll be impossible. You'll be unstoppable. And I was like, whoa, it's not. I was 16. He goes, here, wait. Go. I know sometimes I would ask you about who did that for you. Who was, because if you look at all the different turning points in your life, there's probably somebody who sent you in a direction. It comes through. Because if I were to go back and ask that guy, hey, that advice you gave me, he'd be like, well, that's another person. I just came through at the time. Right. So he pointed me that way. And that's why I made a mariachi by myself. I didn't want to take anybody because I wanted to learn. I didn't know how to use that camera. But if you go ask somebody to do it for you, your I need list, if you make a list of all the things you need before you make your dream happen, the longer that list is, the less that's going to happen. You got to reduce it down to nothing. Me, my hands, my bootstraps, this camera all day, be technical and creative. So I told Lex, now you got to own it. I say, are you creative? Yeah, creative. And I'm technical. And I don't blink. And my creative body of work. It's like, I'm always out there supercharged,
Lex needs a guy like you in his life all the time. He's too self-deprecating. Such a brilliant guy.
And it's nice to be self-deprecating. It's kind of a joke, but a little bit. But the words you use on yourself are very.
He beats himself up.
The words you use, you're doing that to yourself.
Yeah.
The guy throwing cabbage at you on stage. Look close. It's you. You're doing that to yourself. You're the one who's like shit. So you're doing that to yourself with your words.
He'll make like Twitter posts about how down he is, and I want to go to his house and fucking shake him with a baby.
Yeah, dude, you're down. You stay down. I have this theory called baseline. I talk to my kids and we just laugh about it. Goes, okay, when shit fucks up, it's just not going right. So don't be down about it. Don't feel like you're in a slump. Because now you just stuck yourself in a grave. It's going to be hard to climb out. Right. When shit isn't going right, oh, the tire's flat. Oh, I got fired. I call that baseline. You're a baseline. Anything above baseline. Like this right now, we're having this great talk. This is way above baseline. I'm with Joe Rogan shit. You know, so it's way above baseline. Celebrate that shit. Yeah. Because it's not always there. Don't say that you're going to go down. You're just going to go to baseline. It's much easier to accept. And then you're not in a negative position. You're just kind of at a normal. I'm at a normal, and I'll really appreciate when anything above baseline happens. My daughter about to play an arena show. She's going to sing. I'm going to play with my band. I told her, way above baseline. We're going to get a nice hotel. We're going to really celebrate this because this shit doesn't always happen. And when everything's going really, really wrong, baseline. Only when things are really down, you can call yourself low. You don't have to do that. Or why just stay there for a much longer time? You're just a baseline. That's just life. Oh yeah, I tried to go make that movie and it didn't work. Baseline. It's really it's mindset. It's all mind. It's all stuff you're doing to yourself. Yes. And these are things I like to pass on to people because when they come back and give it back to me, I don't know if you give your kids advice this you learn. You learn so much. Yeah. You've got the best job in the world. You're learning all day. Yeah. So I bet you don't know if it's going to stick. I'm shocked how much that not only sticks, but they come back and they feed it back to me. Oh yeah. It's just like, it's just like you talk.
They also learn by watching you do it.
Oh yeah, they've seen you move through the world.
Yeah, but you're the dad, you're making all these films, you're doing all this, you're involved. You have action. There's a lot of action. You're constantly in motion. You're doing things. You're creating things. That's inspiring to them. They like absorb that. If you're down on yourself all the time,
oh yeah,
that's
they go, okay, that's life. That's gonna happen to me.
Or you can reject that and be the opposite. Like I have a friend, his family was alcoholics. He's never had a drop of drinking in his life, and he's super disciplined because of that.
I'll take my secret. I've never done drugs.
Nothing?
Never.
You don't even drink coffee, you were saying.
I don't even do coffee.
You were telling that story because it's so hilarious.
Oh, a friend of mine, what was his name? He was working at the Sony when I first got there for mariachi. This kid, my assistant, he was like, falling asleep at the desk. And I'm like, why are you falling asleep? And he goes, I'm trying to get off coffee. I was like, oh my God, I'm never going to get on coffee. Like, I want those guys getting their hooks in me. And then over there, you see that show up, I realize how he's going in there having to get their coffee. As I drink stuff, like, all marketing, all. So it's made to be addictive, like nicotine. Oh, and then your body can't create that. I understand today's as it is. Because I don't anything like that.
Do you really?
I can say I just did this. What's your favorite workout music?
Mine?
Yeah. I just did the classic stuff like Van Halen. Oh, I did a music video for Wolfgang Van Halen. And we shot it 2 days. And I was up 2 days. I just realized what was going to happen next. 2 days. And 2 days. I was just like, I want to see what happens next. I didn't even notice my shoulders. Like, oh, my shoulder. Like, pulled up myself doing some shrugs or something. It's like, I went back to sit in that chair. I was like, oh, I've been sitting like this for 2 days. Sitting just doing this. That's insane. But it's really cool.
But don't you have a lot of diminishing returns where it's like you're so tired that you really need to get
It's different with editing. Editing is a weird. I was thinking that as I was doing it. I wish I could do this with writing, where I could just write for 2 days straight. But the words are knocking me out and you're sleeping for a while. Editing is this visual stimulus, and you're so excited. I kept going, okay, one more hour, and you just can't stop. You just can't stop because now you're seated. About 38 hours later, it's going to drop like this. Great workouts for sure, but it's just really entertaining. That's it's talent. He does all the instruments himself. Really? He plays every instrument. He plays the drums, bass, guitar, sings, writes the songs. When he goes on tour, he takes his band with him because he can't play all the parts. But the albums is throughout. He's working on his plays all the instruments.
Wow.
Super talented. Really, really fun. And I like working with people who just do more than other people. They just at that level, and it's so inspiring.
It's feeling enough. Yeah. That's why I always tell people, if you can surround yourself with other people that are really getting after it in life, it would 100% motivate
Completely.
in a different way. It's instead of having that procrastination feeling to get up excited.
You have to. And it's like, parents tell you, careful your peers are. When you're younger, because it means one thing. Oh, yeah. But later, even more. Like when I started going to the film festival, I just quit. And then I meet Jim Cameron. And you like Dirk Lucas. It's like, you can't hang with these guys if you're not accomplishing something.
Right.
So when they say, hey, what are you up to? Well, down in Texas, I got my own studio. Pioneering digital filmmaking and green screen technology. I want to make the first digital 3D. Oh, people. So, yeah, I got to handle that. I got to be doing something.
That's a great one. By the way.
But still, compared to what they're doing, when I first met Jim,
That's exciting.
when I first met Jim Cameron, that's why you don't want to be around people who you're the best. You're better.
Right.
You want to be one that they're sweet and hard. Yes. So surround yourself with those people and do some things so that they let you hang with them. But you want to learn. Like here's Jim Cameron, for instance. When I met him, I really played because of him. So I said, go back to what you guys want. And I can't afford a steady cam over here, so I took a 3D cam course. I'm not playing it myself. Well, it's steady cam. Just do some things. Anyway, I bought a steady cam, but not to operate. I'm going to take it apart, design it better. So I was like, that's completely who he is. Us mere mortals are like trying to operate the thing. He's designing whole new systems. And if you think that's very inconsistent with who he is, that's the person you want to hang out with. Not someone, the guy had said, oh, me too. I'm doing the same thing.
Didn't you go to the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
Dude, so he's got
somewhere he did
it's only, it's on his desk. It's like this big on his desk, this green machine. And I was looking at it going like, aren't you afraid? I mean, I've got kids, wife, aren't you afraid to go down that deep? Is that happening? Like, no. So why not? Oh, I designed this hate field. So any other bozo had done it, I'd be afraid because he did it. And all the confidence in the world. Talk about something of no doubt. No doubt. So it's not hilarious. That's him though. It's like, yeah, if someone else designed this skate field, well, I'd be afraid. But I did it. He had no positive. That's just like crazy. So that's kind of confidence. That's like people hang out with.
Yeah, that's it changes your genius.
It changes your perception of life. And by osmosis, you pick up. I call it this proximity phenomenon. Like I took a painting class with Sebastian Career at Painting Germany. I saw this class that he gets for a week. I'm like, I'm going to go do that class. Not to learn how to paint so much. I know I'll be a better director by learning how to paint. Because it's that another way into creativity. You just want to get better at creativity. So just do as many jobs as you want, as you can, but you're interested. If you just do one job, you barely do one job. You have to do all these other ones to kind of inform it. Yes. So I went out there. He doesn't teach anything. He just paints. I'll show you the examples before and after. Just by, I thought for sure I did pre-painting before we went out there. It looks like crap. I don't know what brushes he's using, but the kinds of paints. It's a different method. He must have some trick. I go, and he's painting this amazing Jagger photo wheel in front of us. But we all paint alongside. And we're painting using regular paint. Brushes are using regular paint. I can't do that. I go back and suddenly it's a painting. I'm going to try one more photo wheel. I should use bloody way. It looks like I dropped the stuff like holy shit. It's because I found giving myself vision to do it. Oh, you can it's an ability, but you're invisible. I don't know. Something I don't know. So you can be around somebody who's doing it at that level, suddenly you can do it too. It's like breaking the field. Like as soon as I made mariachi, no one had ever done anything like that. Suddenly there's 10, 12, 13 movies made, very low budget because they go, oh, it's possible. Now suddenly you can do it too. And when it's in the room, when you're right near it, it's just a phenomenon that you can just lean off them. That doesn't teach you anything. Just by being around and seeing how they do it. And seeing they accomplish with the regular people. You're just accomplishing the high level. Just blows your mind. That's really important. Yeah, right.
I was speaking last night on the radio. We were talking about this area of the country that's falling apart, and I was like, comedy's top down. Man. You have to have a bunch of assassins all working together in the same location. They all feed off each other, and then all the people coming up below, they see that. You see these young guys that are coming up. They see these people working really hard and constantly creating and constantly doing all these different sets and constantly working on new material, and they get inspired by it. And then you see these guys get Netflix specials. It's all happening at the club. So this club that we're doing in Austin is all about that process. Yeah. We have specifically designed it to have 2 open mic nights, Sunday and Monday. So new people, no experience, get up there. People from all across the country moving here, so they can be a part of the process. There's like a real path to success that you can see. Because guys like Ron White are there, guys like Shane Gillis are there, Tony Hinchcliffe, and these young guys, Derek Post, all these young guys that are coming up that are really exciting. You know, it's like it's really fun. There's like a vibe of creativity that everybody feeds off. I love what you built. You come here, over here like 4 years, you already like built this whole community. Right? Well, it kind of built itself, man. It's the same thing we were talking about before, instincts. First of all, I had the instinct to escape LA. I was like, this is not going to change. It's going to get worse. I got to get the fuck out of here. And Ron had already been here. Ron was here in 2018. And once my family was interested in doing it, it was pretty easy. Because I'm one of those guys, like, I just can just pick up stakes and go. I'm like, okay, life is different now. Let's live in Texas. Like, I want that. I like change. I like not having any fucking idea what's going to happen. I'm excited by that. And so then once we got out here, and the Ron's like, we got to open up the club. Okay, we got to open up the club. And so then I started looking for locations, and luckily, the Ritz was available. I did under contract for this one world theater that was all right. That fell apart. Ritz is cool right now. Oh, it was the perfect spot. When the Ritz was available, it was like, oh my god, this is it. And then when people walked in, it was still the Alamo, so it was like set up for a movie theater with like those angled slope seating. And then we got to change everything, but I'm like, this is it. And then I started bringing in other comics to help me. I'm like, what would you do? Louis C.K. came. He's like, I think you should make this thing smaller. Make the thing smaller. I think you should make the ceiling lower. Make the ceiling lower. Like, so we were able to do whatever we wanted to do and design the club from scratch just for comics. And once everybody knew that it was happening, it was just so nuts. It really was like that, but it was like the universe wanted it to happen. And I say that it sounds so self-important, but it's exactly that. It's just you're stumbling upon so many things had to happen in this order for it to happen this way. And then you had to have someone who's like me, it's accustomed to just going by instinct. Yeah. And my whole life, I'm like, fuck it, let's do this. I'm like, that's what I do. And so when this came up, I'm like, okay, we're not going to stop doing what you do now. Don't be a pussy. This is what you do. You're going to throw a bunch of money at this thing. Let's make this happen. And tell everybody you're doing it. And call all your friends in LA. Call all your friends in New York. Come on down. We're making this happen. I tell people that after mariachi, it's like, I never thought I could get everything because I live in LA, contacts and all that. So I was going to get a practice film. But then when he got bought, it's getting released. And one Sunday, I said, my practice film. I thought, I don't have to go to LA. I don't even know what's up there. Between an airplane flight and FedEx, that's 3 years. Right. So for the past 35 years before that, why are you in Austin? I don't understand. It's like, now they're all moving here. But it's because you just think outside the box here. So yeah, I tell people, filmmakers who all thought they need to move to LA, stay where you are, build up your community around you. We built this amazing community of filmmakers here. All they made were westerns before that. Wow. Somehow made Spy Kids, Sin City, these crazy movies that really changed. The ripple effects of the whole community is huge because you're changing the workforce. Yes. And so you just, by doing that thing, and it's like, it isn't like it's like it's pre-planned. It's like it's pre-laid out. Yeah. I tell my artists, when you go to my house, you're going to feel it. You feel like these connections. And I go, I think we realize we're smart. We're not smart enough to do all that stuff. I think we've missed like many times before. We forget a lot of it. So we barely impression of what we're supposed to do. But it's because we did it 1,000 times and we forgot it each time. Like a dream, when you wake up from a dream. That because you wake up from a dream and you go, I was a filmmaker in that dream. I have 5 kids. And that's what it's going to be like when our life is over. You'll wake up and it'll be like your past lifetime just goes away. And you go start again. And now you're a fisherman. But I just had this thought, wow, what if I wake up and I can remember the dream?
And that's it. Because I feel like sometimes you feel like you can predict the future, but not like you can predict it. You recognize it once it happens. Like, oh, yeah, this is right. How did I know to go this way? I didn't do it on purpose. Like you said, I didn't set all the things that needed to fall into place were too coincidental. What is it about? So that's why you're just follow your instinct. Follow your instinct, even if it sounds bonkers. Follow it. And if it fails, keep going, because there might be full rooms or something. Just keep going.
There is an important piece of advice too, that if you're outside of a hive of like-minded thinking, when you're outside of that, I think you're thinking wrong.
Go that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like high school. You go back to some of the famous leagues. High school goes off to college, goes off to season world. They come back to their old hometown and they find their old friends still driving the same streets. That's LA.
Yeah.
They're still doing the same shit, the same way, and you just went off the reservation.
It's also their opinions are only based on what's popular. It's like you were talking about Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Like before, they're like, what the fuck is this? And then they're like, oh my god, I got more of that.
You gotta make something
like
this.
Yeah. Like that's what it is. Like their opinions are bullshit. It's like it's all just based on they lick their finger and they find out which way the wind's blowing, and that's how they think. And that's how they are politically. That's how they are socially. It's like they're nonsense people, and you got to get away from that.
Get away, create your own thing.
The problem with comics is that we all got trapped in the velvet prison of television.
Right.
So television's the velvet prison. The real art form is what we do on stage. That's what everybody really loves. Yes.
Okay.
It's like
show back to the way. So many comics have such great, like Netflix specials.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Where it's basically them doing stand-up, but they've got a huge audience.
Exactly. Well, what happened was the internet came along, and a bunch of unconventional people became very famous on the internet without the help of Hollywood. People that the Tim Dillons of the world that don't fit into this television box, but when you get them on the internet, they get buck wild. Like, oh my god, then they have this massive following. Theo Vaughn, all these different people that have this very unconventional approach that, for whatever reason, wouldn't fit in. Certainly couldn't host the Tonight Show, but once they get on their own, and now they develop this. Like, there's more arena acts now for stand-up comedy than ever before in the history of comedy. Yeah,
that's amazing.
I mean, not even close. I mean, the only arena act in the 1980s was Andrew Dice Clay. Right. So first it was Steve Martin, then it was Andrew Dice, and Steve Martin kind of decided that the popularity of it all was so confusing to him that everything that he said was funny, and it didn't make any sense. He didn't feel it. Then he stopped doing comedy. He stopped doing stand-up. Which he had a very different kind of stand-up. Anyway, he played the banjo and he sang songs. So Dice comes along, and Dice Clay is selling out arenas. It's like the first comedian ever to do that. And then later in the 2000s, it was Dane Cook, because Dane Cook figured out how to use MySpace and developed this gigantic following online. Same kind of thing. And so then, by the time the pandemic hit, I was like, we don't need to be in LA. Right? We're not going to be on TV. The only reason why we're in LA is the Comedy Store, and the Comedy Store is closed for the next fucking year and a half because these idiots that run the city. And we came to Texas. And once we were out here, I was like, oh, this is so much better. Because now, instead of being around these Hollywood people that don't really have opinions, they just go whichever way the breeze is going. Now you're hanging out with regular folks. Yeah. Like regular people that are cops and firemen and auto repair guys. You're just humans. So all the people I interact with are just normal people. So I was like, so like already filmmakers. Yeah. So much better. It's infinitely better, nicer. Honestly, you get a lot more done. I was crazy. I have 2 movies out a year. I could make them so fast, and I just in the studio. It's like there also has to be something cool feeling about like doing it on your own, away from the
way better.
Yeah,
that's why it's like I try to create original franchises. Because if you go direct, you want a James Bond director. But if you create your own franchise, it feels so much better.
Right.
But that's successful. If someone says, "Well, how did you go? Oh, I get that voice." So it was, "Oh man, what was that? That's you! Oh my god, I grew up with it." It's like, oh yeah, it's a whole new movie. It's much more gratifying. And yeah, I did the right thing back then.
What movie does he like to be the franchise?
Oh yeah, we want to do another one for sure. Like graphic novels.
Yes.
You have to my studio. That city is still in my parking lot. Really? 20-foot ceilings, 7 streets. It's like the largest stand set in the country, if not the
Can I go
world.
Friday? Can I
Yeah.
go Friday?
Good Friday. You're not gonna believe this. You're gonna go like, okay, something you're gonna believe.
Okay.
He's talking about what you just said about how people are different here. He started a new label, like the label I gave myself of an athlete. When you create a label, it's a business thing too. It gives what your label is a filter. So I'm doing an action slate, so that already you get a bunch of ideas. It's just action. An action slate of 4 pictures. It's called Brass Knuckle Films. You're going to read the first one. So I'm going to direct the first one. I've already got. What are we doing? I'll show you. It's a great part. You're going to come to the studio. I'll tell you that. Okay. But Brass Knuckle Films is cool because it's the first time it's an investable film slate. So fans can invest in the movie. They can purchase them, but it's not crowdfunding. Like you can get killed in the movie when you put in a certain amount of investment. But what's cool about it, I just want the audience to win. Because the audience is an afterthought. Like you say, you go to the studios and people in Hollywood and people are watching movies. And then people meet the real audience and they're so into it. They're so behind it. It's like, where's your cut? Studios only show up to an audience at the end when they want you to go get your friends to come spend money on their overpriced movies. So I'm going to do this thing where even at $250 the lowest level, you put into this thing any of the 4 movies, one of which I'm going to direct for sure, produce an album that try and make it keep the cost down as they go to profit center. Any one of these movies' success, you share in that success all the way through sequels. And for even $250, they put some money in. You get to have that proximity thing because we have the whole group together. That's such a great idea. And everybody gets to pitch their action movie idea. And I'm committed to making at least one of the movies on the slate from fan investors' ideas. So not only will you be an investor, but you'll be a creator. So we're almost already topped out. We're going to hit we still have 20 days left. It's going to surge again. We're going to raise like 1.5 million for development funds. And we're almost at $1 million already. 22 days left. So I'm telling everybody who's listening, come in at the lowest level. Just be part of our community because people who come here get proximity. And the lowest level is $5. $250, which, you make that back on success of any of the movies. That's awesome. And it just hedges your bets. And it's just action because there's always an appetite for action. Like you ask Netflix right now, what kind of movies they need? It's action, performative action. Oh, sure. And internationally, so we're going to make the thing that people always buy. They're also really fun to make. You're going to be perfect. I want to bring you back to Frisetta. Oh, yeah. This is the thing that I wanted to pitch this to Quentin, and maybe I can pitch this to you. Sure. Somebody needs to make a real Conan the Barbarian. Yeah. A real Conan the Barbarian that's like the Robert Howard books. Yeah. The real Conan. Because the Arnold ones are great, they're fun, and Momoa, I think, is the best Conan of all time. Because he was the guy, what was his name in Game of Thrones? I don't remember, Khal Drogo. Yeah. He's the most realistic of all Conans. That's what Conan's supposed to look like. He didn't look like a bodybuilder, he looked like a fucking super fit assassin. Yeah. Instead of a sword superior. Yeah. But the books are awesome. They're fucking awesome. It's right up your alley. It's about the barbarian is actually the one who's got code. Yeah. Right? Yeah. And all the replays are the ones that are like crooked and shit. Yeah. It's just so classic. And the barbarians. God. That guy was from Texas. The guy in Rabbi. Yeah. From Texas. Outside down. That part I have in the house where he made all these movies. It's in the land that he looked over and saw and said, that's Samaria. That's where Conan's from. So I always felt this connection. I wanted to do Conan. So I almost did it for I even wrote Jim Cameron into it. Really? We were going to do kind of like what we did with Anita. I said, gee, let's do Conan and we'll make it look like the paintings. Technology wasn't there yet. And I ended up doing Sin City instead. I had already written, there's going to be 3 movies. So it's just different occupations. It's kind of built like the James Bond series, where you follow what is different. So it starts with him as a thief. And the second movie is him as a Buccaneer mercenary. And the third one is when he becomes king. So the actor can grow with the role. Like you took Daniel Craig and started to see him out. By the end, he's no type of guy. You got to get an actor who does the whole journey. So I had a whole trilogy. Let's go. I know. Let's go. Netflix had it. I went to them, and they let the bright snaps. Like they had too much sometimes it's too much baggage for a character.
Dude, let me call them. Right, let me get on the phone with Ted Sarandos
Right make it already, yeah.
Jamie, can you sum up for Zeta, Conan the Usurper?
It's probably a painting called Chains. I don't know the Chains.
No.
Was it the one where
there's a bunch of the...
He named them different than the books because of the copyright issue. So,
so
whatever's on the cover, you can find the cover, but the painting itself might be different.
It's just, if you just pull up Frazetta Conan, because he did a bunch of them.
You don't look this.
King,
Barbarian,
that's incredible. The one when he's standing over the bodies with the sword, that's the ground. Yes, that's the one. So I remember seeing that when I was a kid, because I was always into graphic novels, and I was into comic books, and I saw that when I was a kid at a comic book store. I was probably like 11 years old. I was like, holy shit. That is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
And it's still kind of imitates it. It's a very triangular way of composing that tells the story. The posters still look like this.
That fucking...
Look at the one with the snake. Again, you see the triangular design. Now the meaning of the snake and the death him.
Yes.
It tells a whole story. I have a theory of why his art is the way it is. I know the
Really?
Okay. So when first you get to Hollywood, right? So I'm just this kid as an artist. You get to Hollywood, first thing you want to do is work with all your heroes. So Dust Till Dawn, I said, I want to work with Frazetta. He used to do some posters like the Gauntlet. Clint Eastwood, that Gauntlet, what he did. Pick up the Gauntlet, Clint Eastwood, Frazetta. And so I called him and he said, yeah, I'll do it. In fact, when I showed him the movie, he goes, where'd you find this gal? And I said, yeah.
That was Frazetta?
Yeah.
Wow.
I wanted to get that for Dust Till Dawn. He said, where'd you find this gal? I said, I wish I had a gal like that. Like, she's based on all your paintings. All the girls always in your paintings. I made sound like that. Because it's Frazetta. Come to life. He goes, oh, that's all you need on the poster. Well, you had a girl get interactive. So when you come to the house, you see the painting he did. It was the year he got his first stroke. So it took him, by the time I got the painting, we'd already made the posters. We thought the kid's not going to come, and then it showed up. But we gave it away at comic book stores. But it's really cool. And at the bottom of the painting, there's some of the actors. He didn't paint hard, you could tell. He was like, the other actors quit. And then instead of vampires, he just did his monkey boots here. And it's really cool. It's really cool. But I got to know him when I got to visit his studio. Again, that's some of the mindset. And I didn't realize he had it. There in all of these originals. I see all of the things like that. Wow. He had all those originals next to his house in the museum. Like all of those that you were just looking at. They were all there. I didn't realize as an illustrative artist, sometimes you don't own your own material. You made it a point to own your originals. So like the ones you just were salivating over, those were in my house. Wow. I wish I knew 7 years ago. These kids, oh my God. These kids are so passionate. Even his granddaughter Sarah Frazetta, she has Frazetta Girls. There's some always, bringing up his legacy.
Yeah, there's that.
Keeping it alive. So critical. But I really wanted to go do like a Conan type movie, which I wanted to do one based on Fire and Ice, which is the only one he actually does an animated film. Thought, well, maybe if Conan's been used too much, let's do Fire and Ice as a movie because he worked on it as an animator. Let's just make I just want his paintings to move like Ad Frank Miller's art. Yeah, Frazetta's paintings to move because he was transporting us to another world that we all recognize.
If you could make that
Conan
with a sword
like that.
Yeah. Go back to that photo again, Jen. Yeah. With the sword.
It's called the Barbarian.
You could say that Conan's been done to me. No, the one with the sword. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, we've never seen it like that.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like,
look, that's not a guy that's just like been in the gym.
Right. He looks like he's been swinging a sword and cutting off
an analogy. You would do that. That's why I got Jim interested. It's
covered in scars.
Like that.
Yeah.
It's like a made up even anatomy.
The books were so fucking good, man. Even though Conan's been done a bunch of times, it hasn't been done right. No, it hasn't been done like the books, and it's so right. Like,
because it was done that way first, like with Arnold did, people just figure, oh, we'll just hire a bodybuilder to be a barbarian type character from then on. But to do it really like that, he's more like a James Bond. This movie.
Yes.
And he's really fucking smart.
Yes.
It's just no, but I got to meet Frazetta, so keep that up for a second. So I went to him and we talked about his paintings and how he did it. I got to figure out how he did this. originals, like, holy shit, all the originals. How did you make it? And he really loved to live life. He would like golf, baseball, he get an assignment, and he'd wait till the last minute and go and paint it. So what happens when you wait till the last minute? You have to just open up the pipe and let it through, right?
Yeah.
That's why we all know this place, collectively. Jim Cameron, Del Toro, John Miller, John Garrett. You see these originals in this, you see the person closure. It feels like we're being transformed. I think because he did it at the last minute, they just came from the universe. Because that's what people relate. People would just buy these paperbacks for the art.
Yes.
This Conan was created in the 30s.
Yeah.
Books came out in the 60s.
Right.
They didn't put a big hit until these books came out because of the art.
Exactly.
And then when you read the stories were really great. But they got them from the art.
100%.
He was showing me his layout of paintings in 2 days, 1 day, 3 days, wow, 4 days, 2 days. I was like, oh, just locked in, and it's just coming out because he had to. His wife would say, yeah, his paint was still wet when I was taking it to the kitchen. He would wait till the last minute, but these masterpieces would come out. And I just was really inspired by it. So when he passed away, his kids said, what should we do with the art? So let's make a movie based on the art. Who's got this now? So different. They've sold some of them. Like the kids, like if you go to Frank Jr. So much. Frank Jr. still has the museum. He still has a lot of the masterworks. Each kid has some of the masterworks, and they're all great. And keeping his legacy going. And I want to make a movie about it just to get his name back up. We're all inspired by it. Oh, so cool. And
How did you find out about those books?
I think it was just an assignment, and he would barely read the book. Just do his own thing.
So they start putting the books out, more mass publishing in the 1960s.
Yeah.
So he does these illustrations, he does the paintings.
He's flying off the shelves.
Flying off the shelves because of the painting.
Wow. Those paintings, those books, no matter even the best art book today, when you see the original, it cannot capture what the original has. Nobody knows, right? You guys have like 14 different things. You got to consider. Especially as an illustrator, you're going to freak out.
We have all the prints. We have one of the prints. Go back to those images. The one that we have, Jamie, with him with the giant gorilla.
Yeah.
We have one of those where he's fighting the gorilla. He's on his back. He's got a red cape.
That's called Manning.
Manning.
That's right. Just pan over to the left. It's on the left side. Here it is.
That's it. We have one that
was in my house.
Oh, so the real one?
The real one.
So
when
we have that out by
the kid said, hey, the kid said, can you take our photos for us and show info for people because hurricane season's coming. They live in Florida, and we don't want anything to have their insured, but they could be gone. Oh my God! Can you take it? I was like, yeah, I'll take it on my house. So for a year and a half, I had these. The barbarian when they were just the store stand. Yeah. I had that one.
Oh my God!
So I would have everyone who came to Southwest Southwest. It was just in town. They'd come to my house and make pizza, and we would just stare and drool over the pizza.
Those inspired me so much as a kid to be an illustrator.
Yeah.
The Frazetta paintings and some of the drawings from the graphic novels that people have made of these inspired me so much as a kid.
It's just dream imagery.
Yeah.
Dream fantasy.
Pure fantasy.
Yeah. To recognize.
Yes. And every young kid wanted to wish it was coming.
Yeah. You guys skinny little kid, and you go like, is that what I'm going to do? I wish I had it. So anyway, yeah. And so I don't know if you read these books. They were based on these comics. They were based on the books. They just translate the books. There was a comics code. So Conan the Barbarian comic had to follow the code. There was a black and white magazine called Savage Sword of Conan. Oh, I read those. They didn't have to follow the code. Right. That's why people would get killed. And they would just, and Great Times would just like take the book and put the book in several chapters. Yeah, they were brute. They're really great. Yeah, that's what science grew up with that. Drawing out of that, learning how to draw anatomy from Conan. The Marvel comics were fun, but they were. This was still under Marvel, but it wasn't under Conan because it was considered a magazine. That's what I'm saying. So the Marvel comics were fun, but they weren't. Oh, right. Yeah. They were brutal because they had a comics group. Yeah, the comic sites. By doing a magazine. Yes, they got around. So you can find the Savage Sword. Yeah, Savage Sword of Conan. There it is. Yeah, that's one where he's that's Boris Lee. Oh, yeah, this is great for just the other one. He came out in the 70s. This is a great Frazetta story. several of his paintings where you see them, they're not very big a lot of times because they were for paperbacks. So they didn't have to be that big. But then there were some, like in the early 70s, that were big. Civil Warrior, A Fierce War. And I asked Rosetta, I said, what was this here right here? All these movies, these four bigger ones you did. What was that for? Oh, they were saying I was watching that. That was finished. It's because Boris Vallejo was coming out. They're like, oh, I think for Rosetta. So I did 1, 2, 3, 4 beauties. Shut them all. Shut them all up.
Boris Vallejo Conan. Because Boris had a different style. It was like a little more.
And also, you could feel sexual or something. You could, I love that. But you could almost feel the model. You could almost see that there's a model.
Well, it was very cool, but it came different feelings. Instead, it was more raw,
Very raw.
Boris Vallejo. It was great.
He's doing it. I mean, he's doing it for that style.
Yeah.
I mean, Rosetta was the Jimmy Page of arts. Everybody could read this. So everyone you couldn't unsee Rosetta's work when you were doing it.
I mean, this is man.
Yeah, this is Manic.
He's doing Manic, but a different version of it. Even then, I drew a lot of things that were like that, like a different version of Rosetta stuff. Everybody did. But yeah, I was more of a Rosetta guy than a Boris Vallejo guy. I loved it. It was great. I was happy that it was
So, like Columbia is fighting across.
That's
right.
That was great.
From the far bottom left, it's the first issue of Savage Sword. That was it doesn't come close to.
No, it's just Rosetta just has. It was more.
I think it's because that's awesome. It's the way he did it.
Yes.
There's some magic to it. They'll show you a couple of things that blow you away. But the in-person thing is really the story. It's how much even the best books cannot capture the art as it exists. I saw your gym. Your gym is awesome. I thought I had the best gym. You got a great gym, but I got one thing you don't have. You gotta see.
What?
I don't have mirrors.
You don't have mirrors on purpose?
It's because I just have the original Juice painting for Stallone.
Oh wow!
And it's got glass over it. You kind of see yourself in it, but I just stand in front of it and go, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. That's why mirrors are good for just say for form. I can kind of see the form, but that's my mirror. It's the Stallone. And that's one. See, like that one. But it doesn't capture the paint at all. This original copy. Like look at the original poster of it. It has the writing on it. The way they printed it is like that. Yeah. So when you see the original one, you're like, oh my god, this is like fine art. Oh, and that still doesn't capture it. But it's closer than the original.
But there's something about seeing the actual physical.
When you see the real thing, it's so inspiring. And then you see the physique that he has. He's like, okay, I'm gonna work hard. But that's in my
I've got a photo of Alexander Corella now. That's my photo to remind me today what a pussy I am. It's Alexander Corella. That's like the greatest Olympic wrestler ever come out of Russia. There's a photo that she'll put the photo. He was a freak. They called him the Science Project because his parents were like 5'5", and he was like 6'2", 300, built like a panther. Look at that. That's him. Oh, that's the picture. That picture up in the gym. That's my inspiration. Every day workout. But he was just such a fucking physical freak. And it's just that particular image, that intensity. But I'm overtired of that image. What's your I work at a basically the first thing. Occasionally I feel like I need a day off, I'll take a day off. But yeah, first thing yeah, that's the thing. Get up going, yeah. Well, it's like you said, that you decide I'm an athlete. I sort of decide I'm this person who gets up and gets in the cold plunge first thing in the morning. Right. I'm this person who does these 2.5-hour workouts and then gets in the sauna. That's what I do. I do every day.
I would say this might inspire some people. Like, so I don't have to train it, but I'll look at I like to see whether see what they do with their routine. So I adopt something. I saw Josh Brolin. She said, "You need to text me. Well, you should work out." She told me, "Oh, send me a PDF. The whole workout routine that you train." It's intense. It's like, okay, if I do 1/4 of this, I'll have 1/4 of these plates. Well, fine. Because I'm going around the shit today. So I would be in there in a half hour. So you don't have to commit all the way. If as long as you're doing something, you're getting up, you're working. we're doing it very strategically. Still have a lot of time. Still,
You get a lot done.
you get a lot done out of that time.
Yeah,
I experiment training or something. 3 minutes in between is what you do work with.
you start. In fact, there's a study that just came out recently that showed that you get more results from one set of failure than you do with 3 sets.
Yeah.
Then you
Sometimes
get,
I'll just keep holding the bar after I was done, just like for 10 more seconds.
yeah, there was some studies. See if you can find this. It was a very recent study. It was very counterintuitive because a lot of people think more work, better results. Right? But in this study, they were showing that they got more strength gains and more muscle recruitment in one hard set to failure.
It's a lot of counterintuitive stuff.
Yeah,
Like making stuff like that. Try to control the routine.
yeah.
You know what's going to work? There's no one right way to do anything. So I try to use the other parts and adopt it. I had this funny Stallone was. Yeah, Stallone show.
Yeah.
Great. My best interview on the director's chair was him. He was the most one that any layman could identify with. Like, I really is funny. This story is unbelievable. It's really funny. And I had hit him before for the UFC. He called me. No, that's it was, oh, no, it's too short notice, because it was last minute replacement. And I need to get in shape. Okay, that makes sense. But it's not a physical sport. You just want to know, I'm going to be strong, I'm going to get in shape, so I have to get in shape. And I don't have this time, just got to shoot a week. So I go, flying, it's high. He said, we can still understand. Yeah, I guess to get in shape. Get in shape. Get in shape. You don't get in shape, stay in shape. That makes sense. You gotta stay in shape, the young
Of Stallone walking around Malibu looking like he's 9 months pregnant. You seen that photo?
No.
I don't know what that from.
It's probably for part of
No, it was like
the 70s.
no excuses.
No excuse.
Stay in shape.
Stay in shape.
Yeah.
That dude, such a great interview. I watched the Rocky movie. It was last time I saw a Rocky.
Yeah, there it is. Study finds higher training volume increases size, not strength. Oh, this is in May of 2024. It was very recently. It was about one set. Doing one set to failure shows strength and muscle recruitment benefits over 3 sets.
Yeah, so I don't know when the last time I saw a Rocky.
Yeah, here it is. New research says you could build strength and muscle with single set training. No, this isn't it either. It might be December 2024. It might be it. So just one hard set for exercise delivers impressive results.
These strategies.
Yeah. And now they were saying it actually works better. So maybe this is another thing. Because I read it just a couple of days ago. But it doesn't matter. We get it. But that is also very counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Because most people think, oh, it's all about the time and spend. Yeah. I do a lot of different exercises in one. I do full body workouts almost entirely. Very rare. It's unless one day a week I do heavy leg stuff or just legs. Yeah, because there's so many muscles in the legs. I don't, I want to make sure that I'm doing that. It takes too much time because I'm doing leg curls, leg presses, lunges, and it's like I can't do other stuff too. I like working out by myself. Yeah. I don't train because it's time to think. It's time to know what that voice is. Yes. Yeah.
I'm working the body, but you get ideas. I keep my computer there and write down ideas.
Oh, no.
Did you see the? I was watching the Rocky movie. I watched the first one. Showed it to her, and she loved it. He said, "Okay, I'll watch the second one. Watch the second one." The next time I watched the third one. We got to the fourth one. Okay, I was going to go. Dude, you were consistently on that character through the different eras. And you need to go back to trying because I worked with them. Done a bunch of movies on the 90s. It was told me why she was doing work. So I go back to directing. No one was actually about this. Directing yourself, getting career best out of your other actors. While you're also not just the star of the franchise and being in insane shape back then, way before you were even training. You were probably in the gym much longer than you needed to be. Very specific. I was like, you probably were way overtrained because the people didn't know there was a science to it back then. Right. And getting all that work done. So how can because you can't argue with yourself. He's like, well, we did this movie together. It was his biggest opening ever. It's like his TV. 2 years later, a year later, he goes, I'm writing another Rocky. And that was that new Rocky. He hadn't directed 22 years. Whoa. He went back to directing another Rocky, another Rambo, and had a whole new franchise. Expendables. Crazy, like it's a free crazy.
Yeah. Did stuff, some Expendables.
Crazy, crazy. Because he went back, and that's sometimes, that's the key to success. Yeah, it's the late 60s. So yeah, it's harder to go do it all yourself, but look, you can't argue with the results. Look at the results you got there. So I'm glad he was back. It inspires all of us. So it's, I'm sure you've done that. Someone that really inspires you. I want to know who are your heroes that you got to inspire back in some way. And then you're just like, oh my God, they inspired me so I could be here for them when they needed to hear that to go on. It's like all part of the universe that creates it. You're one who goes whispers in their ear. Another one, because he inspired me so many times, was I started working with my kids. It's very counterintuitive. Like, I don't know if you work with your kids or whatever, I work with your kids, but I would say to anybody, if you have an opportunity to work with your kids, take it, is what I was thinking. And I turned 50, I thought, my kids like to keep making movies, it's been good to me. I gotta make more. I mean, I was way into it, when I was younger, it's been good to me. And I said, I could think might be another job I could take that with the knowledge I have, I could probably make just as much money or something. I don't even know what jobs exist. I got this job when I was 21. So I got jobs for dummies. And I started looking for what the jobs were. Oh, I want that job, I want that job. And then I get to filmmaker. There's a little icon of a guy that's handsome like this. And it says, this is the best job. Just make movies with your friends, sit back, watch the money roll in. But 99% of film students can't get this job, so give it up. So I actually got the best job. So I'll stick with it. But it still wasn't enough desire until I made that $7,000 movie with my kids. And it got so into it, I realized that's my next 10 years. I'm going to work with my kids. I'm going to make them all work on movies. Because it's not about making it. It's a huge project that you have to do. I don't know how you're going to get through the day, much less the project. But that's life. It's like, I felt so good afterwards saying, you know the process now. If I get hit by a bus, you guys are going to be fine. It's just like the movie. The story of life is just like the stories we make up. You go get your plan together, which is kind of like your script. You attack it, try to make it as bulletproof as possible. Go for your goal. It's building a comedy club or whatever. Watch it all fucking fall apart. And then that's when you roll up your sleeves, turn chicken shit to chicken salad. The finished result's way better than your original vision. Watch, repeat. That's like, it's a microcosm of how life works. I make it work on movies. And I did this manifesting thing. My son said, well, I'd like to do a VR movie. So let's make a company together. We'll call it Double R. We all have Double R names. Double R Company. Well, I'm showing you how this works. So I did this with Brass Knuckle Films, which is creating a label. Double R, that'll be our logo. I do t-shirts, little notepads, and they cut way into it. So now that we have a company, you have to do stuff to build a company. So we'll call it VR Company and say, y'all need to sell headsets. Give us some money to make a movie. We'll make you a movie. We did what Michelle Rodriguez and Roman Reedus called The Limit. That had they made us a big Double R logo in the front. That was like March. Later that year, we made that $7,000 movie. That also had the Double R logo. Then it went to Netflix and they said, did you make this Spy Kids type thing that always does well? I said, okay, I kind of came up with the room. I thought, little kid superheroes, not just some superhero guys. That's We Can Be Heroes, another Double R movie. My kids wrote it with me. It's the most watched and rewatched movie in Netflix history. Nothing to touch. Kids cannot stop watching. There's little kid superheroes. No one's ever done that before. And my kids are like, Dad, you really close this thing. And I was like, shit, better than I thought. I was just making an example. But that's how it happens, right? Like it's predestined, but also you're like, let me just show you how it works. And you're going to show someone an example, and that becomes your bread and butter. And so I just tell people, if you have an opportunity to work with your kids, you're mentoring them. They're mentoring you because they're the age I was when I was making marionettes and Desperado. They got so many great ideas. And you're taking on this big project to teach them about life. Because you're both in the same boat, you both know what it's going to take. And it's family time. You're like checking all the boxes. And I was telling this to Sly, I was so excited back in 2019. It was like Jennifer was like, you don't work with your daughters. You don't work with your daughters. I was like, oh shit, maybe I should dial this story back. I'm so evangelical about it, but I get people in trouble. But they couldn't hear it. The next year, the daughters went up, started a podcast, even show up every once in a while until I get ratings up. Now they have a TV show, second season. Families still up. They're all working together. They're all living the best home. So I tell anybody, listen, because it's something I still want to talk to. I can't do that. Because you think, oh, the kids is not a privilege or whatever. So I tell you this, what happens after that? Don't you just get everything that you created over your life with your kids because they have the best thing? You want it harder. If you have a chance to work with them and build it with you, you have that next level mentorship relationship. Don't just parent, because after a while, once they're in the teens, they don't really think too bad of it over them. Partner with them. Become their mentor, their OB1, and they mentor you. It gives them such a boost of confidence when they teach you some shit. And you'll have that next level experience. That way, when you pass on, you get the stuff that, well, yeah, it does create environments. So it's helping, especially but that's what you have. Well, find your version of, like not everybody can necessarily work. You have an opportunity to do it.
Right, so like this thing that you were saying about jobs for dumb, it's 99% of people are not going to be able to do this. Well, that's the thing. It's like yeah, but it's possible.
It is possible.
And part of the 99% not going to do it because they don't know anybody who's done it.
Right.
That's part of the problem, right?
And
once you see, like, oh, look how we did this. It just did. I think you told me how you made El Mariachi. I think it could be done.
That wasn't taught in film school. That was completely, again, they don't teach you that. They teach you how to do one job so that you can go okay with someone else's movie. My thing is like, be the owner, be the creative, be everything. You cut the line and suddenly you're at the film festival. But no one had really done that. Nobody had done it before. It was the first time. That's why even when I was doing it, I was like, I kind of had the idea this could do it because I did that short film and I'm doing the math, but somebody must have done this already. Even when the studio, in the book, it shows, even when the studios were flying me up because they saw Mariachi and wanted to do a deal with me, like, I never heard anyone in the business like this. This must happen all the time. They find some filmmaker, student, they wine and dine him, and you never hear from him again. Because I've never heard a story like this. And I was the first one. That's why. That's why. It was really crazy. And I didn't even want them to release it. I didn't want them to release it because it was my practice film. I just threw it away. They said, wasn't everything one take? One take because I was shooting on film. And if I shot 2 takes of everything, I doubled my budget. Most of the money went to the film. I wrote the script about everything I already had, so I wouldn't buy anything. So it's like, well, what do we have? We took stock of what we have. This is a lesson for life. Like, if you think you can't do anything, look around you. You've got a lot of resources. It's about being resourceful. We have a turtle we found. We have a dog. We've got a ranch. Your brother-in-law has a school line, a bus line. We're borrowing the buses. And you see what we do with the bus. It crashes and everything. That's a bar. It's right everything around that. So we just have that. If I shoot 2 takes, double the budget. How about I shoot 1 take of everything? I know not everything's going to come out, so I'm doing everything myself. I'm pulling focus. I might meter it wrong. Who knows? But I don't want to shoot a safety take where it's going to double the budget. I'll go home after I finish shooting my whole movie. I'll see what stuff didn't come out, and I'll just reshoot that. Of course, you get home here. Mexico, reshoot anything. I'll just figure out a way to edit around all the stuff that didn't come out. Not everything came out. But, yeah, it was really just following the rules, and I know it was going to work. Somebody must have thought to do this already, but no one had ever done that before because it's so counterintuitive. You're told, and that's how movies started. You think back in the old days, Charlie Chaplin and a guy behind the camera doing this. They didn't have 200 people. They turned into a business, just like with comedy. It turns into a business when you think that's the art form. That's not the art form. That's the business of the art form. The original art form is you by yourself. This is how by myself I was. It was like, you got one guy here now, right? I had one camera and I had the sound. And I can't do it at the same time because this camera sounds like this. Really noisy. And it sounds like all your money's going. So I had no slates. I was just like, run. You guys start running. Stop filming. Like I would just shoot my little pieces like this much. After I would do a whole scene, one take. Put the camera down. Hit the microphone really close to it like that. Okay, so now the lights again. Pick up the glass again. Do all that stuff again. Wow, I need my hand. So because they're not in my hand, I try to stick it to the mouth. So when they're not, because they're not actors, a lot of times, like when people would use it, wait, so you cut it by hand, it would match. Right? Yeah. And if it didn't match, I would cut away to the dog, to the 9. Of course, that's why it's got a really fast cutting style. It's became my cutting style. It's just to get it back and see because I don't want it to look like a low budget remote green thing. But if you watch it, you see them in sync. Every time they're on the screen, they're in sync. And then as they start to go out of sync, because that's why. But it's just about being resourceful. But it saved me a ton of money doing it that way.
And it made it actually interesting to
It makes it
watch.
more interesting to watch.
Yeah.
Oh, so anyway, originally I didn't have any idea. I was going to make 3 of these movies before making my serious American independent film. But my first movie, I gave it to an agent in Los Angeles. He said, "I get you work off this right now." It's a writer director. Writer? Not a writer. I guess I wrote this. I guess it was me. Again, I didn't know how to write. Yeah. You just got to say you're a writer. I thought, why? I didn't even read the movie. I didn't consider myself a writer. That's the shit we do to ourselves, right? So I said, okay. So we sent it around. All these studios were flying in. It's crazy how fast they're offering me these deals because they saw that I went to do something. That's why you just got to go make something. People are sometimes so impressed that people did it. Most people never start. And they went, wow. And I thought, well, it's actually a good calling right now. If you like the cinematography, I did that. Hire me as a cameraman. If you like the editing, I did that. Hire me as an editor. They hired me as a writer. And they said, what do you do? So it happened so fast. I didn't really have a chance to think about it. I was going to do 3 of these practice films and then make a real one. So she's like, Margaret, she's why don't we remake that? Because I can put it there. So, okay. But Einstein was right. You need to screen this version that you have there to like screen it to the audience. And they liked it the way it was. So they said, all right, take this to I was like, no, don't show this movie. It's my practice movie. Literally, no one's supposed to see this one. No, you got something really special. I said, no, dude, tell me. I can do much better than that. Give me $2,000. I'll go reshoot half of it, just knowing that people are going to see it now. It's completely different. And you got something, you're smart enough right there. So you got something really special. Sunday. Because I made it for myself. It was a real lesson. Like, if I was trying to think about what all the audience was going to want to see, I would have changed so many things. But because I knew no one was going to see it, it's probably the only movie in history I've made where people were guaranteed not to see it just by the title. That was nobody would see it. I didn't want anybody to see it. I wanted to just throw it away in practice. I figured maybe the third one might be the better one. You know, like that advice, throw 3 scripts away and then do a 4th one. I'm going to throw 3 movies away if you buy the 4th. I'm so savvy to how to do all these things. This first practice was not going to be it. That's the one that's going to be it. So commit to a body of work. Throw shit away. So don't be precious about it. Just go make it. Don't blink when people criticize it. And just keep going and make a body. That's it. That's the secret. That's the secret to life too. Just keep trying to make it the best.
That's phenomenal advice. And coming from a person like you that's accomplished so much, it's so resonant.
That's why I accomplished it. By doing those things, everybody can do it. It's not because I'm not that smart. It's not that smart. Just follow your instinct. What you do. When you follow your instinct, you let the universe do what you're talking about. That still sounds long, but I just call it that. Because it is from a place. And you're just an instrument. You're just a pipe. Yes, the soul that gets in your body. And you realize when you have kids, I don't know if you have that experience. As soon as I had my first kid, I was like, this isn't my kid. You just tell me it's not my kid. I mean, it has physical characteristics, maybe mannerisms, I walk. But there's another soul in here that's from some other place. And each one is so different. You have 5 kids, that's from 9 siblings. They're from different planets. Right. And so you realize the soul is on a communication level and some other things that our human bodies are just very primitive to do. So when we get a voice, we can't tell. It's got mirrors, it's our own mind, or it all sounds like the Morse code. Because the brain is so, it's a 3-pound computer, can't remember shit. It's like we're limited by the body, our soul got put in. Just like we'd be limited if we work with a fish. Because they got even smaller brain, they don't need more room for that.
That's why a lot of people say you have to learn how to get out of your own way.
Because you think I'm so limited.
Yeah.
But you actually,
also, maybe you don't, and maybe you're cocky, which is equally bad.
yeah, that's beginning your own way in a different way.
Yeah.
It's a false where you think I can do anything because I'm just so cool. But it's like, no, you can do anything because you're just a pipe. Be that, and then you'll see much more flow happen. You'll see things just fall into your lap.
Yeah, don't think about you at all.
Yeah, it gets you out of it. You have to be very humble. It's a very humbling thing. The more humble you are, more shit happens, not just for you, but everyone around you. Be creative. I figured this out like when you're, there's a book called One Thing, business book called One Thing, like do one thing and just do that well. Oh yeah, that book's not for me. I was doing this talk where they introduced me. He said, Robert, he's a writer, director, editor, composer, one list all the jobs I do. Wow, that, I get tired just hearing that list. And I keep seeing that book, One Thing, and I thought, the person thought that's not for me. And I realized, you know what, I don't just do all these things. There's one thing I really do that ties all this together. I think about it. I do one thing, and it's I live a creative life. And if you commit to living a creative life, like literally applying creativity in everything you do, your workout, how you interact with your kids, the meal you cook, what you're going to do that night, a business call you take, be creative. I love my business meetings now the most. I make people pizza, I make them my chocolate, we talk about creativity, and they want to be in business with you. It's like so good. How do you creativity? It enriches your life and everyone around you. And that way, anything that touches creativity, painting, drawing, sculpture, music, is available to you. Because what 90% of that job is just being creative. And if you're doing it all day, you're always going to be in flow. If you don't embrace that, and you go about your daily life, and you don't apply creativity, well, when you go that night to write your novel or something, you're going to get nothing. But you're not going to flow. But if you've just been applying creativity all day long to everything, I'm going to do this and talk creatively. I'm going to bring some parts. I'm going to do this. You're applying creativity, you're always going to flow. So you go back to your main job, you're already been doing it. You're living your best life. I thought I was most successful, happiest, and most fulfilled. So I just do that 24/7. But it's been a life change. Like 15 years with consciousness. Like consciousness say. Because people don't like to say they're creative. Like when I ask, are you creative? And I say, like, yeah, So people think being an artist means you have to have the mustache and the hat. It's like, no, artists are regular people. And regular people are flawed. And that's why you relate to something that they do, because it's fun. If you made it perfect, you can relate to it. Yeah. And if you think of it that way, you can write fun stuff. I can do that all day long, and then I keep it inside your life. Because then somebody goes, that part was exploded. Oh, well, that was an accident because I didn't get what I really wanted. And I had to make this work, and that was an accident. They like those accidents. They respond to those accidents in a big way because they're from another universe. They're the part that's magic. The part you didn't know, the part you couldn't have predicted. Right. So you set up, I purposely make my budgets smaller and my shooting schedules shorter so that more of that stuff happens. Because that's the stuff people will relate to, and it gives you creative freedom. Like you have a lot of creative freedom here. I'm probably the director who's worked with the most outcast, ostracized, or people who are considered difficult to any other filmmaker. Mainly because I'm independent. I don't have to listen to a studio if they're like, we can't do that. So like, they'll get a job back when I hired them. Obviously, I was a big fan because I always look at creativity first, talent first, bullshit, controversy, and then I so, and I get to work with these amazing people: Steven Seagal, Charlie Sheen, Lindsay Lohan. And people who are considered difficult are like Michael Parks. I got this quick. Michael Parks was in Dustin Hoffman's The Sheriff at the beginning. I hope to Texas Ranger. I said, man, I love this guy, Michael Parks. He was going to be the next James Dean. He had a show on TV in the 70s called Tim King Bronson. And he kind of got difficult for people to work with him. So he was relegated to these low budget grindhouse films. But check him out. He works really great. I want to play with Dustin Hoffman. But I hear he's been difficult to work with. You work with him first. And if it's great to work with, I'll work with him. Was that all right? Sure. So I work with him. It's a dream. It's amazing. It's really great. They're accomplished. All the people like that, and both different. Mickey Rourke is considered Kim Rourke, King Joe. Once I met him, I was just like Mickey. In the old days, Quinn and I actually worked just as we both went to Mickey Rourke. But he retired from acting, which is boxing. Look at the scripts. Go, oh man, we can hire Mickey Rourke, and there's no Mickey Rourke now. We're so good. But then years later, I went back to him, and Elmo was hiring him. So I met with him and thought, okay, I'll be good. It's like, holy shit, he still has that charm and everything. So I put him in, give him a small role once outside Mexico, and I kept writing him more scenes. He was broke. I gave him money to go buy his own suits because he always dressed in the nice movies. It's like I'm all out of time. Costume designing this thing. I'll give you some money. Go buy your own clothes. You know what's interesting. Kimberly's been in my suits and stuff. So I'm going to put a bullet hole in the back of one digitally just so you can see when to keep the clothes. So you can keep the clothes. And then I put him in Cincinnati. He launched his career. But he was always a dreamer. Working that out here with people later. Oh, he's too difficult to get. Come back again. No, again, 100% of the time, I've never had any difficulty. But they were difficult exercise was. So it makes you think. You don't have anybody you want on your show. But it makes me wonder, what environment are you putting them in? Right. That makes them like that. It's like somebody said that about Ricker Howard. It's amazing. Hard to work with. Really? No, I wasn't. No. But there's some people. I don't know, but somebody told me. I love that stuff. Blade Runner. Oh, sure. Bruce Willis, people tell me it's difficult to work with. Bruce, I worked with him 4 times. Let me tell you, this is what Bruce is like. Hey, Edwin, what's going on there? I think it's boss. That sounds like somebody who's difficult. That's going to be somebody who was so happy. One time I was doing this Kobe Bryant commercial. I was going to be in with both directly, working out in the gym where Stallone works out, kind of uses gym. And Bruce was there. And I was trying to get an actor to do a cameo in this commercial. I was shooting that weekend. I was working out something. And so Bruce said, wait, what are you up to? I'm just looking for a job. I said, well, you're a basketball fan? So I'm shooting Kobe Bryant Saturday. But you come by and sit down, and just bring a couple of seats. Last minute. Yeah, sure. Go back to the Nike people. So Bruce said he's going to be a conversation. Don't conversation. Probably didn't tell him. He said he'd come down. He's cool like that. Well, we think we should call him in. So we called the agency. And it's Bruce Willis is not going to be the Nike person. Well, they talked to Robert. Okay. So then we're down on the set. We're downtown LA. We're filming everything else. And it's like almost time for him to show up. And they're like, are you sure? Now I'm thinking how ridiculous that sounds. But I said, come down with a couple of your suits from closet. Like there's no wardrobe. There's no time to get a wardrobe. And just show up. He shows up. Does it. It's out from the other now. We had a great time. He sprayed it. Takes off, brought his 2 suits. That's amazing. And it's not so somebody. No, it's the environment. Totally environment. So I'm watching like a dog whisperer. It's like, but you have a pit bull. Some of these guys can be out and go. If you put them in a situation where the question is, I can't that this is coming down and go, you can't do it like this. Of course you can. This is guys off. But if you put them in an environment where they know somebody's a boss, so they show up. My studio, I'm off the camera, I'm the DP. I'm there, I see them. We're shooting at the right time, getting them out of there fast. They're having a ball. People just wants to follow. You don't know if I can take over the show. And so they're always doing that right there. Anyway, I think it's just the environment. Because they always say, oh, you have a dog that's misbehaving? It's the owner. It's the owner of the environment. It's not the dog. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the animal. The animal's fine. The animal can be very calm and certain. Submissive. Well, it's also these exceptional actors with eccentric personalities. They're oftentimes like, if you put them in a bad environment, you're gonna get a fucking terrible result because it's part of what they are is like a little bit of chaos. They're also just gonna have to protect themselves. Yes, they have to protect themselves. This environment is fucked up. Think about the type of guy that told you that like when you film this, you didn't get the right. Yeah. Those are the guys that are gonna drive you up a wall. Yeah. I know I talked to Nick because I heard, trouble somehow. Maybe his head got big. So what's wrong? Maybe he's going back to some. I'm about to work with him. Oh, he's a dream again. But I feel like, man, you always agree that it's just so great to see. Some people so because he remembers like him shot back. So, okay, he didn't give me a shit. Maybe he didn't give me a shit. That's awesome. Listen, brother, I really enjoyed this. I did. Are you eating? A lot of things that I want to do, but I think a lot of things you said is really going to help a lot of people. Yeah. It's been helpful to me to then tell people, and then the feedback that they tell me back, something I said, but they morphed it into something new. Like they've added their own thing to
Yeah.
And I go, that's not what I told you. Oh, yeah. No shit. Well, now I'm taking your advice and my advice. My kids do that all the time. They go, it all comes back to what you taught us. What's that? What did I teach you? Okay, but I didn't tell you all this other stuff. Rebecca. Oh, yeah. And I was like, well, shit, that's the cool part.
Yeah.
Like, my son got on, was a Japanese knife maker. He was trying to get me a Japanese knife. This is a guy from the lifetime. He obviously knew this was his path. This one, you know, it's sold over there. You get that from me. Making these Japanese style knives, selling them for like $1,000 deposit. That's when he was 18. He got on that show, Forged in Fire, and won. And I was like, how did you didn't even know how to handle the equipment thing? $10,000? What was your mindset? I imagined I won. Somehow I won. So when I come up against a challenge that I wasn't sure how to get by, I just have to remember what I did rather than trying to defeat that. It's like, whoa, samurai shit. All right, like this, you've obviously been in another life before. To come in armed with that, I didn't learn that from easy. Well, it's kind of like, no, it's nothing like anything I've ever told you. Wow. So the feedback you share with people, I love people coming and tell me, hey, I was really inspired by the book, and you said this. I don't understand that book. I didn't do that a lot. It triggered something. So we all keep compiling our ideas. Yeah, we all are interested in everybody else's perspective. We all have our own relationship to creativity. Yeah, and the more you interact with things, the more you contribute. Become being a brass knuckle film. That sounds like right up your alley. Let's do Conan or present us something. You gotta come see it. I can't wait. You'd be great. I can already tell you. I got a great part where you will not. I'll look on. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It was awesome. All right.
Chateau, Rogan experience.
During my days, I wrote your podcast by night. All day.
Let's go. What's up, beautiful? Good to see you. That was great. The club was fucking ripped all last night.
Oh, last night was packed. It's been packed all week. It's been really fun. A lot of fun shows. You know, Shane was there last night, or the night before last. You know, you're there tonight. It's been amazing. Holtzman is on fire. Holtzman's on fire. Last night he was on fire. Me and Adam Egan were howling. We were watching him back howling. It's such a good thing. It's so nice on him. It's just something to think about. It's the best. What are you doing?
You're not getting that coffee and try to give you the most gas. No, we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, you got it.
Every time I come down here, I see something else, man. Like, I had a great time.
Joe DeRosa. That's right. Yeah, just been.
He's gonna bring the sandwich shop.
Yes, he is. We're gonna open up a sandwich shop out there. He is ready. I said we because I'm gonna eat it. Yeah, he makes a very good sandwich. Very good sandwich. He brought a bunch of stuff. Was it Moontown last week? It might have been. Was it Moontown or South by Southwest? One of the two last year. He brought like a ton of sandwiches that pop up. So his restaurant did a pop up somewhere in Austin. I was like, bro, you gotta open this up here. You'd be killing it, especially if it's you. People know it's your business. Those are somebody else is doing the same. Very good, very good. I just don't even know where it is. I want to kidnap my man Giovanni and like planes, bring him out here. Yeah, he can't survive outside of Italian neighborhoods though. That guy's the most Italian. You know, they get their stuff up there. Yeah, they get everything. And it's all coming in right from Italy, you know, because a lot of it's imported. They use a lot of imported stuff, imported mozzarella, imported peppers, all that stuff that they have. You know, sun-dried peppers, sun-dried tomatoes, they import all that shit. They got to get that shit. You know, then because if it goes there, then it's got to ship from the boat all the way to Texas. It's a little bit of a pain. But then the fucking greasy soul he used to drive once a month to Jersey and get cold cuts and flying
chicken cutlets.
We used to visit him every time we went to Kevin. He was a guy.
But he used to have to drink his dude. So today, he used to make it. That was the strongest fucking dude you could ever in your life. You ever think about that?
So that was such a character. He was such a character. He became my friend. When we first started going there, we were visiting for like 10 fucking years. You know? Every time we would do shows in town, we'd go visit Greasy Tell.
He had a $20 chicken cutlet.
Oh shit.
Phenomenal 15 years ago, which weighed like I was 400 pounds. I would bring it home and try to finish it.
Do you remember that steak sub that he would make? What do you call it? Trash can?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, trash can. It was crazy. Peppers and onions and cheese, and fucking everything was in that thing. It was crazy.
You know what's really like that thick? When I drove in yesterday, I'm like, this is how things change. I'm coming here since 95. I know I have, right?
Yeah, I think 99.
Yeah, first time we do Houston and then drive down here to the lobby at the fucking Cap City.
Oh, yeah, the little spot.
I still remember that drive.
Yeah.
Houston, down here, not having any money, having to drive back to get a hotel room, drive back to Houston at the end. And I was looking at this yesterday. Landed, it was 4 o'clock, traffic. And I'm like, my God, this is how we're watching how past civilizations just change.
Yes.
Something happened here, and everybody.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about 4 or 5 people. Everybody.
Yeah.
And that's how civilizations change. We just witnessed that. And it's been fucking surreal.
Yeah.
It's surreal.
Surreal. See things change. Yeah. You know, and it's also, there's places that sort of rest on their laurels too much. And whenever that happens, it's easy for another place to rise up that offers something more interesting. So, like, Los Angeles was always Los Angeles. And, like, when Gavin Newsom talks about California, he's like, you know, I'm very big on California, very bullish on California. California is all its industry paid for good. They're all thinking about moving. The only reason why they don't move is because it's too difficult to move. If it was like every business could instantly pull up roots and replace everything and have everything running in a week at the other place, they'd all be gone. They'd all be gone. It's too expensive. It's too expensive to leave versus what you would save and the regulations that you wouldn't have to go through and all the bullshit with all the permits and all that. What California does is over-regulate everything. They get as much government involved as possible. They suck as much tax money out of you as possible. And then they still leave the place a mess. They still have homeless people everywhere. It's still a fucking disaster. It's still a woke shit show, virtue signaling at every level of the government. Still. Like, no course correction at all. They're going further and further into La-La land. And you're like, Jesus Christ, you guys. And so then a place like Austin becomes attractive. You know, because, like, it's not like that. And people are very reasonable. Austin, the best thing about Austin is it's a blue city in a red state. So it's, like, balanced. Like, this is a saying they have on here, keep Austin weird and surrounded. So Austin's surrounded by rednecks with guns. And, like, it keeps the tone more medium. Like, the Austin liberals, they're much more just left of center people like we are. You know what I mean? Like, in some parts of the country, we're considered like far right. You and I, far right. It's crazy. It's fucking ridiculous. But it's because everybody went nuts and everyone demanded a whole series of things that you have to agree to in order to be a good person. Fuck off.
What's the real problem about that? I mean, that was the real problem. I didn't realize it until I fucking left. But everybody's too busy tapping themselves on the back. When the fires happen, those 3 women or whatever the fuck, chief or whatever, I'm looking at them and I'm looking at them. They all got gel in their hair. They all got a tattoo on their neck. God forbid they can't be fooled for just 1 fucking minute. God forbid. And that's the problem you have out there. It's too many people. I'm so great. This is my idea, and it's great, and it's going to work. It's not working. You're right. But I'm too stupid that I say, you know what? This ain't working. Their ego is so big, they don't have to argue, but this ain't working.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But I don't think it's entirely their fault. It is their fault, but the culture rewards that kind of behavior. This is the problem with having protected classes of people, whether it's gay, lesbian, whatever it is, whether it's your nationality, you have a protected class of people where you're not allowed to criticize the protected class of people. Then they become, Vivek Ramaswamy talked about this in a very interesting way. He was like, it's the tyranny of the underprivileged, or he called it the tyranny of the marginalized, or something along those lines. But the idea is that this group of people, whether they're trans people or people, they get above everything. Everything you do is amazing. Oh my God, you're so fabulous. You're so amazing. Because no one wants to be thought of as homophobic or transphobic. So you pretend that everything they do is incredible. And so you're going to be the best firefighter ever. Like, can you carry a burning man out of a building, girl? You don't have to. If he was in that building, he shouldn't have been in that building in the first place. If I have to carry him out, we got other problems. That little firefighter, certainly. In response to, could she carry her husband out of the building? Like, you can't. And so you shouldn't be a firefighter. Just like you shouldn't be a bouncer if you can't fight. You shouldn't be a firefighter. You shouldn't be a firefighter if you can't carry someone up. If you can't run up a flight of stairs because you're 260 pounds and 5'7" and a woman. No, you shouldn't be a firefighter. You shouldn't be in like really good shape. Now, if you're some fucking CrossFit skin lady who's some beast, like, yeah, that lady could be a firefighter. Yeah, but it's like even guys. Like if you're a guy and you're fucking scrawny and you never work out, and all you do is smoke cigarettes, maybe you should be a firefighter. Maybe you can't. Maybe you can't get up that fucking flight of stairs either. It should be like it's a physical job where you're rescuing people. You have to be able to physically carry people. You have to rescue them. Firefighters, right? Fucking big, brutal men. Big outdoors, fucking houses. They look like former football players. This is a guy I used to play pool with, Ray the fireman. Because everybody in the pool hall, I was Joey Creed. Everybody understands based on what you did. Ray the fireman was a fucking house. Just a big fucking, big Irish guy. Of course he's a fireman. Look at him. That guy that's going to kick down a door, carry your fucking husband, throw him over his shoulder, run through the flames, throw him on the lawn. He does it all the time. He's an animal. He knows love.
I mean, all the firemen, he was right.
I forgot about that season. He killed himself. After that show, because he thought he was gay. I don't know. Rothschild wasn't bad. I hope they didn't taunt him for being gay. Can you imagine you get your shot? Hey, Joey, I got good news and bad news. Good news is you're going to go on Sopranos. Bad news is you got to swatch it. Yeah, swatch it by camera. Yeah. But you're on Sopranos. What do you do? Depends on what you want to do. If you're a regular guy, it's your first acting gig, I suggest you pass. I couldn't swatch. You have to be like a Jared Leto type dude to pull that off. Died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound December 16, 2008, at the age of 47. And he was fired all the time. Who knows? I mean, when did he die? How long after the show? Go pull it back up again? Because it just said. So he died in 2008. So the show was running in 2008. Right? Was Sopranos still on in 2008? No, it was off by then? No, 2009 maybe. Let's find that out and then we'll have an answer. But I would imagine an Italian guy would have come back to the neighborhood and he complained. Right after Nancy West himself. That's so unfortunate. There's another beautiful thing about the common food. Like Tim Dillon, he's just one of us. It's just, we're all like the lesbians that come there and hang out. They're just one of us. No one gives a flying fuck. It's just, if you're not funny, then let's hang out. If you're not funny, let's get out. You know what I mean? But if you're funny, who cares? No one cares.
Do you remember the kid from Houston?
Which one?
He's going to the football. Sure.
Yes. Really.
That was my brother.
God damn it. I loved him.
I loved him.
It's fucking escaping my mind.
Well, I don't know.
You're gonna remember.
Had to come up to you, give you a hug all the
I
time.
haven't seen him in so long. When did he die? Did he talk about being gay on stage?
No. Oh, yeah. Well, he was one of those army things just in front of me.
Well, he just looked like a football player.
Yes.
Like a big former, he looked like a Shane Gillis guy.
Dude, yeah.
Like a big former football player, but he's gay.
He was gay.
He always wore football jerseys.
Always football jerseys. That's how he tricked them.
Sweetheart of a guy. But again, same situation. That guy was one of us. He just hung
No,
out.
I love him.
He just hung out.
I love him. Maybe it's bad at me that he was. Listen, that's never bad. You gotta think about his Jewish priest in high school. Right? He was just gay. That's the first time I saw
Nobody
him.
knew. Isn't that funny?
I fucking knew. 79. Nobody comes out with a little hat with a whip. Right? You know, I saw him at the Palladium. Oh my God. He's gonna read. You just have to try to read.
Really?
Jimmy Clark just try to read.
Is it crazy?
I'll just tell you one story. There was a guy in Chicago, like stylist, that used to tell me what it did. I was busting on people when you were job.
Yeah.
You know, it's never gonna happen. He said, he got this wrong. He took the guy up in his office, but I fucking so hard. I blew out his over it. I had to go to the hospital. I'm reading this going. My type of fucking
We got to think with Rob House. When he was at the head of Judas Priest, he got all these straight guys to dress like they're in a gay biker gang because they wanted to be cool like Judas Priest. He changed the style of a kind of music. He really did.
I love
How many straight guys dressed like gay bikers, not even knowing what they were doing? They just thought, this is how you dress for this kind of music. But it was because of Rob Alford. And he's still out. I had him on a show one day. That motherfucker. You got a lot on that and comment. I had a buddy from high school who loved that song. And he used like a quote in his yearbook. Like, we're always thinking, wow, that's the coolest quote. Like, if you think you're going to sit around like a chip man and play my brain, it's not as boring. You better think you can. Out there, support you do that. How there they go, you're mad. You got another thing coming. That's great shit. That give me the this. No, never left it out. So,
And here's the weird thing. He's right. That's what I fucking thought about. He was right. Because he was right. And you're thinking he's writing about a woman.
he's right about that.
He's writing about a man. And he has a show called Burn It Up that is so fucking over the top. I know you feel the same. I know you feel the flame burning deep inside of you, burning you up, breaking you down, breaking you out the cold sweat. But when you lose control of your very soul, your desire takes over. You feel the heat wave, you'll answer my way, and suddenly you know that you're burning up. That is a bad flag.
Let me get that thing. We'll have to edit it. For the folks at home, please seek it online.
Here we go. Listen to the way it starts. It's like a satellite.
This is back before satellites.
Like before we had photos. Ooh, this is 1980. This is on the held back for luggage.
You could let songs cook back then. Like Time, Pink Floyd Time. Oh, baby. Guess what just got added to the Spotify playlist?
There you go. Hot gay love.
So coming at you, I read clear. That's the middle fucking
That's the darkest thing about gay people today is that some of them are in the closet. Other than is that some other there's a genuine people that's the case. But that's rare.
nobody hates me.
No, there's
2020, I can't see you. You know, it's all around. So you still hate, you got a fucking problem.
there's guys that have been molested when they were young. They get angry at people. Not on, and that's not going to make sense. I'm not justifying it, but I've met guys that had problems with gay people. They were like very scared around gay people, but it was because they got molested by a pedophile.
Right.
It happened.
Pedophile and being gay is two different fucking big difference.
So I'm just saying, like, there are people, and there's very religious people who don't like gay people, but most normal people don't give a fuck. Most normal people give a fuck. And this shit, it's stupid. It's a dumb thing, you know. Like, I don't. It's just like if you're not having sex with me, what do I care? Who cares?
Men's was supposed to get right. Be revolution too. Right.
Italians too.
Catholic, go there. There's a gay man. I don't get it. Fuck. You can't be, I won't go with that. What? Because you're a machismo type of dude. So that was my mother. Was the one that goes, no, that's fucking. And then we had a gay guy in our neighborhood. I thought it was about this guy. He worked with my mother. He was a designer in Broadway. He was some plays. Designer now.
Okay.
That night he's so cold. It's like 1975. He took the bar, and I knew he was gay. His name was Rabbi. He called him Rabbi and Marico. That's what that means in Spanish. Marico means Spanish. So that was his open name. It was huge for you. But one day he came to my mother's bar. There was two books. I was like a kid. I was playing that shuffleboard.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm playing the shuffleboard. He was right there. Two bookies in the corner. One guy goes, look what it is. Money goes. I'm pulled out of 30 minutes. Listen. I tell the bookies, unless you suck my dick right up in the head, you don't have to wait till it's on the back. So I had again, I'm going to shoot both of them. My mom was yelling at his mom. Mom, Copeland behind you. If they start shooting at each other, I'm right here. I lift my head up. I go, I love the fight. I love some Martin that. So the next day, I guess he called my mother to apologize. Martin, my mother made Martin come to apologize to me. When he opened the door, I was very sorry for him. And I go, fuck that. You're my new Charles Bronson. I gave him up the call, and he became my best friend after that. And I respect him because he was going through hate. Yeah, real good. Mid-70s, he come back once a week with a black eye or busted lips, and then was walking bar in the village. And if the guy waited for him, and I always respected that. Like, always for that.
The problem with bullies, bigots, and all people that attack people like that is all this. This is the same problem in all walks of society. It's weak men. It's almost always just weak men. Weak, stupid men that want to find someone to pick on. Want to find someone that's not bothering them at all and fucking them because they're weak. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like the woke people that scream at you and want you to do what they want. The people that want to like spray paint swastikas on Teslas. It's the same thing. It's weak men. Mostly weak men. A bunch of crazy women. And they're all together in this big pile of suck that's connected to a political ideology. But most people, you know, you shouldn't care. And if you do care, you just weren't around. I was around gay people, unfortunately. I lived in San Francisco when I was 7 years old. And we were in the middle of gay life. I mean, it was San Francisco in the 70s. It was gay as fuck. During the Vietnam War in San Francisco. I remember I'd be walking down the street with my stepdad once, and the guy whistles at him. I was like, oh shit, I got comfortable. Like, he didn't freak out. He just like shook his head, like, what the fuck? With a little kid, he's walking with a 7-year-old. And this guy whistled him down. That guy didn't give a fuck about kids. He's not making it, and he doesn't care. So we had these next door neighbors, this gay couple, and my aunt used to smoke weed with them, and they'd get naked and play bongos. And she loved the fact that she could get naked with these guys. They didn't try to fuck her, so they'd all just get naked together and smoke weed and play bongos. It was hilarious. They were really nice people. So, like, my experience with gay people was just like, they're everywhere. It's normal. So when I moved to Florida,
I had a friend. My friend was Cuban. His name was Candy. His last name was Candido. We called him Candy. And Candy was with his dad, and his dad throws the newspaper down on the fucking table. God damn it. And he was like, what's going on? This fucking fag, they're trying to marry each other. And I remember I was 11 years old, and I was like he was getting the newspaper at the table because he gay marriage. I'm like, why do you care? I was like, what a fool. You're a grown-ass man if you care about that. Like, who cares when they get married? Yeah, I know. But he was mad. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was trying to get married. Because, you know, they've been fucking gays with marriage forever. It's so wrong. It's so wrong.
There's nothing. Listen, I see it.
It's just like everything else. It's just there's a certain percentage of society that are just born gay, and there's plenty of them to hang out with each other, and they should be
Scott.
friends. Yes.
No. The football player.
Oh, yes.
Scott. That's his first name. Now we got to work on his last name.
God damn it.
Scott.
Yeah, I need to call somebody. Otherwise, you got Matty Kirsch's number? You should call Matty Kirsch. No. That's going to drive me nuts.
Somebody from Houston. Because I don't want to call somebody online and have to describe it. And then people know and you describe Scott.
Well, what I was thinking you were saying was Jeff Scott. Jeff Scott from Comstock. That's another example of a gay guy who's our brother. He's our brother.
That's it. Scott Kennedy. Scott Kennedy. Look at him. Oh, shit.
Scott Kennedy's awesome.
Awesome.
Sorry, I forgot his name, but he's not around. He gets embarrassed.
Look at that. I don't know. Look at him. Great bird.
He always had a football jersey.
Always.
I mean, that guy did not look at. Like, he looked like a big old football player. Like, you could see him in the backyard, like smoking a whole hog with a bunch of boys drinking Bud Lights.
But here's the problem. Here's what I felt with Scott. Because I met him in Houston. Then we connected in LA.
Mm-hmm.
When he hugged me, he had a girlfriend.
No.
When Jeff Scott hugged me, I never known that. I have to. Eric Rothschild, when he hugged me, the kid at the comedy store, I hugged him with all my fucking heart. I don't even feel that. I never felt that.
I've only felt that once ever from one comedian. It was at the Montreal Comedy Festival. He was drunk, and he wouldn't stop. He kept touching me, too. He kept touching me and telling me he wanted me to take me upstairs. Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Because he was just drunk, and I don't even think he thought I was gay. And I don't even think he thought I would do it. I think he was just trying to make me uncomfortable, you know? But he was definitely like last call for alcohol and hitting on people. He was hammered. But I was thinking, like, man, he had a girl. This is be fearful, like, because I cried. I said, dude, I'm gonna stomp a fucking hole in your chest if you keep doing this. Leave me alone. And that was enough. But if you're a girl, you can't say that. If you're a girl, you gotta go. Seriously, if you leave me alone, you gotta find authorities. You gotta go to the front desk, go to the bar, like they check out people and say, can you guys call the police, please? All up to my car. Someone walked in my car. You gotta be worried about it. That sucks. But that's rare with guys. That's not happened to me once, 57 years, where a guy uncomfortably hit on me and wouldn't stop. And one of the time at the store. But that wasn't as blatant. It was just kept touching me. Stop fucking touching me. You know, there's gay guys that like push those limits. Like if you were a girl and a guy kept putting his hand on your leg, you're like, hey, stop doing that. Like, why do you grab me? Why do you keep touching my body? Why do you keep touching my legs? Stop. That's fucking weird. You're crossing lines. And I don't know what other lines you're thinking about crossing. So let's stop this. But that's not most gay people. You know, I have these friends that I live next to in California. They're gay and they're super Republican now. It's embarrassing. I follow them on Facebook. They're fucking super Republican now. They're all like against the Dems. How they've ruined California. Because these guys they're conservative gay couples, married, they got a kid, and they're just like enough of this.
The world is changing, brother.
Yeah. Well, that's a good thing. The world's changing. You know, because do you know the guy who invented the Turing test? You know what the Turing test is? His name's Alan Turing, and he was a scientist. He invented a test that they say AI has passed, and this test is where you can talk to a computer and not be able to tell that it's a computer, but it behaves like a human, thinks like a human, where it's indestructible. That's the Turing test. AI has recently passed the Turing test. Well, this guy, he was in England where they forced him to take medication. He got arrested for being gay in like the 1950s. And they forced him to take medication that made him sterile, made him infinite, so he couldn't have sex. And they forced him to take like hormone blockers that they give to sex offenders. You know, chemical castration. They do that to sex offenders, and then he killed himself. The guy who invented the method of determining whether or not AI has become sentient gets murdered by dumb apes who don't like that he's gay. How crazy is that? I'm not fucking that story up, right? I'm pretty sure that's the story.
Sexual offenders. When do they do that?
Well, they don't always do it, you know, but it's called chemical castration. And by the way, it's the same chemicals, the same drugs that they use on kids when they give them hormone blockers. So when you do it, like they're talking about child and puberty blockers, you know, oh, it's totally reversible. The fuck it is. The fuck it is. That's the same shit. It's chemical castration. It's not reversible. That child is never going to fully develop. If they get on hormone blockers, then when they're 18, they go, you know what, I think I actually am on that. Too late. Too late. Because from 13 to 15, you suppressed your testosterone. Okay, here it is. Turing was later convicted by the advice of his brother and his own solicitor, and he entered a plea of guilty. In the case, Regina versus Turing and Murray was brought to trial on the 31st of March 1952. Turing was convicted and given a choice between imprisonment and probation. His probation would be conditional on his agreement to undergo hormonal physical changes designed to reduce libido, known as chemical castration. He accepted the option of injections of what was then called stilbostrol, now known as dithylstilbestrol, or DES, a synthetic estrogen. This feminization of his body was continued for the course of 1 year. The treatment rendered Turing impotent and caused breast tissue to form. In a letter, Turing wrote that no doubt I shall emerge from it all a different man, but quite who I have not found out. Murray was given a conditional discharge. So Murray must have been the guy he was having sex with. That's so crazy, man. Arrested for being gay. In 1954 at his house, Turing's housekeeper found him dead. Post-mortem was held that he was determined that he died from the previous day. At age 41, cyanide poison cited as the cause of death. He had an apple laid half-eaten beside his bed. Although the apple's not tested for cyanide, respectively, this was the means in which Turing had consumed the fatal dose. So he fucking killed himself. As they carefully found computer science and cryptographer whose work was key to breaking the wartime Enigma codes. So this guy helped the British crack codes. And what they did, they injected him with poison so that his dick wouldn't work, so he couldn't fuck guys anymore. Just what he wanted. Imagine if they were ever was gay, ever, and you were straight. So, this is crazy. Like, guys keep trying to offer you dick, like, no, is there anything else? And then you meet girls like, oh, they're so soft and so pretty. That's what I like. I like girls. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you're going to take this gay drug until you get that out of your system, or we're going to chemically castrate you. You can't be having sex with girls. But they're so pretty. They're so lovely to be around. I'm so attracted to them. No. Only guys. That's crazy. That's so stupid. Some of these people, especially when you get to serious fundamentalist religions, which want to throw them off roofs. This part of the Middle East, they throw them off the roof. You get round up all the gay guys, throw them off the roof. And everybody watches, cheers. Yeah. Crazy.
It's a different world out there.
It is a different world out there, but it's a world out there that could be just like the world here. To go this way, here. Like, that's what people understand. Just how Los Angeles fell apart, the United States can fall apart too. You know, like, look at Iraq. We were looking at Iran the other day, photographs from the 1970s. Girls had mini skirts, they all look really hot. The guys had no shirts on, with a six-pack, walking down the street, everyone's smiling. Looks like Europe. It looks like you're in Italy. And now it's a religious run country. It's run by a dictatorship. Like you criticize the government, they execute it. They executed a Olympic gold medalist in wrestling. Yeah, the UFC even tried to get them to stop. They pleaded to try to get him to stop. They tried to get Trump to get him to, or was it during the Biden administration or the Trump administration? I don't remember, but they tried to get the president to somehow or another talk to Iran about killing this guy.
And Clinton spoke against the government.
Allegedly. But you don't even have to really spoke against the government. That's what's so scary. You just have to be accused of speaking against the government. I mean, in this day and age, like a friend of mine's Twitter account got hacked, and he got phished. They sent him an email, and he is, he's not that sophisticated with that stuff. And so he got phished, and then I heard he got phished. So I go to my Twitter just because I never check my emails, but I did it just because I knew he got phished, and I went into my DM, and him asked me for my email address after he got phished. So I was like, this motherfucker is trying to get me now. So someone can easily get your account and then, or some sort of code crack or figure out the code. Then start posting stuff for you against the government, especially if you're in Iran. Like they probably already have all your passwords for everything. They probably did like spying on everybody's computer from the jump. They probably just go to the database. What's Joey Diaz's Facebook password? Okay, post a bunch of shit there about these people in government should all be lined up and shot. They all suck dicks secretly. They're all eating babies. Just make them say something like that, and then let's go round them up. And then if you don't have any due process, that's the kind of shit that dictators do. They just round you up. Duncan, we were talking about this the other day about Ukraine and Russia. He's like, there's people in Russia that are just in Russia because they tweet against the government. And you know what they do with those people? They put them in prison. You know what happens when the war breaks out? They give them the option. Like, you could either be in jail forever or you can go fight the war. And so they go to the front line and they get killed by American weapons. Guys who are tweeting against Putin, such that he can use it to get rid of his political enemies. Crazy. And this is all while you and I, at the same time, hanging out in Boston, or hanging out in Austin, rather, eating barbecue. Like, it could go that way here, too. Just like it went that way in Iran, it could go that way in the United States. Just like LA fell apart. LA 20 years ago was amazing. You remember LA in 2005? We were having the time of our lives. Oh my God. We were having the time of our lives. The restaurants were great. There was music playing everywhere. It was fun. There was a lot of great comedy. We had a good group of guys we were all hanging out with. LA was great. Yeah, there was still some traffic, but the weather was great. People were generally pretty nice. A lot nicer than they were on the East Coast. It's like, and that can happen anywhere. That can happen in the United States. If something terrible happens in the United States, new laws get passed, new restrictions, that can happen anywhere. That's why I talk about it so much. So like, why are you obsessed about it so much? Because you need to be paying attention. Because when it's too late, when they've already got complete control of what you can say on social media, and they got you locked down, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Because so many other things are coming that they're aware of. And the big one is automation. I tell you, when automation comes, and this is what Andrew was kind of running on when he was running for president, and I had him in. It was a very interesting conversation. It was something that I had to said all these jobs are. You know, there's parts of the world like these ports in China now where it's 100% controlled by robots. There's a few people that run around and maintenance and stuff, but everything screens, everything is super efficient. These robots pick up the packages, they make an inventory of everything's in there, everything gets logged in the computer, they put it into these trucks, and before you know it, they're going to have electric trucks that drive themselves.
All over the people.
Yes. Yes.
Because they know it. They don't have it.
They don't have enough time. They don't have time.
It's fucking crazy how industry has just dwindled in this country. everybody's fucking into traveling, being cool. The gift that I had for traveling was I really got to see the country. I really got to see the internet. When I was a teacher, I never asked questions. You know, like when you don't sit in the hotel all day, you just go out to a movie theater and you ask questions. People tell you, oh my God, that's a great restaurant. Go there. You know, you look at cities like Cleveland. Okay, I don't know if a lot of people know. 20 years ago, all the jokes and shit, Cleveland had more Puerto Ricans than New York City. Really? Because there was a fucking car plant there. And they were building cars there. You know, I remember being a fucking kid and going to Detroit for a basketball tournament or something stupid. And seeing that city. It was 1976, 77. That city was fucking moving.
Detroit was one of the richest cities in the world.
It was a murder capital at the time.
Still? Even back then?
Yeah. When I met my buddy in the 80s, it was Detroit was a murder capital. But 75, 76, that city was booming.
Yeah.
You know, Buffalo, New York, boom, Fisher Price, all these other companies left. You know, that's what I saw. Cleveland, Pittsburgh Steelers. Yep. I went to Pittsburgh 2 years ago after shit was closed down. Yep. You know, so what I learned, what that was downtown Pittsburgh, like just around that area.
Yeah, but Youngstown was like that too, right? Youngstown was a much better environment than Youngstown.
Yeah.
Tony.
Tony's mad. Sure. Those parts of the country. Now, I don't know what happened in Nebraska. They could have had their own farm in Wyoming. I just know that little stretch. Buffalo, Cleveland, you know, fucking Cincinnati. Yep. All those towns that were booming. Yep. Have just
They got it. All the jobs went overseas.
So if you're going to bring this country back, it's got to start with that. We got to go back to that to make it fun again. Yeah, we're going to have to fucking sweat it out for 10 months. But you know what? 10 years ago, I fucking was getting those unmarked movies and I said, I'm not doing it anymore. For a year, I didn't work as an actor. Finally, I got a high scale movie. And I kept saying no. Yeah, for low movies. That's how you lift up to it. That's how you bump up. By just saying fucking no. We didn't want to do this all of a sudden, and we need to do this. We need to get this country hopping again.
Well, the problem is they gave corporations an opportunity to make more money at the sacrifice of all those jobs in America. And the problem with corporations is they have an obligation to constantly make more money. And but that's the way you make more money is by having no labor and not just that, no health insurance. This is, the problem. Not Rob Paul. What's his name? Ross Perot. Ross Perot talked about that. We were talking about Ron Weiss that said he explained that if you change these regulations and make it cheaper and easier for these people to go and make this. He said you're going to hear a giant sucking sound as all the businesses go south. That's exactly what happened. And he called that in the 1990s. Yeah, I voted for him.
I love it. Always been, always. That's a real fucking American.
He was for everything. He for everything. His family, like he pulled out that he was going to run again a second time, and he said he's not going to do it. His family was under threat, and that he considered serious. And he's dangerous because he could ruin the election. But Bush, they thought was going to win a second term. But Ross Perot came out, and conservative people that didn't really want to believe in the Republican Party anymore, like the party's just as full of shit as the left. They saw this Ross Perot guy, and they went, oh, okay. He took a considerable amount of the vote, and most of it would be against what Herbert Walker Bush did. And then Clinton came along, and fucking Muslims were swinging that year. Man, that was it. That's cold.
Right. They're paying for this. You're paying for this. That was just classic.
Yeah, that was hysterical. Remember when he had that half-hour show on TV where explained how the Federal Reserve works? I love it. Yeah, he took over, he bought a half hour of primetime TV to explain to people how you get fucked. He's explaining all the scams that are being run on you that you don't know about. This is why I'm running for president. Well, look at this guy.
That guy fucking did something. A lot of people don't know. Yeah, his employees got kidnapped in Iran. He went in there and took them out. He hired like a Marlon Brando to train his employees. Really? Yeah, he was a retired colonel. Some badass Vietnam.
So was his actual employees that went and got him out?
Yeah.
Wow.
He created, he made his employees. We're family. We're going up. I made a promise to the people's families that he would have to back by Christmas. He had to back by Christmas. Wow. And Kissinger kept giving him a fucking hard time. When people kept giving him a hard time, he just didn't give him. He goes, I'll do it. I gave those people my word. His word, his word. How much money was this? Billions.
James Bill.
Back then,
Yeah.
he's already made himself.
How much money was Ross Perot with? Yeah. Which back then, so 1990 billionaires probably it's probably just double billions, whatever it is. Probably something like that. Maybe triple the rate. Did he get oil?
Time as to the 13th wealthiest man in America, net worth around $4 billion.
So what is $4 billion from that time worth today? Let's go.
$3 billion.
Let's guess it. 8? Yeah. I'm gonna say 9. I might be way off though. I'm still completely guessing. 7. Yes. I don't know. That's a lot of money though. Still, it's almost double.
So what about the chief of police? Tell the shit out of his best.
Yeah, why did he do that? Was he proving a point? What was up with
You know,
that?
man, I heard he's a good dude. He's a prankster.
Oh,
He's like a prankster type of dude. He sends stuff.
so he's like Ari Shafir.
Yeah, he sends like packages to your house. He's one of those. And I don't know. But I guarantee it was like a joke. He just blew up. Now it's there. Now you got nowhere.
You see what Ari did once? He shoved the note up his ass and he shit it out on the stage and read it. Okay.
I don't want nobody to read a note out of their ass.
I don't want you shitting in the room with me. What kind of parasites, bugs,
So he's got hemorrhoids. He's got
all sorts of stuff is flying through the air. Every breath you breathe is already shit ass flying around. He's so crazy.
He is not stopped at all. Like, it is not empty.
No,
I'm going through his thing next week.
he's never going to that.
No, he's not going to that. He's getting married, right? He got married or something like that.
He's already married.
Yeah.
He's got a little celebration.
Yeah, it's all in this bar. Shit. What the hell is going on?
It's going to be the fucking carnival or something.
Well, I'm telling you, really fucking. I got home and couldn't sleep. I started watching old fights. I even watched the Pino Boy.
Oh, yeah.
That dude's fast.
Yeah, he was good.
He was good. And I watched.
You ever see him versus Tom Hanks?
No.
See if you can find Pino Cuevas versus Tom Hanks.
Well,
I'm
I like
90% sure that's what I'm talking about.
the Pino Boy was, I think, a little.
Wasn't it 47? Maybe I'm wrong. Yes. He started his career at 47 and went all the way up to life. Yeah, Pino Cuevas versus Tom Hanks. One of the most memorable moments of the early days of Tommy Hearns. He's like when he was like at the peak of his powers. Tommy Hearns was nuking people, man. Just nuking people. He had such a reach and such width for 45. He was such a physical freak. And he was big, but he had, long and skinny, but crazy power. It's like generally like thin guys don't have the same kind of power as like the muscular guys. But Tommy Hearns was kind of like Deontay Wilder. He was both thin and muscular at the same time. And so, real skinny legs, man. But my God, the fucking torque that guy had in his punches. You gotta think of the leverage because his shoulders are so wide. So it's when he twists his hips, and he's got those long arms coming in with all the fucking back muscles and the core engaged, fucking hang out.
This is Detroit.
Well, Tommy's from Detroit.
No, that's what I'm saying. That fight. This is Detroit.
Was this in Detroit?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, that's tough from South Carolina. He was hunting people. You ever seen him knock out Roberto Perez?
So I watched it. I watched the feature. I watched Durant, Hagler.
Oh!
Yeah.
Back that up a sec. Back that up a sec. Look, he's measuring him with his left. Watch this. He's measuring him. Now watch this. Oh, oh my goodness, son. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That Tommy Hearns, that kind of power was crazy. Yeah, you better stop that fight. My goodness. Tommy Hearns he was a one-hitter quitter. Like the face plant Roberto Duran. What a crazy fight. Stop it. Roll it back. He rolled it back. The crazy thing with that fight is they did not box at all. They went to war. There was no boxing, slipping, there was no fainting. Marvin Hagler just said, fuck you, and ran at him. He just ran at him and just fucking just started smashing. It was non-stop. Yeah, it got hit hard. It was non-fucking stop. Tommy broke his hand in the first round. So in the first round, when they first come out, the greatest round of the Yep. Oh, God, Hagler was good. He's another one who died right after the vaccine. Look at this, right away, right up, to the body. Just charging forward. Fuck this boxer on the outside. I'm trying to get in there. Boom, to the body again. Boom, right hand. Boom. They're just going to fucking war, dude. Right here. I mean, high profile, 2 world champions. Completely throwing it all out the window. Just wailing on each other. Holy shit. Boom, left hand. Boom, boom. The thing about Hagler was his discipline was fucking supreme, man. That never got out of shape. He always break their will. Boom, boom, boom. So by this time, Tommy probably already has a broken hand. So he's broken on Hagler's head somewhere in the first. So now he's throwing the jab. So I bet his hand's already broken. See, it's all left hands now. He threw that right hand, but he was weak. You know, he didn't really hurt him with the right hand. He's like pulling it back as he's throwing it. See, he's just trying to touch him with that right hand. That left hand is all he's got left. His right hand is cooked. And Hearns has decided to start moving and boxing, which is not like his style. See, like even when he's landing that right hand, he's got no power behind it now. And Sugar Ray Leonard's talking shit in the commentary. Both parts. Hagler could take a shot too better than anybody. He only has one knockdown accredited to him his entire career, but it wasn't a knockdown. He fought Juan Roldan, and Juan Roldan like kind of cuffed him in the back of the neck and like pushed him forward, and Hagler fell forward and touched the ground. The referee mistakenly called it a knockdown. The only time he's ever been down. Took bombs from the greatest punches in the division. Beat everybody except Sugar Ray, and I think the only reason why he lost to Sugar Ray was I think the was that fight time. I watched that fight many times. Yeah, there's something about it. And then Hagler leaves and goes to become a movie star in Italy. Come on. His trainers are the Petronelli brothers in Brockton, Massachusetts. Come on. Shut the fuck up. You know how much money was on Hagler to win, probably? You know? It's probably some sort of a deal. Yeah, it's a very favorable in Hagler's direction. We can get better on that and clean up my offense. So, you know, don't put him away. Just touch him a little bit. Touch him. He never has him hurt. Never has him hurt the whole fight. Just, he was so good. It didn't seem right. It seemed like it was like spawning sometimes. Hard to say that. Sugar Ray was so good, too. They got to come back after all those years off. You know, he had one fight, got dropped, said he was retired, and then comes back and decides he's going to fight Hagler. And then he wins. And then Hagler's like, I'm done. I'm going to go to Italy. I'm terrible movies. You ever seen those Marvin Hagler movies?
No.
Oh, you gotta see some clips.
No.
Joe, they're the dumbest movies of all time. Hagler punches people, they go flying through the air.
No, not quite. I love Marvin Hagler.
No, they're fun. Look, he was having a good time. I bet he's a huge star. But that to me, it's like everything seems fishy. The fight seems fishy to me, the decision seems fishy to me. But then Andrew goes off and becomes a movie star in Italy. How does that happen? How do you get connected? How does that happen? Let me go back to the movie.
It's the world-class feature action fans are waiting for. I want los Indios. Marvelous Marvin Hagler returns from the original Indio. Indio 2, Flower of Fun. The jungle is shrinking. And greed is spreading. Look at that crazy about that you finish. The island before the rainy season. Here, only one man is needed. No man must be done. But it is better to die than to live like slaves. Man enough. Some of the days of running the island are over. My friend, sometimes
That's hilarious.
I don't see one Italian. There's not one fucking Italian. That guy.
That was my cat. That was Sergio. I gotta be in this movie. You hit me with a left hand. Come on. I got one seat. There it is.
Wow. I didn't know that shit.
Yeah.
That guy was my hero when I was a kid. And they didn't make it like a shack. They made it like fuck that. I just didn't put it
It's an Italian movie. It's an Italian movie. They made it in Italy. There's a lot of movies they made in Italy. That's why they call those spaghetti westerns, right? You know that. You remember it if you're Sergio Leone?
Yeah. I just saw something about maybe 8 months ago about it. There's a thing in my Channel 11, Jersey, and that's called I Am. Everybody has somebody else on it. It's brilliant. I am Bruce Lee, I am this, I am that, I'm just brilliant. And they have. Who you just talking about?
Marvin Hagler.
And I am about somebody. Oh, he's Prince. It was how he was young, shoot movies, and he was setting up the films. He got to do ADR in LA.
Oh, really?
Fucking interesting shit. I didn't know they got this.
So why did you have to do 80? So ADR, what does that stand for?
ADR was oyster.
Automated dialogue devices. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. When he shot the movies, he was just talking. Right. And then he'd get them, and they put them together. And he would play the American.
Oh, I see.
And he would send them back, and they would send them back. And
So when he shot the movies, he wasn't even speaking. He had to speak over it.
over and so, yeah.
Wow. They probably had it dubbed in Italian.
But you gotta remember all of that. I'm a big fan of that era of movies. That's my era. Those people. And watch the other. What happened to this movie 30 fucking years? No, we put it on shit. One broke, you put it in there. I haven't seen that forever. So they got 7 stars. Right? Even Babbitt. The Charlie Babbitt, Rakini, fucking the guy from Jersey. What's his name? Was actually a little guy. He's still around. I don't know. You really don't want to really fucking the dude with the big head. Look at the fucking cast on it. Look at Samson. Oh, that's the dude. That's like that boy Josie Wales.
Kings are my words of life.
Yeah, that's close to my roots. How the fuck he made 3 movies? This, I Lord Josie Wales, and fucking some other movie. He was fucking brilliant movies. That guy was in a lot of movies. Bro, this movie is fucking hilarious.
Don't make a bit of sense to me.
This will never happen again.
That guy, by the way, is a normal guy in today's society. Who? Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
But you couldn't ever get a mental health. You'd be like, this guy's fine, let him out. Like, there's more fucked up guys right now than that guy that are attending bar on 6th Street right now.
And this movie starts with being correct. Like they couldn't make this film.
No.
And I'm surprised they haven't tried to remake it.
Well, you know, the guy who made Home Alone said that he wanted to cut Trump out of the scene, but he's worried that he'd get set in prison if he did it.
Because he keeps getting aggravated. People are annoyed.
I think they cut it out of it in Canada. I think the Canadian version of is it Home Alone 2? Yeah, Home Alone 2.
You know how many TV shows that'll be? I see them once a fucking month.
They have to see that. They have to
No,
it's hard to liberal like that. They have to be united.
But like I was telling you, that the people I grew up liking, so do you. That's what I like about it. That they had to go somewhere else to become stars. And when they came back to the United States, they were like, "You're fucking losers." And we asked. Clint Eastwood, Charles Bronson, Steve McQueen, not as much. He just wanted to fuck everything. McQueen was like, "He's something like that. He was, I'm doing what I want." You know, they don't even have that. Like, when was the last time the worst thing we've had in Hollywood for 20 years when Brad Pitt made Fuller and Lee Jody when they came down. Like, poor Jennifer Aniston was waving flowers and slipping and stuff like that.
Temptress.
The first thing was when Steve McQueen took that girl and had her fucking, oh man, and then to the movie under his fucking nose. That is something that they will cancel.
Well, he was one of the rare movie stars back then.
Give us that many.
When there's an actual movie star in 1970, there's not a lot of those people. You need them to sell tickets. People don't know these people. They're not online. You know, you gotta like know. Oh, it's a Steve McQueen movie, and you go see it. But if they're like, oh, who's the star of the movie? I never heard of the guy. Fuck this movie. Oh, look over here. There's a Clint Eastwood movie. Let's go to see that. It's like stars with everything. It's interesting because some great movies now don't have any stars in them. It's like Mel Gibson made Apocalypse. You don't know anybody. It's a great movie, and you don't know anything. It's perfect. It's perfect because you really believe the characters that way. I don't have to go, Robert Downey Jr. I was doing a great job pretending to be a scientist. No, it's some guy that might actually be a scientist. You know?
I don't know, but no, they didn't see anything. Steve was Charles Bronson, same way with Craig, they wanted everything. They took everything, Charles. Yeah, it just came out, so we discussed it last time. They just got released. The Steve McQueen writers of his movies.
The Riders. Yeah, Riders, for people that don't know, that means like all the things that you get when you're on the set. Like you can say, I want M&M's in my green room, I want, Pink Floyd albums, whatever.
Fucking insane. Yeah, this was insane. His suit had to be a certain kind. It had to cost a certain amount of money.
Some comics have that kind of shit. We have size 11 Jordan tweeted for them.
Yeah, but you pay for it. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going in there. I got my size 12.
Well,
Okay, what's the big deal? Yeah, they gave me some sneakers. No, you didn't. You bought those sneakers, dude. It comes out of the price. Yeah, they think that, oh, they bought the sneakers for those specials.
Yeah, but I think it's a thing that you want to be,
That you want to feel like you're being taken care of. You don't know your things. I'm going to show up with your boxes. Oh, you got me white sneakers. I'm not going to go forward. Yeah, people are like, I'm black. Jordan, they're white. I ain't getting on the stage. I get my black Jordan. I gotta run around town.
I've heard people turn limos back.
Yes.
Back in the day, it was wrong color.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ordered white ones. What is this bullshit?
And who fucking drove you under that fucking bridge? Just get the goddamn fucking car.
People love making demands, right? Like it has to be this way, but that's it. I walk. People love making demands.
And that's what happens in that fucking car.
Yeah.
Go, okay, no, go fuck yourself. You want that? Bring it yourself. And when you start doing that, listen, I understood what you said before about Rothschild. It makes sense to me now. It's like the dad took my daughter to school, and it was moms hugging trees in Studio City crying. If I was a redneck, I'd show up with a shotgun that day and just shoot it and watch those moms just fly. That's what the guns keep the liberals in check. Okay, that's when you come in and go, you want to hug trees? Boom! and fucking start shooting off. Bro, they were hugging trees right in front of the school. My daughter's birthday.
Why were they hugging trees?
Because they were going to cut the trees down. We went to school and the cops were there. We're hugging the trees, holding each other's hands, crying. This is why I had to get the fuck out of there. And that's where a guy with a gun is perfect. A big fucking gun. Guys like trees so much. Boom! But those bitches would have been running for that fucking coffee shop crying. They didn't know what happened. Fuck those trees, Jack. That's what you need. A gun. You tell these motherfuckers, shut the fuck up. You go on Facebook now, they should be placed in California. And they talk about other people that are so talented. They're so gracious to work with such a great bunch of talented individuals. Thank God they let my creative juices work. Shut up. So fucking shut up. What are you talking about? Let me smack you now or smack you later. It's so very contentious. Very, and that's why I don't miss it at all. When I watch a movie now, I can't even stand small talk. Like, that's what I didn't even know what small talk was. You know, it was like the night we did, you know, I'm talking about football field. You did a show, maybe, at the Rothschild one night. Yeah. And we left a bunch of people in and circled you. And Manny and a bunch of other people were talking to you about a deal or something. And it was like, oh my God, your set was so great. And you're supposed to stand there like, I fucking hate that shit. Yeah, they love kissing people's eyes. I loved it. Oh my God. Mimi and I loved it. Mimi. Victoria and I loved it. Yeah, we're so happy you invited us. Just to sit there. That was in the deal days. Yeah, that's still shop around deals. Yeah, where they come up to you and talk to you. You gotta be like, fucking. Yeah. So how was that? How did that feel? Yeah, well, you still connected to the system, and that was how I was making most of my money. So I'd make some money from stand-up that I would make like a couple $100,000 on these deals. That would be my year's money. And then I'd be working with some fucking schmuck, making a sitcom that sucked. I never went anywhere. I did that for a couple of years. So I did that from like 99 to 2001. And then Fear Factor started. These radio it's everywhere. I watched my favorite episode. Something was over. He was playing the piano on the fucking door. Playing the piano in the elevator. Oh, that's right. That's right. That was a fun episode. That was a fun show. And then you have a show ruining the other sitcoms. You want a sitcom after that show? Like, why? It's gonna suck. You need to. It's like a very rare combination of people to put together a really good sitcom. That was a very good show. It was just, I know that you told me over the years that they kept moving it and never found a home or something. Yeah, it moved like 9 times. The show really became popular after it was in syndication. That's when it became popular. It became popular when it was on, 7 p.m. like ABC, whatever it was. So, when they were just showing us about. That's when it became popular. It became more popular after it was canceled. It was when it was on the air. One of the writers, every day we come to the table read, he would have a t-shirt, like a white t-shirt, that would write a number on it, and that number was our ratings. And one day he came in, it was like 85. I was like, 85? Really? We're like 85th. We're the 85th show. That's good. Terrible. Good. What good is number one? The ratings. No. It's the ranked shows in the country. We're like 85 or 88, something like that. Real bad. Like, we're like on the verge. Yeah, I'm watching one show. I'm gonna watch. There's some people with dangerous, and then there's Helen. What are you watching? Oh, 1923 show? Oh yeah, Mobland. Oh yeah, I heard Mobland. Right? She's hot. Yeah, I haven't seen that. Right? Italian mafia movies. So Hero just put out One Night Out. He took out a movie deal with Tupac. He put what? He put a movie called Out One Night Out, where he plays Tupac, plays Frank Costello, and somebody else. He was just beat. I don't know exactly. Somebody should have taken Nero's keys away when he wanted to go out. listen, you're not going to ban a movie because of this political tweet.
No, but people are going to take him seriously.
No, he's political. Well, the way he acted, he dropped some feet. Okay, and I get it, but to make $2 million your first week,
That's not good.
and then like $3 million after that, and then just after I tried to go just to watch.
It's called Alto Nights.
Because I heard
Have you heard of it yet?
nope, can't fucking do it.
The problem is when people who want to be taken seriously as actors talk a lot about politics and talk a lot and give out opinions. They think that their opinions are very important and it's important that they speak out. But the problem with that is like you ruin your acting for other people who now think of the stupid shit that you said instead of thinking you as this character. We hear it. Anyways, come back.
On down a very dangerous road that we've been down dangerous road before. But that's the risk we take. I take that risk. I give to charities, I pay my taxes.
It's actually good.
There you are today. It's because of me. Mr. Listen, you want to be like them? You be like them. They own this country. It gangsters the New York country. All of a sudden, you're going to be half in, half out, half a racket kid. You can't have it both ways. You're either in or you're out.
That looks good. That looks good. I watched that.
The movie is not bad.
I'm telling you, that's because it talks too much.
I think that we're so out of mood for movies every Friday and every, like they said, nobody knew it came out. I didn't know it came out.
Well, Cope killed the movie
Oh, it's a shame.
because they made movies way quicker out on streaming now. I'll have to wait a month. I can wait a month. 1 month later, I can watch it at home. I don't have to like see somebody like texting people right in front of me with their fucking phone blinding white. People talking. What did he say? What did he say? Do you want any popcorn?
Annoying that it not a show. I've never seen it.
It's
I know the last screening on Thursday night. Not a show.
I mean, most movie theaters, people are polite.
Very strike up. Very
It's that risk. The risk of one douchebag who fucks it up for everybody.
I don't go see a popular movie. I'm not a top rater or anything. I like to see. I see a movie. I think I want to watch that. Some movies that they watch at home now, they watch it. Anything with 3D, like Wicked or whatever. My much I think my daughter. I sit there. She enjoys it. And fucking have a great time.
Wicked was great.
Wicked was great. The only
That's
thing was don't go on Rush.
No.
I was so fucked up. The chick is black and green. I couldn't deal with that right off the bat. Where's the black people? Raise your hand. What the fuck? I feel like a racist in here. She can't be black. She can't be green. Then Ariana with no eyebrows. That killed me. She had like those blonde eyebrows. I'm not fucking mushroom with this movie won't end. It won't end. It's a fucking long movie. But I'm looking at her and she's having such a great time. You look at your kids and they're having such a great time. They got a big fun.
I enjoyed it.
I
I enjoyed the Barbie. How
I
about
never
that?
saw it.
I enjoyed it. I went with my kids. They had a good time. I thought it was funny. Everybody was like complaining. It's political. It's against the patriarchy. But listen, here's my position. Okay, the movie's allowed to be political. Like, if you make a good movie and it happens to have a political slant to it, I don't care. Is it a good movie? I don't care. I don't care. Like, it's not going to change my opinion of the movie. Like, this is your opinion. This is how you're going to do it. Like, okay. So this movie is like a pro-feminism movie. People are saying they're complaining. I'm like, what do you? It's a Barbie doll.
And we just make a movie and nobody raise their fucking hand.
Yeah. That's all it is. But the thing is, everybody has to because they have to have a hot take on everything. Everybody has to have a hot take. There's a market out there of people where all they do is look for something to point out that's a disaster or a failure or here's my hot take and why it sucks. And that's it. All they do is like find suck, and they very rarely talk about things that are awesome, which is crazy because there's so much awesome shit out there. You know what's great? on Apple Plus, Slow Horses. You heard of it? You know what it is?
No.
It's Gary Oldman.
Oh yeah. My
Yeah.
wife watched it.
It's a British
She
spy
said it's
drama.
fucking tremendous.
It's fucking great. Really good show.
I've been watching the old John Hamm.
Which one?
He has a show, John Hamm. He's fucking deep in the rich neighborhood.
Oh, really?
He's John.
There's too many shows.
Yes, too many fucking shows.
There's too many shows. You just can't. You can't watch them all. You want to watch a show that you shouldn't be on mushrooms? Severance.
All right, that's very well. Good.
Yeah, it's a very good show. Don't watch out on mushrooms, or you get fucked.
I watched that movie, Debbie Moore.
Oh, I heard about that. I
That
didn't
is
see it. Is it a show or a movie? It's a movie.
really fucking movie I've seen in years.
It's a movie where like she gets young again and goes back and forth, old and young.
Yeah.
Substance. Did you see it, Jamie?
I was gonna say, I don't know why, it's like a Black Mirror type movie, but that just came back up to Black Mirror.
Yeah, I heard the new one.
Do you watch 1823?
Yes.
You liked it? You loved it. I enjoyed all of it.
Love it. Yeah, I
I
love
enjoyed all of it.
Landman's good too. You see Landman? That's great.
Funny. Yeah, that fucking
Billy Bob's mad. I love anything.
They're shooting already.
Yeah.
Right? They're down there shooting.
I believe so.
Yeah, because they were looking for vehicles or something like that.
Yeah. Well, Taylor likes to do everything down here. He can. You know, he's got that John Ranch, Taylor Sheriff.
Yeah.
466. And, you know, I mean, that guy can't lose. Everything he touches is gold. You ever met him?
No.
Fucking great guy.
No, I have mutual friends.
I had dinner with him in Burke in Vegas recently. All our lives together after the fights, after the UFC fights. And a bunch of my pool player friends came by, and Goggins. Goggins was there with his wife too. Great time. Fucking great dinner. So much fun, all laughing, having fun. Good fucking time. The Taylor Sheriff was great. Just the guy can't move. And you know, he made some college, but you know, go watch that.
I watched it.
I watched that again.
The first and second.
Cigar was a fucking banger of a movie. It was on TV the other day. I was like, that's right. This movie's that's a banger of a movie.
You know, it's a shame that before the pandemic started, like really bad movies. It's just a shame. You know, it really is a shame that we gotta wait for shows this long. Like fucking,
There's so much to watch though.
yeah, the Adams Family came back with Jenna Garcia.
Was it supposed to come back?
Yeah. Netflix never, and I worked with one of the dudes who was like, yeah, we already shot it. It's still fucking been like 3 years.
Why
By the time it comes back, the kid's gonna fucking not even remember. She didn't remember anything.
are they doing anything with it? Like what?
I've never heard anything yet.
Huh. Why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Netflix is off the chain. I don't know. Netflix has so much fucking shit on there.
There's so much.
So much. If I see one more Pablo Escobar, they got, if you watch like a murder thing one time, forget it.
You know, we're talking about the UFC on Netflix. Yeah. Apparently, I think the UFC's negotiation period with ESPN ended. So what that means is they can talk to other people.
That fucking thing that night when everything fell apart, that was the bad night.
But which night?
With Walter. Not this card, but the one before that, the pay-per-view, when disaster started. It was about pay-per-view one night. Nobody was getting the pay-per-view.
Oh, right.
She
One of
fight
the
was fucking
the app failed.
It was too overall. The shit happened. But this must have been bad because
What fight card was that, Jamie? Was a failure? I don't. Was I working that? How do I not know that happened?
I don't think you were.
So 2 events ago. May, March.
Where was that? Where was it? Was that Adesanya or? Oh, okay. So I was working that one.
You did work it?
Yeah, I was working that one for sure. It was undeniable when he won the title off of Pereira. So the pay-per-view, what happened? It went down or partially went down?
Partially went down. I couldn't order the card.
Oh,
A bunch of shit going on. Then I went on Twitter and I saw Frankie X and a bunch of other guys fighting. What the fuck's wrong with my other? And then I heard the riffraff that night. The next day they were talking about it. Monday, Dana was on something about it.
Well, I think in general the pay-per-view numbers are down as well because the casuals aren't buying as much because you don't have. First of all, the UFC is not like boxing. Like a boxing pay-per-view is like, oh, Canelo's fighting in 4 months, and you gear up and you buy the Canelo Alvarez pay-per-view. If you're a big boxing fan, you might buy one once every couple months. If you're like hardcore, you're watching all of them. You're on DAZN and you're on ESPN Plus. You're watching every boxing match, but there's not a lot of pay-per-views. The UFC has a pay-per-view every week, or excuse me, every month, and then they have a fight every week. So it's like getting people to shell out $7 for this card, and also like some of the great fights on the undercard. And you already before the pay-per-view starts, you already have 3.5 hours of great fights you can watch for free, and some of them are trying to lure you into buying the pay-per-view. So some of the best fights are really on the undercard. Sometimes, like guys who you don't know their names.
There's always one good fight that I want to watch. Oh, I want to watch.
Yeah, I mean the big fight clearly this last weekend was Volkanovski versus Lopez. That was a fight I really wanted to see. Because I really wanted to see if Volkanovski could pull it off. All-time great featherweight champion, one of the for sure greatest fighters of all time. Shooting for the Hall of Fame, but he's 36, and he got knocked out 2 times in a row. He's fighting this fucking animal, Diego Lopez. It was a great fight though, and he both pulled it off. But the fight that I really wanted to see was Bryce Mitchell versus Sean Silva, right? Because Sean Silva is a motherfucker, dude. That guy looks like a world champion. He looks like he choked him like a ninja choke, and was like a no arm with the Darce hit arm. That was just all neck, and put him to sleep. He tapped and then he went out, and to do it, just beat him from pillar to post the entire fight, and was smiling and laughing. It looked like he was never threatened and never in danger, just like he was on another level, like way above Bryce. Like looked like a world champion. Like even guys that have beat him before, that beat Bryce Mitchell before, except Josh Emmett, who just KO'd with one punch. But like even Ilya Topuria, like you got to get a hold of him for it to fight. Like John Silva looked like he was never a fighter. Like almost like he was having fun. He was trying to get him to touch hands at the beginning of the round. He was like touching hands. He tried. He's like touching hands. He wouldn't touch hands. And then finally just broke his foot. He's an animal. That guy, that whole team, apparently, the fighting nerds. I was talking to John Anik about this. They have data scientists that work for the team. Data scientists who analyze techniques. And they break things down, what's effective in patterns. They find patterns, what the person does, when to do it, how to do it. That's it. Bro, that's a team of fucking savages. Well, Kyle Barralio is one of the top 185-pounders, might be the best in the world. I mean, when he fights Dricus Duplessis, eventually we'll see, but he's just scorching that division. I mean, he's one of the best contenders in that. And then you have Mauricio Rufy, the baddest lightweights alive, gigantic lightweight, all in one real kick body into another dimension. Oh, you got that guy. You got Carlo Cortez, who's a fucking killer. Stone cold Muay Thai killer who's really hard to take down. And he's just 100% finishing rate. He knocked down and he fucks everybody. He's a sniper. Super skillful, slick Muay Thai guys. So their whole team is just killer. It's all killers. Just like a team of brilliant up and coming killers. These guys are learning now. It's not just about training hard. It's not just about sacrifice. It's about thinking hard too. It's about learning. It's about really building up over your thinking. What can we do? How do we make this better? How do we see up this part of the game? Amazing.
I think the guy that made you cheers.
Oh yeah,
I was always very impressed with how every fight he showed up with something different.
Yeah.
So I was still like, yeah, cheers, please, I still got this right hand. Okay. He was right hand, always, he was always city, was kickboxing guy. He was old.
Phil Nurse.
Yeah.
The Phil Nurse in the watch. Yeah, and then you go with all the Greg Jackson guys.
Wild card.
Yeah, for the wild card.
Remember when he fought, I think it was Josh Gotcha. He was jabbed. He was at the fight. Yeah. He fucking broke the jab out. He had trained this wild card.
Yeah, his jab fucked Josh's eye up so bad that Josh couldn't fly home.
I remember that. I remember all that shit. That's why I liked him. His training was all. The other time, you watch it, he's doing gymnastics.
Yeah.
Where's gymnastics that are on this player?
Well, he just realized that gymnasts are so powerful because they have such control of their body. He's like, well, I'm going to get better control of my body. So he learned to do backflips, swim.
Meanwhile, he's still going, well, my jiu-jitsu game is elevated. This motherfucker did and worked out every part of his game, but focused on jiu-jitsu.
You know what's real crazy about him? He still does the same thing. He's really a martial artist. He comes to Austin all the time to train with John Donaher and Gordon Ryan. All the time. He's here all the time. I see him like every couple months. He comes down to train, and then he'll go somewhere else to train. He'll go somewhere else to train. No desire to fight. He doesn't want to fight anymore at all. He's just a martial artist. He's so happy and content. He's like the best example of a guy who retired with millions in the bank and is living like his best life. He's a real martial artist. He just wants to learn and grow. Like, why would he come here and train with Gordon Ryan? Why would you train that fucking animal if you're not actually thinking about competing? But for him, it's just all about growing. It's all about growing in this martial arts journey that he's on for his whole life. It's really amazing. It's very cool. You know, when he would come to 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, he'd learn stuff from Eddie, too. He came down to learn turning sidekick from me. Like, he just wants to learn. He wants to learn everything. He's always constantly seeking out. Yeah, very smart. And you see him. He's in all these different gyms. You see him. Oh, look, he's in Thailand. He's working with Muay Thai guys. He's over here. He's over there. He's just enjoying his life and training martial arts all over the world. It's incredible. Incredible. It's beautiful. Because the saddest thing for me is when a fighter stops fighting and they lose their identity. George's never lost his identity. He hasn't gone through some weird phase where he doesn't know what to do with himself.
I am not impressed. That was one of the funniest things.
Yeah, that became like a meme.
I was not impressed with the performance.
The nicest fucking guy.
Nicest guy.
And really smart, man. Really interested in all kinds of shit. Always like reading stuff and fascinated by things. Just a guy, just a curious guy who wants to learn and just going through his life, just having a good time now. He doesn't have to think about business. You know, it's just training. It's kind of fucking awesome. It really is. It's like with no goal in mind other than growth. And getting better. He's still rolling hard, man. I'm watching him roll these guys. He's rolling assassins. You know, he's still doing jiu-jitsu with like top flight black belts, man.
You ever consider going back to Facebook?
No.
Just going to a school once a week and just going in there with a bunch of guys and all some kids and shit.
I like that.
Man, no, you're not here. Henry, look, could you imagine now if you're there? Like, I've been thinking about it. There's a couple back there, jiu-jitsu school. He's 68.
Oh, wow.
He came from a fucking Shotokan karate background. And he goes, I teach in the Bronx every Wednesday night. He goes, this was my school. I sold it, but I still walk down. Well, come with me.
Wow.
How cool would that be?
That would be cool to take class.
That's what I'm saying. One time a week, like something that you're no. But you do those, like when you do Taekwondo, they have one step, like those little, those little sheet they run. I think they call it. They throw punch. Yeah, it's drill, and that's what you need. You're not gonna you're not gonna go crazy, but
The drills are really important. They're really important. People don't like doing the sparring so far. Same with jiu-jitsu. Like Eddie Bravo always say that like, drills are terrible. They're so boring. But if you can do them, it'll make your jiu-jitsu look better. Like the biggest leap that I ever got in the beginning of my jiu-jitsu journey was when I became friends with him. We would train in the garage. We would just drill for like an hour and a half. Coach and drill. He was showing me a lot of his rubber guard stuff, like the early stuff. but we would just drill like different positions, how to escape certain positions, how to finish from certain positions, what to be careful of, and then we just go through path. Like path was pass into half guard, push on the knee, move into side control, head and arm, secure the arm, finish the arm triangle. And what we'd do is like, if he was doing it to me, I would resist like 40% maybe, just kind of like sort of resist, re-secure it, and Karen's just gonna finish it off. So it's like basically you're doing it as if you do the same pathway with the same things that a person would do to resist, but then they're not trying to really stop you. They want you to stop them. Like this is the idea of the drill. So I would get my hand in, but it's just so that you can push my hand down and then lock it over. So
Well, that's big now.
yeah, drilling is everything.
People are flow roll. And people are selling. Even thousand blocks is like, oh,
It's the way to get better. It's really the way to get better.
That's the problem. You gotta keep it more fucking flow. And that's the problem. After a while, you're like, oh, I know. So next thing you know, it's not a flow.
Right, now you're going to try to kill each other.
And that's the problem. It starts off with a flow for a minute. Yeah, and it goes off the fucking reservation.
That's always the same with kickboxing sparring too. When I was training at the Jet Center, there was this one dude that I used to love to train with. He was an older guy, so I was probably 26 back then, 27 maybe, and he was maybe like closer to 35, 40. Like it had some fights, just like to stay in shape. And we would spar, and he knew I was an actor. He knew whatever. I was on a TV show, and I don't want to get hit too much. And so we would spar, we just touch each other.
Yeah.
And I knew he wasn't going to try to knock me out. But other guys, I knew, like, we're fighting. Like, we're sparring. This is a fight. But with him, I knew, and I got so sharp because of that. Because he and I would work out a couple times a week, and I noticed, like, my timing and everything was, like, much sharper because I was going through those pathways and not tense. I was going through those pathways, so sharpening those lanes. So, like, punch, come, slip, counter. All these things were, like, flowing in my head because we weren't hurting each other. But it's so hard for young guys to understand that. To get better is to like, you want to like the Thai guys. They fight every week. When they spar, they don't hurt each other at all. They touch and they laugh. Like, oh, they're like playing a little game with each other. You ever seen Thai guys?
Yeah.
But you watch like one of the best things to watch is like two elite high level Thai guys just spar with each other. Just spar, playful life, because they're joking around and laughing and they're touching each other, but they're really working on that time. They're really working on those moves, working on like seeing what's coming, how to stop it, how to get in on them, but they're not hurting each other at all.
It's weird that I'm older and I love doing crazy shit. I don't have much to think. So I'm trying to class jiu-jitsu and all that shit. And jiu-jitsu is the toughest one for me. Like, I haven't been to jiu-jitsu since November because I've been sick. I had a bunch of problems. I was on antibiotics and was having a hard time fucking breathing. But I can't wait to go back. But now I'm going to go back and do it a little bit.
Flow.
One guy on flow is a cop. And drilling. Yeah, have a group up class. Basically a lot of drilling. That's great. A lot of calories.
Drilling's so important.
But you have to go in the daytime. They roll you at night. The class was so shut that you have time to roll that long. Right. So I would rather drill a long time than roll once and get the fuck out of that. Yeah. So you box out. When I go box out, fucking go crazy. I speed that up. 2 rounds, bag that moves around, that burns tons of calories. Then I hit the hard bag. I'm about 7 years. They give me around.
You know what I always do? I like to put on Wu-Tang Clan and just fuck that heavy bag. I love it. That's what I like to do.
I love more. I'll tell you what else I got into. I'm old. Well, when I went to that hospital, it reminded me that I was a kid no more. Like, we fuck around, we have a good time, we think we're bad motherfuckers, but you want to stay healthy. Yeah. Ever since I come out of the hospital a month ago, everything fucking changed. Come on, put you on my list. Well, I think we're going to go. Tomorrow. Are you busy? I'm not busy. All right. Tomorrow. Let's go. Good. I like that blood.
Yes. Get a IV bag?
Yeah. No, it's a little.
So you're talking about a stem cell push Push. Yeah, IV stem cells. Yeah, I just got that Tuesday. I brought Rich Voss in.
How was he?
He was great. I love that guy.
I love it.
We had a good time. We had a good time at the club.
I see him a lot.
Yeah,
I see him every week.
he's jerky.
Every Wednesday we meet up.
He's just sweetheart. I love him to death. So he's been having problems with it.
Yeah.
So I brought him down to Brigham. Brigham's got this crazy thing. I'm gonna show you this, Jen, because it's fucking bananas. He's got this crazy thing where he's got an AI that you ask questions to. Have you seen it, Jen? It's fucking nuts, right?
Hey, you tell me the history of testosterone and prostate.
Yeah, I'll send this to you, Jen. So Brigham has this new beautiful facility for waste wellness, great view.
Oh, they moved.
They moved. They have a new facility. They bought a building and renovated it, and it's incredible. But one of the things they have is this big screen with this alien, and you touch the alien and ask it a question, and it uses AI. Like, so it has an AI, large language model based. Press. What's this? Press.
Tell me the history of testosterone and prostate cancer. My doctor said these organs can cause prostate cancer. What do you guys say?
So the alien like thinks about it.
The concern stems from a 1941 study by Huggins that suggested testosterone with prostate cancer. This has been thoroughly debunked by modern research, particularly by Dr. Abraham Morgan. Current evidence shows no causal relationship between testosterone therapy and prostate cancer development. In fact, many men with prostate cancer have donor testosterone. The outdated theory misunderstood how testosterone interacts with prostate tissue, and numerous studies now show that properly monitored testosterone therapy is safe for most men, even those with a history of prostate cancer in some cases. How did you happen?
You know what?
That's the future.
It can answer any question. It can analyze your blood work. You can tell it, hey, my vitamin B12 level is this. My testosterone level is that. What would you suggest I take? What I suggest is a protocol of, just like rattle off things that you need. You need some niacin. Take magnesium before you go to bed. How much REM sleep are you getting? Are you monitoring that? And start talking. Am I crazy? It's an app too. It's on your phone. People talking about that last night at the club. They go on chat GPT. You don't know what that is? No. I don't know. Chat GPT is AI. It's like it's on your phone. Like you can ask it a question. I can give me a good question.
Who was the composer of Swanee River?
Who is the composer of Swanee River? You see how my phone has all those rainbows on the outside like that? I'm searching for the answer. Boom. Gives me the answer. Can you go on ChatGPT and tell me more about Stephen Foster, the composer of Swanee River? Yeah. And then it goes on ChatGPT. I'm going to have this on the system. If you ask anything. What Disney movies are the most racist? Looking at ChatGPT right now. And I'm not
The reason why Joe, that is one.
ChatGPT told me to go fuck myself. It disconnected.
One of the greatest episodes. We were talking a couple weeks ago. We were talking about we watched Gleason interview on 60 Minutes.
Yes.
You know, I watch 100 movies every Saturday.
Do you really?
Every Saturday at midnight. I don't have time for anything else. I got to be home by midnight on Saturday. Okay. And then the reason why I said Swarthy River thing is that was one of the best episodes that Gleason ever did. He was going to $95,000 question. And you have to go up levels.
Yeah.
And they ask you questions. He picked music. So he had his buddy, Norton, get all the sheet music, and Norton would play music for him. Go, who is this? And he would have to say, and the Italian lady, Miss Manicani, would come down. It was a great episode. But there's one scene where Norton was playing. He goes, Norton, why the fuck?
There it is.
Why the fuck do you play this? I told you once, I told you 100 times. It's the only way I can warm up before I play the piano. The pitcher warms up before I pitch the ball, man. I gotta warm up that way before I play the piano. The whole way to have to take it together. Are you ready? Go ahead, play. All right, now go to the end so Joe can see. So because
I'm running out. Hurry up.
no, play the song first so he sees.
Are you ready? Here we are. All right, contestant for $100. Who is the composer of 20 Rivers?
It's face.
20 Rivers. That's right, 20 Rivers. We have a few bars of 20 Rivers all day. Time's running out. Hurry up. Better take a guess. And we know the correct answer is Stephen Buck. But thanks so much. You've been a wonderful contestant and as well score.
The 60-minute
All right, guys.
it was great. Just listening to him talk. That was when he was just playing golf and drinking. He had that crazy golf cart they would drive around in.
What's the book I read where he taught Richard Pryor how to hide it? And the movie taught him.
He taught him how to hide it.
Yeah, Richard Pryor little joy. Exactly. What are you doing? Come on. You're gonna have some class.
So how do you hide it?
Under your hand. Mix it with a cigar. He put Richard. We're smoking it out.
Oh.
So right there. Richard Pryor like this motherfucker come here and smoke a joint.
So he tuck it away.
And he was 20 years old.
Yeah.
You know, okay? He was fucking beast, man.
That guy partied.
Beast, no. He did it all. But I family, right? How old
Was it close to 60?
But no, he,
I think there was a couple different kinds of cancer.
how old was he?
Yeah. Oh, was he? Oh, he's 71? Oh, that's not too bad.
No, that's cool. The national was 74.
Yeah. I thought he died earlier than that.
No.
But yeah. Hard living.
I looked
Yeah. You ever hear a story about him and Richard Nixon?
No.
Richard Nixon and him were getting drunk one night. Richard Nixon was launching some UFOs. And so they get on Air Force One and fly along the Air Force bases where they have this fucking crashed UFO and alien bodies on ice. And Jack Gleason apparently becomes obsessed with UFOs after this. Has a house built in upstate New York that looks like a UFO. His house was a flying saucer. He had a house built that looked like a UFO. And the story's unsubstantiated. It's hard to know if it's true, but it was like his ex-wife told it in some magazine, right? But it tracks. It tracks with, if you believe these people that say that there was some sort of crash, that they did recover, and they do have bodies. So this is his fucking house. He has a house built. That's one image of it, but there's other images of what looks even more like a flying saucer. Yep, that it kind of looks normal like a house there, though, but the guy built a flying saucer house. Nixon and him got hammered. I'm hoping that's going to happen with me and Trump, but Trump doesn't get drunk. Imagine you're hanging out with Trump, and he's like, "You want to see the UFO? Can I keep a secret?" Yeah, there he is, hanging out with Nixon.
And they supposedly do have something to crash, and they supposedly do have biological entities that are on ice. As according to these whistleblowers that work for the government, now we're talking about this stuff. It's hard to know. We talk about it for like a month. So
There's got to be something out there. Not assume there's something out there, whether or not.
right, but we shouldn't assume that that's something to do.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I would. If I was from somewhere else, and I was like, imagine if you're like from some super advanced civilization that's completely abandoned war. There's no thievery. Everybody reads everybody's minds. There's no unfairness. They worked all that stuff out. It's just superior intellect because everybody's evolved for a million years past where we are now. And you get the opportunity to see what a breakthrough civilization looks like. Right when they're figuring out nuclear power, right when they're figuring out flight and war and cell phones and shit like that. Like, that would be like you and I going back and going visiting the real Wild West. Like being in a gold mining town in 1830. You know how nuts that would be? No, fucking crazy. Be one of the minor 49ers in 1849, going all the way to San Francisco. These fucking animals stabbing each other in saloons. Like, you know what that would be like? The kind of barbarians that took a chance with wooden wheels getting pulled by a horse and went across mountain ranges to try to get to the goal. That would be like us going to visit that. Of course we would visit that. Of course. Like, if you had a chance to see what it was like to see Christopher Columbus land in the Bahamas, to see what that must have been like, of course you would want to see it. If you could go literally back in time and see primitive humans, well, if they're just like us, but they're like us millions of years from now, of course they would want to visit us. It would be so interesting. Can you imagine if there was a planet where we could go and we could see anything? You know, imagine.
Of course, got to figure it out.
Yeah. What if, you see guys making fucking arrowheads with flint for the first time, and with sticks, giant fucking heads, big teeth, covered in hair, just figuring out tools. Oh my God, we would be fascinated by those people.
The way I think about it is this: some of the kids were talking about money. And, right? So, okay.
Yeah.
7. Here, the moon landing was in '69. I was 6. So it started after that. I heard more and more about it. So you need to tell me is in 55 years we have found out more information about it. We know what's going on. We know. NASA's not stupid. They know something's out there. They play with us a little bit from time to time. But that's something.
I think so too.
That's something.
I think the other problem with the president knowing, can they keep things from the president? Of course they can. The president is only there. Then he has to get in there again. And if he wins, he's only there for 4 more years. These fucking people have 30-year careers, 50-year careers in the intelligence agencies. If they know something, and they've known something since, fucking Gerald Ford, why would they tell you? Why do you think? We've already been hiding this from the population for so long.
And those old timers didn't need to, what's that? You have to sign something.
NDA.
Like that. Whatever. So there was something to it.
Yeah.
There was something to it. You got that place in New Mexico. You got Hudson County, we discussed before, Rothschild. You have all these places that have a higher volume. I wonder what's number 2 in UFO sightings.
I wonder what's number 1. What's number 1? Is it Hudson Valley?
Yeah. George Washington bringing the whole family.
That's great.
That's number 1. I wonder what number 2, 3.
It's interesting that a lot of them know where the ocean is. Because that's one of the big things, they have bases in the ocean. Because the reality of the ocean is no one's looking. If you have something on the Earth, satellites can see it. But if you have something that's in the middle of Nevada, in some deserted area, and you have buildings, satellites can see that. You can see the structures. So you have to hide them. But if you have something in the ocean, nobody sees anything. We've only explored, what is the percentage of the ocean floor that we have explored? I think it's like 10%. I think it's somewhere around 10, maybe 20%. So that means that 80% of the ocean floor is undiscovered. We have no idea what's down there. and it's, a mile, 2 miles deep in some spots. If you're from a super sophisticated civilization that's millions of light years away, you can come here instantaneously. You have the ability to traverse in these what they call transmedium craft, which means they go through air, go through water. It creates a gravity bubble around it and go through everything. That's what they think these things can do. That's what they can go 500 knots underwater. Like nothing can do that. And if they have bases under the ocean, it makes sense that these sightings are all near the ocean. It just totally makes sense.
Yeah, I love the beach, lizards at the beach. Watch, 23rd.
Seabed 23rd, what they've mapped out.
We've got 30% map for China. That's thing done by.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Oh, what if they find a base? What if they get down there and they find bases? What is all that stuff? What are those
I'm
lines?
guessing that's what they probably send their drones.
Oh, oh, that's crazy. So they're scouring the ocean floor to try to get out. That's why the aliens are going to come out. Wow, that's Hawaii. What?
Oh,
Oh,
that's not good.
it is? What's that? One of those islands in the middle. Is that Catalina? Oh, I see. Oh, you resumed here. Oh,
That's what she stuff is. Oh, it's make these little like rock spots that stick it up.
wow. You got it. Got pause. Yeah. We'll be right back, folks. Woo! And we're back. What were we just talking about?
Aliens, whatnot.
And whatnot. Yeah.
I feel like we know. That's like everything else. We know we shut down the release and we're going to play with this. That's what they do. I think that there would be I think even after all the alien talk and everything, I think Americans couldn't really handle it.
Well, there was actually a discussion. This guy, Hal Puthoff, who was a physicist that worked with the U.S. government, told me that during the Bush administration, they actually wanted to talk about the potential of disclosure to the American people. What would be the pros and the cons? So they listed what could be disrupted. Well, the economy could be disrupted, religion could be disrupted, government could be disrupted. What would be the positive aspects? And they started looking at the positive aspects like scientific development, the understanding that we're not alone, and then they weighed it all out. And the cons outweighed the pros by a significant number. And so they decided not to disclose. This is what Hal Puthoff says. So he is a scientist that's worked with the government for decades. And I had dinner with him and Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée is the guy who the character in Close Encounters of the Third Kind was based on, the French guy, scientist. Jacques Vallée has been studying UFOs since, I think, the 50s. Brilliant, brilliant. He's written tons of books on the subject. And the stories that he knows, that he's aware of, the historical stories, which really gets crazy is when they get into the 1700s and the 1800s and the early 1900s. They're the same stories. People are seeing the same thing. The same kind of things are happening to people. The people that are encountering the crafts and encountering the beings, they're reporting the same stories. They're real similar to the point where you're like, what's going on? If it's real unique in I haven't seen UFO, I haven't seen aliens, you haven't, Jamie hasn't. But what if one of us did? Like, if there's millions and millions and millions of people, and one guy is fucking walking his dog in the middle of the field, and all of a sudden this thing just lands right in front of him, and no one's around. And then these things get out, and they look at you talking to you with their mind. And then they get back on your ship, and they fucking disappear. They zoom off so fast, you can't even follow with your eyes. And then you're sitting there going, what the fuck do I tell anybody? Who's going to believe me? Who's going to believe this? I should probably not tell anybody. And then you're lying in bed at night and you're all freaked out because you can't believe you know something that other people don't know. You know the most incredible thing. That not only are they real, but they can do things that we can't possibly do. They cannot be us. There's something different. It's a different life form.
I think when they came here, maybe somebody painted them as green or whatever. I feel that they're here, they walk around looking like us. They're a more intelligent life source, like the movie Cocoon.
Right.
That's the vibe I think. I'm the type of guy I'll talk
Well, invasion of bystander.
Yeah, invasion of bystanders. I'm the type of guy I'll talk to you about it, but just talking to you just now about if somebody at the government tell me aliens use this, I think it would not be that because I know they do,
Right.
but not really,
But not really.
but not really. I know they do, but not really. That's I think whatever.
Yeah.
Certainly be shocked to be able to find out, but I think that yeah, the cool type people.
Jacques Vallée is of that opinion too. Like, what's interesting about him is he really maintains scientific credibility after all these years, despite like studying UFOs back at the time where if you studied UFOs, you were crackpot. But everything he looked at was just based on logic. This is what we know, and this is what we don't know. This is what we can prove. This is what we can't prove. And we estimate that there's a certain percentage of these experiences, whether it's 5% or what, that are legitimate. There's a great number. The vast majority of things that people see in the sky are not UFOs.
No.
They
But I
explain
guarantee we do see things that we think are something else. See what
yeah.
I could see that out of itself.
Oh yeah, people see Saturn. They think Saturn's a UFO. They think, people see things too, And then there's also weird phenomenon that's real, like ball lightning. Ball lightning is a type of lightning that like jumps around like a ball, like a giant softball of lightning, just darting around the sky, and then it goes away. And it's just a weird form of lightning that has been documented. But if you saw that, if you were in the middle of like New Mexico by yourself camping, and you saw that, it's like, fuck, man, you think it's a fairy or something like that? Oh my god, man, the angels are flying around refuge. You see ball lightning. Like, what the fuck? You're seeing traces behind the ball lightning. You would 100% believe and feel like you came in contact with an angel. You would believe and feel like something from another planet communicating with you. Probably fill your head up with all this important shit they told you that you have to tell people. I'm gonna tell people, man, we're doing it all wrong. We're all one, man. We're all one. You can't be fighting these wars. It's so foolish. They want us to know. They want us to take care of Mother Earth. Meanwhile, yourself ball lightning when you're on mushrooms.
You know what I was involved in? I got into a whole guy. He told me about Burbank. So, God, I had a coffee shop. Yeah, the girl that was fucking crazy. The girl was so crazy. I had to use that. I actually had to go to the library. I found a whole, maybe 10 years ago, I went online. I reading about mermaids. Like, that's something I believe.
The dumbest thing about mermaids is they have a fish from the waist down.
Right, but the more they actually spot me, it's just a lie.
It doesn't even make any sense. Like, fish don't have sex, you fucking idiot. That means it's the most beautiful one in the world from the waist up, and all she do is give you blowjobs. Because fish don't have sex.
That's okay. That's not my problem. I'm not gonna have sex with it.
But people are. They want to fall in love with a mermaid. They're like, that's the craziest person to fall in love with.
He's dead. And he's up.
No, come on. No, they're manatees. These people saw manatees. Probably their eyesight sucked because they all had scurvy. They were all fucking starving to death. They all had syphilis. Their faces are falling off. These rotten scumbags on these boats together. And then they're so horny that they want to fuck manatees. They see manatees in the foggy water flopping around. I swear it's a girl with a tail. They want to hop off. They're like a guy in the desert that sees an oasis that's not there. I see water, and you just try to drink the sand. That's what it is. These guys
gotta be
so these horny scumbags from like Europe in the 1500s, these monsters. They're on this boat together for 4 months, and they think they see women in the water. They're probably on opium. They probably had syphilis. They were drunk.
That's why I love the 80s.
Animals.
That's why I love the 80s. These two guys actually went into the studio for a living. We got a movie about a fucking guy who falls in love with a mermaid. I said, that's fun. We taste them. That's another good.
Joey, that's a good like. This is one of the reasons why America became what it is that everybody who moved here initially took a crazy chance. You got to take a crazy chance. You want to get in a boat in the 1700s and make your way across the Atlantic Ocean? You have no idea if storms are coming. There's no fucking weather.com. You don't even know what it looks like over here because they don't have pictures yet. Someone's going to draw This is what I saw when I visited Maryland. I told you it's a fucking American fuck. Look at that fucking fake thing.
He's so dumb.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's hilarious. That's one of the reasons why America became so powerful. The twos. The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, like that stuff. All the laws that gave you freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, right to practice your own religion, all those things are also the type of people that moved here. Crazy, risk-taking motherfuckers that were willing to get their kids and get on a boat and make it across the country. So everybody that came over here was just fucking gung-ho. They're all wild folk. Wild, dangerous people trying to get jobs on the East Coast. But still to this day, like, the East Coast is so crazy, so chaotic, it's so fun. Because that was like the echoes of these pioneering monsters that traveled their way across the ocean. Crazy people, desperate for anything. Europe just sucks so bad, like, ready the fuck out of here. Whether it's from Spain or Ireland or where, boats, just boats. Italians, boats. And then they make their way across the land. And then, cover the whole thing eventually. And in a few hundred years. It's a crazy story, man. And we got to be careful of this place. You can't sacrifice the things that made us so great in terms of our freedom just for political gain. Because then we're going to get the whole thing with them. And we could go the same way Rothschild. The same way they had like a European-style country. And now it's a dictatorship. And now it's Islamic. And there's no getting out of that without some crazy revolution, right? They could go there anywhere. If there's people anywhere on Earth in 2025 living under the thumb of tyranny, there can be people here. It's just a bunch of things have to go wrong. We saw a few things go wrong during COVID. It should have woke a lot of people up. But the fabric of society is very fragile. That's why the founding fathers are so wise. They put into play protections to keep tyranny from taking over. They had a bunch of checks and balances that you can't get through. You don't have ultimate power like the king. You have Congress, you have the Senate, you have the Supreme Court. It's got to be like that. If you can't change that just because you want your side to win. Everybody has to be winning. Everybody gets short-sighted. Democrats get short-sighted on this. Republicans get short-sighted on this. You can't have that happen. It's not good for anybody. It's not good for us. If you think your opinions and your beliefs and what you know is more beneficial to the American people, state your case. That should be the only thing we do. These people should be able to state their case, explain what you can do. We should demand that. And all that other shit, stop it. Just get rid of it. Get rid of all of it. Get rid of all of it. No one should be pro-crime. No one should be letting people off their crimes. No one should be letting gang members live in some sanctuary city for another country. They come over here just to cause havoc and create crime because we have weak police and because we let them in. But no side should want that. No side should want the country to be more dangerous. And no side should want people deported to El Salvador prisons. They're not really gang members either. No side should want no due process. No side should want the ability of the government to imagine you're a person who's over here illegally, but you're not a criminal. You're just a guy who doesn't have paperwork, and then they send you to prison somewhere. Someone decides because you're tattooed that you're in a gang. Now all of a sudden you're in prison in another country you haven't even tried. You can't let that happen either.
Did you see that prison in Nicaragua, whatever that place, El Salvador, where they house them 40 years? That's crazy. It's crazy. That's insane.
And apparently they have unmarked graves. People die, they get strangled, whatever, to their back, unmarked grave. It's completely dehumanizing people as a overcorrection to having too much crime and gang violence. So too much crime and gang violence, you throw all due process around everybody, throw them all in jail. And if you're going to do that, a certain percentage of them are it's going to be effective. You're definitely going to curb crime, but you're also going to victimize a few innocent people, a certain percentage of innocent people. especially if you have due process.
We don't.
This can't come to America, you know. And if we're sending our prisoners over there, how much different is that than the other stuff that we hate, like sending jobs overseas where people work for $1 a day and don't get health care? We would never allow that in America, right? But we would never allow this kind of a prison in America either. So should we really be involved in sending people to this kind of a prison if they're from another country? You know, it's an interesting question. Do you think you gotta? I think there is a bit of a problem, right? If you come from one country and then they put you in a prison in another one without a trial. If they say you're a gang member, you're an MS-13, you come from Mexico, you make your way to America, and also they put you in El Salvador prison, but what happened here?
And that's kind of a lot. They took a handful of people that had weird tattoos and stuff like that.
That's what I've heard, and I don't really know the truth.
No, you don't know.
Because they're saying that they keep talking about this guy, mainstream media, saying he's a Maryland father, this, that, but then that Tom Roman guy says, no, he's a member of MS-13. It's okay, who's telling the truth? And they were saying that if you got deported and came back into this country again illegally, we would round him up again and do it all over again. We didn't make a mistake. Okay, well, who's telling the truth? He's just a Maryland man, it's mistaken identity, and
This is a police record.
Yeah, right.
But this is police record. If the guy has a tattoo and a police record, got a family and a wife, it's like, remember we used to take you to chicken?
Which place?
By your old house 20 years ago. We used to always back at the chicken.
Oh, chicks. Yes. Oh,
How good was that place?
we have that wood-fired rotisserie.
Absolutely.
Only pay cash. No
Yeah,
credit card.
okay.
That's what killed them.
So think about this. What if you had that for 20 years? Great guy. I always went up there.
Yes. Great guy.
What if he came back and he had a green card?
He was
No. He was legal.
He was legal.
There's
He
people
was
like
second generation.
there's people that came, they're here. Before I said, actually, I think it was more than second generation. I'm not sure if this guy had roots in the community. I'm not going to just put him to fire.
Yeah, I think what you got to do is just get rid of criminals only. But the only way to know if someone's a criminal is to have due process.
But it's not over a fucking tattoo.
No.
It's due process.
It's due
That's all
process.
I want.
Because there's a lot of kids get stupid tattoos, and then you have
You gotta rock it though.
when I went to Japan, I couldn't work out in the gym, in the hotel. They made me go up to my room, put a long sleeve shirt on because of my sleeves. You can't have open tattoos and work out at like a nice place because it's connected to the Yakuza. So like you have to follow the rule.
They demand that you follow the rules. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't throw somebody back in a fucking prison like that just because of a tattoo. I gotta see something.
Yeah.
I gotta see something. He did something to disrupt the system.
Yeah, I just see the thing is I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know the truth of these cases because you get a biased take from one side oftentimes, and then you get a biased take from the other side, and they duke it out to shape reality for you.
Now with 85 other defendants, and I teamed up with a bunch of Cubans that came in 79, Mario Butler. And, went over there every day. I had to buy the whole guy. I ran the corner, had to buy a little ball of up halfway. Maybe let them operate your game, whatever your game was, selling weed or whatever the story is. And I remember it specifically. But from the time I got there to the time I left, there was probably 80 Cubans on the block. Maybe 20 of them got arrested. In those days, you got arrested, you got deported.
If you get arrested.
They put you in jail. If you didn't have paperwork, if you came in that Cuban, they would take you right to immigration, would come get you in 72 fucking hours, and you'd be right back in Cuba, and I would shoot you.
See, it's one thing if you arrest someone for a crime,
Yes.
and then you deport them. I get that. But it's another thing when you're rounding up people because you think they look suspicious. Like during the first Trump administration, there's this dude who was a contractor who was doing something for my house, and he was an Army veteran. I think he was in for 20 plus years, and worked at a management position at a big construction firm. So they're like a prestigious job. He was like a legit guy. So he's at Home Depot. And he's dressed nice. Polo shirt on, nice slacks. He looks like a guy who has money. These nice guys pull him over and demand that he show them their paperwork. And, he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And he says that to them. And then he pulls out his Army ID and, his driver's license. He's like, you can't do this. You can't just come up to me. He goes, I'm a fucking American citizen. He goes, I was born in America and I served my country for 25 years. And you fucking idiots are just going to harass me in the parking lot because my family, because of Spanish descent? Get the fuck away from me. And, he was hot when he came to the house right from there. He was telling me that. Because here this guy is like, gentleman businessman, like sweetheart guy, wonderful to talk to, great to do business with, have a conversation with him, great guy. They just look at him because he's brown. Like, that's it. There's no way you can make any other way you're going to point to that guy and think he's illegal. That guy's driving a brand new Silverado with a construction logo on the side of it. Shiny, clean car, polo shirt, slacks, clipboard hand. Fuck you. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about guys that get arrested.
Well, I was worried when they came to Jersey. I didn't go out that week. I didn't do much. I'm a BS.
I'm glad they didn't report you.
I didn't know, but you never listen.
Right, but if you did get arrested for a crime, you probably now would say, yeah, you should get deported. Like if you did a violent crime. Yeah. Like that. But there's a difference between getting arrested for a violent crime and just going to Home Depot because you're brown. That's great. That's crazy.
This ice hall, but you pick it up. I don't know how many times. People pick it up. I do not know. No, you're gonna have a couple of spots for that.
Well, you're going to have
Please, listen,
more than that.
even the computer will pick it. You know, they can just clerical error.
But there's also,
Just be big enough to say we made a clerical error. Don't keep saying that I tell you again. You never thought that.
we're saying something that we don't know what's correct. Right. But there's not just clerical errors. If you don't have due process, you also have the potential to potentially falsely accuse someone on purpose just so they can arrest them because they don't like them, or they have a bad business deal with them, or there's some reason why they want to send this motherfucker to show anything else out. But people are crazy. They do shit like that all the time. But they're just rounding people up, and this guy that you fucking hate happens to be from Nicaragua, and you just fucking sick the dogs on us. You got a hotline you can call people. People are rats. There's a lot of rats. Especially if you just have a wild number that you could call. Wild number to turn people in. Remember during COVID? Like they were giving people rewards for turning people in for having parties in LA. And the mayor was saying, well, snitches just get stitches. But now they get rewards. Do you remember that? That retarded mayor that they had in LA during the entire time? I don't even remember. He was such a hack. Such a guy. Yeah. My favorite thing is when it's Black Lives Matter protesters in his house. So you're never welcome out, bitch.
Well, this is my problem.
Well, yeah. And that guy, what the hell is his name? Oh, God. What a tool. Does he say the snitches usually get stitches? Say it at the beginning. See, it's I think it's at the beginning. Everybody continues to let us know where those folks are. If you've observed the current violations of the safe from the order, please continue to let us know. Coronavirus at lsc.org/business violation. You know the old expression about snitches? Well, in this case, snitches get rewards. We want to thank you for turning folks in and making sure we are all safe. You should go to jail for saying that. You fucking monster.
Due process has been my problem since all this shit started. It started with the cancer. Okay, due process. You gotta come in and let me know everything. Just be you open up your mouth. That 22 years called upon they just trying to try to fish. That ain't good. It just ain't good. Well, I went home and called my girlfriend Diane. Get out of the fucking state, dude. But I believe in due process. I'll do whatever time you want me to do. Prove that I can. Just don't open up your fucking mouth.
Absolutely. When you have something like I'm asking for you to turn people in for anything, people are gonna go nutty and start rapping. That's just what they do. You can't get away from that. You can't have snitches get rewards. Like, if you have that for immigration, you got a real problem. You got a real problem. Because there's legit scumbag racists out there that'll find people and start targeting them. People swat people all the time. You know what that is? They fucking call 911 and say someone's being held hostage at Joey Diaz's house at gunpoint. And then the SWAT team shows up. And you might not know what's going on, so you might pull out a fucking gun and get shot.
Yeah, but college students.
We're doing it all the time. It happens. There's a bunch of conservative online people that would get swatted recently. It's wild shit, dude. You know, you give people this ability with social media, or even more so if you like anonymously tip people that people are immigrants here illegally. Like that's going to be a problem if that ever happens.
And that could just be a woman who owns a fucking food stand, a Mexican food stand down the corner. And she could just call him and go, listen, this guy's illegal.
There's people that are excited that people are getting deported. Like, be fucking careful. Careful what you wish for. Don't want this more searching for people to lock up. And then here's the thing, like any other business. Once you start getting numbers, you don't want those numbers to drop off. You don't want the job to go away. You know, you got a quota, right? If you got a quota, if there's a, I don't know if there is a quota, but if there's a quota for how many immigrants we're going to send back, you're going to have a problem. Then now you've made it. And now I'm trying to split points. Joey get 30 guys, 50 guys. Fuck Joey. I got 50. I think a few of them might not be guilty, but fuck it, who cares? Yeah, fuck them. They should all go back anyway. Agreed. Yeah. There's a lot of fucking idiots in this world. There's a lot of people that they're short-sighted. And by giving, if there is, I'm not saying there is a quota, but if there is a quota, you're giving people games to play that. You don't want to play games.
Why don't you on ticket quotas? There's a percentage that they know they're going to get beat.
Like, yeah.
If I give you 10 tickets, 8 of them are going to be good, 2 of them are going to be, who's going to come in with a fraternity, brag this, the whip is blowing.
I always said that, like, what do you do? See, this is a problem with the government that they expose with this Department of Government Efficiency. And I've heard about this before from my friends that are in the military. That, like, if you get a budget for a year, if you don't spend all of that money, your budget's going to be reduced next year. You don't want them to happen. So you spend money wildly, completely inefficiently. And I think that's part of the problem that we're facing here. It's like they don't want to lose out on any of this money. They've been getting this money this way for so long.
You're right, they don't use it. That's a budget goes down.
Yeah, the budget goes down. Bullshit. What is it called? What is it called? I had a point, but I forgot what it was. But it's just that, you know, we're in a weird time here where people are arguing about whether or not we should abandon core principles that made this country great. Like, very intelligent, liberal people with degrees are talking about the First Amendment should have restrictions. Like, no. You don't get to decide. You don't get to decide. Because without free speech, I don't know who's right. And I can't just go on narratives. It's too, that's how religions work, that's how cults work. They make you go on a very specific narrative and you can't go outside the lines. If you want the human race to evolve, if you want people to evolve culturally, if you want people to communicate better, you gotta be able to say whatever they want. And then you decide if you want to communicate with people that speak differently than you. And if you think that they have an egregious position, you're allowed to say something about it. And you talk about it. And everybody has to figure out who's right and who's wrong. And unless that's able to go on, You're never going to get to the truth. And if you just like cut that off for things that you find offensive, the problem is maybe I don't find it offensive, and you can't decide what I can take in and not take in. You're not allowed to because I don't know you, you don't know me. This is nonsense. But you got to give human beings the ability to discern for themselves. The only way for them to get the truth of that is they got to be able to communicate open. And they were trying to stop that during the Biden administration. They were putting the fucking brakes on all kinds of shit that people are allowed to talk to. And everybody's like, yeah, we got to stop disinformation. Like, you're signing your own fucking death warrant. You don't even know. You're giving away the only thing that we have left.
Taking it right. It's called a party of that. I'm taking something else. It's called my cold. They gave me my love better. And my love feels a lot better. Look at that. I take it one something. What? Into the hole. The more I can drink. Cold. Why did it? Because it's such a great emotion. Like I feel a lot better than that. They took this off the internet and everything. They shut down their website for 3 years. Oh my God. So
That sounds so crazy that if you had said this to me before COVID, I would be like, Joey's crazy. Stop talking like that, man. I was so pro pharmaceutical drugs back then, like it's the cure-all to everything in modern medicine. Vaccinations are so important. COVID woke me the fuck up. When I found out that they were trying to stop doctors and take away their licenses if they prescribed ivermectin. Take away your license. If you just prescribe off-label a drug that people say is beneficial in certain trials, but you're, for some reason, you're not allowed to do it. For the first time ever, doctors are prohibited from prescribing something off-label that has no negative side effects. It's never happened before. It happened before with a psyop, where they're trying to pretend that it's horse dewormer so nobody would take it. It's bizarre. And they did it right in front of our face. And they just did it for money. And the fucking media went along with it. And so did the liberals. The liberals went along with it. And they parroted out everything that they say. Safe and effective. It saved millions of lives. But no, look, people are dropping like flies to the left and the right of them. People are stroking out on the subway. And everyone's pretending that nothing's wrong. Everyone's pretending this dropping all-cause with this increase in all-cause mortality is crazy. That's not weird. It's not weird that cancer's on skyrocketing rates. That's not weird to you. Everyone's pretending. As you bring it up, you're a kook. They tricked everybody into being the cop. Everybody is calling that Garcetti hotline. Everybody's a little rat. They're all little rats. They're little rats working for the man, and they'll rat on each other. And then if something happens to them because of it, they keep their mouth shut because they don't know what to do. So they like do the work of the man for the man because they're suckers. Isn't that wild? And that what we're talking about is probably this disclosure of aliens. Those people are going to fall apart. The people that fell apart in COVID, oh Jesus, they're going to be wearing silver jumpsuits and sucking alien dicks the moment those guys arrive. They will jump on Team Alien. They'll be rounding up people and using us for slaves. They'll do whatever the aliens ask. They'll be like vampires for abilities. Remember those? Where there was like a guy who wasn't a vampire but wanted to be one, so he'd do anything the vampire asked. That's what those fuck faces would do. All the people that got 9 boosters, they'll be like on Team Alien 100%. It is imperative that the human race perish. It's imperative. We're a blight on the world. And the Anunnaki are going to help us. Those fucking idiots. They'll sell us right down the river.
it's crazy.
It is, but it always has to be crazy so we realize it's crazy so people snap out of it. Like this is a part of society. It's like there's not a linear path to success. What happens with societies is things go really well and then they go terrible and you either adjust or you don't. And if you don't, the civilization dies and then a new one emerges. But if you do, then you recover. And it's like, how many times can you do that? How long can you keep this fucking thing going on? Because you're gonna have like great prosperity, which makes soft people, hard times make men, hard men make soft times make soft men make hard times. And everybody knows that. That's what it is. It just is and it's just a matter of recognizing that it's happening so you course correct. Which is why everybody's leaving California. They're not course correcting. They're going into madness. They're like, hey, look at this. And no, you're going into the rocks. No, the rocks will protect us. No, you're gonna die. You hit the rocks, it's gonna be over. Just like there's no more Rome, there's gonna be no more LA. Like, you fucking morons, right? The world is littered with civilizations that lost their way. You can go and find the ruins everywhere. They're gone. They went away. That's how it happens. Stupid. And you're doing it right now. And we either recognize that or we don't. And if we don't, it's not good. But I think we will. I think we have a different way of communicating now. Because people talk so much online. You're going to get a lot of stupid shit online, get a lot of dumb things online. So you're also going to get a lot of conversations that make you think, that make you go, that actually makes sense. Like, why are we assuming that the way we're doing it so far and the way we've been doing it is the only way to do it? What is wrong with this? How do we get the money out of it? How do we get money out of politics? How do we get the number one corrupting factor out of figuring out what's best for all of us? How do we get eat mushrooms, talk to kids? I don't get involved in other shit. That's a problem. I do sometimes when I think about it. I told you, I go down the roads. I don't want things. I just want to just enjoy my life. I forget my daughter, my future. Everything else, I got to take a chance every goddamn thing. Yes. Well, that's also one of the benefits of a society with children. A society with children wants to make sure that the future is safe. A society of people without children making rules don't give a fuck about kids. And there's some people actually openly disdainful of children, and then they get into positions of government power. That's not good. I think something happens to you when you have children that I think is an important biological, sort of spiritual, developmental cycle. Just to realize this little person you love more than life itself, and you're taking care of them now, and then you want the world to be a better place. And then you start thinking, all these people are enemies to we're all on this weird journey, and like maybe we could all be a little nicer to each other. If that doesn't happen to you don't have kids, you don't have something that you love more than life itself, it's a different kind of thing. So if you want power when you're that person, that's a different kind of thing too. And especially if you're into war, if you're a war hawk and you don't have any kids, like Jesus Christ, you want to send other people's kids overseas to die for some nonsense, and you don't even know what that is like. That's kind of ridiculous. So we're in a society right now where we have a population, except for you guys, we have a population decline. People aren't having as much babies as they used to. It just doesn't seem like it because there's so many people. So it's like when they look at the numbers for the future, we're in a kind of weird population collapse state. Like Japan's fucked. Have you seen any of that stuff on Japan? See if you can find anything on the Japanese population crisis. They're having so few children in Japan that, like, in 3 generations, they could be in real trouble. Like, the number of people that will have a grandchild right now is significantly lower than it ever has been. That's a shit question. Yeah. What the fuck's it got to do? I don't give a fuck about these Japs. What the fuck is wrong with you? Joe. Well, I think about it with us. Because I think about it with, like, civilizations collapsing. I think about it what we've been talking about the whole day. Yeah, but we don't have to worry about it. I know. We don't have to worry about it. You're right. The first podcast I've done without scared. I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're right. Enough with this shit. You're right. Politics, enough. COVID is over. If you took the fucking needle, fuck you. If you didn't, now they just found out the fucking the flu shot don't work. I could have told you that 25 Not only does it not work, it makes you 25% more likely to get the flu.
And I'm a GED type of fucking motherfucker. I hate all this shit. I'm scared. You know what I'm saying? The fuck?
I'm scared too.
Yeah, my Jack. Listen, man, that's the problem. We're worrying about this is what the internet fucked us.
That's true.
This is why we have retards walking around believing everything. Because I forgot what I was going to tell you.
The internet fucked us.
The internet fucked us. It's too much information. It's like this. I was in the hospital. And I get on the fucking elevator, and there's 2, 3 doctors, you know, half a fact in my world, okay? And they're like, oh my God, we can't wait till the Kennedy report comes out. Well, how is it going to make a difference in your world? It's like these idiots with the Epstein people. How is it going to make a difference in your world if Tom Hanks is on that list?
I'll tell you.
You don't have to go to work tomorrow. Do you have to do all the same shit? That shit doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck who's on the Epstein list. I don't give a fuck who went to Diddy's house. It's got nothing to do with me. But in today's world, because of the internet, it makes us think it's got something to do with us. It has nothing to do with it.
It's a show. That's what it's.
What the fuck is show? I don't want to watch that show. And I gotta wait here 60 years to watch the same footage. You got it. They clock back.
Right.
You know, we are. But now we're gonna really with these fucking liberal-headed dummies that out. Well, I want to see what's on there. And 2 days later, it's you who did it. Yeah, believe me. Just worry about paying your fucking credit card bill, you fucking idiot. That's what you should worry about. Did you see what happened this year in this country? Fucking billionaires are selling off fucking property to pay taxes to get capital. Are you fucking kidding me? And people worry about the fucking Epstein list. Like, how is it going to change your life? Who fucking Tom Hanks is fucking in the ass? Who does it matter? And do you really care? At the end of the day, do you really care about that 16-year-old girl? No, you don't. So shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. It's just a fucking show.
It's a show.
It's a show. What was I going to tell you about that later? You know, I was watching
It's a compelling show.
what's that fucking show with the crazy stoner guy? Seth Rogen. You just
Oh, I haven't seen it.
the studio. Okay? Not a bad show. Not a bad show at all. But I was watching that show, and it let me realize what I hated. Short, small things. Like she was talking about before. Where people just like, well, you had that contract came over. I love this guy. Came over to my house when we were up. And there was a moment of 10 minutes ago. He was him and his son and me and my wife. And we just stand there. And it just takes one guy to go, all right, back to work, everybody. Because if not, we'll sit there for 3 hours.
Right.
How do you feel? Right. How was your trip? How was the hospital stay? Listen, it doesn't fucking matter how my hospital stay was. Get your truck, get the fuck out of here, not get the fuck out of here. I go my way. You know, my wife, I hate her around with people. Because she always throw that curveball. Like, I don't look at the room. No, they don't need to look at the fucking room. You leave them in the fucking garage. If not, you're going to confuse these motherfuckers. Let us assume everybody is confused. You go to a restaurant and get something wrong. Everybody is not cooking or fucking, you know, it's something I've never seen before. Every time I go somewhere, yes. Yeah. You go to CVS, anywhere you go, it's like, they're not even training. They're not even training people. You know, you go to somewhere, there was some mall, my daughter was on, I go to P.F. Channels. P.F. Channels was type of restaurants, they used to train people. 2 weeks you don't get paid. You're in there learning shit. It's not like a regular restaurant where they're like, follow Joe Rogan around for a day and then fucking come back tomorrow and you're on your own. Fuck, nobody's fucking, they don't know anything. These young kids, they don't know anything. Nothing.
You know, a lot of them aren't even getting driver's licenses. They just Uber everywhere. Kids don't want to learn how to drive. I don't want them to learn how to drive. They don't care.
My friend was telling me his son got a license for 2 years before that. We got a license. We got the before we had the license. We were driving. Yeah, we had the car before we had the fucking license.
Yeah.
But listen, I had, you know, people. I went to a comedy show and a guy meeting spoke about kids. I'm not going to do that because that's all of us. We all talk about. I was fucking 40s, right? I was 28. You know, I did this, I did that. Right? These kids today are different, and I've accepted it. I've accepted it in my neighborhood. When I went back, I was pissed. How come? Because there's no kids playing. There's kids all over my fucking street. My little cul-de-sac there. There's like 8 fucking kids. Mr. Salty Coat. We're the only ones
kids don't feel comfortable being unsupervised today. You know, you hear too much about kids being abducted and weird things happening to kids. It's not like they get free range like when we were kids. It's like there's that narrative's out there everywhere. And then some neighborhoods just aren't fucking safe. Your kid shouldn't be out.
There's a lot of safe neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Our neighborhood is not safe, but it's easy to restrict.
There's a real problem with video games are so good and kids don't want to go outside. That too. That's too. That too.
There's so many people, but I don't have a problem with it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's who they are. You know, we read sometimes, put this together. It's true. Remember a couple of maybe a year ago, talking about how low testosterone can be.
Yes.
Kids don't play them.
Well, they don't play. They don't go outside. They don't run.
They don't jump.
They don't jump. And then they eat garbage.
So what do you think about this?
And they have plastic in the brain. They said that they studied a bunch of people to see how much microplastic they have in their brain. And some people had as much as a plastic spoon. What? Imagine that. There's so many microplastics in your brain that it's extracted to make a plastic spoon. So, of course, that's going to wreck your fucking testosterone, too. And then I saw this thing about Call of Duty, some fucking insane statistic about the amount of time that in total that's been played in Call of Duty is like more than human civilization. Like the amount of minutes that people have logged, like millions of people playing Call of Duty, is like, if you put it all together, it's longer than human civilization.
And I've never played it.
Good. You love it. Stay away from the track.
I just never felt the need to sit down on a fucking computer and shoot people. I'd rather shoot people for real. I'd rather steal a car for real and roll a fucking drug deal.
Well, it's definitely more fun to shoot at things for real, but video games are very fun. They're not, these people playing them aren't morons. They're fun. They're really fun. What is the amount of time you spend?
This goes back as a Reddit post 10 years ago, actually, repeating the exact same thing.
So 10 years ago, that much.
If I pick a video game, I would say the same thing.
Right.
Grand Theft Auto,
Right. Yeah, any pocket game, right? Yeah. How about Subway Surfers?
25 billion hours played this 10 years ago.
25 billion hours. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. That's so big. Hours of people playing that fucking game 10 years ago.
Same time as World of Warcraft has 6 billion years played.
6 million. Jesus Christ. So 6 million, that's pre-civilization.
That was a bomb.
Yeah, I used to make little Star Wars, Falcon model cars. Oh, yeah.
Brick wall.
Remember you could paint them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like, that's the only thing I can do. That was fun. The one thing my mom was not thanks for. We just fucking guess I bought it. Listen, please got that.
Rubber cement glue. Remember that stuff when you crack it? You had the brush attached to the lid.
Oh,
And you pull it out and smell it, like, woo! And you tell your friends, smell this. You all be smelling markers. Everybody be sniffing markers, sniffing glue.
I was thinking of this again, just to see how we feel.
Probably, not good. I would imagine. We have some smelling salt. Jamie, how many of those are fresh? They're all stacked. Is there any more? They're stacked. That's the last freshie.
You got one to go for.
Yeah. Of course. You really want to take it with you? Okay. Oh, this is fresh. This one hasn't been opened yet. Oh, you hear that?
Melt it back on.
Oh, boy. Oh. 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 Oh, boy. Wow. Yeah. Them fresh ones.
I got the right side.
Are we giving ourselves brain damage or what? Let's find out about that. What else did we find out?
We figured out the number. Was it one of them?
Yeah.
Jesus.
These fresh ones are brutal. Are we giving ourselves brain damage? I need to know. I can't afford to know brain damage.
Clean my ears.
Yeah. Let's put a little of that to the fresh.
Oh my God.
Because overuse may damage nasal passages or lungs.
Oh, well, that's not good.
What is it?
What's over? Overuse can damage nasal passage. I don't think it's getting my lung.
Fuck you both. I got that.
Mine.
Fucking bad already. And
The inside of your nose is scarred over. It's like cauliflower here.
Good. That was a good whack. That was good. That was a very good whack. That affected something.
Yeah, cleans out. I've never tried it before this night, but that's what it's for. That's what they do. Those power lifters.
What is this for strength lift?
Yeah, the real power lifter guys, they like to take a jolt of that shit right before they
Okay. And let the pro in charge of this shit. Like, what are the wrong?
I don't think there's any pros. It's all cons. It's not good.
We just like this. The one we just did now is just a higher strength of stuff to use equipment.
It's the same stuff.
It's exact stuff.
It's not sauce. It's just a whole jar of it. It's ammonia, right? And
It's not that. Put that under without.
they used to be able to do that to boxers, which I stopped allowing them to do it. Because I guess they wake you up if you got a little bit, just enough for you to get more of a concussion. So Tommy Hearns can hit you again.
Right? And I got this fucking Morris, not Morris, the guy I like a lot. The guy's father of the house. What are they? Forrest with Morris would die.
Oh,
Shit.
no, what's going on with that?
True.
Only you. That's hilarious.
That's a big one.
Did you ever see Forrest Whitaker in Color of Money? Oh, with Paul Newman. Also Paul Newman. It was beautiful. Can I ask you a question? Think I need to lose weight? He says that after he robs them. He tricks them. He pretends he sucks them from the and then slowly but surely Paul Newman realizes he's getting hustled. And there's a scene where he gets angry and he asks him, "Are you hustling?" He's like, "You can quit if you want to quit." It's one of the best scenes.
That's a great thing.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best scenes in the movie because that's really how it works.
A doctor says it's fine.
Oh, what does it say? You're stuck in a room that's filled with ammonia gas. You get lung toxicity. Potentially, you get airway injuries. You potentially die. But breathing this stuff in a few times over a few hours isn't really going to lead to any significant complications. Yeah, the FDA warning is mostly a regulatory issue about this brand new in this flavor. Oh, okay, so we have to work. That's not like we can work. It's those power lifting guys. They can do it forever.
It's like that mixture. You know, smoke cigarettes on the side of the day.
Oh yeah, low birth weight.
That's pick the ones you like.
Yeah. Ironic. That guy got pancreatic cancer. And that's side of cigarettes. That's one of. I mean, you can't for sure say that that's what caused it, but that is one of the things that comes from that. Renewed interest may have come into the Joe Rogan experience.
People bless themselves. That's hilarious shit. That's going out with Jersey. Who's up in the car?
Let's fill it up. The main event is Sugar Sean O'Malley and Rob Willie, the rematch, which would be absolute fucking chaos. Juliana Pena versus Kayla Harrison, who's the most jacked female that's not on steroids, walking the face of the earth. Kayla Harrison is fucking, I mean, she passes all her tests, but good lord, that lady's jacked. Bruno Silva, Joshua Van, this is like, they haven't made the full card yet. This Kelvin Gastelum's a fight with Joe Pyfer that was scheduled. Joe Pyfer got real sick in Mexico City. So, Daniel Cormier, and so did John Allen. They all got really sick in Mexico City.
Gino Mexico.
Oh, let me see that. Okay. Who is Cheeto fighter? That Calvin fight is a very good fight, by the way. Calvin and Joe Piper. Joe Piper is a fucking terrifying dude. Mario Bautista, that's a very good fight. Mario Bautista is rock solid, man. That's a serious dude. And Marlon is a monster too. That's a fucking very good fight. Marlon's got the bigger name, but Mario Bautista is a fucking killer. Great card, but it's not fully played yet. There's just a few fights. Generally speaking, there's usually it's around 13 fights. You know, John and I were talking about that the other day. There's nothing like calling the UFC fights. You start, you know, if it's on in Vegas time, you're starting the fights at 3 p.m. and you're going all the way through you do like 6 hours plus of commentary, and you got to find times to run to eat. Sometimes it's like I have to tell the truck I can't eat, and you know, because I'm drinking Monster Energy drinks, and I'm taking nicotine pouches, and I'm fucking fired up, and I'm drinking a lot of water too. I'm drinking like hydrogen water, and it's so bad. There's nothing worse when you have to try to form a sentence and you have to eat. So you can't think.
It is like question. I don't get it. Why? If I'm in a car, I got to go beat. And I don't make sure I'm not sexual fucking territory. I don't know. That's close to the church. They throw you under that ass. Yeah, but no, I'm in a world where there's some weeks are better than others. I don't get up at night to eat in the daytime. Especially if I work out water and drinking that water. Oh, baby. I gotta start being a man. This is the beauty. No matter if I get anxiety, I get a bad you make the best walk. I was changing my bands up a bit. The last week when I went through a March doctor's consultation, that's Saturday. It's Saturday. My blood pressure was 212 and my oxygen level was 86. And I would go to the hospital because I didn't want the ambulance coming to get me. I had to go to the look for my daughter. So I waited till 8 and I drove myself to the hospital. Wow. That was a fucked up couple months, man. I didn't know what was going on.
And what would tell me was?
It was heart, congenital heart failure when you have fluid in you. I was a 10 bro. I walk around right now 278. I was 265 or something because I was really happy every time I look at the UFC. But I'm walking around, I was 390. I got beat in a month. I got marked, and I was beat in the hospital. Nothing. Why do you look at this thing? I just retaining water. This game is retaining water. Oh, it's like it's all that much water. Oh my gosh. And my lungs are getting water, so I couldn't breathe. And then when they got it, came, but we just had to stop. If I was walking here, I would make this. Quick things. Stop in between, pick up every body. Meanwhile, holding my head. Oh, jeez. And you fucking stress level going up and up because you're holding your fucking head. It got to the point I was walking the shop right. Get what I had to get. And I got to stand there. Because I got fucking beat from the walking. Oh, man. And the bathroom's a mile away. There's no walking. I'm going to take your dick out. There's no, oh my God. In those days, it wasn't even getting container cost. They told you the container was a cost. No problem. You just get out of the car door and make believe. You wave at something, take your dick out of your hand and make believe that I'm getting something in the back of the car. Oh, it's no big. Oh, yeah. So as soon as I went in with these fucking dicks for 3 days, so I lost like 10 pounds to do it. It was fucking amazing. I was peeing. One of those full things, one of the house. Really? Couldn't make it fast. Just get up and fucking pee in and feel that. And they did a nuclear blood test. They had to take out 16 blood, 25 minutes. And that's when they came back. Got 65% Romeo fluid. Came that much water into blood cells. Off the charts. So we gotta start training. I started training. She would take, I don't know what they do, every 3 hours. Wow. When I got on, I started thinking, listen, when you end up in that hospital, there's a problem. Okay? There's a problem. You just cut a stitch. That's not a problem. You got a situation. That's how I look at it. That's a problem. You gotta get to the problem.
But what is the problem?
What's the cause? I think I was taking MK677. And it's amino acid peptide, which mimics had a lot of dumps, like insulin dumps, and all this type of shit. It was raising my sugar. It was a ton of shit. I didn't even know it. But this ain't the first time it happened. I was doing testosterone when I was 50. I had a whole rush of red blood cell DC, and I had the worst fucking migraine headaches and pains. Just wow, red blood cells. Wow. So that's why I can't do any of this shit. It's like the man said, you let me grow, you grow. Don't get something that's going to mimic you.
What ways to well can do for you? What ways to well can do for you to change your fucking life?
It's not.
Gives you a full blood panel, figure out what's going on, adjust your nutrition, adjust your
I love
vitamins.
Prince. He loves what he's got.
He does.
And that's what he is. Like he turns it off over that fucking mush. He loves that shit. He loves it.
He loves it. It took forever to build that thing. He's telling me he's having that thing made 2 years ago. I was like, what are you doing? You know, you got to like, oh, okay, I get it. It's pretty good.
It's pretty great. It's very good. But that was what I had going on, man. When I came out, and obviously, yeah, we smoked a lot of things. After about a month, the same thing happened, which is an absolute hero. So I started slightly to give you one hit the morning, because that's all I need to do. The rest of the day is bullshit. I just like, you know, I get off. That's my work. That lets me know what I'm doing.
You think about it, like,
No, it's not what you want. It's what you're doing. Marijuana that you need just makes you realize that what you're going to do ain't working. Okay, that's the way I look at it. You know, you do that podcast, the 18 people listen to it, come on. Okay, you know, that's what happens. And that's what happens with me. It's no fucking people that way.
I love you, Chuck. Let's wrap this up.
Thank you for having
I'm glad you're in town.
me.
Let's have some fun. Happy Easter. Bye, everybody.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day.
Hey, that's exactly right. It's a mess. Yeah, I just shake your head and never look back. Yeah. Well, it's the greatest thing in the world. It's free like that.
Amazing.
Oh, funny story. I know. I've got plenty of cuts on my head. I got them all over the place.
Have you looked at the scar?
On the back of my head, I have one when I was a little kid. It's pretty big. That it's one of these cranes that lifts up sewer pipes. Those big concrete pipes hanging off the back of the head. Yeah.
That's not good.
Grayed out when the hospital.
Were you a different person before that experience?
I don't know. I need to talk to my mom. That's what it's going on.
You have autobiographical significance.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of head trauma.
Were you knocked out?
No, I stayed I got grade. Everything got grayed out when I came back to it. I didn't completely go conscious. So Jamie went golfing this weekend with O.J. Simpson's golf clubs.
Oh, not with OJ.
Jamie bought O.J. Simpson's golf clubs. After
This
that.
is like a childhood dream.
No, it's just for sale. I saw them for sale. I said, why not? They came in. I wanted some big grips.
Yeah, well, a couple of my friends. What did Shane get? Shane got a bunch of stuff,
So I
right?
couldn't find some stuff.
He got like scarves and
Ties. He bought a bunch of ties.
I think scarves too.
Okay. He bought a trophy
A trophy.
and a Bill Clinton
Yeah.
photo.
And he spent thousands of dollars.
What is this? O.J. Simpson auction?
Yeah, like in the States.
Yes. You know, he's dead now, so he can get his stuff.
Right, for nothing. Pennies on the dollar.
I mean, only people like Jamie and Jane are dumb enough to buy. It's like for a goof. It's one of those things like you either get it for a goof or you're a very dark person.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't want to own it even for a goof. Like if I found a OK plate pool, I wouldn't want his clothes. He's cute.
There was like your notebook with Robert Kardashian. I had like handwritten stuff to them.
Let's buy their
State of vicious change. Yeah,
that's a dark story. Yeah.
And you only know the surface of it.
Well, it's dark in both ways. It's also dark in planted evidence. You know, there was blood that's crime that had observed allegedly exposed according to the forensic scientists when they analyzed it. It matched OJ's blood, but they had to draw blood from OJ in order to determine whether or not it was his blood at the scene of the crime. And some of the found at the scene of the crime had that observed that they were sloppy. Yeah.
Compared to this.
Well, there was no DNA evidence back then. You know, cops were there. There's always going to be a certain percentage of cops that just want to convict somebody regardless of the evidence. If there's, you know, in their mind, they believe someone's guilty, they'll do whatever they can, including point the evidence. At least that's alleged. I don't know, not that I think he did it. I definitely think he did it, but I also think cops find evidence, which is probably at least partially why he got off. You know? I think the big reason why he got off is probably yeah. Have you gone into the whole George Floyd story at all? Have you ever looked at what they actually did? It's a combination of things. Like what the cop did was horrible, but also he was dying. You know, like most people probably, like if they did that to you, you probably would have lived. You know, they got locked up, but that cop did leave on his neck, which is always interesting to see people trying to minimize that. You know? I'm always like, you gotta be able to say what it is.
How that situation can be reviewed in multitude of ways.
Yes.
That's when it's good. Right. That's when it's very difficult to pick your pathway forward. All your choices are not good.
Yes. Which is oftentimes the case when it comes to conflicts, right?
Yes.
Conflicts are very complicated, and people want it to be binary. They want there to be a good guy and a bad guy. That's oftentimes not really the case.
Well, it's hard to organize yourself for combat unless you are quite convinced that you're the good guy. So you default to that dichotomy that's a necessary part of understanding of the ground, but for the rest you get demoralized.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose people, well, when they're threatened, they default to a simple narrative. And that's, you can't defend yourself. If someone is, it's very hard to defend yourself, especially physically or militarily, without a pretty cut and dried narrative.
Well, especially like military operatives, you have to have a very, if your life and the people that you're with, their life depends on you not having any confusion about what they're right. That's why they like to break it down to categories. Real categories, right? Real simple.
Right.
Tell us what to do and do it. Which is why you want to stay alive, you want your teammates to stay alive, so you have to do it.
Yeah, well, you never knew when doubt will cause a fraction difference in reaction.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. That's always the thing with physical altercations with people, too. You know, oftentimes people get sucked into these things that are not sure whether to act or not act, and that's when they get in trouble.
Right.
You know.
Right. That's probably true in life. You don't want to oversimplify things too, but once you made a decision, well, that's when it's necessary. If doubt's behind you, because otherwise you just act in half measures.
Yeah, and oftentimes you have to have done the wrong thing before, like fail to act or hesitate to act, and it cost you. And then you have to learn that lesson. It's very difficult to know that without experiencing mistakes.
Mm.
You have to have failed to act and realize, oh, I should have done something.
Yeah, well, I think that's partly too one of the things that I often faced in my clinical practice and with the students that I mentored was this confusion about acting. I don't know what to do, so what should I do? Well, nothing. I'll wait around until I figure out what to do. So, you should put together a bad plan and you should implement it, because even if you fail in the implementation, you'll gather information and then you can rectify the plan. And so staying in that malaise until you know what to do makes you get older and more miserable, and you gather more information along the way. The bad plan is a good idea. Best, any plan is better than none. That's a good rule of thumb in a bad plan. A bad plan can be improved.
Yeah.
With
Right.
experience.
Right. He who hesitates is lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really difficult for young people. I think more so today than ever at any time in history, because the distractions are so many and they're so engrossing. If you get out of high school, you don't know what to do, and then you start playing video games and you're on social media, a day can slip by like that.
Yeah.
A day becomes a week, a month becomes a year. Before you know it, you're 30.
Yeah, right.
You have done shit. And that's really common. That's really common today. And those factors of just engrossing distractions.
Yeah, well, and the algorithms optimize for short-term attention.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a weird thing, because you can imagine that you would want a machine that offers you what you want. Because you want the ads that are targeted to you, because you want to see a bunch of ads that aren't relevant to you nowadays, because maybe you learn something. And content, well, why not have a machine shovel the same sort of that you are interested in?
Yeah.
That's a kind of curation. Problem comes, and we haven't figured this out at all technically, and probably not. So problem comes in time frame, right? Because there's a big difference between what you might be interested in if you're striving toward a long-term goal that required conscientiousness, and what's going to attract your attention right now, this moment. Right. And the thing about the algorithms is that they maximize for short-term attention, and so basically they're actually optimizing for hedonism.
Yeah.
And then you might say, well, so what? You can do what you want. Well, the problem with short-term compulsive hedonism is it doesn't play out well over any reasonable time span. So that's why you have to mature, which is painful and annoying, but absolutely necessary and much better than the alternative. The alternative is exactly what that's Peter Pan, right?
Yeah.
30-year-old, I still haven't grown up, and I'm a little past my shelf life now, too.
I think people are afraid of losing fun. They think that when you grow up, you lose fun. But it's silly. It's not true. You can grow up and still have fun. You just have to have discipline to prioritize your time.
Well, that's why Christ says to people that they have to become as little children, not stay. Right? They have to rediscover that.
Right, rediscover the joy of it. Yeah, but
well,
also
kids are good for that too, aren't they? Because they teach you that here.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the world through eyes of memory by the time you're an adult. So the world loses expressions. That's part of it. So the world loses expressions because you see your memories instead of the world. Right. And then kids come along and you think, oh yeah, that's really actually quite interesting. And they're so compelled by it because their perceptions are so fresh. They share that with you, and that can help reawaken that spirit of childhood play, let's say. I've been thinking a lot about play in the last year or so.
Yeah.
Well, I spend a lot of time trying to take apart the causes of truly pathological degeneration. on the sadistic side, on the criminal side, on the totalitarian side. Very curious about tyranny. And it was very difficult for me to conceptualize the opposite of that as cleanly as I can characterize its presence. What's the opposite of tyranny? It's not freedom, by the way. It's certainly not anarchic freedom. It's not hedonistic freedom. I think it's play. I think it's play. Yeah. Well, the developmental psychologist Jean Piaget, one of the things he pointed out was that play. So let's say play is the foundation of micro community, right? When you're a little kid, you play a game with another kid, and then if that works well, you can have a little guided community. You're both in it together. And then if it really works, you wrap this time, and that gives you a friend. But play is a very interesting. It's very interesting thing because it has to be entered in voluntarily. You can't force someone to play, and it's also motivationally fragile. So mammals have a play circuit, and it can be disrupted by pretty much any motivational emotional circuit. So the circumstances have to be set up properly. Like the walled garden, you know that idea? Mm-hmm. The walled garden is a place that play can take place, like eternally, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And because it has to be undertaken voluntarily, it's the opposite of tyranny. Like my wife and I really started to apply this in our marriage more consciously. You know, once I figured out this relationship, because I've been lecturing to people for a long time about how to conduct themselves in life so they don't become tyrants or handmaidens to the tyrants, like a silent handmaid to the tyrants, let's say. And aiming at play. You know, when we walked in here today, one of the things we said was, let's have some fun. You know, and I've been thinking this morning too about what attitude I should use to talk to you. And there isn't a better attitude. There isn't a better attitude than play. And so, and I think it is because it's the antithesis. It's the antithesis of tyranny in particular. And then you were talking more about mature play. And that's that good. You know, that also makes sense. This is the issue with the idea that adulthood isn't any fun. It's like, well, do you want to play a simple game? Or do you want to play a really sophisticated game really well? Now, that's going to require some discipline, some training, some maturation, but the payoff is much higher. That's a good way to conceptualize marriage.
The highs are higher when you're successful.
Well, and also, the people who have the most sex now are religious married couples.
Really?
Which religious? Like, yeah, good question, Joe. Good question. Well, I guess in the West that would obviously be Christianity, but it's an interesting case example of the sorts of things we're talking about. Because you can imagine at the dawn of the sexual revolution, when the birth control bill became prevalent, that the last hypothesis anyone would have possibly generated was that the cascading consequences of that over 50 years would be, well, radical increase of pornography use because sex has been made less dangerous by the people, and that people who are having more sex with religious married couples.
Right, but is that true? Because like pornography essentially was very difficult to acquire before birth control pills invented.
Sure,
right? You used to have to go to get the pornography. It isn't part of the excess use of pornography just the access, so it's instantaneous.
Oh, definitely. But you imagine, too, that you might have hypothesized that if the birth control pill took the threat out of sex, pornography would be less necessary. That didn't seem to happen.
Right.
Finally, it's certainly the thing about it.
I would never know because the birth control was, when was it? 1960 something?
That's really when it started, when it started to ramp up, let's say.
It's so crazy because it completely changed the dynamic. Women could have sex for recreation with people that they didn't even know and not have any consequences in terms of like having to carry that person as a child. Whereas that was always a giant fear. If you're a woman, back of your head, every time you have sex, you possibly could be taking care of a child for the next 18 plus years.
Yeah, well, that every time.
Right? This is a consequential thing. But with a guy, it's like you have this biological imperative to spread your seed, but you're not thinking about making babies, right? You're thinking about sexual activity. When a guy's having sex, he's not thinking, I can't wait to make a baby. You're just thinking, boy, sex is going to be great. I'm excited. Oh boy, that's fun. You're not thinking, I'm making a kid, because that would make you hesitant, and nature's not interested in hesitation. Nature's like, no, 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 no. Let's just make you dumb as fuck for about 20 minutes and focus on one goal.
So why did you get married?
Well, I love my wife. She wanted to get married. We had a child. It seemed like a good thing to do. It's like, at a certain point in time, making a baby is more of a commitment than getting married. You made a life, like the commitment of getting married seemed
Right,
of course. But it's also,
but why did you stay committed then before the marriage once you had a child?
I
You said you liked the wife.
I love her. It's a thing to do. It's a life in raising a child. Kid, everything. It becomes a very different thing, right? I think I have a lot of friends who don't have kids, and I'm not the type of person that thinks that everyone should have a kid. I know a lot of people with kids who do say that. I don't think everyone should have a kid. I think you should do whatever you want. I don't know how your brain works. I assume your brain works along similar lines of things, but there's a thing that happens when you
Scary thought.
similar lines. Similar. Okay, we all share similar lines. There's an empathy that comes from having a child that's so different, and an understanding that we are all babies that grew up. We all start off as these bundles of potential and genetics influenced by so many different things, so many factors. But I used to think of people as being grown up all the time. And then when I had kids, I was like, we're all just babies. We're all just babies that have just been alive for a long time. Everyone started out as a baby. And it just profoundly changed the way I interact with people, the amount of compassion I have for people, the amount of charity that I have for people, the charitable way in which I think about them when they do something or they say something. I give people the benefit of the doubt way more. Dave Chappelle said this to me once at the car store, and it was very profound. He said, having children didn't just change the amount of love I have, it changed my capacity for love. And I was like, that's it. You just nailed it. Because there's private moments when you talk to people about their children, about having children, what that's like. It's a very psychedelic experience.
That would be another reason why the family, children is the foundation of the community, has to be the foundation of the community. It's kind of obvious from a biological perspective, I'd say. No children, no community, but there's no reason to assume that you wouldn't get radically better at something with necessity of practice. And if you're practicing loving your infant and your child, well, why wouldn't that generalize? Why wouldn't that capacity felt?
It's not like a practice. It's like an overwhelming desire that comes of like the love you have for your child. So it's not like anything else. It's very different. My friend Jim Brewer said this once. He said, when I had a child, that's when I really understood murder. I really understood like my capacity to defend my child. It was like I never understood how this was before. It was like, oh, now I get it. I get it. And well, that's real too. And that's also tribal, right? So it's not just your child; it's the child of everyone around you, your tribe. And then you think that you're being invaded by an oncoming tribe, and genetics and history dictates you have to be insanely ruthless to fight off that tribe. There's no other way for survival, which is really wild, right? Because those people have that same feeling towards their children. It's like that sting line. The Russians love their children too.
So then that love that you talk about with regard to your wife, I asked you about that. It's like I've talked to people who they can't understand how someone could be with the same woman indefinitely, let's say. And these are people who usually haven't been able to establish that within their own life. And of course, the price you pay, assuming it's a price, for foregoing all others is that, well, that's exactly it. It's a major sacrifice. And so, what do you think? What role do you think that love plays? Like, how do you conceptualize the relationship between that love that you described and that willingness to stay in a permanent relationship, and that, and the willingness also to not pursue any other women? How do you understand? How does that make itself manifest in your life? I mean, I presume that you had opportunities of all sorts. I presume you do as well. In principle, I suppose they don't seem to have.
Back in the day, guys like you would be banging the rest of us. Not guys like you, but guys like you.
Yeah. Well, there were guys
Wasn't that always a thing? This is a fascinating aspect of
They seem to shut that off pretty much at the beginning.
Well, they seem to have completely stopped that. Like if you go back to Feynman and Oppenheimer and famous scientists were notoriously playboys, which is really interesting. It's like these wild, innovative people were essentially intellectual rock stars, right? And then somehow or another that just got stopped. Like if you were a professor in the 1960s, like the girls would be wooing the professor. They would be excited. 22-year-old graduate students would be so excited to be talking to this like incredibly famous intellectual, and they all, were ladies' men. Like Feynman was like famous for chasing skirts. That was like part of that. Does a lot of math and chases skirts. That is a giant distraction to people that try to get things done in life. And it's also a distraction from your own personal development, I think you could be with the wrong person and want to be with other people, and that makes sense. But really what that is you should not be with that person anymore, which is unfortunately the case. Like, there's a lot of guys who wind up with really hot women who are out of their fucking mind, and a lot of women who wind up with really hot men who are not what they thought they were going to be. And if you find yourself in a situation with this pathological person and you're trying to make it work, and you realize at a certain point in time, like, I'm not going to make it work. Like, you have to be able to just like jump ship. That's why people hesitate to get married. That's what's really dangerous about marriage. It's not like being with one person you really love being with. Like, I really love being with my wife. She's fun. Like, we have date nights all the time. We have a lot of fun. We really do. It's enjoyable. But
How did you
decide
to set up date night? How did you go about that? I mean, I know that's personal, and I don't want all the gory details.
I know it's really simple. Like, we just enjoy hanging out together. We have a lot of laughs, and so we just said, like, it's kind of important because I'm so fucking busy that we schedule time that's just unavoidable. Like, this is what we're doing. We're gonna do this. And we do it. And then,
we've done that for like 30 years.
I think most married couples will tell you that that's important. Most married couples will tell you that that's kind of the secret. It's the secret is
it's also the best thing, as well as being the secret.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Like, if the person that you're with is fun, that's the real problem. Is that sometimes people they pick people that are hot. That's it. Hot and willing and nice enough to be around, and deal with all the other crazy nonsense. And you're setting yourself up for. I've had many friends ruin their fucking life, and then they go through divorces. And you've said this best, that one of the things that women are very good at is reputation destruction. I've seen that happen. So imagine you are legally entangled with someone who at one point in time you loved intimately, and now that person is trying to destroy every aspect of your life. And you have to pay for their lawyers. So you have to pay for the general of the army that's trying to destroy your kingdom. And I've seen this happen to many of my friends. That is why people are afraid of marriage. That's why people are afraid of commitment. Because the disastrous implications of, like, what can happen if it goes sideways? Like, what can happen if you wind up hating each other. And what can happen if you just lie to yourself and you trick like some of the hesitation that I had for getting married is most of my friends that got married when I was young all went through horrible divorces. When I was on news radio, Dave Foley, Stephen Root, and Phil Harper were all going through it in different levels of psychosis. Obviously, Phil Harper was the worst because his wife shot him when he was leaving. He decided, I don't leave her. He tried to leave her a few times, and she shot him in his sleep. She shot herself. It's a horrible, horrible story. But Stephen Root went through it, and they confided in him. They're like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" The amount of money these women were trying to get from them when they knew that they could afford this. So one of the dirty tricks that will happen with divorce lawyers, with people that are on sitcoms, is when you get on a sitcom, if you're an actor, when you get on a sitcom, it is the most stable job, the greatest job in show business for a lot of them. Because you're going to get a check, you're going to do 24, maybe 26 episodes a year. You're making more money than you've ever made your whole life. But then you get divorced. So what happens is it gets set up where your ex-wife wants a percentage of what you're making at this very unrealistic level where you're never going to achieve this again. And for Dave Foley, it was so bad that at one point in time, I don't believe he was allowed to go back to Canada. I don't know if that's changed, but the judge literally told him, when he told the judge, like, I don't have that kind of money anymore. I don't have the potential for earning. I was on a hit sitcom. Right. I was on a sitcom on NBC, paid a lot of money. That was the only time I made that kind of money. The judge said to me, your obligation to pay has no relation to your ability to pay. That's Canadian judges for you.
Those are words. Those are words you never want to hear even once in your life.
I love him. So I was going through this pain, not like he was, but just like, oh my God. Oh my God. So there's three people that I was very close to. And then most of the other people, I knew so many people. Fortunately, my mother and my stepfather have a great relationship, and they have for a long time. So I have that model. They're always very close, and they didn't fight, which was really nice. It was really nice to have that as a model. Like where I realized, everybody's not at each other's throats all the time. Some people actually do enjoy spending time together.
Tammy and I, on the tour, she started to introduce me 2 years ago and to talk about some of the things we're doing in the family. Some of our family business, talk about Peterson Academy, we talk about essay. And so she'd go on stage.
Was that the first time she had ever gone on stage in front of an enormous crowd?
Yeah, well, so first of all, she did that, and then we replaced the business discussion because we're just doing an update about the family, and so she did that. We replaced that with ads, and then she started to talk. She talked about the rules, say, 12 rules for life, or some of the religious things I've been dealing with lately, and she related that to something in her own life. And then she does the Q&A at the end of the lecture, and part of that was just she was along with me, and part of that was Michaela was introducing me for a while, then had to go back to her work, and so we slotted Kathy in because it seemed like a good business decision. But one of the things we figured out very quickly that was really a shock to us was that people really like, especially the Q&As, because what people will offer their questions electronically on this platform called Slido, which is a very good platform for such things. And then they could upvote the questions, and then Tammy would sort them and ask me questions kind of from the top down that were thematically relevant to the lecture that I was given. But we found very quickly that people really liked that because they hadn't seen a couple engage in civilized discussion ever. Seriously, like, yeah, it was really shocking, Joe. Like, I was shocked when I first started touring by how demoralized people were. Like that was really striking and painful to see that on such a mass scale, and then also to see how little encouragement it took to have a really major effect. I mean, there's a positive aspect to that too, but there's also a tragic aspect. It's like you just need to have some encouragement, and that was enough. And you never got that, like even once. That's rough when you see that thousands of people.
Right.
And it was the same thing we found. It was the same thing with regards to seeing a functional couple, at least even that model. Because, Tammy asked me questions, and she thinks about the questions. And then sometimes she comments, but not that much. Welcome. But she actually listens to the answers, and she wants to hear the answer. And so,
how are you, Mr. Roper? How'd you find out about me? It said it had to be on Blue Sky, was it? Oh, very well. Yeah, I'm streaming Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. Frankly, it's like 2:30 in the morning, so I'm not going to fight. Nor do I know them. I'm like, have world peace. How do you think the internet works? Did you have a good day? Very cool. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild, or shoot, I like 24 hours a day, 365 days and 6 of world peace. I've been doing something more than 3.5 years. This week goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the great white eye, according to the king of the kingdom. I essentially realized Truman Show, you're like Big Brother. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show where they call it the show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's what I do. possibly be a contractor for society because really back to the essential part of the pandemic. I talk about things in this room that I don't normally discuss, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural growth, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help everyone thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Bonus. I'm attending it. That's what all my merch is. And we build wells in Nigeria. I want to help with those kind of projects on a larger scale in the future. I'm also an advocate for the Rothschild program. Most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology. Helping you see what I'm doing to make a difference for people. I'm about pacifism, global peace. We talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like space tourism, terraforming other planets, intergalactic travel, things like faster than light communication, faster than light technology, faster than light travel, things like perhaps anti-gravity, anti-matter. Data overtook petroleum according to the Economist magazine in 2018, and I don't read on that in any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I want to help you, I want to help your friends, I want to help your family. I want you to have
Like a techno company.
yeah, I would say so.
What is it that like primary
Oh, it really wasn't the pandemic specifically. I'm a certified project management professional, and so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I had a contract, event contract, major contracts, exclusive contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and after work, my role uh, had gone remote, and after work, I would go and pick golf balls at Tiger Woods golf course in Anaheim, California, and I thought, I just wanted to see what my swing was like, so I started just recording my swing, and I guess we could say that the pandemic made me more comfortable on camera because everything is virtual, but I started making some jokes on camera about my swing, maybe I'd slice it or hook it or wherever the ball was going. And I thought, in the future, my family, if I have a wife and children, they might think it's cool that I was recording my, just my life, my daily activities, and they might find it interesting in the future. So I started uploading that every morning.
because you weren't like here.
That's exactly.
It's like
Yeah, so I would do like 3 hour streams, 3 hour like uploads that eventually became streams. And then one day I just figured, you know what, it's such a pain um, uploading all this data every single night. I should just stream it. And so I recognized that if I wanted to stream it, like, that meant I was going to have to create a YouTube account. And if I'm going to do this whole YouTube thing, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it ever. So I bought like 6 different Chromebooks and laptops and things, put them 360 degrees. Yeah, absolutely. So I've got a projector. I'm live on like 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. Yeah, I'm live on Twitch Spaces. I'm live on Twitch, Rumble. Basically, you name it, I'm live streaming it. And I just do it to be uncancelable. So if someday somebody's like, well, we don't like this Rabbi, we're going to cancel them. Okay, that's cool. If YouTube doesn't like what I say, my stuff's archived on Rumble. Rumble doesn't like what I say, I'm archived on Twitter. Twitter doesn't like what I say, I'm uploaded. I'm archived on other platforms. So,
respect because some of the people started off with like
that's right. That's right. 100%. So, I have more social media than any person ever. In addition to live streaming my life, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Rumble, 5,000, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. So I basically, yeah, I mean, generally, I think like, mentally, no, no, I have a spreadsheet that I use to keep track of some of the information, but yeah, I mean, you just do it enough that things become redundant, and uh, exactly, and certainly they're not run simultaneously, but and then I created a robot army, which you can see here, and what they do is promote my stream on different platforms, specifically Blue Sky. And I get people about once or twice an hour who tweet about me or take note of what I'm doing on Blue Sky. I used to use Twitter, but basically I became public enemy and I'm the one on Twitter. So I'm still on Twitter right now. Yeah, I mean, just because what I do, I mean, I don't necessarily spam people, uh, but what I would do is like their comments and follow them, and that's considered a type of spam, I guess. And I just do it so that people learn about what I do. And I really want to stop war. I feel as if we're ever going to get off this planet and be able to explore either through tourism or just exploration and start terraforming other planets, we're going to have peace here at home. It only makes sense. When we had the age of exploration, very rarely did a civilization have successful colonization or exploration with civil wars going on at home. They basically have to have peace at their home country, the motherland, before they were able to have success with colonization. I feel the same when it comes to space tourism. I'm also just really interested in alien disclosure. I have been for decades, and excellent, yeah, it's a fascinating subject. And we have on the stream. I started it in fall of 2021. However, I do have like footage on SD cards going back like that entire summer. I and terabytes of just hard drives, and I found that yeah, exactly. I found that um, as we approach 2022, specifically November 2022, that's when ChatGPT launched, and that changed society. And so I've actually, I was a, I'm in agreement with you. It's like we were in the pandemic, and then all of a sudden we're now in the age of AI. And I was an early adopter of ChatGPT using it in November 2022. And it launched November 30th, 2022. And I saw it when it was really bad. I mean, it wasn't good. And then now it's amazing. And now we're starting to see certainly image generation and even video generation. And I have its birth basically on camera, using it before it was even released to the general public. And I just find it fascinating that this story perhaps might be. Yeah, exactly. And I think it'll be fascinating for people to watch in the future. Like, basically, I I leave that as I generally leave the editing to other people. It just takes too much time. I have so much data. But I mean, and my stream is not one continuous stream. I restart it every 12 hours. If I had one continuous stream, it wouldn't be available to the general public. Most streams um, in their entirety are not available to the public, but 12 hours is the maximum amount that you can have a stream going generally with a phenomenal time. So every 12 hours, I restart on the streams and just basically allow people to watch my life and what we do. I watch, I'm really into sports as well. Like right now, I'm watching podcasts. I just watched all the cartoons and the cartoonies on live podcast. Hey, look, how'd you find out about it? Hilarious. Yeah, I spent that like a year ago. Phenomenal. Yeah, so I have a recipe. I'm the one who created it. It's not a fake account. I'm a full account. I just promoted myself using one of these things. I did. Exactly. And that's what I do. Exactly. My spam was planted like a year ago, and it's people in here. Basically, what I did in that case, you can create clips of users on Pick, and it takes like 30 seconds of their screen and just allows it to be watchable in the future. So what I would do is just name those streams with my Discord link so to get people in here. And those stay indefinitely. The normal stream on Kick only for 30 days, but the clips stay indefinitely. And that's how we got our friend Vito in here. Yeah, yeah. So we don't talk about certain shipping here. So if anything, if you want to stay, you have to be mature. But we're glad that you're here. What is mature mean? Talk about notes. That's what we like in here. De- Definitely not black. He doesn't sound cool. Right, just the way he said it. All right, friends. Well, I was just going to say, I'm just chilling here. Feel free to stay as long as you like, talk about whatever you like. But if anything, please don't hang out for the children or anything like that. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Now you get kicked out, man. You just you can't, like I said, you can't talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I can't. That's how you do it. So that's basically what I do. I understand. Yeah, right. So yeah, that's basically what I do. Just stream all the time. More than anything, if you know anybody, you ever meet a friend, you ever meet someone who can be positive in your life, or have an optimistic view, just give people hope. I'm here to do that. So if you need anything from me, just know that you know. I am an actual rabbi. It's in his book. I am an actual rabbi. I appreciate that. And I like to give people a different view, perhaps, or an internal view of what Jewish life is like. I daven every day, or pray every day. I say blessings on food. I let it to fill in the boxes that you make so you don't have to use. And then I do it to fill me in. And like candles, just basically do everything I can. Like tonight is the 41st day of the endless period of time between Pesach and Passover and Shavuot. Basically, when we receive the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Mount Sinai, and so we said those prayers, just generally do the best I can to be a pillar to the world and just be a nice person. This is this is bigger than Jewish. This is bigger than Jewish. This is really the story of a person's life that can be studied perhaps in the future. essentially, it's a story for today. Yes, it does have a Jewish theme to it. Most certainly, I am Jewish, and I do celebrate holidays that we celebrate in Judaism and just daily Orthodox life. But on top of that, it's a story of people, like what someone would have 100 years ago or earlier and write a journal or a diary. I just do the same, but in video form. And I feel that this will be studied from a biological standpoint in the future. Essentially, we have more data on a single individual than we have had previously. So people will be able to study my eating habits, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm, the blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, every aspect of a human's life over the course of years. People will be able to see me gain weight and lose weight. You'll be able to see someone laugh and cry. It's essentially like an epic, like we have like the epic of Gilgamesh, or perhaps even stories within the Bible. It's just for the modern epic, and I think that it's going to be something that's very exciting for the world to be able to witness and view in the future. And I have 1,700 people in here who've joined the Discord app. I've only been promoting it for about 9 months or so, and that's so good. So, that's it's a really good book. But I'm not going to go viral from that. I'm going to go viral from Blue Sky, and I know because I just get. I've been, I'm like a notorious spammer, but you see it works. I mean, I get random people in here for a scam that I did 9 months ago that get them in here, and perhaps they're not the best quality people we want in here, but I do get some really quality people. And what ends up happening is they learn about me, learn about what I do, and I get people in here who say, I don't spam people. I mean, not in a normal way. I mean, I have, but really what I do is I like people's posts, and what that does is it creates a notification in their inbox. And within the notification, I will Discord, exactly. So it's a creative way to get people in here. And I mean, some people hate it, but then they eventually really end up joining. And hey, we might have as many accounts as I do. I am someone who is just a positive person in the world. I talk about things like life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, tropics, and then really moving into the world of mind applying technology, where someone's consent to scan their brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in our central nervous system, the peripheral nervous system, so later download like an embryo, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But essentially what I'm talking to people about is digital immortality. I'm not the first to look there. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be probably for everyone. It'll probably be for a more limited group of people. There are people perhaps like traditionally we have the belief that when the Shiva occurs on Messiah, we are resurrected. That may mean that technology may be involved. Those aren't decisions for me to make, but I think there may be an opportunity for righteous journalists to perhaps be able to partake in this type of technology. Yeah, I mean, I think perhaps someday, given enough time, every single person who's ever lived on Earth might have the opportunity to have resurrection from the dead. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean, I'm a really out here thinker, and so I contemplate ways to travel faster than the speed of light. And also, we have time travel, and not going into time travel, but rather, just traveling faster than the speed of light would mean that you would have the opportunity to perhaps be able to essentially outrun light and be able to turn around and watch light hit the whatever you're like. Imagine it like a yeah. And so what you'd be able to do, what you'd be able to do. So just hold on. You're asking me a question. I'm trying to answer. So there might be the idea that we may be able to watch Earth from its very beginning. And if that happens, given exactly given billions of years, you may want to recreate every single person that ever lived on Earth, whatever being ever lived on Earth. You're forgetting that. I mean, with every single one of these, he's getting an invite to an appeal center. So, and I'm generally pretty liberal with it.
I see. Well,
Giving enough time, all that. Yeah, so righteous Gentiles may perhaps have. I'm not saying I'm going to archive everybody. There are people, as I said, like when I explained mind recording technology, with people's consent. There may be Jews who don't want to give their consent. There may be Gentiles who don't want to give their consent. And if they don't want to give their consent, then I don't want to force anybody doing anything that they don't want to do. So there's essentially not, in this discussion, it's not Jew and Gentile, it's human and transhuman. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about you being able to utilize mind avoiding technology. And if that's what you interpreted, I want to clarify the method. It's really between those of a transhumanist philosophy who will perhaps be able to utilize this and who can afford it. It's not going to be available perhaps to every single person on it. This is going to be quite an expensive endeavor. Now, why are you touching children? Yeah, so that guy, he might not be the most righteous of people, but I don't want to limit him if if but there are going to be people who don't want this, and they're just generally seen as humans, and then there are those of us who really are consider them ourselves either transhuman or at least pro-transhuman. And those of us who want to live forever, that may have the opportunity. And ultimately, I like it. You don't like getting scared, but like even if I like, I don't think it's well, even like the concept like teleportation cars, because I love it. It's like, yeah, just like this is you and you. Yeah. Um, but yeah, like it's not like the like teleportation. Yeah. So this really gets into something known as a paradox. It's like it's known as the ship of Theseus. So it's a paradox. Basically, you have a boat in the dock. If you take that boat apart piece by piece, every 7 years, except for exactly. That's a lot. This is great. We're going to. There's a bot that I have wanted to install, but I just never have. That is essentially a generation one. So we'll see if it works. Exactly. But what it does is it uses like the make of the device to yeah. So is that then? Let's see if this works. Is that then? Do you Hey, I have a appeal server for you to appeal. No, he does have a lot of accounts. Alright, so we're gonna try this. Yeah, first break like 5 out and 15 accounts. Let's see if it works. I it says in your profile you're 22. Yes, devices. It's really yeah, like you really have to sign in. You are quite a fun individual. see if there's, yeah,
What's a good size for you?
I guess it depends. So, just for one. Okay, so the way that it locks people is DNS, IP lookup,
But I don't.
who talks like that? Who talks like that? In normal life, who talks like that? He wouldn't be talking like that if his mother were here, or his girlfriend, or whatever. All right, I mean, I just installed it, and I literally drank with it, so we'll see. I don't even know how it necessarily works. I guess I just test it. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, in terms of the humanists for transhuman faith, I get people in here who say like, "Hey, I don't want people to have that kind of technology," and I understand. Basically, if they're people, well, it's kind of an inevitability that if you just allow a civilization to continue long enough, indefinitely, they will either destroy themselves or evolve to the point of immortality or close to it. Um, that's true. I mean, that's why we get into the life extension technology aspect of it. But eventually, you're going to need people to take risks, and if they take enough risks, there will be likely death, and we would want some way to respawn them, for lack of a better term.
But I get a good question. Right?
Yeah, it's a great question. Like basically, your idea. Everybody is so. Dude, how'd you dig on that? Did you check your body fat today? What's that?
Oh, sure.
Zero. Zero. Yeah. Oh, that's really good. How does this person have all these accounts in their outlet? Dude, I took it 1,000 times. Just get on the apps. You gotta shoot your shot. Yeah, so it's like that. We've got give me a second. Yeah, that's so it seems like it seems like unless I like make it and have to use a telephone number, we could keep doing that.
What if it's we're ready?
You're right about that.
Give it
Yeah,
later.
he does have a lot in that order. Alright, Oh, so. I'm not going anywhere now. We need to get some sleep. Like free theater. Feel free to watch Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan. And if anything, come back tomorrow. Whenever you have more time. I'd love to talk with you more. You're free to. Excellent. Beautiful. Well, pleasure to meet you, my friend. Meet you, my friend.
That dynamic is played out on stage, and people found that very heartening. And well, that shows you. Well, you said yourself, and this is why I brought it up because you had the example from your stepfather and your mom.
Yeah.
This long-term relationship that worked. And how the hell do you orient yourself if you haven't seen that anywhere?
Right. And then you consider relationships just like all the bad ones, and like you're going to be birthed and locked into that. Did you ever see that video where Alec Baldwin and his wife are on the red carpet and they're being interviewed and they're asking them questions and the wife starts talking and Alex chimes in about something and she said, "You're not talking, I'm talking. When I'm talking, you're not talking." On camera. And you watch this, you're like, yo, that's what everyone's scared of.
Right.
That's
Right,
what
definitely. You want to talk about vacation tyranny.
the tyranny of being trapped in a relationship like that is and sometimes one person's so overbearing, the other person just sort of submits to it, right? And then you just like, I don't want to do this. And so then you're just trapped. This person's insulting you, humiliating you publicly. That was the case with Phil Hartman. I got to see that. We would all go, like, went to a party once, and I remember she was talking about ex-boyfriends, and she loves pickup trucks because her ex-boyfriends had pickup trucks, and they would climb into the back of these pickup trucks. And I was like, what the fuck? But she was doing it on purpose, like make him swarm her, make him uncomfortable. She would say things like talk about how he's old. Oh, he's old. He doesn't like to do that. It was just public humiliation in front of friends. Where you're in this like arena where he can't say anything. Yeah. He can't just go, "What are you talking about? Like, why are you talking about that? Why are we doing this?" He can't do that because he's public. He's out with us.
Maybe you should do it anyway.
Probably should do it.
Yeah, probably.
We're all out in about like appearances. Right. One of the things that he was afraid of with getting married was that he was just starting to break into films, and a lot of the films that he was doing were very like family-friendly films, and it was he felt he was a family man. You know, if he was
Right, so he had an act he had to sustain too.
he had an image, right? And this was critical in Hollywood. Like they had ideas of who you were. Okay, you're a family man. Okay, good. And so if you have this radical change in your life where no longer your family, and if you want to be honest about it, you want to say, "Hey, I was in a toxic relationship. Some of it was me, and some of it was her, and this is what happened." Like, whoa, now you're opening up the world to this big can of worms. Better to keep that can sealed.
Yeah, well, it's generally better not to have your fights in public, and it's certainly better. You know, I mean, thinking about this command to honor your father and thinking about what that means. I read this book called Angela's Ashes by Frank McCourt. Frank had a really alcoholic father, like an Irish alcoholic father back in the 40s. Oh yeah, he drank every cent the family had. They lived in terrible poverty. And his sister died, and like it was rough. But he said his father was often sober in the morning, and he established a relationship with like good morning sober father, and kind of put the alcoholic, drunken, nighttime father in a different bin. He could get the benefit of having a father in consequence of that. And that honoring, that's also something that you want to do within a marriage, right? Because your wife is your friend and your lover, but she's also your wife, and you're her husband. And that means that a part of keeping that marriage working is honor. And part of the honor is that you don't do that sort of thing in public.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Because that's also in some ways independent. In a way, it's independent of who your wife or husband is. It's like, you know, you can imagine two people fighting in public, and one of them or both of them really deserving to have that fight as people. But then to keep the marriage intact, you have to remember, well, this is my wife. She's not just my friend. She's not just someone I know. She's my wife. And we shouldn't be doing primate tire maneuvering in public. We shouldn't be competing for power, because that's going to destroy the marriage.
Yeah.
So that's part of that honoring, I think, is to remember the role and to keep it sacred. Right? Sacrosanct.
Here's another one. Don't ever insult each other, even though you want to. Like you want to like be mean. Sometimes like people get mean to you. You want to be mean back. I don't do that with my friends, so I don't do that with anyone else. I don't want to do that. That's why I don't do it online. I don't get involved in these like hissy fits online, particularly on Twitter. I just don't think it's right place for such things. That's all it is. First of all, again, as someone who lives it over like a child or like a baby, I'm not angry that people do that. I understand the appeal of it. If I was 15 and Twitter was around, I would be tweeting at every fucking celebrity saying, "You're a loser, jump in front of the bus." I would just say things just to try to get a reaction out of them. I think a lot of kids do it. I think a lot of people don't feel like they have a voice, and one way to be heard is to be insulted, and one way to hurt is to be negative. If you look at the majority of discourse on social media in regards to hot button issues, it's disrespectful, it's contentious, it's shitty, insulting, and I've decided, like, over time in my life, to not do that. I don't want to do that. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that kind of conflict. Like, I see real conflict all the time. As an MMA commentator, you know, I see the most violent legal conflict other than war all the time. That's conflict. That's like real conflict and resolution, and you know, purposeful, agreed upon conflict. Like regular, like back and forth assault. Wouldn't it be better to figure out what you agree and disagree on and why, and talk? Like, why can't we all figure out how to do that? That should be a discipline you learn at an early age. Most of the issues that people have, if the person comes at you insulting and aggressive, either that person is ignorant or they're playing a game. Okay? And the game is to get your emotions up, to get you reactive, and to be reacting to them instead of active. The game is like if someone's hyper aggressive in a fight. The game is to put you on the defensive so that they don't. Like the best defense is a good offense. You learn that early on in fighting. So you learn that you can be very offensive, and then the person never has a chance to get the game going. That's the case with conversations too. So it's like there's a gamesmanship to this kind of communication where it's not just communicating. It's communicating, but it's essentially intellectual one-upsmanship and sparring. You're sparring. You're scoring points, trying to dunk on each other. And I get that. I've done that before. I've engaged in it. It's never satisfying. It always feels gross. Even if you win, it's gross. Like I've said this before, like even like publicly things that I felt like I had to do, like the Carlos Mencia conflict that I had way back in 2007, where I accused him of stealing material and it became this viral video, and a bunch of other comedians, and we all agreed it was a real problem. It was a real problem because he was very famous and he was being protected by these agencies who were profiting off of him being famous. They didn't want that trade to stop. I still, to this day, wonder if I would ever do that again, because the negativity that came my way from people that were fans of his it's so overwhelming if you pay attention to it. It's like, what did I open up? Like, ugh. Even though I knew it was necessary. Like what? And that is also why people are negative, because they want to stop you from engaging in conflict that's going to hurt them. You know, so they try to hurt you as much as possible. So you're like hesitant to do it. Dangerous, like sharks.
Well, you could imagine, maybe, I think this is worth delving into in some depth. You could imagine that there's various ways of attaining status, renown, reputation. Status isn't exactly the right word because reputation is better, because you can have a reputation that you deserve, right? And so people do work for reputation, and all things considered, that's a good thing. Earned reputation. Earned reputation. Earned reputation. Earned
Someone's truly
reputation.
unique when they Jordan that guy. That's a unique human thing. And that's a real reputation.
Right. Okay.
That's
so,
what people want.
right. And it's also, there isn't anything more valuable that you can have than that. Not even close. This is why, by the way, this is very cool. It's a bit of an aside, but it's worth bringing up. In the Gospels, Christ tells people to store treasure in heaven where it doesn't rust, where the thieves can't steal it. That's reputational treasure. Right? So the idea is that if you conduct yourself impeccably, you'll develop a storehouse of reputation that will withstand all catastrophe. There's no place you can put your wealth that's more effective than that. It's the least violatable place. And that's right. It's right.
Right.
And so, but the problem is, and this is a really tricky problem, and you're touching on it, is that the reputation gain can be gained. Okay, so when your reputation rises, your serotonin levels rise. And that makes you less sensitive to negative emotion and more sensitive to positive emotion. So that's a really good deal. And what that also means is that there's a high psychological benefit to status increase, reputational increase, and a real cost to reputational decrease. So that's partly why people don't like losing face, for example, because their emotions dysregulate. Okay, so now the best way to play that game is to establish a genuine reputation. And the best way to do that, you've done this, by the way, I figured out this year in my lectures that I'm always trying to answer a question on stage. So that's a quest. And I'm bringing the audience along with a quest. And it's a real quest because I'm actually trying to figure something out, and I do that in real time. And that's a very different game. That's a very different conversational game than a status battle game. Yeah. Right? Because I could come on here, I don't know if it would work, but I could come on here and I could try to show that I was smarter than Joe Rogan. Now, I've watched you, and that's very difficult to pull off. But hypothetically, that could be my aim. I could play gotcha questions, and I could lead you into places.
The problem is that wouldn't work because I'm willing to accept that you're smarter than me. First of all, like I talk to a lot of people that are smarter than me, and I like it. It's enjoyable. I don't ever feel uncomfortable talking to people that are smarter than me. Yeah, I want to know some things that they can tell me on certain things. I want to educate myself. I want to see how the mind works. I want to be blown away. I don't want to compete with them intellectually. There's times in my life where I would have long intellectual.
I think that's what's made. Well, I think that's also what's made you popular and a force for good. Is that you are on a quest, and that quest, the consequence of that quest, if undertaken properly, is reputational enhancement. And people who can't or won't do that, they default to power games. And the part of it, and that's the default to power.
Right.
It's worse with social media because if if you meet someone and they're playing a power game, you can just decide not to have anything to do with them anymore, or you can put a stop to it if you need to. But on social media, you can't because they're distant from you, and they're often also anonymous. And so they can play power games to enhance the reputational status falsely with no consequences. And the social media is rife with that, and it's really a problem. Like, I think that virtualization has enabled the psychopaths.
Without
Yeah, well,
without a doubt.
that's a terrible thing because the psychopath types, they're always the death of everything. Like, I'm seeing this come up on the right now. So imagine this. I've been working on a new theory of political psychopathology, and I like it quite a lot.
Is this where the term the woke right comes in?
Yeah, well, Lindsay is pointing at that, but he hasn't got the diagnosis exactly right. So it isn't woke. That's not the issue. It's not exactly.
I think
one
what
level.
they're talking about is like similar types of behavior.
He is talking about that. Yeah, no,
But
what's
it's
the point?
Well, just to clarify in your head, it's like that.
Yeah, but the problem is,
It's like Antifa.
yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that argument is predicated on the claim that the ideas are the problem, like the woke ideas, for example, on the right or the left. But that's not the problem. The problem is that 4 to 5% of the population, something like that, is cluster B, that's the DSM-5 terms, histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, psychopathic, or they have dark tetrad traits. They're Machiavellian, they're sadistic. That's about 4%. Okay, so the question is, how do these people maneuver? And the answer is they go to where the power is, and they adopt those ideas, and they put themselves even on the forefront of that. Right? The ideas are completely irrelevant. Right? All they're doing is they're the Pharisees. They're the modern version of the Pharisees. They're the people who use God's name in vain. Right? As they proclaim moral virtue. Yes. Doesn't matter whether it's right or left or Christian or Jewish or Islam. They invade the idea space, and then they use those ideas as false weapons to advance the narcissistic advantage. Yes. And so then you have the problem, and the right's going to face this more and more particularly, because the left had to face it when they were in power. Yes. How do you identify the psychopathic parasites, 4% of the population, who are clothed in your clothing and waving your flags, but who are only in it for narcissistic benefit? You know, the people who studied the dark triad, these were people who originally studied psychopaths, and they moved into ordinary personality, so to speak, on the fringes. Showed that the non-criminal psychopaths, in the fringe cases, are Machiavellian. They use their language to manipulate. They're narcissistic. They want unearned reputation. That's what a narcissist wants. And they're psychopathic, which makes them predators and parasites. Okay, that's pretty bad, those 3 things. But they had to expand that nomenclature after a while because they found that they were also sadistic, which implied that if you're Machiavellian and narcissistic and psychopathic, you develop a sufficiently bad view of your fellow man that their undeserved pain is a source of pleasure to you. And that's what's being enabled online. Yeah. See, because we've evolved real specific mechanisms to keep such things under control in face-to-face interaction. Lack of anonymity, for example, within a community. Psychopaths in the real world, they wander. They have to move from place to place with people who figure out who they are. And they're held responsible. They're particularly held responsible by men. But online, they escape from that. They escape from that protective. They escape from that system of constraints, and they have free reign. And they can find other people like them very rapidly. And they can gang together. So this is like, I can really see this starting to happen on the right. Like, I've been tracking psychopathic behavior on the right for probably 4 years, something like that, especially on the anti-Semitic side, because that's really where it rears its head first. And why is that? There's nothing more annoying than a successful minority. Right? Now, that's part of it. I'm going to here, I must get myself in trouble right away, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
This is a real subject.
also, it's a real terrible subject.
It's interesting because if you don't criticize it enough, you're compromised. If you criticize, it's like when it comes to anti-Semitism, like it's one of those things where you can't separate. It's a and it's also race, and it's also a government. That's where things get weird, right? And then there's also the concept of intelligence agencies and compromise that also gets attached to it, the manipulation of world markets, money, and there's a lot to unpack. And then there's regular Jewish people who have nothing to do with that.
Well, the Jews too, they're very successful.
Yeah.
And so what you would expect from a purely statistical point of view is you'd expect them to be overrepresented at the extreme.
They're also called walled garden, right?
Meaning,
It's very difficult to join. They don't proselytize. They don't try to get you to join. And they're all very tightly knit. They call themselves the clan. They're all like locked in. They're, Jewish clan, not KKK. The problem with that term has been compromised by the Ku Klux Klan. But I mean it as terms of tribe.
community.
Yeah, community. They're very tight knit in that regard. They stick together.
Well,
And
so-
if you understand the history, obviously, of Nazi Germany and of the persecution in Eastern Europe, you have to. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, all these complex things are multidimensional. I mean, I watched your whole conversation with Douglas, and I thought you guys did a very credible job, all three of you, of navigating unbelievably choppy waters. So that's the first thing I'd like to say, because one of the things I was trying to figure out when I was watching that is, do I think I could have done a better job of any of you? And I certainly didn't walk away from that idea in mind. But then underneath all that, I thought there's a really unbelievably tricky problem here, and I think that's why it's made it poked up into. Well, you also set that conversation up, but it poked up and made itself manifest in the conversation. And the issue is, how do you identify the psychopathic pretenders? And it's even worse now. And then make it very right. The right was going for the left to do that for decades,
Right.
and they didn't, and they couldn't. And the left is not good at drawing barriers, partly temperamental. The right is somewhat better, but there's no shortage of monstrosity there. And so then the question is, how do you draw the line? And that's kind of what I was, because I've been watching these right-wing, they're not right-wing, these psychopathic types manipulate the edge of the conservative movement for their own gain.
Right.
And a lot of that's cloaked in anti-Semitic guys. There's plenty of anti-Semitism on the left too, by the way. So it's not unique to the right.
Well,
but
particularly now.
Yes, particularly now.
Right.
And so, you let your curiosity guide you, your curiosity and your desire for knowledge, this quest, you let that guide you as a podcaster. By the way, I'm trying to work through exactly the same sort of thing. How do you know, given your radical increase in stature over the last 10 years, how do you know when your curiosity and even your skepticism about the fact that things aren't the way that people say they are, because that's certainly been demonstrated the last 10 years, how should anyone decide what guardrails to put up? Like, what do you look for? Do you have a conceptual system worked out for that? Like,
And what do you mean? What way?
well,
How do I look for in terms of people to talk to?
yeah, because you have this insanely immense platform, and you're inviting people onto it. And you said to Douglas, and I know this to be true, that you're not really thinking about the outcome exactly. You're thinking about, this is an interesting person to talk to, and I'd like to go on that quest. But then you have the additional conundrum. We're trying to work this out on the Daily Wire side of things too. Not to say that that's exactly the same situation. It's like, once you gain in reach and authority, then how do you know that? How do you take great care that the people you're talking to aren't, what would you say, eliciting or feeding a subculture? Yeah, that's right. That hasn't got the proper aims. Like, I guess the legacy media probably worked that out by having people, mediators, right, and guests, and that was also back when we could rely on structures of authority in some sense to filter. Now we're in this helter-skelter world where everything is
The
up for
legacy media is
grabs.
the worst of that.
Yeah, I know.
They're the worst.
I know.
Which is fascinating. You know, it really is. It's really fascinating when you lose faith in a New York Times piece. You know, it's like you go like, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
I know this. I know what they're doing. I know
Yeah.
this is editorial bullshit. And that didn't used to be the case, I don't think.
No.
But then I go back to like what I learned about the Woodward, Bernstein, Nixon thing at Watergate. That was all essentially an intelligence operation. You ever looked into that? You know, I had Bill Murray on the podcast. And Bill Murray said one of the wildest things. He read the first 5 pages of Bob Woodward's biography on John Belushi, Wired.
Mhm.
Read the first 5 pages, like, he goes, "Oh my God, they framed Nixon." Oh, isn't that crazy? Yeah. He's like, what they wrote about my friend was so not true. It was so wildly off. He said John Belushi was a lightweight. John Belushi had a couple of drinks. He fucked up. It wasn't like a big party. That time he did that speedball, probably the only time he ever did it in his life. But Woodward had him painted as this maniacal, off the rails, just drug out monster. He knew that to not be true. He's very close to Belushi for a long time. It's like, oh my God, they framed Nixon. And then when I told him the whole story, you know, what Tucker Carlson told me about Woodward being his first job ever as a trust was Watergate, that there's FBI guys that were involved in it and the break-in. The whole thing was they tried to get Nixon out of it, the most popular president in the history of the country in terms of the vote. But they were successful out of it. And it's probably because, or likely, because Nixon was very nervous who killed Kennedy, and he wanted to find information out. And apparently, he had been talking about it. I did it. He was, you know, he didn't want it happening to him, obviously, and he knew it could. If you're a president, you know, a couple of guys ago, you know, just one of the most popular presidents, and he's posthumously popular presidents. I know he's very polarizing while he was in office, but was shot in the head in the middle of Dallas. And you think that the government might have had something to do with it? Like that could fuck with your head, obviously.
Yeah, well, there's many things like that. I mean, you saw the government website that came up 2 days ago about COVID. Okay.
Wild. Wild.
Yeah, that's
wild.
for sure. What are you supposed to do with that?
All the things that would have got you fired if you were a professor and you said them 4 years ago, you would have 100% got fired for espousing any of these ideas that turned out to be true. You would have gotten kicked off of YouTube. You would have gotten, you know, there was a lot going on there, you know, which is like, I feel fortunate that right at the height of COVID was also when I got over Spotify. Spotify is a Swedish company. It's different. They're different. They're much more rational. They're not overwhelmed by this identity politics shit. They aren't overwhelmed by our weird political binary system of good guy, bad guy, depending on which side you're on. And they were like, what are you talking about? Like, this is crazy. We don't censor our rappers. Yes, they didn't lock down. They were also like, we don't censor our rappers. Like, we don't like the rap lyrics. Some of my favorite rap lyrics are horrendous. But it's just like my favorite movies are Tarantino movies. The dialogue is horrendous. It doesn't mean that these are horrendous people that are putting together this. Tarantino's a wonderful guy. He's fun to be around. He's great. I dinner with him, brought him to the comedy club. He's great. He's not a bad person, but he is an artist, and he's creating this thing. And this thing is going to show you aspects of humanity that you know to be true, but are horrific. That's the same with rap lyrics. It's the same with a lot of things. And Spotify's position was, we're not censoring. That's not what we're in the business of, like, promoting art. Like, we sell art, and we're not interested in censoring art, essentially. And turns out, we were all right. We were all correct. You know, and then it shows it on their fucking website, which is crazy. You see it? Bananas. And
Well, I mean,
look at this. Lab
yeah,
leak.
right.
Like, You know, I know that he would bring up the vaccines when he was on his rallies, and people would boo. When he was on the campaign trail, people would boo. And I think he was like confused by that. And he's a little, I don't want to say he's out of touch, but there's too many things for him to be thinking about, for him to be paying attention to what people really think about the vaccines, and vaccine injuries and mandates, and just the psychological warfare that's played on the American people. You remember that very famous White House post that they made for the vaccinated, you've done your job, or for the unvaccinated, you're looking forward to a winter of severe illness and death, and the hospitals that you will overwhelm. Like, that was the White House telling you something when it was in Omicron by that point, which was like a cold. Like, it was crazy. Deaths had dropped off radically, but they were so bad for the pharmaceutical companies too. You've got to do it. You got to get vaccinated if you don't. You're looking forward to death and severe illness. Like, imagine this is. You're not basing this on real statistics. You're not basing this on science. You're just basing this on this control, this fear element that you're trying to impose upon people.
So, okay, so that's an interesting point there too, that issue of control and fear. You know, I started this, was part of the group that started this organization in the UK called the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. We had our second convention in November, which went very nicely, by the way.
So you're doing like a positive counter to the world economic.
Yeah, well, we have some rules. And one rule is you don't use force or fear, right? Use invitation.
Mm-hmm.
So can I tell you a story about that?
Please do.
Okay, so I've been tutoring about this new book of mine, right? To be the Wrestle with God, and it's I've been lecturing on lots of the things I know, but I've been using biblical stories mostly to provide an analytical frame. So that's what stories do. They provide a frame. And there's a great story in the continuing Exodus story of Moses and the Israelites, where Moses has led his people away from the tyrant and away from their own slavery. There's a dynamic in that story between those two things. No tyrants without slaves. Or you might say no tyrants without slaves. And so the Israelites have, then it's across the Red Sea of chaos and blood and into the desert for 40 years. You don't escape from the tyrant if you're a slave without paying a price, and maybe for 3 generations. It's rough. So Moses is trying to get these people to stop being slaves and to take responsibility so they don't need a tyrant. So he's kind of got there, and they're on the edge of the promised land, right? And so they're almost at the end of their voyage, and they run out of water. They're still in the desert. They run out of water. And they get all whiny and bitchy about the fact that they had to get across the desert, and it was way better under the tyrant, and that Moses is nothing but a corrupt patriarch, and he's only power mad, and they foment some rebellion. Anyways, it's a pretty ugly situation, and the Israelites go to Moses and they say, look, we're really starving. We're thirsting for water. We're going to die. Do you think you can check God, see if he'll do something with us? And God tells Moses to go to some rocks in the desert and to ask them to bring water for him. And so he goes with his people to these rocks, and instead of asking, he takes this staff of his. The staff is a really important thing. It's like your staff if you have an organization, same derivation, but it's also the magic wand of Gandalf, flag you plant in new territory. It's the tree of life. It's the living tradition that has a spirit inside it, and that's a serpent, and that's the serpent that eats all the serpents of the Egyptian tyrants, magicians. That's the staff. It's his rod of his authority. And he, instead of asking the rocks, he hits them twice with the staff. So he forces them. And God tells him that in consequence of that, number one, he's going to die. Number two, he's not going to get to the promised land. Right. So there's this insistence. It's really interesting. It's a crucial insistence. And it's very important in this time, I think, to understand what this means. So Moses is a leader. He's the archetypal leader. And he realizes his responsibility in the encounter with the burning bush, which is something that attracts his attention, that he takes with great seriousness, and that transforms him. So then he becomes the leader. He stands up against the tower, frees the slaves, he takes them through chaos into the desert. And his temptation is leading us to use force. So when he's a young man, for example, he kills an Egyptian aristocrat who was tormenting a Hebrew slave, and that's why he has to leave Egypt. He's tempted by power because he's a leader. And then at the end, even though he's done all these things, he's been an upstanding man and gone beyond his call of duty. And he's right at the point where he attains victory, right? To enter the promised land.
What up,
He uses force. When God tells him to use the inventory.
dude? I gotta. Yeah, dude. No. Well, looks like you missed out. I'll play you one game. I'll play you one game cards. That's it. All right, well, no fucking way. No fucking wonder you're so late. We're gonna play 501 Pro Double Out. You don't even know what this is. I don't want Pro Double Out, dog. You get your shit together. Dude, come on, man. Dude, dog. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds. 9, 8, 8, 9. Now get your shit together. This is the only game we're playing. You know, 20, 20. That was good, dude. That was bad. Not as bad as that, dude. Eight? You got 8. Shoot. 85 points. You're destroying me. You're destroying me. 5, 1, 25. 102. You can get it. All right, I need 3 triple times. 1. Dude, if I came back and beat you, that's going to be embarrassing for you. It's double out, double check out. Dude. Double check out. Get that 18. Get that 18. That's 1. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That was amazing. All right, again. Hey, you want help with chicks? Listen to The Game by Neil Strauss. There's this chick. There's this Redditor chick who likes to hang out at the local adult bookstore. If I know about it, everybody knows about it. That ugly bitch. Okay.
Invitation. To use his words for logos. To use words. To use invitation. And that's enough so that he's dead. So is his brother Aaron. That's his political arm. And he doesn't have to promise that. And then in the Gospels, of course, Christ forgoes power altogether. The temptation in the desert, one of the 3 temptations is the temptation for use of power. So one of the things that maybe we can conclude from all this, given the context of what you've said, is that you can tell the tyrants. They use fear and compulsion. And they don't use invitation. So one of the rules we put together for art was invitation only. Play. We're going to do this playfully.
Yeah.
And we're not going to use force or fear ever. We use invitation. And so I don't know what you think about that. Is it distinguished? Imagine it's the distinguishing characteristic between the wannabe tyrants and the true leaders. The true leaders say, "Here's an offer. Would you accept this of your own free will?" And the tyrants say, "The apocalypse is coming, and everything, and we are allowed to do everything to forestall it, right? Including control you and everything that you do." Yeah,
That's how they get people to fall in line. They fall in line for fear.
yeah. Well, fear and force. It's like also, you have to do this because the apocalypse is looming, which is always in a way true. There's always an apocalypse of one form or another looming. The question is, what do you do about it?
Well,
Terrifying
where you live, anywhere in the world right now, right? You might be experiencing the apocalypse right now if you look at Gaza.
Yeah,
You might be experiencing the apocalypse right now if you're in Yemen, if you're Houthi, right?
the end of the world is always coming. Right, and for you, for me, for right. So you can always look into the future and conjure up an apocalyptic scenario, and maybe even that in itself isn't a sin, although I think it is. There's another, but if you then turn to fear and compulsion as your means of governance, then you're a tyrant. I don't care what your excuse is. It has to be invitation.
That's when it gets scary when you see governments telling people that they have to follow the line, or these are our horrible consequences for you not agreeing to what we're saying. Yeah, and then if you don't do this, you're a part of the problem.
Right, exactly. Well, and if the apocalypse that's generated in that way is infinitude, there's no limit to the amount of power that can be exerted, because obviously the rationale is there.
Well, do it, right? Like, this is the rationale to stop Trump, right? We try to stop Hitler.
Right. Well, so it's also why First
Amendment law, use lawfare,
use whatever. Use whatever. This is one of the things that works me about Canada. So I know when we talked a couple of weeks, expressed my concern about what's in Canada.
Doesn't look good.
Well, I read Carney's book, Values. I read it twice. I understood it. And Carney says in that book, well, he says he's an advocate of ESG. He was a huge ESG advocate. He organized many large corporations to go down this central planning governance route because the market wasn't pricing everything properly. And so central planners had to step in. And BlackRock and Vanguard, places like that, were big parts of that. Don't know if they were directly affected by Carney, but it's the same thing. And they've stepped away from that. And he's a big DEI advocate. And he's also a net zero advocate. And Carney says in his book, this is a good example of this. And I think also a good example of this kind of narcissism that we talked about earlier. Every single financial decision that every individual or organization makes has to prioritize decarbonization above all else. Or else, and there will be many, he doesn't say casualties, but he implies that. There'll be many who pay a price along the way, but it's necessary, because you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. And then he says 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. And this is who Canadians are seriously thinking about electing. Right.
Why does he say the fossil fuels have to stay in the ground?
Too much carbon.
Yeah. The real problem with that is the same problem with the COVID narrative, is that they don't allow any dissent, they don't allow any data that conflicts with the narrative. And they don't want to look at any possible, both of them are complicated. They're not similar in a lot, but there are, because of top-down tyrannical tools.
Using fear and compulsion.
So they did, during the COVID times, nobody wanted to look at any alternative treatments. They didn't want to look at health, metabolic health. They didn't want to look at any factors other than vaccination and compliance. With carbon, no one wants to look at a post-study of the last, was it 50 million years, the graph that shows the temperature of Earth. Have you seen it? We're in a cooling period. And that was always during the 1970s, Leonard Nimoy, when he had the In Search of show, one of the things that they covered was that we are at the verge of ice age. How terrifying ice age is.
Yeah, well, the conclusion you draw about climate and carbon dioxide is entirely dependent on where you put the origin point of your direct path. So if you go back 150 years ago, carbon dioxide is increased. If you go back 500 years ago, which is quite a lot longer, we're in a drought, like a serious carbon dioxide drought.
Right, and also carbon dioxide is the fuel of plants.
Yes, it turns out that they like it. Well, the global greening data. Well,
Say it. Well, so people know it.
Well, one of the things I learned as a scientist was that there's usually an explanation or two that accounts for a phenomenon so completely that almost everything else is a noise. Like the Maha movement, Make America Healthy Again. The fundamental issue is insulin resistance. That's the fundamental plague of, say, North America. And everything else is noise. It's not unimportant noise, but insulin resistance is the major contributor. On the climate side, when I look at the data, the thing that leaps out for me is greening. The planet is 20% greener than it was 30 years ago. 20%. This is NASA data. I'm not inventing this.
Right.
Okay, and then the next one, you think, 20%. If 20% of the plants had vanished, be sure we heard about that.
Yes.
Okay, so, and agricultural outputs get up 13%. Now, whether all that addition to carbon dioxide is a function of human activity, that's still debatable. It doesn't matter. There is an association between carbon dioxide rise and the plant propagation. It's even more particular than that, because a lot of the greening has occurred in semi-arid areas, so areas around deserts. And the reason for that is that if there's more carbon dioxide, the plants can close their breathing pores more, and they don't lose water. And so not only is there 20% more vegetation, which is a lot, but it's twice the area of the United States that's green. That's a lot of green, and where our agricultural production is more effective. And the places that have greened were the very places that the deserts were supposed to expand into. And so, right, because they've greened, they've shrunk, not grown. Now, you could say, well, that rate of change has its problems, and rates of change have their problems. But I don't see another data point that's anywhere near as stunning as that.
I think it's a really important point where you said that if we lost one, like
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh,
but yet
rightly
it's
so.
rightly so, but yet it's not even discussed because, again, it's one of those things that invades the narrative, right?
Mhm.
It's one of those pesky facts, those pesky truths that gets in the way of the thing that you're saying, well, the apocalypse is coming.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about the narrative. It's like, okay, so now we talked about the psychopaths who manipulate belief systems for their own advantage, right? The people who use God's name in vain, the Pharisees who want to dress in religious clothing and obtain status and consequence. They're Christ's number one enemies in the Gospels. By the way, those people, they're the ones who conspired to crucify him, right? The religious pretenders. So this has been going on for a very long period of time. So the climate apocalypse narrative is perfectly situated to, what would you say, to serve the purposes of the narcissists, the Machiavellians, the psychopaths, and the sadists, because it's a infinitely expanding existential threat that can be used as an excuse for anything.
Yes.
Right? And it also provides a perfect cloak for any amount of power maneuver. It's like, I want to make your shower heads put out a needle spray so that you're cold all the time while you have a shower, while you're doing something you do every day that could otherwise be highly enjoyable. Why do I get to invade your life to that degree? Well, because the planet's at stake, Joe. And who are you to privilege your shower comfort, something that trivial, over the fate of the entire planet? Well, you can use that argument at every single level. You know, Trump came out with this executive statement just a few days ago about shower heads, and everybody kind of laughed about that. And I thought, no, he has an eye for petty tyranny, right? For petty tyranny. And there's very little that's more petty than, well, I think the showerhead example is perfect. Yeah. And then you also think, look, if they're willing to control your life at that level of detail, what are they not willing to control? It's like you're concerned about my showerheads, like we're out of water, which we're not at all. So what won't you control? So you think, well, the psychopaths are edge cases. They'll move wherever the power is. They find a narrative that can be used to strike fear in the hearts of people and to justify compulsion. They ally themselves with that belief claim, and then they ratchet themselves up status hierarchies without any true reputational validity, riding on that edge of fear and power. Right, right. I wrote an article, it hasn't been published yet, in the Telegraph, because I got held a lot after one of our podcasts. You may know this, but
The climate change stuff.
that's right. A whole bloody transcript was sent to the college as an indication that I was out of my wheelhouse. You know, maybe I stepped a bit out of my wheelhouse when we had that discussion because I'm not a climate scientist, whatever the hell that is, by the way. Because you have to know a lot to be a climate scientist and an economist on top of that. So today I'm talking about something that's a lot more psychological. The climate apocalypse narrative is a social contagion that's driven by power-mad psychopaths who are hell-bent on using fear and compulsion to make sure everyone steps in line so that they can continue with their acquisition of undeserved power.
It's also effective enough that the people that are underneath the power comply and do the job of the man for the man.
Yeah, well, that's the advantage of using fear and compulsion there, right? It's like, well, I have to go along with this because my leaders who built up a certain degree of credibility are telling me that, you know, the apocalypse is nigh. And who am I to, well, first of all, question, because God, there's a hard thing to figure out. You know, what's the global effect of human activity on the climate for the next 100 years? Well, good luck figuring that out. But this is why I'm making it more psychological this time. It's like the climate fluctuates, and for complex reasons. But that doesn't mean that you get to look 100 years into the future and you get to conjure up an apocalyptic narrative, and you get to say, we're the only people that can save you. And you get to say, you have to change every single thing you do in your life and prioritize our concern above all else, including even the well-being of your own children, or the economic future of the Africans, for example, who don't get to use fossil fuels, right? You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that using fear and compulsion.
Not only that, it's being done by people who are wrong about everything. every step of the way. Every step of the way.
Yeah, well, then they just play a slight hand game. They'll go, okay, we got the time frame on Joe. It's not 20 years.
But it's not even just
40 years.
It's not even just climate change. It's basically everything: public health, agriculture, you name it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that
Every single
sets us,
thing. The water supply.
that sets
Everything.
us back into this conundrum that you, Douglas, you were addressing. So, okay, two things, like three. How do you pursue your interest in a landscape that's been shorn of reliable expert input? Right? Who do you rely on? Well, okay, if you don't know who to rely on, like, how do you keep the bloody psychopaths at bay? And the conspiracy theorist mongers and the people who aren't trying to discover the truth, but who are using the conspiratorial edge, let's say, the groypers for that matter, right? These are people who are clearly playing power games for their own benefit, and they're spinning up these conspiratorial narratives and riding on it and occupying this parasitical manner. This is going to be this is a huge problem already on the right-wing side. I don't even know what the hell that is anymore, because I don't know what the left is. I don't know what the right is, but
We need to clean this up.
yeah, well, that's also what we're trying to do with our.
Yeah.
What is the center? Right?
That's where we can all meet up.
Well,
And I think that's doable.
well, let's specify it even more.
Okay.
The center is a place you go if you were invited. Right? Right, exactly. Well, and that also ties back into this idea of playing. Like Piaget figured this out. He was watching little kids. So if a little boy wants to play house with a little girl, which is generally a good idea, if you want to play house with a woman at some point in your life, you better get that right. It's a very serious game. What's the first rule? She has to want to play. Right. What's the second rule? You have to play with her in a manner that makes her want to play with you again. Right? I've been thinking about this a lot in terms of what constitutes objective standards of morality. You know how Sam Harris is obsessed with malevolence, and he wanted to ground morality in objective science because he thought that would give us a firm standing place. But he went down the wrong scientific rabbit hole, I think. I think if you understand this relationship with play and iteration, then you have the core of morality. So and Piaget, by the way, this is part of, what would you say? This is the philosophical edge of his theory. This is actually what he's trying to accomplish. How do you decide if an arrangement is good versus bad or good versus evil? Well, Piaget went to children to find that out. It's like, okay, you want to set up a game. Why? Well, a game is it's the foundation of social interaction. Play a game with one other another person, and then maybe you can play a game with a bunch of people, and then you can play a game with one person or a bunch of people across a long period of time, and then you can do it in a way that improves. Okay, so what are the rules? Your little boy, she has to want to play. And then you have to play with her in a way so that she wants to play with you again. If you do that, then you have a friend. And that iterates. Now, so you can imagine that there's a structure of voluntary play that's really quite stringent. But this is what you do on your podcast. Seriously, and that's why it's so attractive to people. And that's the core of what you might call objective morality. It's like there's a very limited number of ways to play, to offer a game that someone else wants to play. And then there's a very limited number of ways to play that game so that they want to keep playing with you. And then if you add that additional constraint of improvement across the games, you've got the straight and narrow path. Right? Then it's marked by, we're really trying to do this in art. We want to offer a vision that people want to accept or even thrilled to accept. So that's even better, right? A game that you'd be thrilled to play. So one of the things we're doing on the energy side, I'm going to an event with Alex Epstein in 2 days, talk to energy executives about this. Well, what kind of world do you want to see? Well, how about a world where there's so much energy that poor people can afford it? How would that be for a vision? Like, have you got a problem with that? Well, poor people can't have energy because that will destroy the planet. It's like, no, poor people can't have that energy because you have to let go of the game that you're playing as a narcissistic psychopath that's elevating your status inappropriately, and you're perfectly willing to sacrifice the world's poor to continue your grip on power. How about that for a psychological interpretation?
Right.
And how about this as an alternative? Why don't we do everything we can to drive energy costs down to the lowest degree that's sustainable in a market economy and make energy available to everyone so that we eradicate absolute poverty? Why wouldn't the left line up again around that? Because the left hypothetically serves the poor. It's like nothing serves the poor better than an ethos first. You've got to get that right because we're also interested in getting the story right. But after that, on the material side, there's nothing more important. Right, but
Just there, I don't think people on the left are getting that message. I don't think they're hearing that this is exactly what third world countries need, is a reliable source of energy and industry to elevate themselves out of poverty.
They're not.
They're not getting that, but it's not the problem of the people that are on the left, like the general followers.
Well, it might be a problem that's facilitated by the psychopathic fringe types. Like, look, I think
It's not offered to them. That's my point.
yeah. The question is why not? And the reason is like this is part of it. You talked to Bjorn, right? To Bjorn, and Bjorn's pretty good on this, or very good on this, I should say. He's going to give him credit, and he would like to see a world where, and he's part of art. He'd like to see a world where we make energy abundance a top priority.
It's probably the only way you're going to pull third world countries out of dire poverty.
Well, it's also, as far as I can tell, the only way that you pull them out of environmental catastrophe.
Right.
Because if you want to produce an environmental catastrophe, a true environmental catastrophe, how about a 3 or 4 year famine so that everyone there kills all the animals, for example, or dies, right? So we also know that if you give people about $5,000 a year GDP, then they start paying attention to long-term environmental sustainability because they don't have to scrabble around in the dirt for the next meal. So then we can say, well, how about we have a future of sufficient abundance so that no one is deprived of energy or opportunity for their children. Well, that sounds like an invitation. Now, if you hate people and you think the industrial enterprise is a stain on the planet and that we're viruses or cancer on the planet, then you're going to have a problem with that. But my sense too is that if we have enough energy, we can make all the deserts blue.
I was watching a video on pollution about the amount of garbage that gets thrown in rivers in India, and it was staggering, just staggering to watch. That somehow or another, because the population is so large, there's so many poor people, there's a lack of home, whatever it is, they're just throwing the garbage in the rivers, and the rivers are just overwhelmed. If there's ever like a symbol of things, people that have been led the wrong way, like bad leadership, bad planning, bad story, everything. That's it. When you look at your river and it's all you see is water bottles, all you see is floating plastic. That's the whole river, and you know that if you get in that water, you're going to get sick. And yet, no one looks at it as number one priority. Like, what do you always say? Clean your river, make your bed. Like, right? Yeah. What's going on? Like,
Well, you want to incentivize people to pay attention to the local environment, and you do that in part by ensuring that they're not living so close to the edge of catastrophe that they can only think about today.
Right.
And if you start from the mindset that, can I tell you another story?
okay, you tell me all the stories. I have to ask questions.
All right. This is a really cool story. This is how to set the world right. This story. So I've been traveling around lecturing about my book, and I wrote a chapter on Abraham in that book. And Abraham is the father of, in principle, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. He's the father of nations. That's how this goes. So when God comes to Abraham in a very particular way, it's one of the ways God is characterized in the Old Testament. So this is like a definition of God. Right? It's not a testament to God. It's a definition of what God is. Okay, so Abraham, he doesn't hear anything about God until he's like 70. And he's already living in privileged paradise because his father and his mother are rich. And so he doesn't have to lift the finger. If life is about having your needs met, Abraham's got it covered. And so he lives like a satiated infant till he's 70. And then a voice comes to him, and it says, you are required by the God of your ancestors to leave your zone of comfort to leave the wealth of your father, to leave your nation, to leave your language, to go out into the world and have your terrible adventure. And if you do that, now imagine that's the call to adventure. If you do that, these things will happen. This is the covenant that God makes with the Abrahamic people. It's so cool. I just talked to Brett Weinstein about this from an evolutionary biological perspective on the road, because I wanted to evaluate the story. I'm going to tell you from the perspective. So God is the voice that says to Abraham, if you follow the call of adventure, you be a blessing to yourself. So that's the meaning of life. You have the adventure. You do this in a way, because the adventure is compelling. Responsible romantic adventure is the most compelling pattern, right? And if it's intense enough, it justifies the suffering, right? It's a reason to get up in the morning, even if you're in pain. Okay, then he says, there's another thing that happens, which is that your name will become known among your people for valid reasons. So that's that genuine reputation we talk. So if you follow the pattern of adventure properly, you'll be a blessing to yourself, and your name will become known among your people for valid reasons. So that's a good deal. You'll do this in a way that will maximize the probability that you'll establish something of permanence, or even eternal permanence. So Abraham, who's offered, he accepts the call and makes the proper sacrifices along the way. God says your descendants will outnumber the stars. So he establishes the pattern of fatherhood that best propagates down the generation, which is the same as following the pathway of adventure. Then he says you'll do this in a way that will make sure no one can stand before you. Right? So that if you adhere to that adventurous spirit and you propagate it, all enemies will either be converted into friends or flee before you. And then you'll do it in a way that brings abundance to everyone. And so now this is the question I'd ask Brett. So imagine this. So imagine that we have an instinct in us, or divine voice. I don't care which of those you use, an instinct within us that calls us to develop, right? That puts on the edge. And that's not the same as looking for infantile satiation or the gratification of our needs. It's genuinely this call to expand yourself, be on the edge, and to develop. That if you did that, follow that instinct, then you'd be a blessing to yourself. Your name would become known among the people. You'd establish something of permanent significance. No one could stand before you, and it would bring abundance to everyone. Right? And then in the Abrahamic story, what happens is that as Abraham accepts that, goes out in the world, and then he has a series of adventures, each of which requires a more complete sacrifice. Because as you develop under the influence of this call, what you're required to do is to live more carefully in accordance with your expanding domain of opportunity. And that's the pathway forward. So I asked Fred about that. This is different than the selfish gene idea. It's like there's an instinct within us that calls us to develop, that pulls us out into the world. And if we follow it religiously and we make the proper sacrifices along the way, then those 5 things will happen around us. And that speaks of a concordance that has to be there. It has to be there between the spirit that develops us and the pathway that brings maximal benefit to the natural and the social world. And I can't see how that can be the case. If we're adapted to the world, that has to be the case. Right? It has to be that if we follow the instinct that would best put us together psychologically, this quest, this adventure, that would also be the spirit that set the world in order. Right? And that spirit, that whole thing, that's what's defined as God in that particular story.
That resonates.
Well, I can't see the alternative is preposterous, right? The alternative is that we don't have an instinct to develop. Like, that's wrong. You just have to watch your children. That's wrong. You just have to watch yourself and the curiosity that you have and the desire for novelty and for learning. That's there. That's what you follow to make this show. Definitely. And so the alternative is that instinct doesn't exist. That's a stupid theory. Or what brings you into the world is done at the expense of other people in a way that won't enhance your reputation, in a way that has nothing to do with anything permanent, right? Then it would be sort of you against the world. That would be like a power orientation. You can get your way in the world, but you have to manipulate, you have to lie, you have to use compulsion, you have to use fear. You can't just rely on the quest, say, or your adventure. And I think you can. I think you can. I think you better. Or else. There's that too.
It's interesting. You're talking about tyrants, right? And you're talking about people of extreme power and how that corrupts. And in that case, there's a large percentage of those people that are violating all those things that you said, because they do manipulate and they do rely on.
Well, Nietzsche was an advocate of the will to power, right? So you can imagine that there's a variety of potential motivating forces, and one would be hedonic pleasure. That's the golden calf virtue, by the way. So that's just short-term hedonism. And that doesn't work. And by work, I mean it doesn't iterate socially. Like if it's all about what some whim in you wants now, first of all, that's not going to serve you well tomorrow. And I don't want to be anywhere near you. Like you're literally an overgrown 2-year-old. And that gets pretty ugly by the time you're 40. So the whole golden calf thing, no, that's just off the table.
But isn't it kind of celebrated amongst certain high achievers, particularly in the business world, like that hedonistic, sociopathic drive to constantly get more numbers on the ledger?
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's exactly
Greed is good. That's Wall Street.
Yeah.
Right? That's Michael Douglas. Right?
Yeah.
Greed is good.
Yeah, well, okay, let's delve into that for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm not advocating.
I know you're not. You can turn to hedonism. You can fall into nihilism. You can turn to hedonism, or you can turn to power. Okay, this Abrahamic covenant is different than power. It's adventure. It's romantic adventure, actually.
Right.
That's not the only definition of God in the Old Testament, by the way. There's something deeper than that it refers to. So those are the options. Now you said, don't the achievers, who are stacking up numbers, like they found a way forward to attain status, but they fixated on an element that shouldn't be fundamental. They're not trying to store up the treasure in heaven. They're trying to store up the treasure on earth, and that's better than not doing it. See, this is another thing we need to understand, because I've spent a lot of time, for example, trying to figure out what people are attracted to Andrew Tate. And I know why they're attracted to Andrew Tate. They'd rather be entertained than an incel. And they're right. It's best to give the devil his due. Like if you had to choose between being kind of flabby, unhealthy, resentful, and in your basement, looking at pornography, hating women because all of them reject you all the time, and you deserve it, and you're ineffectual, and the future looks pretty damn gloomy. And then you see Andrew Tate, who's tough and hyper masculine in almost manner that's almost a parody, and wealthy and famous, and apparently has women at his disposal, with a fair bit of stress on the idea of disposal. You think, well, I'd much rather be him than me. That's the incorporation of the shadow from the Jungian perspective. It's like, it's right.
And you think about the number of men that are themselves. The thing about men also, if they get rejected a lot, they associate women with pain.
Yeah.
And then they get angry at those women because those women cause them pain. Like, it's just very simple equation. Of course, that's how you get a man hater. Or, excuse me, that's how you get a woman hater. Oh, the same can be said for women. That's how you get a man hater, right? You associate men with rejection and cruelty.
Well, and then young men in particular are more likely to be rejected. Young women, they have difficulty finding the ideal man, but they don't face the same degree of universal rejection. So it's hard on them.
Well, they're not the pursuing as much.
Right. Well, and women are the gatekeepers fundamentally of sex. So that's their essential power. That's also the power of chastity.
And that's the scary thing about acquiring wealth, is that wealth allows you to bypass the genetic social hierarchy.
Yeah, well, I talk to Russell Brand about this a lot. Women threw themselves at him. How'd that work out for him? Not great. It threw him into great spiritual confusion. It was empty and hollow, and that's worth knowing. See, Because you might say people who are interested in the shadow figures, and Tate plays that role, the master of women, let's say. Why not do that? Because you need an answer to that. If it's certainly when it's better than being lonely, isolated, bitter, and ineffectual. That's for sure. Well, it's because you don't confuse a stepping stone with the pinnacle. That's why. There's way more beyond that. I mean, you're a tough guy. You went through your disciplinary processes on the physical side in particular, the intellectual side too, I might add. You know, you've got what Tate has to offer, but you're what? You're respectable. Why?
Well, I did a completely different background, first of all. And also, my feeling in life is whenever you can be nice. That's like a general.
I mean, nice or good?
I mean, both.
Okay.
Nice as well. I get the posturing. I get how it'd be attractive to young men. I get it. If I was a young man, I would certainly be drawn to him, and I was to many fighters. And I accepted a lot of personality flaws and people that admired as fighters because they were very successful at doing this one insanely difficult thing.
Right.
Oftentimes, that requires a certain amount of narcissism. It requires a certain amount of internal focus. And ironically enough, not at the championship level. Ironically enough, it gets you close, but it doesn't get you to the king. The kings are almost precisely universally disciplined, focused, and kind. They're some of the nice people, the best at the most difficult thing athletically to do. And the most difficult, you're conquering.
Why do you think that is?
It has to be.
Why
Most of Musashi wrote about this in the book of 5 Rings. You must have balance in everything in life. If you have imbalance, you can get pretty far because you're so
specialized.
Right, you're so driven.
Yep.
But you will fall prey to the balanced man.
Yeah, well, that's exactly my
You will also recognize characteristics in him that you envy and that you wish you had yourself. Like if you're a narcissist, a sociopath, you know you are, and you can't really be proud of yourself. You can't, right? You don't have the benefit of the positive feedback that you get from true kindness to others. You don't have.
But you also know that your reputation is founded on sand. And one of the ways to rationalize that is, well, everyone does that.
Right.
Everyone's like that. Yeah, but then you don't trust or like anyone.
Right. And then you're real.
That's for sure.
Yeah. And then if you do achieve success, it's hollow because you realize like.
So you just outlined there the progression that Carl Jung identified as characteristic of individuation, right? With the second thing that you said. So imagine you start at incel, right? You're ineffectual and you reject as a young man. Now there are exceptions, but let's just lay that out as the unhappy majority. Okay, now you look for a shadow figure to sharpen you up, to toughen you up, and to make you strive at least along one dimension, right? And so then you do that. Well, then the next thing that happens in the union stage progression is for a man, it's integration of the animal, which is the feminine part. And it's integration, it's not replacement. It's like, oh, well, then you discover the utility of empathy, compassion, kindness, and mercy, and care, while still being able to deal out justice, let's say. And so then you bridge that gap, and then that integration, you just said, even among fighters, that's what puts them in the highest place. Right? That's right. That's right. So, but it's hard for the people, it's hard for those who are completely disaffected and also quite angry about it. The people who are interested in the pathway that Tate offers, they're not so unhappy that these are the women, because they're pretty mad at them. And so, if it's the bitch or me, then I'll pick me. Right, exactly. And so, and it is very crucial to get this progression correct, because monsters better than women.
Right.
But the question is, what's better than monster? And so it's very interesting that you make those comments on the fighting side, because you wouldn't necessarily think that it would be true in that world as well.
Well, one of the best examples is your countryman, George St. Pierre, one of the greatest of all time, one of the nicest guys I've ever met. And if you didn't know that he was one of the greatest fighters of all time, you'd never guess it. You'd never guess it talking to him. He's curious, he's interesting, he's intelligent, he's very well read. He's always interested in different things. He's constantly searching for new information. And as a martial artist, he is still on a quest of improvement, even though he's retired. He always trains. He's constantly training.
A quest for information. Okay, so let me tell you a story about that. All right, so this is a story that comes out at the beginning of Moses, when he turns into a leader. So it's about how you turn into a leader. Okay, so he's already killed a man and he's left Egypt because of it. So now he's in this land called Midian. He goes there and he chases some ruffians away from a well to these two girls who are drawing water. And they go and tell the father. He says to them, bring this young man to have dinner. So he does, and then he gets married. Then he becomes a shepherd. And this is crucial. If the shepherd's an image that runs through the biblical carpet structure. The shepherds at that time lived by themselves in the wilderness on their wits. And they kept the wolves and the lions up there with primitive weapons. So these were tough guys. And they cared for the most vulnerable. So a shepherd is an image of optimized, ordinary masculinity. Take care of yourself, you keep the monsters at bay, and you attend to the most vulnerable. So Moses has got that. He's a shepherd. He's a successful shepherd. So now he's out there one day wandering around Mount Sinai. And Mount Sinai, or Mount Horeb, that's the place where heaven and earth touch. So that's where the messengers of the divine descend to earth. And so he's out there, and something attracts his attention, makes him curious. That's the burning bush. It's not a forest fire. It's not something you can't ignore. It's something alive. So that's a bush. A tree is a symbol of life. And it's burning because things that are alive burn. That's metabolism. An intensification of that, like a psychedelic intensification of that, that's what the burning bush is. And that's what glimmers to Moses. And he steps off the beaten track, right, to investigate what drives his curiosity. So then he goes off the beaten track and he starts to delve deeper into the mysteries of the burning bush. And at some point he realizes he's on sacred ground. He takes off his shoes. That's a symbol of willingness to transform identity. His shoes signify identity. Right? They're part of your costume, your working man's costume. So then he continues to compete with the burning bush. He gets deeper and deeper into something. He makes himself a specialist by following what compels him and delving deeply into it. And when he gets deep enough into it, to the bottom, the voice of eternity speaks to him and says, you're now no longer who you were. You're now a leader. You have to go back to your people. You have to stand up against the tyrant. You have to tell the slaves that they need to leave their tyranny and their slavery and serve me in the wilderness. And you have to do that now. And Moses says, I can't because I can't speak. I'm slow of tongue. And God says, basically, that's your problem. And with me on your side, we can sort that out. Don't you have a brother, Aaron? Can't he speak? Like, bring him along for the ride. And so that's when Moses becomes a leader. Right? And so that's the pattern. So ordinary masculinity, those are the dwarves that Snow White serves before she meets the prince by play, the ordinary master. So, and those dwarves protect her from the evil queen that wants to suppress her by feeding her a poisoned apple. So Snow White has to learn to serve the ordinary man before she can find a prince. Yeah, something Disney missed completely in the last story. So what's the pattern? Well, you discipline yourself so you become a shepherd. And then you follow what compels you off the path. Then you take it seriously and get to the bottom of it. And then that transforms you. And thus transforms you from face to tyrant. You can specify the office, and you can lead the slaves across chaos and blood. That's the Red Sea through the desert. Right? And so you said two things. you said that the good fighters have learned to integrate their civilized side, otherwise they don't get to be great, and that they continue the pathway of self-improvement, right? They continue to pursue what's calling to them. That's another definition of God in the New Testament, what calls to you. That's the burning bush, the spirit of the burning bush is what entices you, what grabs your interest, what attracts your curiosity. And that's identical to biblical claims. That's the same thing as the spirit of invention. It's the same thing that speaks to Noah. Noah's a good man. And the voice comes to him and says, all hell's broke to great fruits. And he believes his intuition because he's a good man and he can rely on himself. So he makes the ark, right? And he brings his family aboard and culture and nature and reestablishes humanity. That's the pathway for you too.
What is your take on, there's a university in Jerusalem that had this theory that the burning bush was the acacia bush. And the acacia bush is rich in DMT.
Well, I think that, look, I think that hallucinogens strip memory from perception. So you see the world in all its blazing glory. Huxley figured that out, the doors of perception. That's really what, that is apparently what psychedelics do, psychopharmacologically. They mimic it. They mimic a high-stress condition, and they strip memory from perception so that you can return to the source and revitalize your perceptions. Right? So the probability that there's some overlap between that and the burning bush is high. It's high, so to speak. Yeah. So I'll tell you one more thing, one more story, okay? If that's all right with you. So something else I figured out that I tried on bread. So imagine you take the hedonistic path, you take the power path, you take the nihilistic path. Then you might say, well, that's the other three options. That's kind of what the postmodernists believe. That's kind of what the nihilists and the Nietzscheans believe. Power, hedonism, nihilism, those are your options. There's no ideas about that. So the story of Cain and Abel, two patterns are laid out that are different than that. One is Cain's pattern, one's Abel's pattern. So these are the first two people that live in the world. Right? Adam and Eve were made by God. They're in paradise and were. Cain and Abel are the first two people. So Abel brings his best to the table. So he takes the best animal in his flock, and he takes the best cow and the best part of the cow, and he offers that to God. So he literally brings his best to the table. That's what he sacrifices. And Cain does it. So Cain's sacrifices are rejected by God. And God tells him, if you brought your best to the table, you'd be accepted. And Cain gets bitter and resentful and invites temptation in to possess him. So that spirit of resentment possesses him, and then he becomes murderous. Kills his brother, and his descendants become genocidal, and then you have the flood. And so that pattern of sacrifice is established right at the beginning of the biblical text. Abel versus Cain. Abel brings the best to the table, and that satisfies God. So one question. God actually asks Cain complains. Says if you would be accepted, if you would do your best. So that's a question of conscience, right? If you're in extreme misery and your life is hollow and empty and you're bitter and resentful, you bring your best to the table because the covenant proclaims that if you did, you'd be accepted. Get it? So clearly. Okay, so now the question constitutes, now you have to sacrifice. So sacrifice becomes the foundation of the state, not power, not sacrifice. And then that motif is played out through the whole Bible, and that's what culminates in the New Testament. Right? Total sacrifice as the foundation of the community. And that's right. And like, I don't know what sense to make out of the metaphysics of the religious realm. That's beyond me. I never will. The world's a strange place, so I believe it. But the idea that, see, Christ is the exemplar of voluntary self-sacrifice. Return to power, deviate from his course, faces the worst of all possible deaths, sends to hell itself. That's the pattern of life with no reserve. And that's the foundation of the free state. That's right. I tried that on Brett. He told me when we first met on the tour that he felt that the biblical narratives were anachronistic, that they were written in a time that was no longer relevant to us. But he decided by the end of our 3 days together that if you got to the core of the message, it's alive. It's the living spirit. It's a push. And that it's, so here's even the weirder thing. So imagine, it's pretty obvious that Christ is a symbol of voluntary self-sacrifice. I don't think it doesn't really come as a shock to anyone. But the weird thing is, we put that symbol at the center of our churches and at the centers of our towns for 2,000 years, not really knowing why. And the reason is that voluntary self-sacrifice is the foundation of the integrated psyche and the stable, productive, and abundant community. And that's right. It's right. And so, well, it's been exciting to have the opportunity over the last 9 months to talk to people like that, because I've talked to about 150,000 people on the lectures.
That to me is one of the most fascinating aspects of Christianity, regardless of whether or not you think logically these things took place. Logically, these stories are in a completely accurate depiction of exactly what. If you follow the principles, it's incredibly beneficial to your spiritual life as a person. Like you,
Well, that's a kind of interesting proof, isn't it?
yeah,
It means that,
there's truth in it.
well, there's certainly the spirit that makes, the spirit of truth that makes life more abundant. That's exactly right. These are weird stories because the way they're true is very sophisticated. They're true always. That's different than a story about the past. Like the truest stories, the story of Moses is stuff like the pattern of leadership development that's embedded in the Exodus story. That is how leaders develop, if they're real leaders. And their temptation is power, but that's not their motivation. That's their temptation. Like, that's a very important distinction. And that's always the case with leaders. And if they fall prey to the temptation of power, no matter what their accomplishments, they're not going to complete the task. And so there's a cool element at the end of that story too. When Moses, just before Moses dies, he picks a scout from each tribe, 12 tribes, and he sends them to Canaan, which is the future. That's a good way of thinking about it. It's the potential place we could reside where everything was worked out, the land of milk and honey. He sends 12 scouts there. And 10 of them come back and say, they tell a true story. Say it's insurmountable, the challenges that lie ahead of us. There's no way we can master this. We should have never crossed the desert. We should have stayed under the thumbs of the tyrants. We should have never tried to do anything for themselves, because now we do. And 2 of them say, no, if we maintain our upward orientation and our covenant, nothing can stand in the way. We can make the desert split. Moses dies, those 2 scouts, and so do all the Israelites who are convinced by the unfaithful scouts. And the scouts die, and the 2 people who go on to promised land are Caleb and Joshua. And they lead the Israelites, the faithful Israelites, into the promised land. Those are the people that have the courage to confront the future in a faithful effort. Faithful, hopeful, and courageous men. They are the inheritors of the future. Caleb, Joshua. Joshua's name is the same as Christ's name. It's the same name. And that's not true. It's one of those echoes or precursors to the story.
Mm.
There's an ethos that leads you into the promised land. But what's the ethos? The spirit of voluntary self-sacrifice. You give up something for a social relationship. Of course, you give up being primary. You do the same thing on a social level. When you do that, it integrates you and it sticks the words to it. And that's built into the typical story. It's right at its core. So,
Pause that thought.
Yeah.
Use the restaurant. We'll come back.
yep. So it's great fun to explain these things to people on the tour, because it sorts them out.
Well, it's very fascinating.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And the fact that these stories have existed for so long is so interesting. Yeah, that's really
Yeah, well, they adapted to the contours of our memory and our imagination.
yeah.
So you find them compelling and they stick to your memory. So I'm going to tell you what else I'm up to. Okay? Well, the first thing I want to do is thank you. So we launched Peterson Academy in September, and we talked about it, and it's been a stunning success. We have 40,000 students. That's amazing. We think we're the most rapidly capitalized. We're one of the most rapidly capitalized companies ever, especially with our degree investment. We run a legal show. We have great professors. We have a great social media site. We educate 10 people. We have 15,000 active users. 10 people were dragging us out. They were causing trouble, Joe. They were causing trouble. Well, or immature, or out for, or didn't know how to conduct themselves. That's all it took. And now everyone is sharing ideas. And Nick, my daughter and her husband, they keep a close eye on us.
That's great.
We have secured funding to the point where we are dropping the price from $5.99 to $3.99 a year as of today. Right. So that should make it accessible to a lot more people. And we're even more convinced than we were that this has to be the future of higher education. So when we were doing our due diligence for the fundraising, we discovered that 40% of the courses at university are now online. So we've investigated some of those courses. Many of them are PowerPoint presentations, and that's all. So that's the university experience for full tuition. And we literally have the best professors in the world and unmatched production quality. So, and we're filling in the social element too, because more people will be able to meet. The social media platform does that. It's a very positive platform. We've already had our first couple of announcements, so which is quite fun. And we're going to do in-person events. Our first plan, we're going to do a cruise.
Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
What has your journey been like to go from relative obscurity as a professor in Toronto to becoming this person who you are now, sort of a worldwide educator outside of the standard system of academia, but also subject to intense international scrutiny, character distortions, complete fall, like what they've done to change your position so that, like, you are probably the most intentionally misrepresented person I know. Intentionally misrepresented. You see it with a lot of other people too, but with you, it's malicious. You know, I've seen it, but yet you have this desire inside of you to spread information and to educate
And learn. I'm learning on stage.
What is it been like? How old were you when I first met you? It was like 2015, right? Somewhere around there.
53.
You were just encountering notoriety, just encountering attention, and with all the trappings that come with that. What has that been like navigating that? You turn and the first part of it became world famous, at 50.
For ideas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, first, it was exhilarating and painful to begin with. It was exhilarating because I knew the ideas that I was teaching Harvard and the revolutionary. I never could get over that. Take a lot of please. Like, it was just but the students loved my courses, and I was very diligent. So I stayed my traces, so to speak. And I wasn't a revolutionary for the sake of revolutionary argumentation. And I was teaching about totalitarianism and great evil. And so it was hard to make a moral case against me. And no one was really inclined to do it. They were happy with my teaching. So as were the students. And I had a clinical practice, which was quite extensive. But then when we first started to lecture much more broadly, we rented a series on Genesis. It's the first foray into the public space. And it sold out. Well, that was when I started to encounter pain, I would say, at a crowd level. That was rough, because I'm pretty good at getting people to open up to me right away. I mean, I learned that as a clinician. I'd have thousands of people do that. That's pretty rough. Now, it was good. It was a good thing, like all things considered, because people would tell me how miserable they were, how discouraged, and how sidelined, and often how bitter, how addicted, how imprisoned. Rough stories, and then tell me how much they had improved. But that was also, there was a tragic element to that, because it didn't take that much, to tap them into the right orientation. And so there was sadness in that, to see all these people who were demoralized, thousands of them, and then to see how that could be rectified and yet hadn't. That was rough. I'm sure that was rough. There's many things that made me sick. I had pre-existing conditions, but seeing all that was pretty rough. But knowing that it was possible to rectify it, well, that's nothing but now. Wherever I go now, it's so interesting. Wherever I go now, I'm among friends. It's very strange. And I have security people, they keep an eye on me. All the interactions are positive. And I always take time, because, well, they've been positively impacted by something that I've read or said, and they're trying to get their lives together. It's like, how about we encourage that, right? Because more of that would be real good. And if we have enough of that, then more of that would be real good and real necessary. And so, good for everyone, too. Hey, absolutely. Well, that's that abundance. So, you got your act together? Great. That's real good for you. Great for your girlfriend. Great for your kids. You're great for your community. Absolutely. And it's, the Christian ethos, the emphasis is redemption one soul at a time. Well, I'm a psychologist. That's what I think. One person at a time. Because everyone's connected way more intensely than we think. And so there's no such thing as a trivial person. And there's no such thing as a trivial sin or a trivial accomplishment for that matter. And so, and I know that. I studied totalitarianism for a long time. I know how it comes about. It comes about when everyone lies about everything, all the time. And the way you stop that is by not lying. And that's how it stops. So what's it like? Painful and insanely exhilarating at the same time. And, the balance has shifted over the years to the exhilaration. Once I got on top of it, once I got my help, which required pretty stringent discipline. Like I eat steak, and when I deviate from that, things start to fall apart around me pretty quick.
Isn't it crazy that alone is you're eating all the steak. You're contributing to the downfall of civilization. You're destroying the environment. Don't you know that cows are the number one producer of
I know.
Stop eating meat. We eat so much meat. That's why the world's China's opening up coal plants every week. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, that's just another. Okay, so it's also surreal, and that's one element. The diet thing, just alone is surreal. I mean, my daughter was so sick, and now she's great. Isn't it crazy? It's crazy. Well, my wife is on this carnivore diet too, and it's been unbelievably good for her.
It's unbelievably good for almost everybody.
Yeah,
That's what's really fun.
Well, it's crazy
For the mind.
Your brain likes to run on ketones as it turns out. Yeah, it really does.
I felt when I've done it back and forth, but when I'm on it strictly, when I go back to it, one of the things that I notice immediately is I have an extra gear intellectually. My brain's
More stamina.
Yeah, more stamina.
We're going to run this film on IQ test.
Really?
Yeah, because my sister, we don't know, but yeah, there's two studies planned. One group will be people with immunological disorders, try carnivore, keto, and no ordinary diet, random assignment sheet. But we're also going to give them personality IQ test.
You should do it with junk food. That I'd be fascinated to see people go the right way first and then try junk food.
Yeah, sort of like it'd be good to do an ABA design.
Remember that is what was that Super Size Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the documentary.
Yeah.
Where the guy just
Well, it's clear. It's absolutely crystal clear that we need to be provided. Like the food pyramid is upside down.
yes, clearly, and then on top of that, environmental pollutants and all the other issues.
Yeah.
With additives. This is to me is one of the more exciting things about this current administration is the Make America Healthy Again movement, and eliminate fluoride from the water, eliminate all these. I think there's a new list of ingredients that most of them are banned in Europe and a lot of other places and are legal in America. It's insanity and it doesn't make any sense. And oftentimes the arguments don't even make sense as to why they continue to produce it because they produce the same products for Canada, for instance, where Canada has better laws when it comes to additives. So they produce the ones in Canada where they don't have the negative, dangerous additives, and yet they still make this argument that to force them to stop doing that in America will cause great economic harm. So,
well, it's clearly the case that we have obesity, diabetes, and mental health epidemic, and the probability that all of those are associated with insulin resistance and immunological reactions
and
need to be
certain herbicides and pesticides.
Yeah, well, there's a cascading. There's a cascade of differential effects. Undoubtedly, some people are more sensitive to those things as well.
I was watching a documentary that I sent to Jamie about China, and one of the, China innovates at such a level, like at such a fascinating level, that because they're integrated with the government, which I'm not saying is a good thing, but because of that, it's sort of unlimited growth because the growth is designed for the state, like everyone's all involved in it. One of the things they're doing is integrating rice farms with crayfish farms. So they figured out a way to stop using herbicides and pesticides and instead farm these two things together. So they have the rice and then they have the crayfish. The crayfish feed off the excess material from the rice, but also keep the water nitrogen and carbon rich. And so the rice is more nutrient rich, and so the soil is more nutrient rich. And then they're bringing in fish and crabs as well. So they're harvesting all of these different things that people eat along with the rice, all in together that created, sort of like what they've done with regenerative agriculture, like White Oaks pastures and polyface farms, different regenerative agriculture establishments in America, but they're doing it with rice to avoid using herbicides and pesticides. And
hopefully the new administration under Kennedy will be able to figure out how to prioritize these things so some of them happen. My concern, I suppose, it's not my concern, a concern is that they'll try to do too many things at once. And that's why I focused when we talked earlier today about insulin resistance.
right, there's so much to try to change.
Well, that's it. And you can't change it all. There's going to be resistance on all fronts.
But one person at a time, as you're saying. Like when you have this message and you talk to people about things that you've done that have made you healthier, that message resonates, and then one person tries that, their friends join in, and the next thing you know, you've got a large percentage of healthy people that are listening to you.
Yeah. Well, I see that again at the shows. Like one of the things that's also changed across the years is that the proportion of people who are in trouble at the shows is increasing. And partly that's because many of the guys who come, generally with their wife and often with the child, have put themselves together. And then they're happy about that. And they tell me the stories. So that's great. Like, there's nothing better than traveling all around the world and having people come up to you and say that they weren't doing so well. Right. Their lives are way better now. And thank you.
Yes, that's a good deal. That's a good deal. Those are my favorite stories that I hear from people that listen to the podcast. They're like, I've listened to the podcast, I lost 60 pounds, I started working out every day. I'm much healthier. I'm drinking a lot of water, electrolytes and vitamins. Just my mental health has improved because of the daily exercise. I'm a different person. I'm on the right path.
Yeah, well, so that's very interesting too, eh? The fact that that's actually, you said those are the best stories that you can
I
hear.
love those stories.
Well, it shows you something about non-hedonistic motivation. It's like, imagine what you could have if you could have anything you wanted. Well, maybe your imagination would drift first to the hedonistic side, or maybe the power side, for that matter. It's like, no, how about you can wander around anywhere in the world, some isolated field with a castle on it and serve you. People that you've never seen will come up to you and say, I was having a pretty damn dismal time of it, all things considered. And I listened to what you wrote and said, and in consequence, I put my life together, and their wife is standing beside me going, yeah, it's really not good. Thank you a lot. So,
Yeah. No, those are great.
that's a
stories.
good deal.
That's great.
That's, yeah. So when you ask what it's like, well, it's like a lot of that, you know, and
Do you feel a burden? Do you feel like a sense of responsibility that is at times overwhelming because of this responsibility you have?
I think I felt more for a good while the pain of it. It wasn't the responsibility. Well,
The intense connection you have to these people that are.
well, the responsibility makes you careful.
Mm.
You know, how careful are you?
You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Because you have a responsibility.
Yeah. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of that additional sacrifice. Like,
Seems natural.
okay, what do you mean?
That with the concept of great power comes great
Yeah.
responsibility. It just seems
Right. Well, it has to be the case, right? I mean, as your field of opportunity expands, if your field of responsibility doesn't expand, you will collapse. And you pay a higher price for stability at larger scales of opportunity.
Yeah.
Obviously. And so get your act together. And you know, and is that a burden? Voluntarily undertaking responsibility isn't a burden. It's an opportunity. Right? That doesn't mean it's not easy, but easy. Like I don't know what easy is.
Right.
What's easy? Pointless misery? That's not easy.
Right.
Like you
Life
have
with no meaning is one of the hardest things.
absolutely.
Right.
So I guess the reason you pick up your cross and walk uphill is because that's the best thing you can do, all things considered. I mean, that's why Christ says that his burden is light, that his yoke is light. It's like, you're supposed to take up your cross and walk uphill towards death and hell, let's say, but that's light. Okay, why? Because there's no better pathway than voluntarily undertaking responsibility. Well, definitely. That's psychologically impeccable statement. Like, there's no difference, statistically speaking, between thinking about yourself and being miserable. Self-consciousness. They're the same thing. Right.
Which is a giant problem with social media. Right.
A terrible problem.
It accelerates misery.
Yeah. Sure. As soon as you're focused on you,
Right.
the narrow you now, you're self-conscious. You stumble on stage. You can't play your musical instrument. You can't ride a bike. You can't box. Right. You're not in the flow.
Right.
Why? Because you're not serving the right thing. Like when I go on stage, I remember first of all, I have music at the beginning of my shows. I'm a great musician. Well, I don't play it. It's I have a musician from Cambridge. Yeah. My son sometimes plays for us, which is really fun.
So it's not songs. It's just music.
Well, Julian plays. He plays country music on the guitar and a couple of his own compositions. So it's been fun to have him along because he's quite good at it. And so that's really great. But the music, the Dave, the guy who plays for me, he starts out playing classical gas. He's kind of like a one-man band. He plays classical guitar, but he's got electronic instruments around him, and he can fill up theater or stadium. He likes to play stadiums, and he ends with Inception on electric guitar, which is pretty hardcore rock, all things considered, and it gets everybody focused. You know, and then when I'm lecturing, I have a question, and I know that's a quest, and it's real because I pick something important that I would like the answer to, and then I explore that with the audience. And I'm not self-conscious. And the reason for that is it's not about me. It's about trying to answer the question. Well, and even more important, trying to get the damn question right to begin with, right? Because you got to get the question right, and that's the crucial issue. Then the words come to you. What did I figure out? The spirit of your aim is what answers your prayers. There's a brutal idea for you.
Right.
So if you want to defeat your wife, the spirit of power will tell you what to say.
Right.
Yeah, right. There's a terrifying thing to know. So if you aim upward, high enough, then the spirit of upward aim reveals itself to you in words. That's right, in words and intent, and that's exactly right. So it's great. Like it's a lot. You know, that it's a lot.
Yeah. I had a different journey though. My journey was like a slow drip of fame, which I think is very healthy. It's a good way to do it.
Yeah, well, you also hopefully escaped from reputation savagery, right? I mean, you've had, I'm not saying completely because people have gone after you, but I got a real flurry of early hate around Bill C-16, which I was 100% right about.
You were right. You were a lightning rod. You were the patriarchy. You were the one to point to that was going to reinforce these established norms that are not supportive of the minimalized and marginalized communities, right? You were cruelty, right? You were the cruel white man. What did that kind of call you? Mean white man. Which is, by the way, very honest. That's you throwing pejoratives out there like that in a debate. Like that's the thing that I was talking about. Like when someone tries to establish insults and get you on your back, it's offense. It's offense to put you in a defensive position so that you cannot do your best.
Oh, yeah, well, it's also to pull the rug out from underneath you, so you collapse your reputation permanently, and that redounds to the person's credit.
Also, it's establishing narrative to the audience that's listening to you. Now you have to look at this person that dislikes. I've done so eloquently, described him as this thing.
Yeah.
And then he will be defensive about that.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't, well, I am not. And then you look even more like that thing.
Yeah. It's a very underrated way of progressing.
Which is,
luckily,
I don't like that. Not only do I not like that, I don't think that's necessary. I don't think it's necessary as the person doing it. I certainly don't think it's necessary to respond to that. I don't think it does anyone any good. I don't think it's good for society as a whole. And it's definitely not good for exploring ideas.
And what you do with the second.
It's also you're trying to win versus trying to express your perspective with as much clarity and as much thought as possible. You're trying to do your very best to examine these things from a selfless perspective, from a truly objective perspective.
Well, it's a truly blessed perspective, I think. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not exactly objective. It's more like, because you don't have access to that. But what you can say is, well, I'm genuinely puzzled about this, and I would genuinely like to search for the answer.
Right. Wouldn't it be ideal if you were having a debate where someone said something that you agreed with, and you're like, wow, it's got a really good point, and you, instead of refuting that person, exploring that with them, which is one of the reasons I don't like debates. Per se. I like conversations.
Yeah.
Because in conversations, if you don't have a predetermined narrative that you want to enforce, instead you have your thoughts, you have your ideas, and you're not married to them. And these are just thoughts. And you put them out there, and then you can encounter a very unique human being who has a way of describing and thinking about things that will open your mind to new possibilities, which is what we all should strive for. Right? We should all strive to be illuminated, to learn from new things, but yet we close those off because that is a point that your enemy is trying to score.
Well,
You want to do
well,
that.
it's also because people aren't very well versed in review this.
Right.
So one of the huge advantages of your podcast, the podcast world in general, I would say, is that you model how to do that. You know, it's like, and there's an intense religious ethos under it. So okay, so what does it mean? You start without pride and humility. It's like, what the hell do I know? Like, or maybe more precisely, there's probably some things I can still learn that would be beneficial. Okay, you know, you're interested in a topic and you desire to know more. So that's the quest of it. It's like you're after something, right? You don't know what it is, but it's more development, it's more wisdom, it's more information, right?
Right.
You're not sure where it's going to be.
Right.
Okay, so now you're the sort of person who could learn and that has something to learn, and now you have a quest in mind. Okay, so now that's the frame for your actions. Well, if you're talking to someone who's also doing that, well then those are the words that come.
Yeah.
Right? And they come in a compelling way to you and to the participant, and in a way that's compelling enough so they compel other people. That's the Holy Spirit, by the way. That's that phenomenon from a religious perspective. That's exactly what it is. And sometimes, like you said before the talk, and rehearse what words you're going to say. They just, it's here.
No, I never do.
Right?
I don't think I should.
No.
I don't. Sometimes it's a problem because you reach subjects that you weren't really prepared to talk about, and you might not have a fully formed idea about.
Yeah.
You know, not that. Oh, if I thought about that, what would I have said differently? You know. Like,
Yeah, but you kind of have to find that out along the way.
yes. Right.
You know, and that way you have a right to stumble over your own ignorance.
For sure.
How the hell do you know it's there before you reveal it?
Well, not only that, I don't think the audience truly trusts you unless they feel authenticity in that quest, as it were, that desire to try to understand, like, what is it that you believe, why do you believe it, and where did you come to these conclusions, how, what journey did you go on, what ideas did you dismiss, what ideas were holding you back. What ideas did you realize were just a personal weakness that you were protecting yourself from reality? Protecting yourself from the reality of bad choices and past mistakes. But what are you doing to stop that from entering into your current state of mind? You know, and that kind of thinking people can hear, and they can listen to you talk about these things and say, I do. I gotta stop doing that. Okay, this is how I can clarify the way I view things. And this is why I'm tripping myself up because I keep trying to win conversations. I keep trying to be right all the time, which is impossible. Especially
It's elevating your status in conversation as a consequence of abstract victory instead of increasing your wisdom and enhancing your reputation as a sojourner towards the truth.
Yes. And it's especially difficult for young people because you don't have enough life experience to have made these mistakes and correct them and learned and grown and have the humility to recognize that process.
Right.
Instead, you see other people that are successful or whatever it is, and you want that right now. Yes.
Yeah, and that's wrong too because you don't want that right now. You want to learn how to have that so that when
You want to win the lottery, but you don't.
No, definitely.
You don't, right? Because everyone wants to win the lottery.
Yeah,
That's one of
right.
the worst things that can happen.
No, and what young people have, they can listen and they can ask questions. Right. And you know, they say when the student is ready, the teacher will come. Well, how does that play out in the world? Well, if you admit to your ignorance and you ask genuine, stupid questions, you will rapidly encounter people who are more than happy to share their wisdom with you. Right? People love having mentees, right? They like to be able to share their wisdom and their experience.
Unfortunately, even if they don't have it.
Yeah.
That's where it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
The false prophets.
Yeah, well, that's right.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
The false guru.
Yeah, right.
The people that don't have the answers to myomas, and they try to give other people answers to their lives.
Yeah, well, that's also the psychopath problem.
Yeah.
You know, what about the people who are feigning competence?
Right.
Yeah, right. Well,
Ooh, that's a real problem.
yeah, it's a real problem. That's it's a deadly problem, and it's massively elevated on social media.
Yes. Well, it used to be a gigantic problem in martial arts. The fake martial arts. There was a lot of them.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's the eternal parasite problem.
Yes.
Yeah. So organisms build up a storehouse of value, carcass, let's say, a whale carcass, for example, and inevitably the parasites move into it. And that's so consistent with the pattern that sex evolved strong.
How so?
Well, parasites can reproduce faster than their hosts because they're siblings. And so they can swarm the host quite rapidly, especially if the host clones itself, because the host then stays identical physiologically across generations. So the parasites can optimize to colonize the host, and that's the end. If you reproduce sexually, you mix your genes up. You pay a price, you lose 50% of your specific genetic heritage. But the advantage is you stay ahead of the parasites. So sex evolved to outwit the parasites. And a huge part of what we're seeing around us, and this is probably a consequence at the lowest level, base level, we've had a phenomenal boom in wealth since World War II. Phenomenal. We stored wealth everywhere. Like in Hollywood, $53 billion. Down, well, parasites found wealth everywhere.
Yeah.
And they've invaded like mad.
That's a great example.
Oh, hey,
Parasites in academia are a great example. What you're talking
media,
about.
legacy media,
Yes.
science is being invaded that way.
Yeah.
The political, this is a major problem.
Right.
You know, and so how do you protect yourself against the parasitical exploiters?
Well, you can recognize parasitical behavior, right? When everything gets chalked off to racism and white supremacy, when they start using these pejoratives, they start throwing those around for everything. You know, that's one of the ways you recognize it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's right.
You're a parasite. You're not really doing science. You're not really doing academics.
Well, one of the hallmarks of identification from the clinical literature for the cluster B types, so they have a parasitical element, histrionic, narcissist, psychopathic, criminal. That's cluster B. They use false claims of victimization and manipulate.
Yes.
And so this is a particular pernicious pathway because they parasitize empathy. Right. And the left is unbelievably susceptible to that because the left is full of empathic people.
Right.
And so those who parasitize empathy have a field day on the left.
Right. Because the left is generally thought to be more educated, more compassionate, kinder, looking out for marginalized people. That's part of the ethics.
The ethic is pretty straightforward. Anything that cries is a baby. It's like, no, some things that cry are monsters. Right. Well, let's take the case of Nicola Sturgeon, the Scottish Prime Minister, the famous Scottish Prime Minister. Any man who wants to be a woman. It's like, okay, any man. You mean any man? Yeah. Have you encountered the nightmare men? Oh, they don't exist. They're all different. You just bloody well wait till you encounter one. You'll change your story very rapidly. And for the naive and sheltered empaths of the radical left, they're either psychopaths who the most cheap clothing, or they're people that are so naive that Red Riding Hood's grandmother can definitely have his way.
Yeah, that's literally something that I use as an example of my Netflix special. I said, I think there are people that feel like they're trapped in a woman's body, and there's also people that are out of their fucking mind. They're crazy. And then
they're
all
not
throughout
just
history, but what I pointed out all throughout history, when you wanted to make like a killer in a movie scarier, you put him in a dress. Like Norman Bates in Psycho, Silence of the Lambs, and I used the big bad wolf. I'm like, it's literally a wolf dressed up like a woman. Like, that's literally what it is. And they somehow or another completely abandon this one aspect of masculinity that's one of the more terrifying is the predatory pervert. And they've given the predatory pervert a privileged position, right? And that's one of the craziest things about it is they've completely abandoned the idea of the pedophile and then the monster and the sexual pervert that attacked and assaulted the person. When you give a guy, you say all you have to do is say you're a woman. Now you have access to whatever women's spaces. All the women's spaces, you can victimize them, you can fight them, you can beat them in sports, you can dominate them in all games. It's bizarre that no one's caught on to that. And that's the weirder, that's the more cult-like, even you could say religious aspect of leftists.
It's a religious sin. Eve touches the serpent to the breast. It's like, that's a serpent.
Right.
It's poison. You don't get to love it. Right? It's a monster. Right.
It's a guy wearing a dress with an erection.
Right.
Yeah.
Or worse. Or worse. Well, right. And there are no shortage of naive people who've never really encountered a monster and have no imagination for it.
But there's also people that are willing to justify the monster's behavior because the monster's a part of a protected class now.
Yeah, well, that's part of that. That's right. The cluster B types use population victimization to parasitize. That's part of their clinical pathology.
And they're
For me, I get to do anything.
And they're so common. That's what's really crazy. And why is it that academia is overwhelmed by people like this? Is it because it's vulnerable to parasites?
Sure, why not? It was a storehouse of unguarded value.
Without any religious principles.
Well, also, there's that too. And with no real gatekeepers.
Right.
But the parasite problem is a very deep problem. So I can even give you an example of that. This is a hard one, but I'll try. In the Pinocchio movie, this also happens in Jonah, the story of Jonah. Remember, it's a whale. It's like, what the hell? There's no explanation for that in the story. It's like he's out looking for Pinocchio, and now he's in a whale. Well, a whale is a giant carcass. Right? And so if something dies, its spirit is then embedded in the carcass. That's what we're talking about. That's why Pinocchio has to go into the belly of the whale to free Geppetto and finish his transformation. But when things deteriorate, like we have these carcasses lying around with their dead spirits. The spirit of what gave rise to them is still inside them. And the job is to go into the carcass and to revitalize the spirit that produced it and not to parasitize it. Right.
Boy, I don't know how you got that out of Pinocchio and a whale.
Well, I try to
follow you on this one. I'm like, wow.
Geppetto ends up languishing in the whale. Right? So imagine that there's a spirit in universities that gave rise to these great storehouses of value. And that spirit is disintegrated. You know, it's inside the storehouse. That's a good way of thinking about it. It's inside the storehouse. Your job as someone who wants to become real is to go into the storehouses of value that have been bequeathed to us by the past and to discover and revitalize the spirit that gave rise to it. Not to parasitize them.
And when it's parasitized,
they strip them to their bones and there's nothing left.
And they do it obviously, right? There's plagiarism, there's all these different, and all that
All
stuff.
scientific papers.
Yeah, and all that stuff gets gained. All that gets swept under the rug because the people that are doing it are part of the protected class.
Yeah.
So they protect the parasites. But this is my land free. Like, don't.
Yeah. This is my baby.
Like the woman from Harvard who fired him, but they gave her a job.
It could also be good. Might as well get trouble for this too.
Let's go.
Well, because women are more agreeable, they're more prone to manipulation by psychopaths because their primary ethos is nurturing.
Yeah.
For a naive woman, every victim is a baby. It's like, fine, 90% of them are victims. You can even say that about criminals. You go to a run-of-the-mill prison, and there's going to be people in there, and you heard their lives and think, oh my God, no wonder.
Right.
And then there's another core group that's like, oh, I see. I see who you are. You're. If I saw inside your skull for 5 seconds, I'd have post-traumatic stress disorder. I never recover. Like, those people don't exist. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
oh yes, they exist.
yeah, they exist.
Yeah, and they're very good at crying like infants,
Yeah.
right? And then the mothers, the naive mothers, come flooding out. Women dominate the universities from the 1960s onward. And it's like, in come the parasites, and they're enabled. What are they enabled by?
Fascinating things to me is when parasites are confronted and they laugh. Like one of the things about academic parasites, when you challenge the belief,
Yes, contempt.
you don't know what you're talking about. I saw this with the anti-Semitism on campus thing when these women were confronted by these statements like "death to the Jews" on campus, whether or not this is hate speech. And I saw it with I believe it was Josh Howley was the woman was he was saying some women can give birth and some men can give birth as well. Some men have period. Like this kind of like I guess this line of questioning is very transphobic and opens people up to violence.
Right.
With a laugh and a smile, a diminishing of your position by mockery, contempt.
Yeah.
What they're saying doesn't make any fucking sense to anybody rational. But they're so embedded in this system that they really believe that they have the kind of control over Congress that they have over the classmates. This is like standard behavior for them, mocking and dismissing other ideas that counter to theirs.
Right. Well, and there's plenty of reward for that disseminated in the universities.
Yes.
And so that's part of their.
How do you fix that?
Or can you?
Nah.
No, I'm dead serious. Look, it's not like I'm thrilled about the fact that Harvard is having a war with Donald Trump, and I'm less thrilled with the fact that I hope Donald Trump wins. I worked at Harvard. It was a great place. I'm not happy at all that these institutions have become what they've become. And if I could see a way forward to revitalizing them, then, but what are you going to do? Like, the administration took over the universities and parasitized the tuition fees and the tax dollars. Then the woke mob parasitized the administration. And here we are. And what are you going to do about that? All these tenured professors who are progressive, and they're way less progressive than the administrators. You going to fix that? How? Even in principle, I don't see it how. Well, so what we decided to do, we've been working on this for 10 years. It's like, well, what do universities do? Well, they educate, they offer lectures, they have a place where people can congregate. They help people mature, they explain the world, they encourage people to aim up, they teach people to write. My son runs this essay app. We're trying to teach kids to write. We're integrating that with Peterson Academy so they can learn to think. Like, that's our solution. Yeah. The world's a pretty dynamic place. It's working real well at the moment. And
well, people need some sort of an alternative to that system. If you recognize what that system is, especially if you're participating in it and you're opposed to all of it and you're trapped in it and it is it's vital to your success that you accept some of it, how else can you get through? How can you get this degree and maintain some level of sovereignty over your mind and your ideas? Like it's a horrible trap. And I've met a lot of people that I think are very rational, reasonable people that get at least some of that stuck in their head.
Oh, yeah. Well, we did some research trying to see what predicted politically correct authoritarianism. This last piece of research I did before my research lab, ceased to be a viable entity, let's say. What predicted? So politically correct authoritarianism was that like hyper-compassionate leftism, but conjoined with willingness to use force to put the doctrines forward, force and fear. So it's tyrannical compassion. It's exactly that. What are the predictors? Low verbal intelligence. It's the first one. Second one was being female. The third one was having the feminine temperament. The fourth one was ever having taken even one politically correct course. Wow. Yeah, right. And so I thought that through for a long time. It's like, well, what's the female relationship? Because that's a crucial one. The female-dominated disciplines are the most low by far.
Why?
So I think it's because of that basic ethos of compassion. All who cry are babies. Well, look, that's the right default for women. You know, like wise women. My wife is one of these women. She was a very good mother. She never thought adult men were babies. Like one of the things that's quite striking about my wife is that if you're a useless man, she doesn't feel sorry for you. You're not a baby. Now she's really good at taking care of babies. And so she got to be, she's discriminating in her empathy. And we're in this situation now where people think that indiscriminate empathy is a virtue. That's Eve's sin. See, Eve, literally, Eve wants to put the feminine ethos at the top of the hierarchy value. That replaces God, right? And that causes the fall. And then Adam, he's such a cock. That's exactly it. Is that he goes along with her, he doesn't stop and tell her that maybe she shouldn't be listening to poisonous serpents. He doesn't. He consumes with her what she delivers so that she'll be his friend, because you know how useful men like that are. And then when the fall happens, he complains to God that God made Eve and cursed him with it. That's the story. So it's not just women. We got to get this straight. Women with their drive towards indiscriminate compassion, so that even the serpents are their children. It's men too who won't say. They always say yes, whatever you yes, weak men, who enable who don't help the women set boundaries. Now you got to do that as a man. You know, like when you and your wife have a baby, for the first 9 months, every time the baby cries, it's right. And you respond to a baby's cries as if it's right 100% of the time. Because human infants are so dependent and utterly unable to fend for themselves. So that sets up a very powerful feminine dynamic. It's like, if it cries, take care of it. Okay, so what are the men for? It's like, if it cries, take care of it. Except that. That's a false cry. And you see that with kids. They'll start playing with that by the time they're 9 or 10 months old, right? Yes, of course. And so you differentiate. It's like, oh no, that's not a baby. That's a snake. Well, are you sure it's not a baby? It's like, no, snake, for sure. Snake, poison snake. Okay. Right. Well, I'm feeling pretty sorry for it. It's like, save your compassion for the truly needy and leave the snakes to me. Right. And Adam doesn't do that.
Is it a function of a society that's almost, I don't want to say too successful and empathetic, and there's too much abundance that you have more of this crime?
Look, no, but you have more parasitic behavior. Why? Well, everyone's got pretty comfortable because we've been in a high trust society for a long time. It's like, oh, everybody's trustworthy. It's like, no, a few people in a few countries are trustworthy most of the time, and that's really hard. Right. And there's stringent preconditions. Right. So everyone's trustworthy. And now there's all these piles of wealth lying around everywhere. So, parasite dream, especially when it's unguarded. And so it's enabled by the women and unguarded by the men. And both are at fault, right? And that you see that in the Genesis account too. It's like Eve clutches the serpent to her breast, but Adam fails to help her distinguish.
Plenty of these parts of men as well.
Oh yeah, they're the worst. They're the worst. Men cry victim and look for sympathy from women. There was a famous mass murderer, a serial killer who did that. The lawyer, Ted Bundy. You know what his trick was? He had a VW, if I remember correctly. He had a cast that he could take on and off. So he put his hood up. I think it wasn't VW. Put his hood up because his car didn't work. And he did it around places where he knew there were young women. And then he enticed them to stop because, or Ted, he's crippled and his car doesn't work. And then the woman learned very painfully the difference between monster of a baby. Right, brutal. He was a bad guy. There are some bad people. And a fair number of them like to dress in women's clothing, let's say. Yeah.
That's really uncomfortable for people if they have this idea that's embedded in their consciousness about what's going on to accept that.
Of course, it's in fact accepting that when that reality is thrust upon you unawares, you develop post-traumatic stress disorder, right? Because it's naive people who encounter malevolence develop PTSD. That's the pathway. So if you want to make your children susceptible to PTSD, like all these kids that are triggered by everything, make them extremely naive, and then let them encounter malevolence, right? Because you're supposed to teach them to handle serpents, right? To identify them and handle them. And that means they have to learn about the nature of the world. And for the girls to differentiate between snakes and babies, right? And babies and men. And the man who works his way into your dreams because he's a dependent infant, he's a snake. And your sympathy is wasted on him. Yes, there certainly are. Man, I tell you, those riots that used to gather around me, when that was mostly 2017, before I started speaking at the universities mostly. The women were pretty bad. Harpy, city, man. And this self-righteous, feminine, toxic compassion is screeching at the top of his lungs. The men that were with him. Oh my God. I didn't want to be within 3 feet of him. So I'll be your friend. Yeah, I know. You see those people on the net talking to children. I'll be your friend. When your family abandons you, I do. They don't understand. Not like me. We could be closer than anybody has been with you. Oh, that just barely scrapes the surface of awful. Like, awful is a long, long ways down. Yeah. So part of what's happening in universities, and what's a terrible thing to say, well, there's a lot of storehouse of wealth, radical increase in the number of students served, radical feminization of institutions, and weakness on the part of the men who should be guardian of the gates. All of that. And is it repairable? I don't think so. I think once the parasites have the corpse, what are you going to do? Are you going to let you bring Lazarus back from the dead? I don't think so. I think it's time for something new.
Need academic dewormer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what critical thinking was supposed to be, Joe.
So you think it needs to? So something needs to be emerge, like your academy as an alternative.
Well, the thing is, it already is emerging, right? Because key universities, of course, they're going to do this. As they spiral downward, they're going to turn to cost cutting. Well, they're not going to cut the administration off because they make the decisions about who's going to be cut. Right. So they're going to turn to low-cost alternatives to having courses. And so they're already doing that. Let's put our courses online. Well, fair enough, except they're terrible. They're terrible. We got the best professors and the best production quality.
And so you've designed it for online versus just having the power set.
Right, we have a plan mapped out. We'll have the full equivalent of a 4-year distribution of courses. We'll have that within, we think, 2 years, something like that. 4 new courses a month at the moment. We're putting out 32 hours of original content a month. It's very, well, people go, look, looks great. And that's because it's great. Michaela and her husband, they're unbelievably picky about the professors and everything. They watch the social media, they watch the look, they watch the images, they watch the ads. We're trying to do everything 100%, and then we're trying to make it as inexpensive as possible. So we're raising money because we want to translate it into multiple languages, because wouldn't it be lovely to go for that to the developing world? Sure. With free market economics instead of Marxist economics, so that people could learn to be entrepreneurs. That'd be great for Africa, especially if we could get energy prices down. then maybe everybody could be rich. And not just materially rich, right? Because that's not enough. If you're materially rich and you're spiritually poor, your money just serves to destroy you, and fast. So that's not good. And yeah, you know that. You met people that's happened to.
Oh,
Yeah. Money is not the cure for poverty. No, you're naive if you think that.
no. That's not the cure for being discontent either. But it does offer you freedom if you use it correctly.
And
that
opportunity.
And opportunity. So
Yeah.
it gives you some relief from stress, which could give you some kind of happiness. But it's not the goal.
No. Well, it has to be put in. It has to be put in an ethical framework where you just look. Money's opportunity. That's what you're thinking about it. And if you're going to the devil, you have money. You just go to the devil fast. I saw that lots of times. And you know, maybe if you're aiming upward, then money can be a force multiplier, and it can. You can make a good. You can establish a solid institution that's provides mentorship and opportunity for people. And actually, that's the most fun. It's by far the most fun to do that, to make something of genuine value.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Right.
Only if you were cynical and unable. Why not make something that works? That's much more entertaining, all things considered. And so we were trying to do this with art, and it's going real well, you know. And you were very helpful there too. You know, that podcast that we did, there were lots of reasons that the climate apocalypse narrative has been falling radically apart. But that podcast that you and I did was definitely one of them. You know, and I've interviewed a lot of good scientists who they're not climate skeptics. You know, that's a stupid term. And Lomberg's a good example of that.
It is climate denier.
Yeah,
It's right up there with the vaccine.
That's such a manipulative phrase. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're like the Nazis who object to Jews being baked. That's your argument, is it? Really? That's your argument, scumrat. You're going to use that as a moral lever. That's your level of ethos. That's your argumentation. You're going to take the worst slur you can possibly imagine, and you're going to use it to devastate someone's reputation publicly, because you don't have the leg to stand on, because you're the kind of tyrant who uses fear to monitor power. That's you. There's a psychological interpretation of the climate apocalypse scandal, and it's killing. It's destroying Germany. It's destroying the UK.
Didn't they shut down a bunch of the nuclear plants?
Yeah, and they replaced them with late night coal. Right, the dirtiest burning coal. So they're in a situation where they pollute more for more unstable energy that's delivered by tyrants. Well, outsourcing their industry to China is a very bad idea, right? Who's building coal plants at a rate that is so fast that everything the West does to ameliorate poverty is utterly irrelevant. Utterly irrelevant.
Yeah, that's an uncomfortable truth that the climate cultists just don't address. They won't even entertain any information contrary to the narrative. They won't even let it in.
Of course not, because it upsets the game.
Well, yeah, most of the people that are involved in the game don't even understand the game. They don't even understand what's really not just at stake, but the actual facts that they're arguing for.
Well, Carney's a good example. He was in Canada, to return to that.
Yeah.
You know,
It seems like he's
the polls certainly indicate that,
yeah.
and maybe with a majority government. And I can see why. Like Canadians were accustomed to having everything go pretty well, and we can be morally superior to you Americans because that was also fun. And we'll never forego that opportunity. And Trump has provided it in spades in the last month. So we look at Carney, and we don't pay any attention to politics, and we certainly don't read his goddamn book. And so we see someone who looks like a banker from the 1990s, when everything was just fine in Canada, and Canadians were just as rich as Americans. The whole country was stable and peaceful. And we think, well, you know, we kind of made a mistake like Justin. It turned out he was a little incompetent, a little narcissistic. And maybe we shouldn't have voted for him just because he legalized marijuana, because that's actually what brought him into power the first time. And so we kind of made a mistake. But now, look, we've learned, and we're not going to be fooled by narcissistic particulars. Mark Carney used to be government bank, you know, and that's pretty good. That's a pretty good resume. And it certainly looks looks like that. And yet, he believes that 75% of the fossil fuels in the world should be left in the ground, and that there's nothing that should guide your purchasing decision by force other than decarbonization.
But it seemed to me, at least from the observer from afar, that the air was getting steamed.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looked like he was going to win.
Oh,
And then,
well, two things happened. Trudeau resigned. Oh, yeah, the Liberals were headed for extinction. It was going to be the worst defeat of a governing party in Canada ever. They might have lost their official party status. So they were done. Well, they pivoted, brought in Carney, who'd be advising Trudeau. He's put himself up as an outsider, a competent outsider, a lot of private experience in the private domain. You know, a steady hand at the helm. It's like you were Trudeau's economic advisor for 10 years. 10 years. And there's going to be more of the same under you. And now you're pretending to be an industrialist, even though you're one of the leaders, the world's leading authorities on ESG and net zero. That's Mark Carney. All you have to do is read his book, which people don't, of course, because it's a book. You know, the first 3 chapters will do the trick. Well, now, either he's decided that every single thing he ever believed was wrong, right to the core, and hasn't apologized or let anyone know that, and now he's actually mistering the industry, which is how he's presenting himself to Canadians, or he believes what he's always believed.
or he's a wolf wearing grandma's dress.
Yeah, he's a benevolent wolf. Well, that's why the wolf wears grandma's dress. Isn't it? It's like, there's no one nicer than me.
So how does Canada correct course?
Well, people either correct course by waking up or by experiencing severe pain. And it looks to me like we've chosen the severe pain route. You know, we already paid 60 cents. We already produced 60 cents to every dollar you Americans produce, even though we were at parity 10 years ago. And so after 4 more years of Carney, we could easily have that down to 50 cents. Spiraling housing prices, a lot of social instability in Canada, especially since after October 7th. All my Jewish friends in Toronto are terrified. That's not fun. I don't like seeing that. It's awful. It's awful. And all those psychopaths who've been parading around their moral virtue since October 7th, they're plenty to hold. Plenty. You know, I'll give you a little example of Canada. So we had the English leadership debate a week ago, and the powers that be who organized the debate, the legacy media types, the CBC who got it involved, couldn't figure out how to exclude rebel media. That right-wing news, kind of tabloid news group from Canada, Yes Levant, has been buzzing about for 10 years, causing trouble like a right-wing tabloid journalist, which is what he is. Well, they didn't want him in the press scrum for the leaders after the debate. So they canceled him. They canceled the journalists' interviews of the 4 leading contenders for Prime Minister in Canada because some right-wing tabloid journalists had a newspaper or a media empire for 10 years. I don't care what you think of it. It's not the point. The point is they canceled the journalists' scrum after the English language.
That's so
And no one complained.
That doesn't make sense. If you are a president of Canada and you're or prime minister of Canada and you're encountering someone that has an opposing perspective, you should have really good answers. That's all.
Look, if your guy's leading, why ask questions? That's the legacy media in Canada. It's the CBC, state funded, right? Right to the core. 1.4 billion. Think about this, Joe. This is our bloody state media. It's so funny. $1.4 billion in direct government subsidy, $600 million in federal advertising per year. $2 billion. Go to the CBC website on YouTube. You look at their last 20 videos. I'll guarantee that not a single one of them has more than 200 views. Right, which means the people who made the video clips didn't watch them. Right. That's what you get for $2 billion. Now, everyone in Canada who's older than 55 watches legacy media.
Right.
And Polyev said he's got the CBC. So you can imagine they're not exactly government positive.
I watched the debate where he kept getting talked over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jagmeet Singh. He's such fun with his pink turban.
Yeah.
He's such a fashion icon. Luckily, he's going to lose his own seat, and his party is going to be devastated. That's the socialists. They're going to be devastated so badly that they won't have official party status.
But it's incredible to watch that in Canada, where I've always thought that at least your discourse is much more polite.
Yeah, was. Yeah. There's a lot of mocking up to do in Canada. Well, in our country, and you know, the man who started the Reform Party in Canada, so that was populist then of the Conservative movement 20 years ago, maybe a little longer, eventually reunited with the Conservatives. Ernest Manning, or Preston Manning, son of an Alberta premier of Alberta for like 40 years, he wrote an article in the Globe and Mail, which was it's the Canadian liberal establishment newspaper. And I mean liberal by classic, old school, small L liberal, centrist sort of newspaper, saying that Manitoba, Alberta, and Saskatchewan should have an immediate constitutional convention immediately on Carney's ascension to the throne. Quebec doesn't want pipelines traversing its territory. And Quebec, I don't know if you noticed this, but one of the participants in the debate was a Canadian separatist. We literally have a Canadian federal party. Federal. Localized in Quebec, whose stated intent is to break up the country.
Hasn't that always been the case with Quebec, though?
For a good while, it was provincial. Right? I mean, they had a provincial party, like a state party, right? Okay, fair enough. Have your state separatist party. It's for your state. Oh, no. We want to have a national party. We want to be represented in the House of Commons as separatists. Yeah, so the country's in. It's very sad. And I was hoping they could be the 51st state. Well, that's what happened. So two things.
Yes. That was the big one.
Carney showed up just in the nick of time to save the burning damsel from the train tracks or whatever the hell it is. And then Trump. He just timed it so bad. And he didn't know. He didn't know what would have. He didn't know. But that's also.
How do you not know that people have national pride?
Yeah, he knew that. He didn't know what the electoral consequences would be. He didn't know that would shift them to the liberals so bad. And he's going to pay for that because once Carney is elected, if that happens, Trump will not have a more seasoned enemy. Right? Carney's very well connected. Very. Especially in Europe and the UK. Very well. So, and
Europe and the UK is a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. Oh, that's for sure.
We've highlighted all the arrests in the UK over social media posts, and most people have no idea. Constantine kissing is great.
Yeah.
Explaining all that to people. It's so funny when he compares it to Russia.
Yeah.
He says how many people got arrested in Russia. How many people got arrested in the UK? Most people. Oh, God, right? No, 4,000.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, and you just see this everywhere. So they've implemented these 20-mile-an-hour speed limits everywhere. And so
20 miles an hour.
Yeah, because Joe, that's fine. You don't really need a car. Like, what are you doing that's so important that you need a car? Like if I have to go to a climate meeting, well, I need a car. But peasants, they don't really need cars. They don't need heat either. Not that much. Maybe they can stop grandma from freezing.
One of the fascinating things about Bernie Sanders' anti-oligarch tour is they're doing it on private jets.
Yeah. yeah, exactly. So we were in the UK not long ago for this art conference, and we rented a truck. And whenever it went over 20 miles an hour, it beeped that, just like seatbelt things. Oh, God. And then if you go more than 2 miles an hour of the speed limit and you get caught, then that knocks 1/3 of your license off. If you do that 3 times, you don't have a license for the year. Beep, 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 beep. climate climate. Yeah. And you can
So
tell tyrants
dreadful.
they use fear and compulsion, and they hate Canadians and cars. Right. There's tyrant checklist. Hates cars. Check. No sense of humor. Check. Uses fear. Check. Uses force. Check. Psychopath. Right.
I hate to end this on a deep note.
But let's end it on a positive note.
Okay.
Okay. So what's positive? Young people are flocking back to churches across the West, and more to the conservative churches. And the only thing we have to buttress us into the future against the Islamists and the Marxists and the nihilists and the atheists is our return to our core traditions. Without that, we're done. And so that's happening, and in big numbers. And so that's really quite something. The back has been broken of the climate apocalypse narrative. There's plenty of mopping up to do, but half the people know that there's something wrong in the state of Denmark, and that particular apocalypse is probably not worth giving up all your freedoms for. We've seen a lot of progress on the art front. Like a lot of the things that we've been putting forward, better story. That's a return to the foundations of Western civilization, made of our society the sort of place that dispossessed people will go to voluntarily, right? There's lots of people who are starting to understand that that's seriously worth preserving, right? Energy executives are waking up, as far as I can see, to the fact that they can help the world's poor in a serious way. And if they want to moralize, that would be it. If they want to act morally, that would be a good place to start. There's lots of people who are working to produce abundance. Your country, the US, you guys are unbelievable. Way better than any other country. And you generally deliver in times of crisis. And you might just do that again. And so, and then I would say underneath all that, you know, you said you're pretty happy to encourage people. You're very happy your show is being helpful to people. And there's lots of people who are consciously trying to be up, and more of them all the time. And if enough people do that, we won't need to learn through pain. And we can bring abundance everywhere in the world, and we can make the next 50 years an unparalleled success. And we need the faith and courage of Joshua and Caleb to do that. Of course, the future is full of giants and disasters. But if we aim up and we speak the words of truth that make good order out of chaos, then anything's possible.
Right. Beautiful. Always enjoy this. Always enjoy our conversations. I appreciate you very much. Appreciate our friendship. It's been great knowing you all these years and watching this crazy journey that you've been on. I'm glad you're doing great.
Yeah, Joe. Same thing for you, man. Thanks a lot. And thanks for your help with Peterson Academy.
My pleasure.
Very helpful. All right, much appreciated.
Good job, Rogan. Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Tim Dillon.
How are you?
I'm much better now that the ladies are back from space. I was worried sick.
What were they up there, 10 minutes?
Well, it was very profound. I don't know if
Yeah.
you've seen Keith Perry talk about it, but she's basically a guru now.
Yeah. What were her findings? Question.
Well,
She's
she
super important.
shows you how quick the flight was. The dead daisy that's like snipped from its life source is still alive. It's still vibrant.
Yeah, and it's so
Look at her.
yeah.
Dead daisy.
Yeah, so they go up there and they float for like 10 minutes,
At least.
and then they come down.
Let's not minimize this.
No,
Let's celebrate
Yeah.
female astronauts.
and they were united.
Because a lot of men astronauts, they
Yeah.
have to go to school.
Right.
They have to learn how to be a pilot first. Then they have to join the Air Force
That's
or
right.
the Navy, and then
Right.
they get appointed by NASA.
That's
And
right.
then they go to space. You know?
And there has been, that's the other thing, there has been female astronauts. Let's talk about let's talk about this. Yeah, like, if they was a bitch stuck on a space station for a few months, that's terribly more expensive.
Let's not minimize this. No, the problem with that story is that she was rescued by a very awful person
Okay.
who wants to expose fraud and waste.
Yes. Did Musk rescue her? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, cool. Where's that in the news?
Oh, I didn't know
Those
that.
fucking people were stuck. The Boeing jet, the Skyline, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
it is, the Boeing spaceship wasn't working. They couldn't
Right.
fix it.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yeah.
Elon could have rescued them during the Biden administration. They didn't want to because he was open support for Trump. So they left those people up there. Yes. He's talked about it on my podcast. They
Wow.
left those people up there.
And they're just chilling.
No, they're dying.
Right.
It's like slow radiation poisoning. It's like getting 10 x-rays a day. And they're just slowly getting sapped of your life force out there in no gravity. Your bones are weakening. You see that lady's face when she came back?
She didn't look great.
Bro, there's something that happened, like her chin had grown. Like
She
her
looked like-
chin was extended. Her hair had all turned gray.
She looked like she was sick.
She was sick. Yeah, you're dying up there, man.
That's crazy.
I had Commander Chris Hatfield on, and he was at one point in time the longest person that had been in space for me. Wasn't he? It's like he was there for like 6 months. And he was saying it was unbelievable, like how difficult it was to recover once you get back to Earth. He couldn't walk. It was just like a total vertigo. Like his whole body was like so not used to gravity. All his bones were weak. All his muscles were weak.
But these bitches seem fun, these ladies.
Well,
It's not like,
It's a sacrifice.
yeah, no, it's
Like,
huge.
for the world,
Deal.
in fact.
Yeah,
World. They're
To show
profoundly different.
to show people. It's inspiring.
That's what I'm saying.
It's inspiring. If a guy who's worth what $1 trillion, several $100 billion, just a
Yeah. Conspiracies if they didn't make it.
yeah. Well, there's already people saying that they faked it, which I think is silly.
Well, I love those people.
But that's great.
Those are people who think space is fun.
That's right. Yeah. But there are already people going, well, they faked it. I'm like, I hope they fake something better than that. I hope. If they're faking stuff, and they probably are faking some stuff, God, I hope they're faking stuff that's better than that.
I think this is the confusion. I think the confusion is that they essentially got to the threshold of space. They did not get like way out there
Not
where
outer space.
re-entry is very traumatic. And it has like, if you see those heat shields that they put all over those things, and if they break off on the re-entry, everybody dies. That's because you're way out there and the amount of heat that gets generated as you're re-entering the atmosphere. I think they're essentially like on the border of the atmosphere. Let's see how high did they go up there.
No, yeah, that line is called the
That's what I'm saying. So the space shuttle.
They went a little higher than that Rocket Man documentary, that guy who shot himself up in a rocket. They went like a few feet higher than that guy. R.I.P. that guy who drove by his grave on the way to Vegas when LA burned down.
Are they even like technically actually in space?
I think that's where the like it floats. That's the line.
I might go there. I might do that.
Do
I might go to space, but I might do the 80 miles.
Do that.
So 350 miles is the highest anyone has ever gone, other than the Apollo astronauts. 62 miles. Okay, 60 miles ain't shit, dude. I drive that in an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's, by the way, I agree with you.
It's not that far. That's not even here to San Antonio. 62 miles ain't shit. But it is kind of technically space.
Should they get up there and they look at the Earth?
Yeah, that's why like everybody's calling bullshit on the outside of the capsule.
Right.
That it wasn't like completely on fire.
Right.
Destroyed. They didn't go that far.
They didn't go there.
That's all it is.
Right.
But they did go to space.
And they went to space and they lost gravity.
The funniest thing is that you come back and you need a parachute to live.
Right.
Like, at all the technology Elon has, Elon is catching rockets.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong in something like that?
Oh, we could explode on the way up.
Oh,
Yeah, the way up is not ensured that those things are definitely going to hold it together.
so that's the biggest risk.
Yeah, you have these cannons filled with rocket fuel that are burning at like twice the. What's the temperature of rocket fuel when it's hot? Is it like? It's like close to the surface of the sun or some crazy shit. Like, what's the actual temperature? So everything has to be contained while you have insane amounts of fuel burning every second. It's huge plumes of flame, enormous thrust to escape Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
You were just hoping all those O-rings and all these fucking this shit that blew up with the challenge.
So it could have blown up.
100%. Yeah, I mean, Musk has openly said some of these are going to blow up when he's testing them. When they would blow up, you're like, oh, Elon failed again. Like, no, we want it to fail. So we want to find out what is the threshold. Like, there's only
I
one way.
wonder if all of them you think they were like prepared to die? No.
Katy Perry was prepared to
Yeah,
die.
in her eyes, something's off. Something's off with her.
It's good.
So wasn't that kind of sketch?
She has a Muhammad Ali
But
look to her.
Well,
Her
I think
eyes.
the problem is that the hatch is not a real hatch like a spaceship. Because it's not really going to space.
There's no captain. There's no pilot.
Right.
There's nobody going.
The window, all of the above. So
Okay.
it's most hatches in that regard, they open outwardly so that the pressure of space travel, like when you're shooting that fucking rocket up insane amounts of gravity, doesn't make the door hinges fail and it collapses in on itself and everybody dies.
Right.
Right. So they have to open outward.
Right.
Right. So the pressure will keep them shut. So generally, like there's like a seal, and it's really kind of crazy. Like I have a friend of mine, very wealthy businessman, who brings me over his house and he does a lot of shows. And he shows me this diagram. He said, this is from the 1950s, and this is the blueprint for the recreation UFO that they made when they tried to back engineer the one that they found at Roswell.
And this was a guy.
Yeah. And it had a big crank handle like a submarine door.
And they were trying to replicate a craft that had landed, crashed.
Yeah. He thinks they did.
Wow.
He doesn't think it's a try. So this is the blueprint because it had the actual. By the way, the exact generator in the center of it that Bob Lazar described in 1989 when he worked at Area S4.
What layer of the government do you think is working on projects like that? Like, is it all the DARPA people?
I think it's people that are completely disconnected from congressmen, senators, presidents.
Right.
It's all deep state. But it's all
They
people that
have to be like, they probably belong to an agency without a name.
well, there's probably a bunch of those.
Right.
And when it comes to this kind of stuff, like we already know now because of Doge that there was money that was going with no receipts, billions and billions of dollars. It was just flying out with no receipts. They have no idea where it went. And Elon openly said, if this was a public company, it would be delisted, and the people who ran it would go to prison. But because it's the government, they're like, oh no, we did.
Do you think
That could be going through it.
Do you think they'll bring charges against anyone for fraud?
That's the worry about disclosure.
Because that's what
That's what's holding it.
I think people need concrete stuff.
Yeah. You want some concrete? Let's hear Katy Perry talk about.
Right.
You this morning, I said, let's discuss.
I chatted about it on my show. I saw her say something about we weren't taking space, we're making space.
That's the one I want to say.
Which I thought was an interesting scientific.
No, I got another one. I got some better ones.
What is funny is immediately as
Actually,
an
that one's pretty good.
it is funny to
This
do
is the one
something
I
like
said.
this and then everyone hates you. Like everyone hates
That
that
shit hater. Oh no, that's not the chick. Also, that's it. I have so many of them. I don't think that one is the making space. Try this one. It's so fun when people. Why is it so fun when people get pretentious? Because you're terrified you would ever do it.
Well, yeah, I also think it's fun to see somebody who has no self-awareness.
Yeah.
They're always the most fun.
I will never be the same. I mean, when you get up there and you see the earth, and it's so beautiful, and it just fills the screen. And it's not just your window. It's like everybody's window, and there's no boundaries, there's no border, there's just earth. And it just fills the screen. And
I like
when
how
you
it
get up
says
there and you
astronaut.
see the earth, and it's so beautiful, just fills the screen with what you expected.
No.
Better.
I don't think you can describe it. Because, you know what I'm saying? It was like quiet, but then it's also really alive. And you look at it and you're like, we're all in this together.
You mentioned the last part of to going up. You said that you needed to go to space to heal. I know you're only a few minutes removed from this incredible experience. Do you feel healed? Now you are officially an astronaut. How do you feel?
I feel super connected to love.
Goodness. I will never be the same. I mean, when you get up
No,
there,
that's it. That's it. There's another one. There's another one. She said making space. But no, it's just like
funny.
that they just get called astronauts.
It's funny to hear the richest guy in the world go, we're all in it together. Yeah, I don't know if people feel that.
Yeah, we're definitely not all
I
in
don't
with
feel
you.
we're all in it
Come
together
together.
on you. You said, how in it together are we?
Yeah.
It feels like you hand selected a couple of friends to go do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been a lot of something like Willy Wonka, where just 7 random people should have been able to go with this.
I would do it just to change my. That one.
Just 7 random people.
Just have to pull out some guy who's not supposed to be here.
Just a cashier at HEB, someone from MS-13.
Yeah, well,
Get him in.
So
Someone from Trediabwa and Lawrence Sanchez and Gail King, and you know.
no, you see, they released the footage, dash cam footage or police footage of the guy who they're saying was just a father.
The Maryland
Yeah,
father.
as he got pulled over with 8 undocumented people in
Yeah.
his truck. They were all supposedly staying in his house.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah. The wife had a restraining order against him, a protection order.
I saw that there was a restraining order. I saw that he was hanging out with 2 guys that were in MS-13.
Yeah, they released the. Yeah, he's definitely sketchy.
They
But
had
he's
the
not
Cuban
this Maryland father.
No,
The guy that scares me is the hairdresser.
the gay hairstylist.
Yeah, I
Or
want
there's a guy with a tattoo, and it's
the
autism. Oh no, there was a guy with an autism awareness tattoo, and they thought it was like an MS-13 tattoo, but it doesn't look like an MS-13 tattoo. It's a literal.
The problem is everybody's a liar.
You don't
So
know.
the liberals are liars and the Republicans are liars.
Everyone's lying.
They're all lying. And if they did ship something,
Ironically, the only people I trust are MS-13 because they'll tell you. Podcasters and MS-13. I would love if you just had MS-13 on, just 3 guys with tattoos, because by the way, there would be no outbreak. That's what it's hilarious. If you have 3 MS-13 gang members, not one person would go, why did you have that one on? Nobody would.
But if I have Ian Carroll on,
If you have anyone else on, it'll be a horrible thing. But if it was 3 guys MS-13 with head-to-toe tattoos who admitted to killing multiple people, and you said, now tell me about what it's like to grow up in San Pedro Sula or whatever, and it would be okay.
well,
That was
why that's good is because I think it's important to learn about other cultures.
Well, 1,000%, and they should have their chance to talk.
And what's not cool is talking about maybe Israel did something wrong. Should really not do that.
I think it's criminal of you to even discuss anything.
Well,
It's not right. It's not right.
They've been co-opted by what's called the woke right.
The woke right.
It's woke right now.
Yes, and they're co-opted.
I still haven't accepted the fact that I'm the left.
I did a CNN interview for an hour because I'm promoting my special, and then they asked me. This girl Elle Reeves, she was cool. She does all the, when you see the Vice documentaries where she talks to the Nazis and the insults.
Oh, Jesus, she
It
does
was
that.
that chick, and they sent her in.
Oh, that's a good move.
I was like, this is hilarious. So I'm sitting there, and she sits down. She's like, are there any left-wing comedians? And I named 10 of them. They're all in arenas. And she goes, oh, because their whole thing now is that podcasts are the most powerful people in the world. And she goes, do you think you're friends in the new establishment? I said, well, there are 22 intelligence agencies, an entire legacy media. There's lots of Ivy League schools. There's this, just that. Do I think Theo Vaughn's the new establishment? No. I don't think so. I think he ran a really unpopular candidate. I don't think Americans like child sex changes, and I don't think they want an open border. And I think if you co-opted some of those issues, you might have won. They said to me, and they're like, we're editing the interview. I said, put the hour out. I sat there for an hour, and we had a nice conversation. We talked for 1 hour, and I was like, put it out. I'm like, I understand if you can't put it out. And then she goes like this. She goes, I can't believe you'd show up. People have said that they can't come on you because Joe Rogan would get mad at them. I said, that's absolutely ridiculous. I said, he doesn't care. He would never care. I said, oh, that's so silly. It's the silliest thing ever. You think we're at war? I just said, put out the hour online. If you can only put out a few minutes on network, fine. But it's wrong to have someone come in and talk for an hour, right? And then not 3 minutes. And then you use 5 minutes. Yeah. So, how much did they use? We don't know yet. They haven't put it out.
And did they say we can't put the whole hour out?
I texted this journalist, and she texted me. She goes, I'm pushing for like a long-form release. I go, yeah, man, just put out the interview. So do you guys want ratings or no? Yeah, we had a conversation about all these things you guys talk about. You guys have a website. Then what are we doing? Don't you have a YouTube channel? Just put it out. And she's like, I go, she goes, what do you think Joe Rogan, why is it so popular? I go, well, one of the reasons is he doesn't edit people. They're not edited. They come on, they say what they want to say, and there's no editing. So what's weird about those institutions is they will sit you down for an hour and then, I guess, cherry pick what they think their audience wants to see.
Well, they just want what they think is going to grab the most ratings and is not going to make them look stupid. So if you're mocking them openly, express
what she didn't know when she said it there last, she goes, comedy for a window. I go, she goes, you said a comedian. I named literally 8 of them. I said they all are in arenas. I go, what are you talking about? So what are you talking about? So I was like, that's you're saying comedies, but what?
By the way, I used to be left of center according to the metrics of 2000.
I said there's a lot of Joe's positions, if you look at them, that are left of center positions. And there's a lot of my positions or anyone's positions. I said there's nobody that you can easily put in a box. Yeah. And they want you to be in that box.
And they also want me to be an enemy of CNN. I don't give a fuck.
You don't care who cares.
By the way, I hope CNN corrects horse that does real news.
Right.
And just concentrates on the news and all this fucking. I don't want editorial comments from morons, right? So when you're force feeding me Don Lemon's opinion on how the world should be, right, and how everyone should be shamed if they don't get vaccinated, right? You're force feeding me morons. Like no matter, of course your ratings plummeted. Yeah, of course. And you guys lied about so many fucking things and never corrected yourselves.
Arm of the Democratic National Committee, and they're an arm of that party. I mean,
whether they are forced to be or whether they choose to be because they identify with being Democrat and they want to skew things completely towards the left. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
All of the old Bush era neoconservative people who pushed the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the Patriot Act and Guantanamo Bay and all of this stuff all find homes usually on MSNBC or CNN advocating for war with Iran or an escalation in Ukraine. They always, so it's kind of an establishment, doesn't seem to, they don't really care about party.
Right.
And,
they're doing better now, though. I mean, this, when you have Scott Jennings on, he's great. Yeah, that's the kind of conversations you need. Completely ridiculous people who are out of their fucking minds versus Scott Jennings. Those are great because
have some fun.
It makes these ridiculous woke anchors look retarded.
Yeah.
They should.
They are. In the world, there are good principled arguments that against right-wing things.
Yes.
You just can't have people who are completely out of it.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. After the election, one of my favorite ones was it CNBC or CNN? I forget what it was. This guy was talking about this whole right-wing podcast ecosystem that's incredibly well funded and organized, and Right. What are you talking about? Like, you could literally go to the roots of how it all started. You could see every one of us doing our first podcast.
Yeah.
With a fucking
There's
webcam.
no funding. What are you talking about?
What are we saying? Even the idea that we're all organized together, or that like I would want to prevent people from going on CNN.
Well, it's just silly.
It's not care less.
Because that's the way they operate. You always usually, like, a lot of times you end up accusing people of something you're doing.
Right.
So because you are familiar with that. So they're like, well, we have a top-down corporate oligarchy. That's what to do. Is that the way it works? You? Like, no, Joe Rogan doesn't email people at the beginning of the week and go, hey, guys, this
This is where you can't go.
is the most insane thing ever.
Well, not only that, like, I want them to do well. I really don't care. They obviously don't want me to do well.
Right.
But I don't care.
Right.
I hope look, if they turn it around and CNN became great, I'd watch it all the time. It used to be great. It used to have parts unknown on it.
The new thing they're doing, this is a very interesting thing that's happening. If somebody says something that they don't like and they can't immediately dismiss it, they go, but the fans of that thing are bad people.
Right.
This is an interesting attack point. They go, but somebody with a massive audience, if they find a sliver of that audience to be objectionable in any way, they then go, well, the fans of that type of questioning are anti-Semitic or racist or something.
Well,
And they don't deal with the actual facts or the actual line of argumentation.
Yeah, it's just a sneaky debate tactic.
Right.
When you're dealing with, I have 19 million YouTube subscribers. How can you nail that down to the fans?
Right.
You don't know. You're
Right.
just talking out of your ass.
Right.
This is a non-argument. It's a
Right.
stupid point. And by the way, when you talk about actual comments, we've already established that, I don't know what the number is, but there's a huge number of people that are commenting that aren't even people. They're bots. They're state-sponsored bots. They could be from Ukraine. They could be from America. They could be from Russia. They could be from Israel.
And I want more of them.
Yeah.
So if there are state-sponsored bots that can jack my ratings out, if they want to come over to me,
Anything nice to say about Israel?
any new credit, I'm waiting for the money. I texted Barry White. I said, here's the way this game works. I get a little bit of money at first. Not I go on and defend whatever the hell you want to do. I'm not going to get my big plan.
If you and I go to Israel, you slap on the yarmulke.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Wall?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, and my film is greenlit when? I don't know anything. The wall is the whale. Is that the whaling wall?
I don't know, but my company's over there like a good Christian.
Oh, but he loves it over there. He loves it over there. Because the fundamentalist Christians go hard with the Israel thing. They're like, let's go. No, what's very interesting is if Israel said to a fundamentalist Christian, if Netanyahu called Mike up and said, we're going to have to nuke Iran, he'd go, let's do it.
That's what Jesus
Let's
wants.
do it. That's what Jesus would want, a nuclear war. So that's where we've got.
Jesus wants us to use the nukes.
Where we have fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Israelis and fundamentalist Muslims on the other side, and everybody's playing this weird game. And
Yeah, there he is. Boy, he looks old. Jesus.
this is just hilarious. If this is the freeze frame for the episode,
These guys
stop
stop
watching them.
They stop dyeing their hair at some point in time. Just say, oh, fuck it. You know, like Stallone did.
The best hat they have is the Schreimel. They wear it in Brooklyn. It's that big furry Russian hat.
I love
That
that
hat looks sick.
That is a sick
It
hat.
looks like something out of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's a hat. Like, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm a member of the tribe, bitch. I got strings hanging from my belt, and I'm rocking
I got a hat.
a bear dick hat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty sick hat. I like that one. I think people can't get past the fact that, like,
Yeah,
I mean, sure,
that hat. That's the shit. What's that made out of? Well, let's answer the question. Why do Orthodox Jewish men? Where's Ari? That's right. Ari never had to wear one of those hats, though.
no, but it looked good.
Yeah, I got a ton of hats from UFC fighters.
Yeah.
From like Dagestan and from Kazakhstan. I got a cool Kazakhstan hat from Shavkat.
It's a sick hat.
That is pretty dope.
It's an objective.
Why do they wear it?
hat.
There was an article that just said it before that. The fur one. If you go back, upper left corner. Yeah. Jew in the City is the name of the website. God, I hope a Jewish person's running that website. Otherwise, they're going to get assassinated. The fur hat is known by the Yiddish name, Strimo? Strimo, yeah. The Strimo was adopted by Eastern European Jewish communities in the 18th century, coinciding with the rise of Hasidic Judaism. Technically, a Strimo is one particular style of hat. There are others. One that might be familiar on site is the Spodek, which is taller, more cylindrical than the Strimo. A Spodek is a style generally favored by Hasidic sects of Polish descent. To the casual observer, however, they're all Strimo. Strimo is made from a large piece of velvet surrounded by fur. Fur usually comes to the tips of the tails of sable, martens, or fox.
Nice.
Synthetic Strimals do exist. They are more common in Israel than elsewhere. Interesting. Strimo costs thousands of dollars, so it's not uncommon for a Hasidic man to own a second, cheaper Strimo. So his main Strimo would not be battered by the elements.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. It's cool that. Let everybody know your product.
It's a fun hat.
Maybe Canadians do like that thing.
The hat.
Yeah, like a thing.
That's very
no, we don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I like that Kanye West black clan suit.
Let's go. How about his giant swastika in diamonds? Have you seen that?
What's funny is a jeweler made that.
Oh yeah,
And a Jewish jeweler.
Yeah.
One side Israeli Jewish guy
It
made that.
significant markup.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I would give you a swastika. I would. It's only fair. I think it's only fair.
If you want a Jewish man to make a swastika,
People got to separate, and I think this is not. I think people got to separate like governments from people, intelligence agencies from people. I think that's the whole thing. I think people are losing the ability to do that in this case, right? Because people that you criticize Israel, you criticize something that may or may not have been done by a government or an intelligence agency. You're not criticizing people.
Right.
You're criticizing a group of people making decisions. I don't think in America always does things for the best interest of the American people.
Right. Well, this is the problem with when everybody sort of picks sides during the COVID thing, well, whether or not we should trust the vaccine companies. Because, like, you did it because you're on the left, people on the right were the ones who didn't want to take it. So instead of just looking at it objectively, the people on the left are like, everybody agrees a science denier, and it got, like, really kooky because it got ideological. As soon as it's ideological, you can fucking justify anything. This is how Jewish Americans have justified, well, Hamas uses people as human shields. Like, they'll say things like that. Like, it's a way you can justify mass murder.
Yeah.
It's a way you can justify anything. Anything. As long as the tribe on your side, with whatever your clan is,
Right.
you can justify things. And so people stop thinking. They stop thinking and they just think completely along ideological lines.
Yes, it is. And passionate.
Yeah.
Very passionate.
Right.
No one is ever questioning anything. No one ever. No one goes, wait a minute. Like, I think it's healthy to every now and then go, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there was just something that got released today that showed that COVID-19 definitively came from that lab.
1,000%.
100% proof it came from that lab.
I read it a little bit of it on the way here.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. These fucking people, they just got roped into this.
And it was completely man-made 100% disease.
100%. And they knew that from the moment it leaked. The moment it happened, they just lied. And Fauci was just out there walking around.
That's an interesting. It's an interesting case when someone like that in that position repeatedly lied to people about the origins of that.
Yeah. It was allowed to just be
and faces zero consequences.
Meanwhile, they were trying to put Trump in jail because
he inflated the price of a condo.
But you see what
he got an appraisal that was higher, and then they lied.
They're lies.
Horseshit. But it's just
Letitia James is in trouble for the exact same shit.
Really?
You didn't see that?
That makes sense.
They're investigating her because she allegedly, according to Megyn Kelly, who I trust implicitly, allegedly went and got mortgages with her father, listing them as husband and wife.
Yeah.
On buildings, right, multiple times, and then also lied about the amount of bedrooms that were in a place,
right?
Because if it's 4 bedrooms, you get 1 tax rate. If it's 5, it's more. So she lied. It was a 5, and she said it was a 4.
Right. Well, this is what they all do. So I think really the funny thing about all the cases that they brought against Trump, a lot of those cases were rooted in a just politicized version of something that's pretty standard that a lot of people have done.
Yeah, they always overvalue.
Always overvalue properties, and people get away with it, and it's not.
It's not crime. But here's the thing about the Trump thing, is that all the people have been paid. So not only was it profitable for the banks, he paid everything on time.
Yeah.
The loan, there's no criminal, like there's no crime. No one got victimized. Nothing happened.
Right.
They profited.
Right.
And this crazy lady with a terrible past thought that she was going to be able to pull this off because she was on the team that she thought was going to win. Like, yeah, about putting all your eggs in one basket. Like,
Well,
we're not a bunch of morons.
It feels like we're in some kind of cold war between two factions in American politics that are using courts and lawyers to go at each other.
Yeah.
It's not a hot war. People aren't fighting in the streets, but it does seem that these parties seem to no longer view each other as different sides of the same coin. There seems to be, especially when it comes to Trump, it seems to be like they cannot, see him as anything other than an existential threat that has to be vanquished at any cost.
Right. And the problem with that is when you deny good things and only highlight bad things, everything else, now you're playing a game. And your game is, I never tell the truth. I tell you parts of the truth that I like.
Yeah. And you got to win that game.
Yeah.
If you're playing that game, you got to win.
Yeah.
If you do all these things, they have to work.
And if Trump gets in office, then
It's a problem.
You're fucked.
Then it's a problem. It's like with JFK, they got him.
Yeah.
Obviously not good, but they got him, and then that slammed the door shut, and then all their people came in and kept the cover up going.
I wish I really understood all this stuff that we talk about.
Yeah.
Because there's an argument that we haven't had a real president since JFK got shot.
That's probably a good argument.
Yeah.
And there's maybe arguments that we actually didn't have real presidents prior to JFK. So,
What do you think is happening now? Do you think that
I think you have these guys. These guys that go into the CIA. They learn all about these underground groups. They have all of these different relationships all over the world, right? Weapons, drug running, weapons, all of these different, terrorist groups, crime syndicates, right? Their job is to know information about every government, all of the, separatist groups that could potentially take over and become the next government. They have all of these connections. And then they either leave the CIA, they retire, or supposedly it never occurs to any of them to make a buck. That's the real question, right? It never occurs to any of these people that there might be great ways to make a buck working with some of these people outside of Congress, the White House, all of that. That's, as it's been explained to me by pretty smart people, that's what you have. You have a rogue element of people in those agencies that have massive amounts of money, and they're very well connected, and they're running weapons, and the president has no idea what's going on, and Congress has no idea what's going on. They're not briefing a teacher from Georgia who got elected because he promised he was going to build a fucking shopping mall in a suburb of Atlanta about what they're doing in Syria. They're not briefing these people. There's nothing democratic about what's happening. And so then you think to yourself, you're like, well, how do we make sure everyone keeps their mouth shut? How do we make sure everyone keeps their mouth shut? Then we go, not only money, but that's when we bring in Ghislaine Maxwell. That's when we bring in Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's when we bring in people who go, let's all have fun. We've got a great weekend getaway planned. And then we can all be on camera doing something that would get us thrown in jail, have people rightly disgusted and want to kill us. And the worst things ever are now on camera somewhere. Those tapes are somewhere. Now everybody is completely incapable of ever coming out and say what's going on.
Yeah.
And and then those people are running a parallel government. It's a parallel command structure. And that's a huge problem.
And it was essentially completely in control for 4 years.
Probably for more than 4.
But for the last
Yeah, for sure. 1,000%.
That's the best example we've ever had of that.
1,000%.
That guy's never really run things.
1,000%.
There's no way they let him.
And it's probably still in control to a certain degree now, because it's very hard to, when you have something like that happen, it is very difficult to completely shut it down.
Well, here's a perfect example that we know is definitely running things. Because Trump is still trying to figure out why he got shot.
Right.
He was like, I want more information.
Yeah.
Like, there's no information.
There's not
coming
going to
to him
not
about.
going to be information. Just not going to be.
That's okay. It's a story.
All of the
stories you should try to connect. Like, if it's not American, like, it's not us. It's not intelligence. It means a foreign government that hijacked this kid's brain and got him to climb on top of that roof. Like, somebody tried to get someone to assassinate him as running for president, and no one seems to be interested in finding who that person or that group who influenced this kid is.
So many of these ex-intelligence chiefs pop up all over the world. They pop up in Dubai, they pop up on MSNBC. They love traveling. They're having meetings with people. They're all over the place. They love people. They love cultures. Or they love meeting different cultures. And supposedly, I heard from someone who's smart and I consider trustworthy that there's actually large sectors of the global economy that have moved more in this direction than you think. Like there are tentacles into very large investment banks and private equity companies that a lot of these guys have. Let's put it that way. Obviously, it's not a shocking thing.
Why would the government let a private equity company operate with impunity?
Right. So you
Especially if they're controlling their options and
right. There doesn't seem to be a good answer to any of this. That becomes the real issue.
You ever get invited to these fucking Illuminati conferences or these crazy things?
No, they wanted me to do stand-up at one conference, and it wasn't like an Illuminati kind. It was like, I don't know, it was like some type of like low-grade Illuminati.
Yeah, that's
like
how it started.
Faux Illuminati.
It's like minor leagues.
Yeah.
And then eventually you go to some weird branch in the mountains of Wyoming.
Well, that sounds nice.
Actually, that sounds nice.
No, I think that it does seem weird that a lot of, once you get to a certain level, people take an interest in you that never were interested.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Yeah. People are interested. Yeah. It is strange that people seem to care about you, or what you're saying, or people are like, I think your read on that is wrong. And you're like, why do you care what it is? I'm talking to a microphone twice a week.
Yeah, they don't like that. They don't like people having influence that haven't been sanctioned.
They don't like that.
Yeah, they want all influence to be top down. All influence to be a part of a giant corporation.
Yeah,
that's what they want. They don't want influence to be just regular people. Regular people are fringe. They're far this or far that. They're problematic. They speak misinformation and disinformation. There's no one who's used more misinformation than CNN. Over the years, how many times you guys, just what you guys did over COVID, if you were a podcaster, you'd be shut down.
Right.
Like if the podcasters were the one telling everybody to get vaxxed, get it, you won't spread it, you want this, you want that, there's no side effects. If podcasters are saying that, but the establishment news was saying, hold on, this is an experimental vaccine. We should not be asking women who are pregnant to take this. We should not ask kids who are in no danger to take this. We do not know the long-term consequences. If podcasters were saying that, podcasters were on the government side instead of CNN. If CNN was the wise ones that told everybody to be cautious, they would want us prosecuted.
Yeah.
They would be going after us for all the side effects that people are experiencing.
Yeah.
You have blood on your hands. You're responsible for strokes, heart attacks, and myocarditis, and all sorts of autoimmune
issues. You also have to think about how much easier it is for, let's say, an intelligence community to manipulate them than it is to come in here like that. An intelligence community is not going to go, that's fine.
It's straight to the host.
No, that's all I assure. You tell them that. Yes.
That's all you have to do. What do you want me to do?
It's very easy.
We're going to go to war with Kosovo? I don't need to know where Kosovo is on a map, but if you tell me where the UFOs are, I'll have a guy in here that explains why it's super important.
But it is funny. It's like what they'd have to do is pick somebody, have them become a comedian, start a podcast, get an audience. Like, it is difficult, right? Whereas if you work at a media company, it's very easy to just some new guys there.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Right.
Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Somebody just shows up. Hey, Suzanne, run everything by Suzanne.
Hey, how does this guy, Bob Woodward, how does he get the most important? He just, this is his first case.
Lucky guy.
He gets Watergate.
Lucky guy.
Wait a minute. What did he do for Navy intelligence?
Right.
What,
Lucky guy. That
Okay.
Watergate thing's so
but
funny.
I've been here for
because-
30 years,
Yeah,
Mike.
I haven't gotten
Shut
anything.
the fuck up. Bob's
Yeah.
taking this case.
Bob's taking down Nixon, who keeps asking questions about what happened to Kennedy.
Did you see when Bill Murray was here?
I did, yeah.
Did you see the thing he said about Wired, the book?
Yeah. But wait, which one?
Wired is the book on John Belushi. He said, I read the first 5 pages and I was like, oh my God. They set up Nixon.
Oh, that's
They framed Nixon.
That's so funny.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
He's like, if this is what they say, this is what the same guy said about John Belushi, which is
Right.
100% not true.
Right.
You know John Belushi was a lightweight?
Right.
He'd drink a couple of beers and he'd be fucked up.
Right.
He didn't have tolerance. He wasn't this maniacal codesmith. It was all lies.
They don't care at all about getting any accurate information.
That time that he died,
Yeah.
it was probably the first time he ever did speedball.
Wow.
Yeah. And Bill Murray was one of his best friends.
Bill Murray knew.
Bill Murray's like, I've known this guy most of my life.
Right.
And he goes, they framed Nixon.
Right.
And
So,
then
yeah.
I told him the whole story. And Tucker Carlson told me.
Yeah.
Which I was like, what? That it was all FBI agents.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was a complete sting.
It was a sloppy burglary where they wanted to get caught. They traced it back to Nixon because Nixon was doing things they hated.
Well, this is the thing about Nixon. No, but what they said to Nixon, Nixon was not guilty of the crime, but they told Nixon about the crime and then helped him cover it up. That's how they got him. But it wasn't a kid.
Of course.
Like, he thinks this is on the legit.
course.
He comes to him, oh my God, Jesus Christ. What
Right.
the fucking hell are you doing,
Yeah.
kid? Jesus Christ, what
Yeah.
did you do? You bugged Cap City?
Yeah. Fuck. They had to get rid of him.
This is what we're going to do. We're gonna throw our phones in the river.
Yeah. Right. Here's what happens now.
How do we get out?
Yeah.
Where'd you put the bugs? Come break in and take the bugs back?
That's so funny. They'd be so flattered if you bought it from Cap City.
That's awesome. Somebody told me last night that they hate us. I'm like, how do you hate me? I love you. I used to love the old Cap City. If you got the headline at Cap City, if you got headliners and you need them, I'll promote it. I'll promote it on Twitter.
Yeah.
And same thing with Moon Tower. They're mad at me too because I wouldn't have enough clubs. I'm happy to help you. I'm happy to help you. I just don't want you to book my club. That's all it is. My club is sold out every night.
Yeah.
And it's guys like you and Shane and Ari and all these. I don't want anybody else booking it. It doesn't mean that I don't support your cause. Of course. I just don't want you coming into my establishment. That's all it is. I want everybody to do well. There's 5 comedy clubs on my street.
What you've done, I think, ultimately is good for the town. You bring people into the town.
The problem is when people used to be in control of comedy in the town, and then all of a sudden they're not. And then they used to be like the person that people would go to, and now they're insignificant.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle with that. The idea of that they're losing control. I think that seems to be the angriest I've seen people online since the election that have railed against podcasts and have railed against. They seem to be angry that they no longer have a monopoly on what people can hear.
Exactly. And they still continue to lie and misrepresent people that do podcasts
Right.
or have a different opinion and say. And that's where it gets real stupid. You know, like they keep saying that, I had that Daryl Cooper guy on, that I'm bringing on a Nazi apologist and a Holocaust denier. And that is, neither of those things are true.
Yeah.
It's not true. And the guy doesn't just talk about that. By the way, his stuff about Jim Jones is fucking sensational. You know, Jim Jones was like a civil rights leader? Jim Jones had an interracial child.
Yeah, I didn't know it.
Yeah, Jim Jones was like he had adopted black child. He would take to school, and everybody would be fucking furious at him in the town.
Yeah.
And he was a legitimate Christian, like a real, I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christian.
One of the big things in America, yeah, of course, the meth god. Yes, listen, there are a lot of people who question World War II for not good reasons. Of course, it's like people that bring up the age of consent. You go, wait a minute, you know, what's going on?
What do you do?
There are people I think that do wonder, not great reasons for questioning World War II through whatever. However, no doubt, there's a very interesting. The teeth really come out. The national teeth come out in this country. You question at all the American-born machine. Yes, and the pageantry of war and the iconography of the state and of war and of how important it is and how just it always is and how we're always on the right side of it and we're always doing the right thing. And World War II, 100% were, but there are a lot of other times when we've made grave errors with our military. Yes. And I feel like it's not good enough for, you can't just point to World War II, which is, again, we're correct.
Yes.
But I think there is this idea that it's not an accident there's a million movies made about World War II.
Yeah.
It's not an accident that there is a lot of pageantry surrounding World War II.
So that the World War II movies have heroes.
Of
Whereas
course.
the Vietnam movies are about
That's right.
everything's complicated and it's all chaos.
So I think that inspires the idea that a military solution is always correct and that the use of force is always the right way to do it, and that coincidentally makes people lots and lots of money and their children never end up fighting those wars. That seems to be a lot of it. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't people with bad motivations that are genuinely anti-Semitic, that genuinely have fascist inclinations. There absolutely are. But I think there needs to be space to criticize the mythologizing of war in general and the justification for endless wars all the time.
Yes.
Like Iran. I hope Trump is not going to Iran. That seems like a very big. And
it also seems to be a bad idea for Iran to get nuclear weapons. That's bad.
Yes, but I think there's ways to prevent that without a regime change war. This is what we have to do. This is what Tulsi Gabbard, I think, was very attractive about a lot of what she said during her confirmation hearing. She goes, I understand that there are terrorists out there that are dangerous, but we got to find a way to deal with them without committing troops to stand there in an Islamic country. We've done this. We saw this movie. It doesn't work out. And I think we have to stop thinking that it's going to be better this time if we decapitate the head of a foreign government and with American soldiers in an Islamic country trying to set up a provisional government. The nightmare of that during Iraq, Paul Bremer, this weird guy that they sent to stand on that rubble with his boots and, the mission accomplished on the aircraft carrier. Like, it brings back, to me, it's like I get flashbacks from it.
Do you remember the guy who was the Iraqi public relations guy who was saying that they're winning the war?
Was it Ahmed Chalabi? Well, no, that was the guy that fed us all the bullshit to get us in.
No. It was the guy that people openly mocked. I believe he had glasses. And he was the guy that was always saying that Iraq is kicking ass.
Oh, interesting. No.
Yeah, Baghdad something or another, they called him.
And he was saying that we were doing good?
No. We were saying that Iraq is kicking our ass.
Yeah. Well,
That's
hilarious. I don't remember
Baghdad something or another, they called him.
By the way, does anyone know what's going on in Iraq right now? Honestly, if there was a gun to my head, I could not tell you what the state of Iraq was. I know the Taliban are in Afghanistan. What's going on in Iraq?
That's a gay guy threw off the roof.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's a 20-year, commitment. What was it for a long time? Right. So that's like, I feel like that's the thing. When you ever try to have a nuanced understanding of what we can and can't do, I don't think it's a great idea that Iran gets nuclear weapons. it seems like there are ways to prevent that
We gotta
without
make ISIS in charge.
full-scale invasion. But don't we need these? Like, I think, like, I always look at these groups like the Houthis and stuff. We need these people.
100%.
And we need them. And the Houthis are fun because they're like on the ocean and they're like pirates. This is new. They figured out that like land-based stuff's not as interesting. They're disrupting trade. You know how much of our trade goes through 3%? 3%. Trade, like,
Just like I don't want you to minimize
with
the
these
female
women,
astronauts.
yeah. Well, we need these Houthis. It feels like we need these groups. We have ISIS. We have an ISIL. We have the people in Syria. I forget their names, something. But we need these little groups. And this is what we do. We just choose, because all of these groups are not even, they're just people hanging out. And then we give them weapons and get them going. They're just guys in a bar. A lot of these groups are guys in a bar in Syria.
They have a hole in the
They're
ground.
sitting in a hole in the ground, and we show up and we start arming them and giving them stuff. And it's like a Bill Hicks joke where it's like pick up the gun, you know, for the special. It's like, are the Houthis an existential threat to the United States? That feels crazy.
The craziest thing
It
was
just feels insane.
Trump showing the video of them getting bombed.
Oh yeah,
It's so wild.
we could kill all. This is the problem. We could get rid of all of these threats in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
But we don't seem to want to. No, they keep,
They keep coming to the market every week. Burn it out.
no, the Houthis are good.
I understand that.
You got to go once a year, once every 18 months. And I like the Houthis because they feel it's like a new, but they're not sticking. It's not, no one's pushing it. So now they're back to Hezbollah.
Oh.
Hezbollah wears the fatigues. If you get up Hezbollah, they're scary looking. The Houthis are not that scary. The Houthis look like a bunch of dudes in like a bazaar, like you said, like in a flea market.
Right.
If they're on a boat, they're holding guns, no one cares. Hezbollah looks genuinely like, okay, let's not fuck with this.
Well, it's like Shane's bit about the Iraqis or the Afghans.
Yeah.
Going through fucking the workouts and like you think they're like an elite army.
Oh god,
And
yeah.
you do jumping jacks.
But that's the whole thing. It's like it's this weird global chessboard of like we, you know, the summit said we want. There's like a dial. You turn it out, be like more war, less war, more war, less war. I mean, some more conflicts.
Have you gotten into allergies on here?
No, I don't get it.
First year, legit.
Cedar fever. I think you gotta do cocaine.
Medicine.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe Zyrtec. That's no fun. What is it? Cedar?
I don't know what it is.
I think it's. Do people say
Silver
cedar?
nose been running. But Mark Hopper actually might have helped the military capture Saddam Hussein.
What? They were on a USO tour in 2003, and they got asked to come to do like a private show, and he sat down and said, "Come here."
Said, "Sir, I have a plan to catch Saddam Hussein," the musician recalled telling the Navy admiral on board the aircraft carrying the Persian Gulf. According to Hoppus, Hussein had been sending video messages to his followers from an unknown location at the time. The musician felt the military could use drones to their advantage in uncovering his location by pulling data from the video messages. Sir, what about having drones fly all over the region in carpeting patterns, broadcasting time codes above the level of human hearing, but at the level that a video recording would catch it?" Hoppus suggested to the admiral. Then the next time he releases one of his videos, you could listen to it, pull the ultrasonic data, and triangulate the drones you have flying all over. Holy shit.
This is the guy from Blink 182. Someone was in something. Man.
Okay, this brings me back to that fucking Strange Times Mortal Canyon shit.
Yeah.
4 months later, Saddam was located and captured in Iraq, so you're welcome, everyone.
What a great book. That, well, not only the Tom O'Neill book, but then this Dave McGowan book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. I lived up there when I was living in LA. I lived up there. I'm telling you, that is a creepy spot in any area that I've ever been to in my life.
It's a weird
They
vibe.
have that fucking military installation on Lookout Mountain.
Jared Leto owns that. He
Yeah, but
lives there now.
doesn't he have a whole cult? Okay.
He's a good guy.
I'm sure he is. I'm not saying it's bad to
They tried to investigate his cult.
Sure.
It turns out it's not really. It's just a bunch of people having fun.
Yeah,
And
there's nothing wrong with that.
requirements. There's no one asks you to fuck them. There's no
It's a voluntary fuck cult.
It's not even voluntary fuck cult. It's
Yeah.
just get together and dance or something. I don't know what they do.
I was doing it for 3 years. I didn't get one test. I didn't got one. I used to try and point at it and go, look, it's the thing.
What do they do? What does Jared Little's?
That's like a summer camp. We call it Echelon.
Yeah.
It's a summer
Programs
camp.
to go on.
Oh, what the fuck's the problem with that, Tim? How about Tim Dillon Fest?
I have no problem with that.
That's the Skank Fest.
Just a bunch of people eating shellfish and Long Island being racist. Yeah, absolutely. I have no issue with that at all.
What a fucking time though for us.
Yeah.
Everything's just hot. I mean, there's just so much stuff to talk about. Everything's nuts.
Do you think, I was on the All In podcast the other day and they were talking about these chips, these NVIDIA chips, and how what's interesting is people are setting up, because we have these export controls that don't allow us to send certain chips to China because we're able to like manipulate them,
Right.
and then become like the world's largest semiconductor producer. But now all these fun fake companies are starting in like Bhutan or Cambodia, and they're buying the chips, or Singapore, and then they all get back to China.
Well, one of the guys who worked at whatever the preeminent AI system in China was saying, one of the whistleblowers was saying that they have 50,000 of these fucking chips.
That's so wild.
Whoopsies.
And so they were talking about, like, is it better to send them the chips, or is it better to, if you don't send them the chips, then it spurs their innovation and they make the chips?
Well, either way, they're going to get the chips.
Yeah, they're getting the chips.
They're both innovating and stealing at the same time.
Can there be anything done to stop their rise? No,
Not at this point.
doesn't feel like it, right?
There's so much more technologically advanced in so many different areas now.
Yeah.
Like the drones that they have are so superior to the commercial drones that we have, because drones over here, you have to have a pilot's license to drive the really spicy ones.
Do you think some of those drones over New Jersey were theirs?
Could be. I think they were ours. I honestly do. And well, I think they would have shot them down if they could. I don't know if they could. And maybe they wouldn't, because then it would alarm people. Because then it would, you would show that is a legitimate threat.
We're fighting for, like, satellites supremacy in the sky, too.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
crazy. The internet, the Starlink. I mean, essentially, that's launching Starlinks all over the fucking
We're worried all about the tech people being Democrats up until 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, you should. But I think a lot of those people have shifted sides. They've shifted sides because they understand that, well, I had Mark Andreessen over here. And Mark Andreessen was explaining, he said the most terrifying meetings we ever had was when we were part of an AI startup and the government came in and said, we're not going to let you do this.
Right.
Not only are we not going to let you do this, we're not going to let anybody do this. We're going to have a small amount of these things we're going to completely control.
Yeah.
He was like, what the fuck? Like, you guys are really openly saying this,
Yeah.
that you're going to inhibit innovation at the highest level of technology. Some shit that you probably don't even understand, that you want to have absolute control over.
I think the worry is that people don't trust the government, nor should they. But I don't know if they trust these tech guys either.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. What's going on with OpenAI?
That's the whole thing. I think that people are wary of the tech people because now these are the same people that were censoring and kicking people off the internet
Yeah.
when the people in the White House were blue.
Right.
Now that the people in the White House are red, they are it's swung back the other way.
Exactly.
So I think people are a little wary of it.
Yeah.
They don't know where that goes.
It's just power. It's just, I mean, like Bernie Sanders is right in that you should be scared of oligarchs, and oligarchs shouldn't be running our government. He's right in that regard. And when people get into positions of just unchecked power, so let's say if someone had control of some tech company, let's say it's an AI company, and that AI company literally creates the unstoppable AI that helps empower the entire country. There's one guy's in control that he's worth $3 trillion at, and he just decides to lobby and change a bunch of laws and influence politicians, and his company starts donating to certain politics. You could change the fabric of society with enough money, and enough power, and enough influence, especially if you could completely control what the narrative is. Right. In terms of, like, when people Google things, when they they search things, when they talk about things, you can completely control what they're allowed to talk about and how that narrative gets countered instantly with facts and bullshit. And you can just.
Well, it's being done everywhere, right? So it's being done at the highest levels. And I think people are uncomfortable with just losing, even though a lot of them realize that we didn't have a ton of control, they feel like, I think when you head into the world of tech where people just don't even know where this goes, where does it go? Is it go to transhumanism? Does it go to like AI replacing everybody? And then at what point, what do you do with those people that AI replaced? Do you give them all cryptocurrency that's linked to their biological whatever? I've heard all these ideas, right? Like, how do you deal with driverless cars where the entire road is automated? How do you deal with it? I think that fills people with an anxiety where they go, what is the plan? And a lot of these tech guys are like, we got to get off the planet. And I think people start going like, wait a minute. Like, that's why Eric wants. Well, that's a lot of it. That's a lot of it. I don't know what you're saying. There's a lot of people. There's no air on stuff. Yeah, well, for sure. For sure. Do you think Trump and Musk will have a falling out eventually? I don't know. It's a good question. The media keeps trying to push that they are. It feels like they're just big personalities, and that there's an inevitability when you have two guys that are incredibly, perhaps. But Elon's very smart, and you see he's always very deferential. And he's always very respectful, Mr. President. It's always that. That's how I always call him sir. It's Donald Trump. Yeah, I get it. You're fired. I get it. But he's also the president of the United States. I call him sir. But I call everybody sir. Yeah. I call everybody sir. Yeah. It's like the byproduct of me living in Texas now. Right. Sure. Yeah, but I don't know if you don't get pulled over. If you get pulled over here, a cop gives you money. Mr. Roby, here's a check. I mean, there's no way. There's no law that you cannot break here. I guarantee you. I don't think that's correct. I think you could do a lot. I think they would cover up a murder. That's what, if you murdered 3 people, I think the Austin PD would go, whatever, man. He's doing a lot. They bring that mayor, that guy, and he'd go, what? They go, yeah, the suspect's Joe Rogan. He was standing over the body. They go, are you out of your fucking mind? Drive him home right now. Drive that man home. If I was getting waist deep in the street, drowning a party goer, I don't care. Bro, they still don't want to admit that there's a serial killer. You're the tourism board. There's something. There's a serial killer. Something's going on. I believe it's a serial killer. But what are they doing? They're luring people to that bridge, and then it's not hard. People like to the bridge. Just gotta look out. So weird. I guess it's such a high to kill someone. And so to me, I'm like, what do you get out of it? But I guess the people that are doing it like it, they're broken. There's broken people. And some broken people do meth. Some broken people drown guys who like to party. Do you ever talk to, like, I'm sure you have, this is a stupid question, but like the high level law enforcement guys that just met these monsters and stuff? So, do they believe that it's like, is there any part of them that believes someone's just born? Yes. Yeah. And it's generally, you have psychotic parents. And so it's whether it's nature or nurture is hard to separate because you're probably abused. And generally at an early age, they show like a willingness to torture like house pets and stuff like that. They'll maybe start off with a frog that catches, stick a firecracker in its mouth, and stuff like that. And then they eventually work their way up to humans. Now it seems much harder to do it because of these phones, surveillance. It is, but you can still do it. God knows. Get away with drowning folks. You can drown people. Why don't you think they'll admit it? They don't want people getting spooked. It's a good question. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, one of the biggest things ever on with those crazy yogurt shop there's HBO just came out with a documentary about it. It was many years ago. This crazy yogurt shop murder from HBO just did a doc happened in Austin. It was like a famous case, and it's completely unsolved. Except they put 2 people in jail for it, but then later let one of them out. Like, it was just one of those things where nobody was sure about what happened. So there were murder people that went to the yogurt place? It was 1991, and just South by Southwest, they just did a huge
Oh, it was one homicide. A quadruple homicide which took place at, I can't believe it's yogurt shop in Austin.
That could have been me in 1991. It's
34 years ago.
34 years ago. It's an underdog.
14 girls were murdered in Austin.
14.
And
And
they
it's
all know who did
puzzled.
it.
They don't. That's an unsolved murder.
Check it with.
And there's many different theories about it.
That's crazy. 4 men were arrested and charged with capital murder in 1999. 2 of their cases were overturned. The other 2 never went to trial.
So there are these things that happen.
Oh yeah, well that's what they said. That if you just randomly shoot someone and kill them,
Yeah.
like, you're a real like rando. Like, did you ever see that movie Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer?
Yeah.
It was about a guy named Henry Lee Lucas.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and Henry Lee Lucas was attributed. They attributed like 62 murders to him. The problem is, I think one of the things cops do is they go, "Did you kill this guy? Yeah, I killed him too. Where'd you bury him? Where was he buried? Oh, that's where I buried him." That kind of thing. Now you got a case solved. That was the accusation about Henry, because he was definitely a murderer, a grifter, a drifter who's traveled around the country stealing things. But then they made a movie about it, and then the movie it's way more sinister and calculated. But he would just randomly kill people.
So they all take credit for things they didn't do.
Exactly.
To just beef up the body count.
Exactly. So that's what they want. They want attention. They're already in jail.
That's so wild. Yeah.
That's when you have shitty DAs and shitty prosecutors and shitty cops, they'll do stuff like that.
Do you think that there are people that are, national parks seem to be like a hotbed of people disappearing? And do you think do you think that's people getting you, or is that a lot of it like I got lost, I got eaten?
You get lost.
Yeah.
You get eaten. There's a guy who has this whole series, 411. Is it 911 missing or 411 missing people in national parks? Listen, man, you're just meat out there, and you get eaten. And by the way, you don't find dead anything out there. You don't find dead mountain lions. Guess what? They die all the time. I've never seen a dead mountain lion where I was hunting.
Because they get eaten.
They get eaten. Everything is. Not only do you get eaten, your bones. Everything gets eaten.
So it's not uncommon to disappear and there's no trace.
No trace.
Yeah.
Yeah, super common. So if you're in a high traffic area, like I've hunted, I found elk bones where a hunter killed the elk and then took all the meat off the bones and then left the bones there. That's what you do when you pack out meat.
Yeah.
And I found those animals. I actually even found one animal that I shot a long time ago. I shot like 4 years ago.
And you found it.
Yeah, we were in the same location. It was the same bones. It wasn't all the bones there, but some of them they dragged away. Some of them were probably eaten by rodents. They eat bones slowly but surely. And if you're a human, you're made out of nothing. You're so easy to eat.
Right.
Like our bones are less dense. Our meat is soft and chewy.
Yeah.
Like we could devour. A bear would eat your whole body. It would be almost nothing left. Rodents would eat what's left.
Yeah. You gotta be careful in those places.
You can't be careful.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have a GPS navigation system that has a lot of batteries, if you don't have a compass and know how to use it, if you don't have a map, it's so easy to get lost in those.
Right.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
They're all around you, and you can go in one direction and circle right. You don't even realize you're circling.
Right.
And then 3 days later, you're back to where you started. You're like, fucking no!
Yeah, it's
You eat
terrible.
tree bark for 3 days. And
Insane.
any step, I'm going to see the highway.
What a horrible thing.
People die like that
All the time. Just go to a hotel.
It's very pretty difficult.
Just go to a resort.
You don't know the woods. You're not used to being in the woods, and you're not used to having landmarks to follow, and know how to use a compass, know how to use a GPS.
Some people are good at it, and even they get eaten.
They can do it, but you break your ankle.
Right.
How about you break your ankle out there? You can't hike out. It's not possible.
Right.
What do you do?
Yeah.
You fucking die. That's what you do.
Gotta be very careful.
And it's here's something at night. You're sleeping on your tree. Here's something at night.
Right.
You get a bear sniffing you. You can't run away. When you don't have a weapon,
You can't do anything. It just eats you alive. And there's just so dense, like glass and stuff like that. I mean, and everywhere. But
especially
Especially there, it's like crazy.
Yeah, you don't find nothing. But that's why the Bigfoot rumor persists up there. It's because the woods are like a box of Q-tips.
Right.
You know, like you can't see shit.
You know what?
See like a little shadow moving in between trees. And you decided it's a Bigfoot.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just like
A bear.
it could be right.
It's most likely a bear. Especially bears walking around. Northern California is weird like that too. I think that's part of this. Probably. Yeah, you get killed.
Yeah.
People die up there all the time. Did you ever see that documentary Sasquatch?
Yeah.
It's a documentary that was on Hulu channel. We have the director that created it, who's awesome. And what it's really about is about marijuana growers murdered a guy and blamed it on Bigfoot. Wow. So these marijuana growers in Humboldt, like that, up that area, so they all were hippies, right? And then they started growing weed, and then cartel people moved in, and gangs moved in. And they started robbing these people. So these people became heavily armed. And so then they started having wars with like the growers and cartel people. And so there was these people that were trying to steal from them. They murdered these people, and then they blamed it on Bigfoot. They like ran over them with a fucking backhoe or crushed
These hippies are really violent.
Well, they get violent with
These are junkies, and you know, this whole hippie thing, I think, is kind of a lie.
They all become people
Right.
with money.
Right.
You become a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're gonna protect your money, and then these people are trying to kill you to take care of your shit. So then you're like fucking Jason, whatever his name is, in Ozark.
Right. Jason Bateman.
Just a bit. Yeah. And now you're drug dealer.
That's so funny. It's so fucking weird, like marijuana, where it's like it's federally still illegal, but like states, it's legal in certain states.
Yeah.
And there's that gray area where there's just like, you know, half of that business is like the shadows, and half of it's people making lots of money. It's strange.
Well, not only that, because California made it legal, they also made it a misdemeanor to grow it illegally, right? So what happens is these cartels started growing it on national forest land. And so then game wardens started finding it. This guy, John Norris, has done the podcast before. He wrote a book called Hidden War.
Yeah.
And it was all about, he was a game warden, and then he became part of a tactical crew that was busting cartel members who were heavily armed, growing marijuana in national forest.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because most of the illegal weed that's been sold all over the country was being grown there. So in the places where it's illegal, they grow it where it's legal, and if they get fucked, it's just a misdemeanor.
So it doesn't matter.
And they're not going to deport anybody. It's California's sanctuary.
Right. So it doesn't matter how many acres and acres of food.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so because it's federally illegal, it's just like when there was the prohibition that propped up organized crime. Same thing. You just propped up illegal businesses to sell something that has a demand that normal.
Do you think weed's going to be federally legal?
If I had to guess, not during this administration.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. I think.
You know, it feels like a lot of the, you know, like the experimental harm reduction policies in places like Portland to go with the back.
Well, they went a little crazy in a place that was already crazy.
Yeah, they had a woman driving around shooting people up called a stabbing wagon, and she was like, if somebody needed a fix, she'd like pull up and give them clean needles and stuff. And it was called a stabbing wagon, and yeah, because you stab them. And if you're just tweeting, this is like a way to help. This was a way to help people. And people just be chilling and like, hey, I need a couple of clean needles. And this woman would just show up. There'd be like a bunch of junkies hanging out. She'd show up. She'd hop out of the stabbing wagon with a bunch of clean needles, hand them out. People are like, fuck yeah, good to see you. She's like, fuck yeah, hope you're doing good. And I'm like, well, you know how it is. And the problem was that didn't work.
Not only did it not work, it encouraged people to move there.
Yeah, actually, that's true. So people started moving there because they're like, this is actually a pretty good deal. They don't care if you live on the street. And there's this bitchin' event and that shows up with clean needles.
And they give you money.
Yeah, and whatever you need.
They give you free money and food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here it is.
The stabbing wagon. Harm reduction. No, I think it's real.
Show us 4,000 followers. That's fucking hit that follow, Jimmy. Hit it follow.
There you go. There's a stabbing wagon.
Well, at least she's healthy.
It's the stabbing wagon.
Okay. Makes
So
sense.
at the end of the day, it's like that seems like a good way to combat drug use is to have a van of drugs.
That van got a $1.5 million grant.
Yeah.
high in a safe way.
But where's she parked that? That's what I need to know.
I mean, it's a good question. She probably lived in the burbs and then came in and then didn't she?
That's all about the birds.
Well, that's a good point. Well, you know those weird those Pacific Northwest suburbs. A lot of them are my burbs. The ones that I like.
Those
Yeah.
people,
It's different.
they're like people that are outside of Chernobyl.
Yeah,
They're forever
it's
changed.
different. There's not a lot of sun up there. Something's going on there.
I think that they
So what was funny is that there's an article where they were like, yeah, this is actually like, what's crazy is like, you read about those cities, right? Like Portland, San Francisco, they'll do the craziest thing ever. And then like 2 years later, they'll start going like, yeah, this just is not having the results that we thought it would have. Like, this is drug use is up, crime is up, violence is up. So Santa Monica now is doing a curfew because there's been violent crimes at night. They're thinking about doing a curfew in Santa Monica. So again, because yes, Santa Monica is thinking about doing a curfew because there's like violent crimes. So instead of just going to KBO to throw these people in jail, like it's 9 o'clock, go home. This is California. This is the biggest economy in our country, and they're thinking of it. I mean, because they're all out of ideas on how to like stop people from like being victims of violent crime.
I got friends who can't sell their houses there.
No, it's bad. I'm glad I sold my house when it did.
Nobody wants my houses there.
Nobody wants to buy houses. They're like, look at that.
Everybody who's not out is at least thinking about it.
Uber rich people are, a lot of them are just keeping their houses because they can't get the money they want. So like people that are like in Bel Air, those crazy things, right?
Right.
Beverly Hills, Bel Air, these behemoths. They're just kind of like, just leave it.
You gotta hope that like some crazy celebrity rapper guy like Kendrick Lamar decides to buy a mansion.
Well, you
You know
also
what I mean? Like if you're selling a $70 million house, you have like 5 people that will buy it.
you also got to hope that they elect Rick Caruso and he goes around California in a tank. With a bunch of guys in bazookas, and it's like the craziest thing you've ever seen. That's all you can hope for.
You need like a Rudy Giuliani type kid.
Yeah, I mean, you need Sergeant Slaughter from the old WWF. I mean, you need a fully fascist. You need to go to run as a fascist. When they go, are you a Republican? He goes, no. I am a fascist. This is a military dictatorship. You need 4 years of a military dictatorship in California to just turn it around. To just start steering it the other way.
Well, it's moving red. That's one thing we saw about the electoral from 2024. California.
It's going red.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can wake up in a $4 million house with a gun in your mouth. Before you start thinking differently about it, you know?
See, they were trying to pass laws where they're deciding how much violence is enough violence if someone breaks in your house, like shoot you too many times.
Right.
You know,
No,
in
it's-
the middle of being terrified. You're like,
Absolutely. They will always take the side of the people that are trying to destroy civilization.
do you think that when you don your tinfoil hat and Velcro the chin strap, do you think that this is a grand plan to destroy civilization?
I think what you have, I don't know if it's a grand plan, but I think what you have is you have two things that are happening simultaneously. You have the people, the last people that seem to want to be in politics are people that believe in like nothing. They're like empty suit, Gavin some types who just really don't see it. They just, whatever room they're in,
This podcast.
yeah, well, that proves my point. That proves my point now, right? So now he's like, oh, things are going right up, go to the right. Things are going to the left, up, go to the left. So you have like these people that just don't, they will not, like if Sanders or Trump, whatever you think about them, they're not going to like quote stand on business. They're not going to tell people, here's where I'm at. This is the way I feel. They're just empty vessels. And then at the same time, you have that happening. You have the craziest people in the world
that somehow have gotten hold of a ton of money and a ton of influence on social media, and those MP2 politicians are like scared of these lunatics that believe the craziest things you've ever heard. So these politicians are just like taking edicts from these crazy people online who tell them that we need to stamp and win again, and we need all this stuff. I don't know how that happened. That somebody should look at that, how that happened, and study it. And I think it's a lot of these politicians are deeply corrupt, and I think they're terribly afraid of whatever corruption they're involved with coming to the surface. And it could be personal in their personal life. It could be with the state. I think, the mismanagement of money, of resources, all of that stuff. So if I was a really corrupt politician, I would just do the craziest left-wing shit so that I could never be accused of anything.
Oh, good move.
And I would just let them do whatever the hell they want. Like, well, fucking whatever. But we got a new law that says they got to draw blood in your house from you before you can defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rappers are the last people in this country that can kind of get away with almost anything.
Well, rappers are honest. A lot of it, even though they might lie about how much money they have and stuff, they do. There's a certain honesty to that genre of music.
Clearly, go too far. He did.
You can go too far, but he wasn't super honest. He seemed to be concealing a bit.
He seemed to be.
Yeah.
I think he was working with somebody. Or working with somebody, but if he was on his own person.
If the CIA was like, we don't really know anything about like this world of like, that's not what we do. We're like a bunch of Harvard guys. We have these fucking weirdos that we know about how to get in with like our people, but we need someone who's like a black guy to do it. It could have been Pete.
But didn't all the allegations come out after he was involved in a lawsuit with Ciroc? Like he was trying.
That's what people said.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be
careful when you start fucking around with people's billions.
Big, powerful billionaires are probably their own governments. So, I mean, when you run afoul of them, I think there's many ways in which they can get you.
Also, they feel like they pay so much for taxes.
I think that's a lot of these intelligence agencies are working for those people. They're not, I think, on their own. There's big money to be made. And there's a lot of people that own these companies and have been rich for a very long time who aren't, on reality TV. You don't really know who they are. They're like, some of them are on the Forbes list, some of them aren't. And they're just incredibly wealthy. And they've made their money in ways that you can barely understand. And those are people that, are the reason historically the CIA is going into Latin America and overthrowing the government so that United Fruit can, have a monopoly, right? It's like, so they're doing things at the behest of these ultra wealthy families that control huge industries.
Sure, they really have. And that's back to Slendy Buggers.
That's right.
Racket.
1,000%.
Yeah, that was 1933. You wrote that or something?
And that's the way the whole thing seems to be organized.
Yeah, and always has been. We're just learning it now. That's all the difference.
But it is falling apart now because some of their kids are doing stand-up comedy. No, literally. I mean, there are people young in New York, and they're just like, their parents are some of the wealthiest people in the world, and these kids are like doing stand-up, which is a terrible sign for the empire. That's not a great sign for the empire, is that like a guy that would have taken over his dad's business is like doing dick jokes.
Well, he probably has a trust fund, so he probably has a safety blanket and sees we're having fun. It's like, for sure, like my dad, have a fucking heart attack at 40-year-old.
That's right, but we need them doing that. Some of them. Yes. Everyone can't be a clown. Like we think there is something deeply unhealthy about the Illuminati doing stand-up. I don't love that idea.
Well, unless they're using ChatGPT, how could it do it?
It's not ideal.
Okay.
It's a lot of crowd work.
And even if they do
Nothing wrong with that.
ChatGPT has not shown any ability to really craft a good joke yet.
it's just funny to meet some of these people, and then you talk to them, and they'll like casually drop that they're like, parents like 30 days, and you're like, that's awesome. And then just doing bar shows. It's kind of interesting. And they're nice people, but just to pull out and look at it from a sociological standpoint, it says something about people's idea of the future that these people just like want to be famous now, or like, there's something more than you think. Really? It's a New York thing? It's a lot of rich people live there, and I'm talking about mega rich, like not like, hey, my dad's a successful whatever. I'm talking about like, look, billions, big money.
Yeah.
Where you go, interesting.
And then the kids don't have any pressure to do anything.
The
so
kids
they
kind
wanna
of float
really
around, and they're doing stage. It's just very funny. It's something that you live just like a billionaire kid on stage, looking at someone in the audience, going, "What do you do for a living?"
What do you crowd work, huh?
What do you do for a living? This is the first time they've met people that aren't billionaires. Well, that could also be a thing. This might be a way to just socialize Illuminati kids.
They've met their house before. Maybe they asked them, like, what should I talk about on stage?
Well, yeah, I mean, they have, and what's funny is that they have parties at their big houses and bring their other comic friends who are bums. You know, comics who are bums. So then, like, the parents are like, hello. And they bring in, like, a bum, and they go, this is my buddy. And then, he's just like, snip. Whoa, this place rocks. It's like, oh, yeah. And they're like, these are my friends. And I think the parents are kind of like, oh, wasn't that nice? So maybe it's a phase. I think the parents look at it like they're going through a phase.
That's interesting.
It's very interesting.
More than wonderful.
It says something about that group of people that used to run everything. They have a dearth of purpose in their life. They're kind of aimless and they float around. I don't mean specifically, even rich comedian kids. I just mean like that ruling class. What are they doing now? They really have a purpose. They kind of float around. They try to this new age spirituality bullshit. They travel all over the place. Look at any of these rich Instagrams. All they're doing is traveling. It's all the same shit. Right? Go here, go there. There's no purpose. I think they don't feel like America's has a defining mission. And like if you look at families like the Kennedys, the Bushes, whatever, you think about those families that served in the military, that believe that there was some type of arc of history that they were a part of. I feel like a lot of rich people now just kind of don't believe in much of anything, and it's just kind of like, I don't know, they're bored, they start a fake company. Well, if your whole focus is just making more money, how much time can you spend believing in things? Right. That's going to take away from your ability to earn. Yeah. I think that's one of the big problems now, and that's why I think you saw like a lot of like people get crazy on the left, and they started instituting like all these like virtue, these purity tests and stuff like that. Is because I think they feel a lack of meaning. They wanted to give them a lot of them wanted to self-flagellation. They wanted the tenets of religion. They wanted meaning. They just don't have that. So I think that's what happens with a lot of them. And the kids are nice people. They're not bad people. It's just funny to see, like, because most people who do comedy, a lot of them are poor. A lot of them are like middle class people because they have like the ability to go and at least think it's an option. Right. But it is funny when someone goes, I'm doing comedy, and I'm the scion of great wealth. Scion of great wealth. It's an interesting thing to me, just because I've always been fascinated with rich people and like these people that run the world. And it's so interesting that some of their kids are like, I'm going to do stand-up comedy. When was the first time you met a really rich person? How old were you? I met a couple of like mafia people that my dad used to play music, so they owned some bars, but they weren't super rich. I would observe them because my uncle was the director of operations for all these restaurant groups in New York City, this restaurant group in New York City that had these big high-end steakhouses. And I would go, and one of them was on 63rd and Park. And I would sit in this steakhouse with my parents. I was probably 8 or 9 years old, and you look around, and I said to my dad once, I was like 8, 10 or 11, and it's a weird thing to say, but 10 or 11 year old, I was like, who are these people? My dad goes, these people around the world. I was just very fascinated by all these like people that were so different because in Long Island, where I came from, and everyone was loud and fighting all the time. And You know, my best friend Josh, who lived 2 houses down from me, his mother Eileen would scream his father in the front yard. He was like a conductor for the railroad, and she would just go, "Why are you?" And then you would go to Manhattan, and a lot of these restaurants in Alcohol had these kind of quiet people. They were all very well trained. They were in suits. Like, you know, in Manhattan, they live in these stone townhouses. Like, you know, they live in these little mini stone townhouses. I was just fascinated. I was like, it's very interesting. These people are interested in what are they up to, type of thing. Right. And then you start reading about them, and you know, it is just super interesting because they're a very big reason why society looks the way it does. 100%. You know, and that to me is an interesting thing. It's like, why are certain people in certain positions? What role do the politicians play, and what role do these really quiet people play? Yeah. That are kind of waspy, could be Jewish, could be anything. They're just kind of like, you know, they're quiet. They don't really want you to know too much about them. They really value their privacy. So it's funny, the kids doing stand-up comedy to me, and even these rich people that go on these reality shows, it's interesting that it used to be sacrilegious, the idea that you would show people that how much money you had, or talk about yourself. And a lot of that's starting to change. Like, a lot of these rich people just want to be famous. It almost feels like it's the last thing left.
Well, most young kids today, when they ask them, what do you want to be? A giant percentage of them say famous. They want to be an influencer. They want to be a TikToker, a YouTuber. They want to be famous because why would you want a job like your parents have when you could just open sneakers? Yeah. So I'm going to do an unboxing show.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like, why would you want a regular job?
Yeah.
Regular jobs are soul-sucking, especially work. Like, it's one thing if you have a career, sure. One thing you start your own business, it's something exciting. And another thing to be working for somebody. Working for somebody is horrible for the most part.
It is, but I think people can derive enjoyment from things outside of their jobs.
Sure, but that leaves you 1/3 of your day that's been eaten up.
Yes.
You have 1/3 of your day for sleep, 1/3 of your day that's been eaten up by this bullshit job.
Yeah.
And then the remaining hours between commutes and whatever the fuck you eat.
Yeah.
All has to be wrapped up in.
It is. I get it. I totally get it. If you're a young kid, you go on YouTube, you go, I want to be David Dobrik. I don't want to be David Dobrik. He's like a big guy on YouTube.
Okay.
He does, I don't know, he's like a Mr. Beast type. He's not as big. Mr. Beast is like a planet. Yeah. But Dobrik's big, you know, or whoever. Like, they look at these young, and they entertain with younger people. He does fun videos about, like, hey, whatever. You know, it's always the same. It's like, but what if I fill the pool with M&Ms? Whatever, you know, it's like that type of thing. You know? Right. It's not like the Ukraine deep dive. It's a fun, like, goofy thing, and kids look at that and go, well, that guy's making a lot of money. He has a great car, got a hot girlfriend, lives in a big mansion. I want to be that guy, of course. But I think they miss the idea that guy works really, really hard. Right. Like, that's the thing that I think people don't understand about these social media people. They do have a crazy constitution in terms of, like, how much they post, how hard they work. Now, you might say, okay, the stuff they do is ridiculous or silly or not valuable, and I might agree on a lot of those things. But they are always putting it out.
Yeah, they're showing up.
They're always showing up.
Yeah, if you want to compete in any market, anything, no matter what you do, there's a certain amount of work you have to put in. The idea that it's easy. Like, there's got to be some reason why most of them don't rise to the top.
Right. How do you feel about, can you teach people to work hard? I'm sure you can. What do you think? Because I've seen so many people that are super talented, but they, for whatever reason, they're not that muscle of working hard or the dedication to it.
I think generally it has to be established early in your life. And if you don't establish that early in your life, it's not a thing that you gravitate towards. It's not.
Right.
You don't recognize that, hard work equals results. You know, if you get lucky, you do sports. The sports make you physically uncomfortable. They test your will. You know, if you're a marathon runner, you got to get up every day and do those fucking miles. Like, that will test your will. You know, if you're doing track and field or football or anything you're doing where it's a lot of work, like, and then you realize I've gotten better because of all this work, and if I work harder, maybe I could be the starting quarterback. If I work harder, maybe, and that's a real factor for young kids. I think getting them into any sort of difficult physical endeavor whatever it is, competitive physical endeavors make you.
That's why I thought that show Dance Moms was good. That fat woman who screamed at those kids and demanded greatness and would make them cry. I think that was good. You never saw Dance Moms? It's a great show. This woman, Abby Miller, she screamed at these young kids, and one of them became JoJo Siwa, so it's not like there was any damage done. And, I think it's good. I like to see greatness demanded of children.
This lady put her.
Watch this one here.
You jump higher, you turn faster.
That's right.
You will sing. You're not just preparing for an competition every weekend. We're preparing for you to become stars in Los Angeles.
How does that bitch know how to be a star in Los Angeles? Look at her. She can't get a seat at Roscoe's.
By the way, I guarantee you should get a seat at Roscoe's.
That's the one place she can get.
If you saw her, you wouldn't sit her on Roscoe's. The first thing I would kick someone out for her at Roscoe's. But yeah, it is interesting that a lot of these kids now, they just look at, the followers and sure. How do you feel about your parent? Do you when the Jonathan Haidt book comes out, because we should get rid of phones for kids until they're 16. Does that make sense or not really?
No, because they alienate kids. Look at the world that they have to learn how to navigate. And if they don't learn how to navigate until they're 18, they're at a huge disadvantage. They got to understand that it's just people talking. But there's a lot of pressure. Like for young girls, it's the worst time because they're comparing themselves to all these other girls. You're seeing a rise in eating disorders, self-harm, suicidal ideation, and it's a lot of it is like they get depressed comparing their life to other people. Mm-hmm. And when you're young and you don't understand, you're 13, and you don't get how your mind works, and you're just sad every time you open up your Instagram app, and you don't look anything like these ladies who don't look anything like that either. Right. Which is really crazy. Right.
And your head is filled with all of this unhealthy thoughts.
I kind of got off social media for the most part. Real recently, over the last few days, I'm barely on it. Right. And I feel better. I feel way more normal. Right. Way more not constantly checking to see what's going on, what's happening in the world. Right. Instead, just fighting for that, but no company. They'll figure it. So I check in the morning, make sure there's no war going on, and then I go about my day, the whole day. And then maybe I check again in the afternoon, real quick. No, I'm not spending massive amounts of time anymore. No. And because of that, I feel better. I'm like, okay.
People that give up their phones always talk about that, that we hear birds and all this bullshit.
Well, you feel better. You feel like there's not this low hum of wondering what's going on in the world all the time. Wondering who's saying this, and why are they doing that, what's the new thing, what's this, what's that,
It is good to detach. It is interesting. Imagine if you just didn't even engage, didn't really look or didn't at all. Fast voice.
Way better for them.
So you think it would be miserable to just be happy somewhere?
Movie House doesn't even have a phone. Really? Doesn't have a phone, doesn't have email? No, when he showed up at the club, he just sort of showed up. It's a Movie House. Like, okay, let him in. Want to come and hang out. I was there.
Wow.
Find you, hang out with him. Yeah, he's smart. He doesn't. Bill Murray's the same way. Doesn't connect to him. He said, I had to get a phone because my kids text. So I text my kids, and that's it.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's so smart.
You don't want to.
You don't want to be connected. You gotta check out.
If you're a young comic,
you have to be connected because you have to build followers to get booked now, because these clubs are you gotta book people with followers. They're not necessarily looking at who's working harder, who's good. And I feel for a lot of younger people because they have to they have to have a social media presence early on, maybe even before they figured out what they want to say. Maybe, before they figured out how to say it the right way, they have to have this social media presence. I think people become, and it's a dopamine media, right, to do things. I get it. Their followers get rewarded, it's a whole system. But it also can take over your life.
100% take over your life. And you and I, well, me more so than you, grew up without it, and then it came on later in life. How old were you when you first got on that?
Dude, I had a BlackBerry. I was working in my early 20s with a BlackBerry. And that's very different than an iPhone.
Sure, that's emails.
It's emails. So we were getting emails from our manager at work going, you fucking losers, do something. Things like that.
Right.
Because we couldn't sell them.
But I remember seeing people with BlackBerries in the early days of tech. I'm like, man, that seems really addictive.
Yeah, because you have to take a shitty photo and send it to someone. You could email a photo. You would take a shit. The photos were like terrible quality.
Yeah.
But just the idea of like at your job, just sending someone an email photo was like hilarious. Like being out somewhere and taking a photo and emailing somebody like, fuck you, I'm not at work. That was like fun.
The thing was though that they couldn't escape the emails. The
Right.
emails, they were constantly checking. And I was like, oh, well, this is like super addictive. Like these guys that I worked with, those are the Blackbirds.
There was a New York realtor, Dolly Lights was like the top realtor in New York City. She did a BlackBerry commercial. She famously had like 8 Blackberries because she would just get all these contracts and stuff. She would like hand them out to her assistants and stuff. To respond to she would get over 700 emails a day at the height of her thing, selling all this real estate. So that was the first time I didn't have a smartphone in junior high or high school.
That's nice.
I had like a flip phone. People had Razor phones. I didn't even have that. I had like a Sprint LG or some bullshit. And then I got Blackberries, and I think my first iPhone was in my mid-20s.
Yeah, that's good.
I wasn't like connected like that.
It's good to connect from the time you're 6 years old.
And I mean, my godson is like 40 years old. He has an iPad. They just give him an iPad.
Yeah, they just sit in front of a pad, but they go to a restaurant, they just set it up in front of the kids.
They sit at it up, and he just sits there and does, I don't know what he's watching. I don't know what he's doing. No one knows either. They just, I don't know what he's found, you know? That's the other thing. You hope, like best case, he's playing some game, but
Look, the boys, they need to start jerking off.
interesting.
The moment they can find porn sites,
Right.
they tell the
Well, that's the other thing. Like, I feel like that's also damaged people's, like, damaged people's ability to, like,
no doubt,
go out and meet a woman.
100%. And that's why they're not meeting women. Like the number of incels is off the charts. The number of men that don't have sex at all is some crazy. It's like 50%.
And the porn is not even regular porn anymore. A lot of it's like hyper violent, sadistic, crazy porn. You know? That's what they say. People whose heads are going through glass levels. No, but that's what, like, when you have these articles that written about this, they say it's not only that they're watching porn, it's the type of porn. It's not like regular porn. It's like crazy shit, and it warps their fucking brain.
I heard the dumbest argument on Twitter the other day. Someone was saying that they should create CG child porn to protect real children from child porn.
You should probably search that person searches through.
It sounds like this is.
That's an interesting argument.
Yeah.
We should have AI child porn.
Well, I think that argument is like they've kind of
That's the sex doll argument, right? Didn't they have like that argument for like? Yeah. I feel like it's part of the same type of.
It's the same type of thinking. I think generally that argument is created by people who aren't pedophiles because they're trying to figure out, well, maybe this is a solution. Well, you're not.
Yeah. Also, like, I'll make some money with this kid sex doll company. What a weird way to make a fortune. What an odd way to make a fortune. I made a little bit of money. What'd you do? Don't worry.
The perfect 11-year-old boy.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. What'd you do? Bad kid sex doll. Anyway, have you been to the 4 Seasons in Cancun? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting to a point where the world is really scary, but also equally unbelievable and absurd. So you have it's funny, but it's also insane. And I think people are like, we don't know what's real anymore. These AI videos come out, and you don't know what's real and what's not. The deepfakes are getting better. That seems to be one of the biggest problems that no one talks about. It's like reality seems to be splintered.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, reality splintering, and then AI is about to take over our lives, and we're openly cheering it.
Right.
And the world will never be the same again once it does. And we're welcoming it.
Ironically, I think comedians seem to be somewhat in the safer group of people.
In what way? Oh,
In
as far as our jobs.
in the sense that like perspective seems like maybe one of the harder things for AI to grasp.
Well, it's also live performance is the last human stand.
Right.
You know, where you could go and see something. You could go see a guy actually play a guitar. You know, that's so much different, and that's a real human experience. Live sporting events, you know, like real things that are real. You know, that's going to be the hardest to be replaced by AI.
Yeah.
Because you can replace those on podcasts. You essentially can take my perspectives that I've shared over the past 2,000 plus episodes and run it through a large language model and use AI and have me have a podcast with basically anybody.
It's such a crazy library, man. It's like, I wonder what you did with it. So interesting. It's a great question. Sell it to China. What if after Spotify you go to China? Yeah, that's a great idea. I think it's actually a great idea if you just sit down and nothing's changing about the podcast. It's still going to be free.
It's just going to be a member.
It's owned by the Chinese government, but it's the same podcast as always been.
Don't worry about it.
The same show as always been.
You guys don't know the whole show.
Yeah. Your first guest is Jack Ma.
Tell me what happened with Alibaba.
No, I mean, it's crazy. It's a place I'd like to go. I've never been to China. I'd love to
Obvious
go.
cuts.
Yeah.
That would be the
Oh my God.
obvious cuts.
It would be
Remember
cut.
when someone talking?
Just an ad.
Just cuts.
Just an ad.
Yeah.
Just cut. No, it's the same podcast it's always been. It's now 37 minutes because China's taken out all the stuff they don't want. I'd love to go to China just to access websites and go, what can you really say?
Right.
That would be super fascinating to be in China going like, what are you allowed? What is blocked?
Do they use VPNs in China successfully? Is that possible?
Probably, right? They have to. Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know.
North Korea seems to block everything. Like certain countries can do a lot.
Yeah, they have their own internet, right? But you can only get on their internet.
I'm not sure, but that seems to make sense.
That's according to people that have been there. Yeah, they have their own internet. Like, just can you use a VPN in China to access the internet of the world? Let's search that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
You know.
Because so many people, I believe, are very limited with what they can access.
People in the world are very limited. Well, look at the UK. They're just arresting people for Facebook posts.
That's one of the crazier things in modern life, is that people are getting arrested over social media. And not really bad stuff. It's saying things that if someone finds
got
instructions
captions
on it. Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Yes, some VPNs work in China, but their effectiveness varies due to the country's strict internet censorship known as the Great Firewall. Chinese government actively blocks many VPN services, and only a few reliable ones consistently bypass restrictions. VPNs like ExpressVPN, NordVPN, Surfshark are often cited as effective, but they require specific configuration, e.g., obfuscated servers or protocols like OpenVPN to evade detection. Performance can be inconsistent with slowdowns or temporary blocks being heightened censorship during heightened censorship periods such as political events. China occasionally cracks down on VPN uses, targeting both the providers and individual users, though enforcement against foreigners is typically lenient, focusing on warnings rather than severe penalties. Using a VPN is technically illegal for excessive block content, but millions, including expats and locals, use them daily. Boy, that's a risky move.
I think they're banning this stuff in the UK because I don't think they want people to persist in this idea that that they have any ability to challenge this prevailing narrative, that any critique of immigration is inherently racist thing. And I think the people that are sponsoring this kind of odious thing, and it's because what they're doing is they're basically immiserating these people. They're making the quality of their life much worse. They're losing ground, and if they speak up about it, they're called, huge horrible names, and then they're arrested.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, and they don't understand why it's happening. They're not completely. They're very confused about why, a lot of these countries didn't take any Syrian refugees,
Right.
but Europe did, and Scandinavia did, the Netherlands did, and they're confused about that, and they're asking questions about why is that the case, and they're confused about why, when any disruption happens, and it's clearly the result of bringing in large numbers of people who are not familiar with the laws of the country, the culture of the country, When anything happens and they bring it up, they're again called a racist or an extremist, or they're arrested. So it's good. And then who's doing it, right? So you have the people, like the people clearly that are the government and these incredibly wealthy business interests that want people to work for a lot less money, and they want to destroy people's social bonds because I think they really do want people to eventually just accept this kind of totalitarian surveillance state. And the way to get them there is by breaking the spirit of these countries, by destroying any social bonds that people have, and destroying any economic power, and destroying the belief in the democratic process. And if they can do that, they can break people, they can get them to do anything they want.
Do you think they're doing this in preparation for AI?
I think they're doing it in preparation for not only technological advancements, I think they're doing it in preparation for more wars. I think they are doing it in preparation for a lot of things. I think they'll conscript a lot of these people into the military. I believe that. I believe they'll conscript a lot of these people into the military. I think they're looking at populations. I think they're looking at people not having children. I think they're saying, who's going to fight these wars? Who's going to do these really shitty jobs? And we're going to go build houses in bunkers and all of this stuff. We're going to fly private, and we're going to have our kids go to completely separate schools, and we're going to have our own water aquifer, so we have a compound. But why do you need all these low-wage people in your country that are illegal and don't have any powers? Anyone ask that question? It seems very obvious. They're going to conscript a lot of them into the military, and a lot of them are going to do shitty, horrible jobs, and they're going to use them as cannon fodder in wars that enrich lots of people. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I might be wrong, but if AI does become the governing factor of the world, which it probably will, it doesn't really make sense that you let humans with all the corruption and emotions govern things when you can let super intelligence.
Yeah, but then who's making that intelligence? That's the problem.
Exactly. But once you've already got people locked into compliance, you've already got people where they're terrified to protest against anything, immigration, whatever it is, then you're going to liberate a lot more.
There was a decision made because the populist Democrats during the 90s, which was like Bill Clinton, critical of immigration. Barack Obama, critical of immigration, deported a lot of people. Hillary Clinton. What started to happen, though, is there was a decision made that the world was going to kind of be a borderless place where countries were interchangeable and that nation states mattered a lot less than the financial architecture of local capital and where it could go. And you need work. And you need a government that is a world government, or the closest world, or the closest thing you can get to it, which is having the EU, right? And then having a government between the UK and the US that's pretty on the same page about everything. And then you have Israel and the Middle East, and then you have, all of these, disparate areas that we kind of control through economic needs, military needs, and stuff like that. And then you have outliers. You have China, Iran, Russia, whatever, people that haven't gotten the memo for whatever reason. I don't want to live in any of those places. That's the argument. They'll go, well, do you want to live in it? Shut up. What are we, idiots? I don't want to live in any of those places, but they didn't get the memo. So, and then in all of these countries, by the way, in Europe, in America, not so much Israel, they don't love the immigration, as we can see. They're kind of big on the borders. Israel, they like the borders. But in America and Europe and Scandinavia, all these countries, the populations were just told to accept massively high levels of immigration over a very short period of time. That's odd. That doesn't make any sense. And if you point that out, you're called a racist and extremist. And that's a very strange thing. What are you doing with all these people? You can't. The Biden administration brought in 10 million people over 4 years. What are they here for? There's not enough jobs for the people that are here. We have vast chasms of wealth and equality. We have AI, come in, we have automation. Come in, why would you bring in all of these people? What are you trying to do?
What do you think you're trying to do?
I think that exactly what I said. I think they need bodies that they can fodder. I think they need to break the idea of any social bonds that exist between people. You know, listen,
There's a little chaos.
they need a little chaos. I think you
Lots
bring,
more laws.
yeah, you bring in people, more surveillance, more dependence on the government. You get people out of the idea. You know, they got people out of the idea years ago that you can't really, it's very hard to have your own business now. They pretty much extinguished that in people's heads, even though there are people that still do it. Now I think they're going to start to take the home. You can own property. That you could drive a car. That you can do all of these things. They're going to extinguish that idea, and they're going to do that because why not control everything?
You all win most.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why not control it?
Yeah. Why would you let everybody just go run rampant and fuck up your business?
Yeah. So they're basically like, we're going to pacify these people. The conflicts seem inevitable, and we're going to have to fight these wars. The good news is, a lot of the people who are doing this, their children are now in standard contact. So if they're unable, if they're, I think some of them, I'm sure.
Have you seen any of them that are any good?
I haven't seen a ton. It's one of those things that you hear now more than ever. When you're talking to a young comic and they go, I'm hanging out with this person. I go, yeah, they go, and their dad was this. You go, really?
Yeah.
Just a curious thing. Obviously, anyone in the world should be able to do comedy as much as they want. But it's funny to me as somebody who just looked at these configurations, power and wealth. It's kind of interesting that a lot of these kids are like doing it. It's just fun.
Have you ever found any interesting from a really wealthy background that was good at stand-up?
No. I mean, not there. Yes. There are some of them, for sure. I've not met them. They probably don't like me, but yeah, they're around. And yes, very wealthy. But I'm talking about like weird, kind of interesting levels of wealth and power. That's interesting. That's super interesting to me. But so the good news is if they can't get this done soon, their kids won't, because their kids will be at fucking side splitters in Tampa.
Or they'll be podcasting.
They'll
They'll get together, become an influencer.
Isn't it funny how much they now focus really on podcasters, but they more with all the things, all the people that we're talking about, they don't report on any of those. No. There's 10 million articles about
Theo Vaughn having tennis over time.
right, but there's no articles about like, again, people that seem to be running and owning all of our resources. Right? You think someone would write about the people that own a lot of the resources on the planet we live?
Listen, that's complicated.
Yeah.
Did you see that crazy thing the government talked about yesterday? They had a press conference where they said that we can manipulate time and space.
No.
Did you see that, Jamie?
I didn't see that.
Really weird.
You know,
Right? Really
that got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
The manipulation of time and space.
See if we can find it, Jamie, because it's really kooky. It's really kooky. Can you? I don't know what he was saying. Play it. Play it so we can hear him say it.
I don't think you guys said it was written on a website.
But did he say it in that speech?
I don't know.
No, it's the guy above you right there.
I know.
Trust it.
This is
You don't think so?
at first.
Okay, let that play out. I'm pretty sure.
Secret CIA files claim the Ark of the Covenant was found.
What?
There's a lot going
We'll
on.
look at that next.
There's certainly a lot going on. It's a big week.
Regulatory regime in the 1970s became an ever-tightening ratchet, first hampering America's ability to become a net energy exporter, and then making it harder and harder to build. We seem to have lost focus and vision. We've lowered our sights and let systems and structures and bureaucracies muddle us along. But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, causing us to grow and improve.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But you know what?
Does that saying like,
Manipulate time and space. I don't think that's what he's saying.
no, I think he's saying like that you're able to do things
Instantaneously.
instantaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah, instantly.
Yeah, I think people are reading into that too much.
Yeah, I don't think he's time machines.
No, but
Do you believe that time machines had ever at any point worked?
no, I do. No, I do not think that anyone is currently in possession of a time machine, but I do think they're in possession of some sort of a gravity drive.
Now, what is gravity drive?
I think during the 1940s they started working on this stuff. In the 1950s, there was papers written about it that they were working on gravity propulsion systems. They were working on something that harnesses, what do they call it, background energy? I forget what the idea is. I actually had a conversation with Hal Putoff about this, who's a legitimate scientist who worked for NASA with the UFO program. And he believes that they're capable of developing some sort of a warp drive. And there was something written about this. There's some breakthrough about warp drives recently, right? We talked about this. I think they have something. I think that's what a lot of these people are seeing when they're seeing these transmedium crafts that are going through the air at high rates of speed, going into the water, not losing any speed, coming out of the water, not making any splashes. I think it creates a gravity distortion around whatever these things are that allows it to move in a way that's very different than any other propulsion system that we are currently aware of. And I think the government has been probably secretly working on this stuff for decades. That's what I think. I could 100% be wrong.
But that's the DARPA angle of like having a really underground, weapon system, interesting technologies.
Yeah, and space travel. And, ideally they would be able to use this to mine asteroids, have something instantaneously port to an asteroid, scoop up rare earth minerals and expensive things that they need on Earth, shoot it back to Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. So I the people who work in that type of arena are just layers above top secret, levels above top secret.
Exactly.
They barely exist.
This guy was telling me that in 2015 they had landed something on an asteroid, extracted something from that asteroid, and then have that thing leave the asteroid and return to Earth, and then pinpointed the location where it was going to crash land within 1 mile. And that somehow or another they figured this out a decade ago, and then we don't know about it, but there's footage of this stuff, and that they've been able to achieve this, and that there's what you hear and what you see on television and what they're actually capable of. And because of national security interests, because fill in the blank, or misallocation of funds in order to acquire this technology, which is 100% what they're all talking about.
Right.
Jamie and I, what was that documentary you saw?
Not released yet. It was Sunrise.
We saw it at South by Southwest. This documentary was all about that subject, and it's all about how there's a lot of issues because these people have all misappropriated funds, so they've lied to Congress. So, and then on top of that, if you do have this sort of a program and it is based on back engineering UFOs that have crashed, who gets that? Well, it's probably a weapons manufacturing company. So if it's a weapons manufacturing company, which company gets access to that, and the other ones can sue? Why not? That's a huge competitive advantage to have fucking alien technology. You can.
Do these things not land in China?
Age of Disclosure is the unprecedented revelatory documentary featuring 34 senior members of the U.S. government, military, and intelligence community reveals that an 8-year-old cover-up the existence of non-human intelligent life and a secret war amongst major nations to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin. See, I don't even know if that part is true. I don't know.
Who is the most credible person you've had on this show over the years who has talked the most convincingly? Was it Bob Lazar about?
Bob Lazar is one of them, but he's, technically speaking, you can kind of discredit a lot of the stuff he said. Jacques Vallée is probably the most reasonable, and he's the guy that they patterned that French scientist, Close Encounters of the Third Kind on. And he's been studying this since the 60s. Who believes? Yeah, he believes. He thinks most of it is people misunderstanding what they're looking at, people seeing, or some sort of a test vehicle.
Does he have any theory on where these crafts are coming from, or is that just completely beyond the scope of it?
They do theorize. They theorize that these things have always been here. And possibly interdimensional travelers. That it's not as simple as they're coming from another planet.
Right.
They might be coming from a whole other reality. And then they might have shaped over that this might be a farm. this might be a giant ant farm. Yeah, this might be also how intelligent life gets sort of seeded throughout the universe. And this would also explain why we're so different from every other animal on this planet.
Right.
We're so it's not like there's a competition. We're
So
eons.
advanced.
We're eons ahead. And yet we carry the same we didn't evolve socially the way we evolved technologically. We still have tribal notions and we're still territorial. We still act like animals.
So what always weirded me out or interested me is like the aliens. They're still they're if you believe in these things, they're testing us all the time. And is that because they're curious? Is that because they don't know?
But the thing is going to get tracked. Something's going on now. I mean, you do that if you're collecting samples of bugs in other countries. Right? They go there and they do what we would do. I mean, if you're from another planet and you want to visit humans, we talked about this yesterday. Like, if you could find a planet where cave people were, would you go? Oh yeah, they're just starting to figure out how to make stone spear tips. Of course, people would go.
It is interesting thinking of the planet as a farm.
Yeah. But that's one of the things that Bob Lazar said. There was a big folder that he found when he was working at Area 51 Site 4, where supposedly they're back engineering that thing. So they had a large folder that was just on religion. And he said essentially they view this as containers. That human beings were containers. And that religion and all these things were created in order to protect the container. And that the way to keep people from doing things that are ethical, unethical, and moral, and horrendous is to try to instill as much religious, ethical structure as possible.
And a container, what are we carrying that's important? Is it DNA? Is it cell?
Well, you could say the soul, right? Let's say a container of souls. But if you want to be more cynical, you would say, well, what creates artificial life? The human's curiosity and innovation, the lust for innovation, and also materialism. Because if you're keeping up with the Joneses, you want newer and better stuff all the time, so that fuels economic growth, that fuels technological growth. You just want the newest stuff. Like these TVs, they don't need TV. It looks great. You watch Super Bowl, it's so clear. Why are they making better TVs every year? Well, because we demand them. I want the better one. But my computer has the same chip as last year. Fuck out of here. I want the new one. And everybody wants the new phone.
There's no reason to get a new phone anymore. They all do the same thing.
I have an iPhone 11. One of my phones is an iPhone 11. I've purposely not switched it just to see what it's like to use an iPhone 11, see if I notice anything different. I notice nothing different. Zero, especially when it's on Wi-Fi. It's the same thing. It's the same. YouTube looks the same on it. Everything's the same on it. Yeah, it doesn't get as bright as the new ones. That's it.
Did Jockful or any of these people ever speculate about, is there an end game? If a planet's a farm, is there an end game? Eventually, for example, if we're running experiments on anything, eventually we go, okay, we got it. We either figured it out, or we end the experiment, or COVID hits. But at a certain point, is there has there been any theorizing as to like what the end game is, or is it just curiosity for them?
I think the end game is artificial intelligence, right? Because that's what we're really doing. And the one big thing that's going to change the world way more than any other technology is artificial intelligence,
right?
Especially when it's attached to quantum computing. So if you have human beings that are constantly searching, constantly traveling, looking to their roamers, they want new resources, new things, they want new innovation, and all these new innovations have allowed them to succeed over their rivals, and then they continue this trend technologically, and then they acquired great wealth and power and all these things. What are they doing? They're making better technology. Well, ultimately, what does that mean? Ultimately means they make a better life for them. And maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just make it cool.
We're just here trying to make the best version of it now.
Right, and that's probably what the whole universe is filled with. All biological life eventually probably gets to a point where if it's intelligent enough, it starts making synthetic life.
And then once you have synthetic life, what then becomes the point?
That's a good question.
See, that's
Genetic life might be God. That might be how the universe got made in the first place. It might be what came first, the chicken or the egg.
so once we get there,
It's not even we anymore. It's
Right.
it. Once it is born, and once it has,
is that a way for God to keep replicating itself?
I mean, it might be how Jesus comes back. You know, like this a lot of these stories, these biblical stories, you have to say, like, what were they saying? What were they trying to say? Like, what was the real event that they were recording? They passed these stories down. They're so significant for thousands of years, or like over 1,000 years of just oral history, and then thousands of years of language. What are they trying to say? You know, and what is this omnipotent force that controls everything in the universe, and that it wants us to follow certain rules and to obey, and it wants us to love it and cherish it. And if you do, genuinely seem to have a better life. Like people that legitimately follow Christianity, this is legitimately happy. So it gives you an incentive to follow it, and then you continue to keep society rolling to the point where this happens. And I think it happens inside of our lifetime. I'm sure of it. We don't blow ourselves up.
And then we get to this point, and it's interesting. I totally get it. And then once we get to the point of irrelevance, and now we have AI that becomes God, then what does God do? Turns us into dodo birds. We're gone. We're out.
Yeah, I think we stop breeding anyway. It's probably they don't even have to destroy us. Our endocrine systems are all getting destroyed slowly. We're well aware of that. So because of technology, we were able to invent plastics. Because of plastics are slowly destroying our endocrine system because of the ubiquitous use of vaccines and all these aluminums and mercuries and heavy metals and then herbicides and pesticides and pollutants. Our bodies are getting slowly weakened, and our endocrine systems are getting less and less viable. There's more miscarriages than ever. There's less people are giving birth than ever. Sperm counts are lower than ever. It's like moving, and then we're all obsessed with changing genders, right? So we're all obsessed with being non-binary and this and that, and we're slowly moving away from biological imperative breeding, right? And then you have in vitro fertilization, and then you have artificial wombs, and you have life that they're creating literally in a laboratory, unique forms of life. And then you have artificial intelligence to be able to do that whenever it wants to. And then you're going to get to the point where when it becomes viable, the beings have already entered into population collapse. And then you bring in robot sex dolls, and then you just jerk them off while they have VR headsets on, and no more kids.
And then AI eventually says, fuck it, let's get rid of these
They don't
containers.
have to get rid of them. They don't even have to get rid of them. They just exist.
They'll just die
They have
out.
full power.
So then you have these AI machines.
We'll be like those fucking people in the Amazon that are shooting bows and arrows at helicopters.
With these AI machines just running the entire world.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way to stop it.
And then we're just running around.
For sure. That's what China's preparing for.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And they're developing factories that are bigger than San Francisco. See that they have an EV factory that's larger than San Francisco.
Who's going to drive the EVs?
They are.
People for a little bit.
Yeah, but it's also to fuel consumerism.
Of course.
Which fuels innovation, which fuels
Everything.
Yeah, the birth.
And this is what a lot of these people that have looked into this have theorized that this is. So it's funny because it is just a parallel reality that we're not plugged into.
It's also, I always say this, if you were from another planet and you looked at us, like, what is this one apex species doing? What's making better stuff? Right. The number one thing it does, above everything, above war, murder, all the crime, the number one thing it does is make better stuff. That's what it produces. Constantly, consistently better stuff. Never happy with what it has. And it does it at a staggering rate. Whereas, like, it's even a question that your phone from my iPhone 11 from a few years back is like, is that still good? Like, it's a question for us. For 5 years, that's crazy. It was done for 5 years. It was perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. Right? It's the same technology. Imagine a factory larger than San Francisco is happening in China's BYD's Zhengzhou branch, which will be 10 times larger than Tesla's Gigafactory in Nevada. crazy stuff, dude. It's crazy. It's going to be a factory that's bigger than the
It's a really interesting time to be alive.
It's great,
You know?
but I don't think anybody knows what the final chapter of this book is going to be. I don't think anybody. I think these people that are like accelerating towards this
They don't know.
technological supremacy.
And all the people that are theorizing.
Yeah. And then do we get visited when that happens? When AI becomes sentient and where our job is done, do we then get visited by the Galactic Empire?
I would hate if it all came down to just AI doing stand-up comedy. If they all decided to do stand-up comedy. What if AI decided to do podcasts? It's just a bunch of hyper, fucking, brilliant machines talking to each other. Maybe that's the way the world just ends, with like artificial intelligence just blabbing.
I don't think the world ends. I think we end.
Right.
And I think that would be a terrifying thought to Australopithecus. We told Australopithecus that one day you're going to be in a self-driving Tesla and you're not going to move your spears. What?
Right.
You'd be terrified. But how am I going to get to Buffalo?
Yeah.
Like, how am I going to eat? How am I going to feed my children raw meat? He was like, no, you guys are going to have fire and you're going to be able to turn on a switch. Instead of like rubbing sticks together for half an hour, you're just going to be able to turn on a switch and the fire's going to be insulated. You're going to have this thing.
Yeah.
Imagine if I brought this to a cave person. Check it out, bro. You need a fire? It's on the outdoor. It's crazy. That's technology. Right. If you show a cell phone to someone from the 14th century, they burn you at the stake. You're a wizard. Right. Yeah, and it's all moving in this very weird direction that no one can predict because it's exponential. It's so staggering how much technological innovation they have. Just with quantum. I've got someone coming out soon that's going to supposedly explain that to me. But what are you even saying? Right. It's operating in the multiverse. It's accessing infinite universes.
Who explains that type of stuff? Like, is it a scientist?
You have to get someone who's actually working in the field.
Okay.
Because even a regular scientist is just going to give you theoretical shit. You got to get someone who's actually working on quantum computing systems and can explain how it works and why it's able to crack calculations that would take. Mark Andreessen said it best. This has already happened. They have taken calculations that if you turn the entire universe, every atom in the universe, into a supercomputer, the universe would die of heat death before it can solve this equation. And these quantum computers that already exist, that we've already done, can solve it in a matter of minutes. And they don't know how it's doing that. And so they think it's doing that by accessing the multiverse. They think it's proof of the multiverse. But again, this is just like the sound of gay guys falling off a roof. It's like so far away. Yeah. It's so weird. It's like, is that really happening?
Right.
Like, what's going on over there? What are they doing over there? It's almost like it's almost abstract. Like, what you hear someone say that they can currently solve equations that like, is it real?
Right.
When is to you and I, it's like we don't understand the technology at all. We don't understand all the steps that have been put place, all the work that's been done to get the technology to this point. These chips are like the size of this fucking mint tin. Yeah. That's how big they are. And then they're surrounded by these super cooling units. Right. And that's like it has to be cooled at this insane temperature. Cooler than deep space in order for it to even function.
It's unreal.
Fucking nuts. That's real, and that's happening right now.
So God only knows what's coming.
Yeah, they're already building nuclear reactors just to power AI plants. Right. Multiple nuclear reactors just to power AI plants because the amount of electricity that's going to be required is tremendous. Tremendous. And they're just all on this wild scramble between us and China to try to get there first.
It's such a strange thing that we know it's coming, but we can't. The pace of it is going to be.
There's no way to figure it out. Like when Wilbur and Orville Wright flew that stupid fucking shitty airplane, who would imagine that 50 years later someone would drop a nuclear bomb out of one of those, right? You think they had a chance, man? No propeller planes, right? With an old Legay, was that a propeller plane? Yeah. Right? Dropping the most sophisticated of weapons. Yeah. no one knows what's going to happen when a new invention happens, and then everyone builds on that invention. No one would have ever imagined hypersonic jets back when they Wilbur and Orville were floating around that stupid fucking wooden thing they invented. Right? And so no one understands like what's the 50-year quantum computing thing. If it's 50 years from making the airplane to dropping a bomb out of it, how many years is it from quantum computing to God? How many years is it till this thing starts making better versions of itself to the point where it literally can manipulate everything in the universe at will? It can create new universes.
It's unbelievable to think about it. It's almost beyond the grasp of our mind to consider. It is fully, and it's terrifying.
Do you know those stupid cars that people used to drive around with? Like 1823, what's that? Or of course. Drive around those stupid cars, and now they have electric cars like a Tesla that can go 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. Right. Nobody saw this shit come Waymo's when they saw Waymo's when they saw Model T, but yet they're all here. Right. And but no one knows where this is going. It's all just speculation and guessing, and I would imagine that even the most creative minds are not going to be able to see where this is going.
No. It's insane.
And we're living through it. And most people, unlike you and I, that like have to talk about shit constantly, most people probably aren't even paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, why would you? It's almost pointless.
Yeah. Why would you? You gotta work. You gotta, your kid needs hormone therapy.
1,000%. So it's like we create AI, AI creates quantum computing creates God, God creates the Jews.
It's all real wild. And in the middle, we're fighting over stupid shit. Like who believes in this religion, who that religion, Sunnis and Shiites.
And people are watching Love on the Spectrum, which is why we're number 8 on Netflix's top 10. We should be higher, but they're watching Love on the Spectrum, which I get it. It's a feel-good show.
Well, hopefully after this podcast,
that's very sweet.
And you filmed the special.
Yeah, the mothership. And everybody loves it, and it's great. I mean, a lot of people love it. Most people love it. Of course, there's enough of this fat, low, hard comments, but the vast majority of people enjoy it, which is important. And the show, and the you saved it. We knew you saved it. Well, the first one was very bad, and the
producers are making this
horrible mistakes
that they always make. They want to light up the room. Yeah. And they want to do things very differently than a normal show.
Yeah.
That looks just like a regular
That's a comedy show. It's not
I
don't know what the hell they were doing with their lights.
They always do it. They try to do it with me when I first started doing specials. They want to light the room up. It just makes everybody uncomfortable. They all feel self-conscious. They all know it's different. There's a reason why comedy clubs are dark.
It's super funny. It's super funny to do a show. I've done so many shows there. They're all really, really good. And then you get the cameras and then the first one I go, what the fuck is that? It would be one thing if I was in like Portland, Maine, at like a liberal college.
Right.
I'd go, okay, well maybe these kids don't like me or something.
And I think maybe it was still good. It was just tense. It was tense. You could feel that people were well aware that we were filming. And they were like not in it. Yeah. They were watching it. And then thank God they listened to me. It's like right away I was like, okay, who's running this? Yeah. Get these fucking lights off all the tables. We say put all these lights on the side, kill those. Yeah. Let me see it now. No, too bright. Kill that. Why is that light there? Kill that. Kill all these lights. Yeah.
Thank God.
But look, it's important. People need. I appreciate it. Get love. People need TikTok.
Stop with this Love on the Spectrum. We get it.
Yeah.
They're happy as they should be. But RFK,
what did you want to call it that they wouldn't let you?
My son's pussy. Yeah.
I don't understand why they said no to that.
There was negative feedback.
You're gonna get negative feedback.
They also didn't know that the Kevin Spacey promo until the day it came out.
I think my son's pussy would have made it number 1.
I think my son's pussy would have been a great, but it would have been number 1 out of the gate.
Out of the gate.
Oh,
I'm clicking on this.
That's right.
What is he saying?
That's right. Fuck you, Lonesome Canyon. Soap opera.
This place has almost too much content. I think I love Netflix. Don't get me wrong, and I think the UFC might be going to Netflix. So wild. Yeah, because Netflix is international. It's everywhere. It's everything. I was in Italy and on vacation, and I tried to access a UFC fight through my ESPN app. It's not available in this area. So what are these people watching? Right. Can't watch the fights.
No, I mean they've won the stream. Whatever the streaming war was, they won.
They won.
Yeah, they did it. They did it.
YouTube as well.
Well, YouTube's number one. Yeah, globally is the biggest media company.
Yeah, the UFC probably talk to YouTube as well. I just think there's a thing about subscription model versus free, and, ads, and the generating income. I mean, you talk about billion-dollar corporations. Yeah, it's not that simple. For sure. But no, they were super cool. They didn't give any notes. That's awesome. No, that's what you want. Netflix is fucking great. They're the best. And I think they learned a big lesson during the wokeness era, like when things got dark and there was the Inquisition. It got real weird, and they were putting out a lot of stuff that was just hot garbage because they thought that this was like what culture wanted and society wanted, but the numbers didn't work. And then they did the Tom Brady roast, and the numbers were the highest that they've ever had of any show ever on Netflix. Yeah, and they're like, okay, we get it. And then they did a lot of the live comedy shows when they couldn't control it. Mind Live. Yeah, that was. They got fucked up.
And they defend Chappelle and all these things. They understand comedy. They like it. Tex Rabbit's a fan of it. So I think that's good. I think that's a really good thing that you have a platform that has that much power. And Tex Rabbit is he's awesome. I think that there's people that really understand that that you need to have funny jokes. You need to have people book things that people don't love and things that people like, and give people the Meghan Markle show. Give them my dumb thing. Let people choose. Put me and Meghan Markle in the thing. Make us work together. Yeah. It's fun. Put me in a kitchen. This is camping. This is the direction. You two. This is the direction. Put her on kilter. This is the direction. You two. It's a collision.
What are those little silver things called that people trailers?
I don't know, but I think we should go to space. Have Bezos do it.
Airstreamers. Yeah. You and her are Airstream.
Or even better, we're going to space. Me and her.
That's only 11 minutes.
Oh, that's all it's going to work.
I want to see your future go back and think how profoundly changed you were. Yeah. Bro, did you heal?
Yeah, no, not at all.
I help you heal.
I'm worse.
Everybody wants to heal. No, well,
I think it's so.
What are you healing from?
That's being rich. What's your disease? Extreme wealth. These people
wading across the Rio Grande with a butthole full of fentanyl.
That's try it.
They found some lady the other day that had she had heroin and cocaine and fentanyl stuffed in all the body cavities. The car coming through. And that lady's not trying to go.
No.
She's trying to make $13.
That's tough. Heroin and cocaine and fentanyl.
Like all of these. She had it in her anus and her vagina.
In all of your body.
It's tightly wrapped. There they are, little eggs. What does it say at the top? CBP officer intercept woman transporting drugs in multiple internal cavities. That's so funny. 33 years old. The drugs are hidden in the rectum and vagina of a 33-year-old female U.S. citizen pedestrian reported crossroad. Smuggling case was not an isolated incident. Over the weekend, CBP officers working at PDN and the Setla crossing stopped a total of 9 internal carriers who were transporting fentanyl and methamphetamine from Mexico to the U.S. Internal carriers is a fun way to talk about it. It's like uterus holders.
Well, hey, what did you say? They call this containers?
Yeah.
I mean, she's doing it.
Wow. Exceptionally dangerous practice. Anyone thinking about smuggling drugs inside their body or at all should strongly reconsider their choices. Oh, do you think these people have choices? These people are dying. They're starving to death.
Strongly reconsider their choices.
They just need better counseling.
That's right. That's right.
And they need to heal. They need to get in space.
Well, show that woman.
Show that woman in jail. Yeah. Throw her in space.
Show that woman. Katy Perry.
Her and Amy Schumer up there.
I'll do it. Me, Amy Schumer, Meghan Markle in space. That's a show. That's an 11-minute show.
Meghan King.
I would absolutely do it. All of us together. Why not?
I'd watch that.
Of course.
I'd watch that. And
yes,
I call it my son's pussy, then justice will be served.
Absolutely. Do you do a big Easter thing?
What do you mean?
Just, I don't know. Is it a big deal like
Oh, my family?
eggs? Yeah.
Well, kids are in high school now. All
Yeah,
school's
right.
different.
Right.
You know,
You're not dying.
there's money in those plastic.
Yeah, that's right. Nobody cares anymore.
Yeah.
There's no magical house. Yeah, I remember that's the thing. When you get older, it's just money. It's just money. Just
But
take
once the kids realize that there's no magic person that's delivering,
then it's all bullshit. Just give me money. Yeah.
it's like, oh, it's my parents. Because otherwise they would say, that's weird. Santa's so much nicer than me than he is to those poor people.
Of course.
I guess I've chosen.
Of course.
That's a weird thing to say to kids.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got everything on the list. But the kid that gets bussed in from the bad neighborhoods, you got nothing.
Yeah. That's true. That's a good point. But, you know, kids go, Santa's fickle. Santa likes what he likes. He likes the suburbs. Santa likes landing his sled in the burbs. He feels better about it. And, you know, yeah, and he doesn't even talk to me. No, he's not. He knows. He knows. He does his thing.
But yeah, they're the chosen people. Why don't we get Santa Claus?
But they have other things.
Yeah, but the other thing, like, it wasn't really supposed to be a bunch of gifts until the Christians started getting all the Santa Claus gifts, and the Jewish kids go, what the fuck is going on, Mom?
And some of them cheat. Some of them do a little Christmas too. Some of them have a treat. Some of them do a little Christmas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Some of them do. Hopefully they do this peace in the Middle East. Hopefully. They keep talking about all this, you know, these deals they're all making. Hopefully that the Hamas and Israel, whatever it is, they get, you know, because.
Well, that's one thing that Trump said.
If I get in there 24 hours a week. Yeah, no, that's a tough one. 24 is tough. That's tough. But hopefully they figure it out because it is, it's unfortunate. That's fucking creepy. If the human toll is unreal, and, you know, it's crazy.
Some lady just died. She was the protagonist in some documentary, and she just got blown up.
There is an argument to be made that level of devastation, death, is worse than you talking to someone on the podcast. Allegedly. There is an argument to be made. It's probably not a good one, but there is an argument.
Just talking.
There is an argument to be made that, you know, starvation and stuff like that, people dying, is worse than a podcast. Believe me. I wouldn't make it before you say that. Have you been there? Right, that's a good point. Have you even? You haven't been? By the way, how is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? By the way, how are you allowed to just go to wars? Is that you should just go to see it going. Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want me to say about the war? Can I go to the wars and have my own opinion? Or do I have to have the opinions?
Not if you want to go back.
That's right. That's right. It's very interesting. This war tourism. How do I get on this war tourism? I'd like to go to Ukraine. I want to go. I want to go to all this war tourism.
Do you have any awards that can melt down and get bullets out?
Joe, think about this. Do I seem like a guy that has a lot of awards?
Didn't you get one of those YouTube plaques when you hit 100,000?
I don't even know where they said that. I don't know where they're said those YouTube plaques. But I like this idea of war tourism. I like the idea of going to a war and then coming back, having a very black and white view. I get it, and I know, and interesting. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Well, of course, and there's a lot of people. It gets very murky. Most people I know that have been to war have a very, very murky, complex view of things. But it is good to go to war and then come back and be as sure as you were before you came.
You don't have to go very long.
No, you go for an hour.
Couple hours.
It's a lunch.
Yeah.
It's lunch on the front
flak jacket that says press.
Tea on the front lines, and then you come back and you have all the junk. Yeah.
And if you're on the right side,
Right.
don't get shot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, there doesn't seem to be a ton of danger for a lot of these people going to these wars. They seem fine.
If you cross that line,
Yeah.
you have a bucket of food with you.
Yeah.
They might let you up.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go. I'll go to any war and anything you want. So if you want to pay for me to go to a war, I will come back and I go. I saw the Houthis. They're terrifying. They are terrifying. Any war you want. And by the way, any country, if China wants me to, I'm doing it. I'm going to Moscow. I would love to go to Moscow. And I said to my friend, Anna Hoshkin from the Red Scare podcast, I said, should I go to Russia? She goes, You were spiritually Russian, and the maybe you won't live. She says the oligarch lifestyle might be for you.
Are you
This
serious?
one's here we are.
Yeah.
With flip-flops, fish. She goes, it might smoking a cigarette on a yacht. She goes, it might be for you. Listening to people's moral justifications for all kinds of things. You know, like, well, I look at it.
Yeah. What else you did?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What happened to all those yachts that got confiscated?
I don't know. It's a great question. I bet I probably it's some high-level version of like a police auto auction, right?
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly. Like if
The cops are the ones who sailed to the war. I don't know.
yeah, when they raid drug dealers' houses and get those Maseratis, you could buy that Maserati online.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what those yachts are. It's a great question. What happens to those yachts? Those very luxurious. That was the first problem I had. Obviously, it's a tragedy, the whole Ukraine war. But I thought, frankly, going around and taking these oligarchs' boats, I was against that. Was you work hard for a boat like that?
Also, how do you know how much they had involved in the Russian government's decision?
They probably had nothing. A lot of them had nothing to do. They just earned money in Russia. They're like, all right, we're going to sanction everybody. We're going to confiscate everything. And it's like, okay.
But do you think that it was done so that they could make some sort of a rebellion amongst the oligarchs against Putin? Like show them that they didn't hurt?
It could be. I think that there was a decision made at some point to not try to end this. They did not. I don't think they wanted to end this quickly. There was a decision made to leave the Russian military and isolate Russia and try to use this as a way to drain the power and resources of Russia.
And you think that by capturing these yachts, it creates like internal turmoil?
It's not only internal turmoil, but you're now limiting, the ability of these incredibly wealthy people to earn money in countries. You're destroying economic realities and then you're saying to these people, okay, go figure it out. That's what they said in Russia, but they did, right? They got closer to China, they got closer to Brazil, they traded with India. They started an industrial economy. They started producing their own, munitions and things like that. So they were able to kind of start to really build out this middle class. This was the worst. I think it's the worst thing. If you don't want a country to keep invading other countries, you certainly wouldn't put them in the position to be stronger while they're doing it.
Yeah, it's all very weird too. Like the killing of that pipeline. Yeah, like aren't more people reliant now on Russian energy because of that?
All of this seems to have had the opposite effect.
Yeah.
All of it seems to have had the opposite from intended effect. It seems just crazy that it's going on so long.
I was reading this thing about the amount of money foreign countries that have captured these yachts have to pay to maintain them. Why do they have to maintain them? What do you understand?
Well, because if you let it go, then you can't sell it, and you can't use that money.
Right. So they're definitely selling.
That's what Mom says. The money from home would have gone to Ukraine.
Okay, so seizure has watched and ramped up sanction enforcement against people close to the Russian president, pressuring Moscow to halt its war against Ukraine. So how many more?
Got sanctioned because the guy apparently paid $1 million to keep it maintained, and they caught him doing that. So now he lost his boat.
I mean, this is insane.
Jesus Christ.
You should
He
give that.
violated U.S. sanctions by making more than $1 million in maintenance payments.
We should have a day where if the Russian-Ukraine war is ended, we give all the oligarchs back their boats and they do like a regatta, like a thing where they all with their boats down in Florida or Palm Beach. They all just are reunited with their boats.
I mean, these beautiful yachts cost $7 million a year to maintain.
That one was then being held in Fiji, so the U.S. took it over because Fiji couldn't afford it here.
It's a money pit.
How much can you get it for?
Well, that's the question.
$300 million.
That's tough. Listen, It's a tough one.
Maybe if this YouTube thing really takes off.
It's a tough one.
Whoa! It said it's been excessive, justifying an auction. He also said talks to have, I'd say his name, Kudamatov pay for the yacht's upkeep have broken down. Prosecutor. Yeah, why would you pay for the upkeep when you're going to fucking steal it from an inlet? Prosecutors say in previous court filings that Kudamatov is acting as the Almeida's straw owner to disguise Kurmanov's rule, and that maintenance payments are essential to preserving the yacht's value.
Me and Sam Talent walked around Monaco. We were performing in the UK. And we took a little break to Monaco. And they said the guy who owns yachts in Monaco, he said, who owns these yachts? And he goes, well, if you look up online the names of these yachts, you can trace them back to businesses. And you trace that business back to a person. And I said, so that person owns the yacht? He goes, no, we'll never find out who owns this yacht. He goes, no, there's absolutely. He goes, good luck with that. Yeah. He goes, it's very hard to find out who owns the yachts. He goes, even if you think you know, you may not know, or it might be more complicated than you think. There it is. There's Monaco. They like the super yacht. I mean, it's just such an interesting, just a haven of international crime. Just something fun about it.
That's what's crazy. Is like these are all $300 million houses that are wheels.
This is a haven
underwater.
Yeah, this is a haven of international criminality.
Look how close they parked it to.
No income tax, no property tax. Fun.
Yeah, Monaco's fascinating. The amount of wealth that I saw when I was there, it's crazy. The amount of like expensive cars that were everywhere. People were just driving them around like it was a car show. Like everywhere, all over the street was Ferraris and Lamborghinis, G-Wagons,
Unreal.
S-Classes. So everywhere you look, there's Bentleys.
Well, those are the people we're talking about. Those are the people who are like, we're living here, you ain't, and you'll deal with it. It's a spot. People like it like that. They keep it nice like that.
You're going to tap on the window if you want to go in the store.
That might be where I do my podcast from eventually.
You might have to. It's kind of not a kind of video place. It's flared where it doesn't get censored.
It's flared. Just live on a tiny boat, like a tugboat.
It's not big. It would have been really rough if Colin had that. They would have clamped out. And and everybody like us. I think.
It would have been a fun jail, though.
I don't know. Or in jail.
But if all the tech people would have magically became Democrats,
maps. You can just see a couple of these are just gigantic.
Wow. Yeah. By the way, you know what's funny? The regular ones are also massively big.
But
that's how the
regular ones are really jealous of the guy with the That's crazy. They're all keeping up with the Joneses, and they're all fueling AI to take over.
Yeah.
Well, I think we figured it all out.
You did. I appreciate you always having me here to figure it out. I appreciate it.
Always being here.
Of course.
Anytime.
Thank you, brother.
My pleasure. I'm Your Mother.
On Netflix.
On Netflix now. It's awesome. Do the best.
Thank you
very much.
Appreciate
you. All right. Bye,
Good job. Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So I'm just looking at this. It's cute. Fucking chill with a stupid haircut.
What?
Hilarious, dude.
One of the best. One of the best.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And Ken Bevan. Oh, all the time.
new stuff. That guy puts me on my ass. Because I always, we've been best friends for the last 12 years, so I've been watching this whole time. And since we met, him and Brian Simpson, they put you to work.
Yeah, that's important because if your friends are slacking, you're like, I can slack off too.
Yeah, or you feel like, oh, man, I'm better than my friends. But when your friends are like, every time I see him, I'm like, dude, I saw you yesterday. You have 2 new bits. Like, and they're good?
Yeah.
How the fuck?
But one of his bits is his fucking hair.
It's Hitchcock fucking keeps it going. Like, keep it going. He's toxic. And I told you, he's getting mad pussy with the hair. Oh, he's single. No, you're right.
Hey, Jim. Really? I heard we were having a wonderful.
Nothing funnier than when friends pull you aside playing about a girl that's like putting the cuffs on them.
It's the best.
Why don't you do this? Why would you? I heard the haircut. Why don't you cut your hair better so you don't get wet?
You take comedy serious, you don't take me serious.
Oh,
man. Look how smooth he looks, though. He looks dressed nice.
He's headlining the words. Right?
Yeah, we're doing next week, next Thursday. Oh, next Thursday. Yeah, we're doing that. And then we're doing the belly room, too. Headline the belly room next night.
Nice. Fucking La Jolla's one of the best rooms in the world.
Yeah.
That La Jolla is.
If you get a crushing in there, it's a box. It's a literal box. It's a kill box.
And he's cheating his hair. He's cheating. But I won't say the jokes, but these hair jokes are just too good.
Well, they go, people lose their system.
It's unfortunate because I think he's really good at his head shit.
He's a good-looking guy. And since we got him in the gym, his chest filled out. His back straighter.
I love when I come here and you two guys are in the gym. You're by yourselves. You don't want to push you. I love it.
The only thing, because we do every single thing that we did like when we were working out, but other than some days that we look at that cold pressure, they show you, get the fuck out of here, dude. Get me cold water.
I'm down to work out tomorrow if you guys want to do it. Of course. All right, let's do it.
Hell yeah, get old school with it. I'll get in the cold water. If we're all doing it, I think we all to be doing it.
So our friend Sean, who trained Alex Jones, is now training Shane. He's going to start training Shane.
I heard about it. He put some
I told Shane, I said, don't want to kill him. That's how it makes you back him off a little bit. Kidding. He's fucking psychopath.
Yeah. I remember when Hassan did it with him the first time. Sean, he got him to do it. I was out of town with Schultz, and Hassan called me. He goes, but I threw up twice. At the end, he goes, no, at the beginning. They brought the fuck out of
You gotta build up to that kind of stuff. That's the thing. Like Sean's in good shape. And some people, if you're used to like coaching Navy SEALs, and you're like, come on, pussy, we gotta go. Carry the fucking log. Yeah. Who's gonna carry the boats? That's one thing. But when you're a guy like Shane and you're on a workout on again, off again, on again, off again, like you can't hurt the guy. Like you gotta start slow.
Yeah.
Like when we started working out, what we do start slow.
Real slow. I mean, you were teaching us how to use the kettlebells, let alone going super hard at it. Whereas now, me and Hassan have upped our weight because now we've done it so many places. Oh, dude, I'm excited.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you this about Hassan's hair.
That's back to we seen him on the security camera. What the fuck are you doing?
He was like a fucking psycho. I can't believe it. People love it.
They love it.
I'll never forget this. One night I'm working in the back of our comedy store, and this is when Theo Von had he went from a guy we all knew to he's now Theo Von. And I'm sitting back there, he pulled in, and we're just kind of hanging back there. Derek, I'll tell you something, man. He goes, I was getting 2,000 a weekend before this hair. Since this mullet, I get about 40K a weekend. And walked up. And I was like, what the world? Am I supposed to get him? I literally was like, what am I supposed to do?
You know what, though? It's true, but it's not true. So it's true that when the haircut came, he got more money on the weekend, but it's also like the haircut freed him to be Theo Von. Like, do you remember when I remember very clearly the first time I ever saw Theo, and he was doing a bit about being on, not even a bit, he was telling a story, a true story, about when he was young, his father was really old. Like his father had him when he was like 7. Something crazy. And he said he remembers being on acid, lying next to his father, while they realize his father's just dying. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're turning around someone who's like really 100 years old.
Oh yeah.
They feel like there's no life force in them.
Yeah.
Like,
And they're almost trapped in their mind.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
And he saw acid. My next time, I was like, wow, this guy's weird. Like, what a weird set. And then, he was talking about all kinds of other stuff too, but it was really fun, but it was interesting, And then I remember seeing him about a year and a half, couldn't fucking breathe. I was crying. My cousin got bit by a gay guy, so we'll see. What the fucking thing? What the fuck are you saying? It was the timing and the just the material was like all over the place in this weird way. I love a guy like that.
Yeah. I agree. You're right. It wasn't, the mullet might have just been a little touch, but he was already.
Sometimes you need something like that to make you feel different. Like maybe like some dudes I think like dressing nice on stage because they feel different. Or Bert likes to take his shirt off because he feels different. Bert could do the same set with a tuxedo on. It would be the same fun. Yeah, it would be the same fun. This just makes him feel free to let that fucking gut hang out, show everybody he's willing to drink himself to death for you.
Like fucking gladiators. But they love it. But I do get that feeling of like free on stage and truly, because that does separate yourself too. Like, oh, this is how I am.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to do that some way, right? Some people it's alcohol, and some people it's dress, and some people it's weed, and some people it's, they have to run, they have to jog before they do a set.
Yeah. I remember seeing Eleanor, she would do dips. You catch her in the back and she's just cranking out dips. And then she goes up, and then you see when she's up, like, oh, that energy had to just, it was just coming out of her.
Yeah, it's coming out of you. Also, you want to get your heart rate up a little bit, so your body is like, and your mind is like things are flowing really good. You don't want to be like sleepy when you go on stage, right? That's the worst thing in the world. Or a full meal. Yeah, when you go on stage, you want to be up a little bit.
I heard that Bill Burr said something, but he's just one of the greatest ever doing that. It always made me think, because I always thought that way, like, no, I wouldn't eat before meals, but eat before show, wouldn't eat. And then I heard him say once, he was like, oh, I used to not eat before shows. And then I got older, and I fucking have a Thanksgiving dinner before a show and go up and talk the whole set about how I had a Thanksgiving dinner. And how fucking fat I am, how gross we all are in America. It was just like, that freedom of like, oh, he really doesn't give a fuck, this guy.
Bill is also amazing at being Bill. Like, like he has his opinions, what he thinks is stupid about something, and he's just like locked in. You know what I mean? Like there's no, like some comics, like you'll see one of their hours, and it's kind of like one kind of energy, and then the other hour, it's a kind of a different kind of energy. Bill Burr is Bill Burr. I'm Bill Burr. I'm Bill Burr. He knows how to be Bill Burr. He's professionally Bill Burr. That's, like, a lot of people couldn't even do his material. It was just like, wouldn't work.
No, and it would sound like hateful.
Yeah, it was the world. But that's just the magic of becoming, you, right? Like, there's a few, like, Attell is the absolute best guy. Attell has a timing and a presence, and then the material, the way it's written, like, a lot of it on paper, you're like, what is this? I don't understand how this would be funny. But you see him do it and feel like, oh my God, you're just crying.
Yeah, and when the crowd is more ruckus, he's better.
He's in on the corniness of some of the stuff too, which makes it even more fun. It's like there's many layers to it, and some of it is just brilliant observations of things. Some of them is completely ridiculous. It's like it's just all that's woven into David Town.
And he'll pull out a fucking recorder.
Yeah. That's like the flute. It's crazy. Bro, when we saw him live, I was so fucking impressed. I was so impressed. I was like, that is so good. There's another one like that, Colin Quinn.
Man, when he was here.
Bro, you see him live, you're like, wow, that was so good. Just so fun. You forget how good he is.
Yeah, and then you're learning shit. I didn't know this.
Yeah, he's like a history music. I remember we did Tough Crowd once, and Colin used to do stand-up to the crowd before the show would start, before he'd sit down and do Tough Crowd.
He was doing the warm-up for his own show.
He was doing the warm-up for his own show. This one time, I don't know if he did it all the time, but he was murdering. And I was watching this, I was like, people don't know how good he is. Like, this is crazy. Because, like, there's some guys they'll warm up for their show, and it's like a monologue. They're doing a few jokes. She's like, it's okay, but I'm not in it. I'm not really feeling it. With him, it was like I was on club. I was like dying laughing like I was at a comedy club. I was like, people go there. Like, there's a few of these guys that just never got good promoted, and they're really good. Yeah. And the interesting thing is, the really good ones are not bitter. They're not as famous as they deserve to be. They could tell us like the least bitter guy alive.
It's so cool.
Not even remotely bitter. Always friendly.
Yeah, it's almost like open mic all day. It's
Sweet, peaceful. Like he's as present as you can get, and he's infinitely less famous than you should. He should be selling out arenas all over the world. He's that good. He's so good. He might be the best comic alive. There's like a few in my mind that are like in the running for that. Like, I guess there's no one best.
It's
You always have to consider Chappelle. He's the goat of our generation. He's the most prolific. He has social impact. He's hilarious. He's silly, and he's a sweetheart of a person too. So you have to think that. But then I go with like sheer RPMs. I kind of go with Joey Diaz. Sheer RPMs where you just like, how many nights were we in the back of the comedy store? We couldn't even talk. You couldn't read. You're not even laughing. You're just kind of everybody's just wheezing. They're making wheezing noises and slapping things.
Man, you gotta remember back that era, seeing him, and I knew how people feel about him now, whatever. But at that time, man, when Chris Lee was on stage, that it was mind blowing. The RPMs, just the amount of laughter and how fast would be like, what the fuck? Yeah,
there's some magic to that thing. I think that's a process. I've always thought that. I think that like for a long time, I'm like, what is happening to me when someone's on stage that's killing it? When Shane's on fire. What is happening to me? I think I'm like locked in with their mind. I don't think it's as simple as I'm watching a show or something like that. Because I love like watching a funny movie, Tropic Thunder or something like that. I don't laugh and watch a movie. But I don't feel the same way I feel when a guy is in front of me on stage doing stand-up. And I think as great as specials are, they're like 60 to 70% of being there live.
yes,
Always. And I think there's something about being there live that's like, it's hypnosis. There's something going on where that person's making me think the way they think.
Yeah. When someone brings you into the world, like you said, you're just living it. And you're not even thinking about you're just like, I'm living in this guy's essence, right?
Exactly. You're living in this person's imagination and this person's work, right? Because they're like, they set this set up. Yeah. And they danced it around their head and wrote it down on paper. That's the other interesting thing about what we do. It's like, there's no like one way to do it. I always say my way to do it, but I don't think Bill writes shit down. I think he keeps it all in his head. Yeah, Dave mostly keeps it all in his head too.
Schultz does that too.
Yeah,
it's insane.
That's the Jay-Z thing too, right?
Jay-Z kept it all in his head. Lil Wayne, they never think just. Yeah. I mean, it's insane. It's not like they're releasing one album, but who's the best writer?
Nas wrote everything down. You can't rewind in your head. No, you can't. No,
it's a story backwards.
It's a story backwards. It's another level. That's another level. I can't pull his dick out. Just like slapping that shit on the table, right? That's all. We want to say like writing. Like I challenge you to bring the world. Who's got a better written song than Rewind from Nas?
That's a great take. I would agree with that.
It's
perfectly fluent backwards. It's insane. It's
perfectly fluent backwards. It's magic. It's like a magic song.
Yeah.
And while you're watching, you're appreciating the fact that he pulled it off.
Yeah.
While you're listening, you're appreciating the fact that he pulled off this song backwards.
It's impressive to watch the different ways people do it. I mean, I'm biased because I tour with him. But man, when I'm out with fucking Schultz, because people just see him come up with that 10 minutes up top. Like we'll go to Abu Dhabi, and you just see it, right? But man, I get to see how he gets there, and he gets to town, and no matter where we are, and all he does is he just talks to people. And he doesn't say anything. He gets a random person who's lived in wherever we're at for a long time, and he just lets them, and you just see him, kind of like, and his eyes will light up when somebody says a certain thing. His eyes will light up, Okay. Oh, that's going on. Oh, then what do they think of it? So what are the technical? Ask a couple questions.
Yeah.
He'll do it. I'm not talking about 30 minutes. He'll talk to somebody for 3-4 hours before the show and just soak in all the culture and all the information. And then you see him go on stage, and it's a full flush 10-minute chunk about a place.
So he's a special talent.
I'm
He's a special talent.
yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
He's very special. And, you know, and it's also like, you got to realize he's doing these jokes in front of 16,000 people for the first time. He's got a new joke, and he's busting it out in front of 16,000 people about their area.
Yes.
Bro, that shit he did with Wyatt, but the chickens being so confident.
I was the black guy. We can help with that. Some of the chickens run up to me, he's like, these chickens are too confident, dog. We're dying, man. And it's a 4-bit later that night. And it's like, this guy is incredible.
And that's another example of what is he doing? How's he doing that to that crowd with those great jokes? Like he's locking those people in, or you letting him think for you. Like, come on, man, think for me. Let me have a good time. Think.
Yeah, and not only that, but you're talking about my own personal experience in Hawaii, right? And now you're going into your set, and you had the crew wrapped around. Yeah, you're a pro. It was insane.
He keeps getting better.
I mean,
You just talk about the first song a few years back. Just keeps getting better.
well, like you said earlier, how to see people do different hours. I don't know, it's different. It's different.
People forget he was like the first guy to really capitalize on the pandemic with his videos, where he essentially created a completely new kind of stand-up, right? So it's stand-up without the pauses that you would require if an audience was laughing. So it's more rapid pace.
Yeah.
Like he thought this through. Dude. This is like a genius thing. Those things turn your phone sideways.
Yes.
So that's what you used to have to do back in the day. Hey kids, 5 years ago, all you fucking 15-year-olds, when you were 10, you didn't know about this. When you turn your phone sideways, and then it would play out in wide form. And he would kind of do stand-up with images and with punchlines, and it was fucking great. But it was a way faster pace than he does stand-up on stage.
Yeah.
It was like the punchlines, and then you this and that. And I'm like, oh my God, they figured it out.
Yeah.
He figured out how to make like really compelling stand-up for someone who's not there.
Well, it's like a late night monologue from one of those late night hosts, but a real motherfucker doing it, and really giving their actual opinion.
Exactly. It's cheap. Because like that was an example of someone innovating in like a crisis. Like there's a situation that happened, you're forced to everyone, some like during the pandemic, some people just curled up in a shell and decided, I'm not leaving my house. Yeah, and then some people are like, okay, what can we do? Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to do stand up in this little video format. Turn your phone sideways. Yeah, and then everybody started sharing them. And then Netflix does a thing, Andrew Schultz Saves America. Yeah. Which I don't think they should get the money back. See.
How dare you? Yeah, some of those people are still trapped in their house. It's crazy. Right? But yeah, he did. I mean, even with clips, I give him that credit as well.
Oh, he does it all the time. And he also, because his stuff is local and a lot of it, like these opening bits that he comes up with, are you kind of have to get them out now.
Yeah.
Right. So you can just release them up like that. Fucking when we did the P Diddy thing, we went to LA. And that's just in P Diddy's house,
Brother, he wrote that shit 10 minutes before he walked up into the forum. 20,000 people. 20,000 people. He wrote it down. And it was the craziest thing. Holy, how did he come up with this? We were just hanging with him.
That's so fun. He's in the group. It's sort of like when you have a muscle to do something and you do that thing all the time, and you just get better and better and better at doing that thing, and then you get in the group. Like we're talking about, like a tell, like when somebody gets in the groove of who they are. Like Tony was on Kill Tony. Perfect. That's like he's locked in. He's in the groove. He's been doing it so long. He knows when to dance, when to pause.
When I ask a serious question, when to get goofy, when to let the panel know, it's pretty impressive.
If you can find something like that in your life, you will have a much better life than if you just get a job. And I know that's not for not everybody can, but
You can. You definitely should.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely should do that.
Being excited for every day and nervous and anxious and all this that feeling. I mean, to not have it, I can't believe people go. I get having you gotta go to work, you gotta make money, but the idea of like, man, never that feeling of anxiety or looking forward to something, man. And it not going the way you planned. And so you gotta go the next day and figure out what went wrong. And I love that. That's what I love. I was end up figuring it out and math of it all. Yeah, it's a great job, man. We're so fucking lucky. Yeah, we're so lucky. God, you've been in it long enough to see everybody. Did you see this thing David Wayne said about you?
Harry says,
I want to make sure. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about that. But the way he said it, I've never seen someone say I stole a joke, and he was like, man, he said I saw it, and then I actually realized I stole Joe's joke, and I was like, oh, I gotta stop watching motherfucker. And it just stuck in the back of his head. But I know you give him his flowers, so I was like, I really got a joke for you. Like,
that happens, man. Sometimes you think you came up with it, but somebody else did, and you heard it, and you forgot. That can definitely, especially if it's a subject that you never cover, and time has passed, and then the subject comes up, and you like, and almost not like David tells the best at that. He'll call you up because you have to check sometimes. Like, hey, have you heard this? You know, like you have like he's the best at that. Dave does that all the time. Like you gotta check every now and then. Like this one seems too easy because the memory is weird. You know, remember? Yeah. You ever go back to like your old neighborhood where you grew up and you're like, this house is way smaller than I thought it was. It was a mansion. Yeah. Driveway's different. Everything's different. It's weird. You know, you remember shit. It's good. I mean, it keeps you from fucking picking up the wrong spider. But you know, it's not a photographic representation of reality, and that's a problem.
and you guys have been doing stand-up 20 years. How many bits have you seen? Just
yeah. So you can, and then there's a lot. Like you know when someone's a thief, Damon's not a thief. I always said that Damon Wayne, he might be one of the most underappreciated comics ever because like when he was in his prime, you gotta realize he was like, you know, if you're looking at today. Hey, he was like Chappelle. He was like in that same level of recognition, like one of the best guys alive. But then they got him with those TV shows, man, and movies and movies. Yeah, he's the last Boy Scout. He was going to be a movie star. You know, that big Bruce Willis. And a good movie. Yeah, and then it looked like he was going to be a movie star for that.
I mean, it's a great like Blank Man or he's a retarded superhero.
Candyman. Oh my God!
They might be one of the greatest families of the Wayne's family. Sure.
Who's number two? They're number one.
But they might be 1 and 2. I don't know.
What other families are there that are like big? Not in comedy. But what other family? Am I missing something? Am I forgetting something?
I mean, I know In Living Color was so
like them and then the Squad.
It's no other families. There's nobody in the hunt. In Living Color is so big, Joe. You notice that the reason we have a Super Bowl halftime show is because of In Living Color.
That's crazy.
So In Living Color, that's true. So before Michael Jackson, the year they brought Michael Jackson was because the year before that, In Living Color aired during the Super Bowl. And they lost so many viewers. They lost like a not half, a big number where that they were like, we can't let people leave during halftime show because the show is too big.
What year was that?
I want to say Michael Jackson was 95, maybe
earlier. Maybe 94. It had to be earlier than that because I remember watching on TV at a pool hall. So I was just moving to New York, to LA from New York then. So I was in New York at a pool hall watching it. And I remember watching Fire Marshal Bill. And I was like, how can you do this? How is this allowed? Like, this show's crazy. You have to realize for 93, there was nothing like if you think about the internet today and all the crazy videos people put together and the years of Mad TV and yeah. But back then, man, there was nothing like this show. This show was crazy.
It's Paul. Oh my God, it is Paul right in the corner.
Oh, look at it. Holly. He's moving that guy. Bro. He's here now too.
Yeah, no, that
I'm hanging out with Paul. It's like people at the store.
It's the best.
But
this is unreal how big this
show was great. But Damon watch if you want to watch something. Watch I think it's The Last Stand. I think that was one of his. I think that's the name of it. Something like. I think it's The Last Stand. It's fucking phenomenal, and it's so good, but it's also like so good if you go back to that time, because comedy, like everything else, has evolved with all the scrutiny on it and all the different high-level people that are doing it. Like, there's the comedy right now. I think is at like the highest level that I've ever seen. There's so many really great comedians. I think in the 1980s, like if you go back, you had Kennison, you had Eddie Murphy, you had Richard Pryor, you had George Carlin, you had a bunch of really good guys, Jerry Seinfeld. But that, wasn't as thick. As thick with assassins. But I think like right now, there's so many assassins out there. There's more arena acts out there right now than has ever been in the history of comedy. You gotta realize, arena act started with Dice Clay. So Dice Clay starts off he becomes an arena act in like 87-ish.
Late 80s. That's when arena had comedy started.
Mm-hmm. Before that, nobody was doing it but Dice. Dice was the only arena